Chapter 1. The Awakening of Extraordinary Powers. Liu Yun stared blankly at the boundless expanse of gray space before him, perplexed. Where is this place? How had he ended up here? Before he could utter a word, he was struck with terror as he realized that his once proud corporeal form, which had withstood even the mightiest of thunderbolts, was swiftly dissipating in this gray void. The surrounding murky fog, akin to sulfuric acid, corroded his seemingly indestructible body layer by layer. It was crucial to note that his physical form had undergone countless trials and tribulations, forged from an array of resilient and powerful metals. He had once stood atop a mountain, summoning dozens of lightning strikes, which had merely torn his garments while leaving his flesh utterly unscathed. What in the world was this ominous gray mist? How could it be so fearsome? No, if you seek to devour me, I shall consume you in return, Liu Yun declared defiantly, as a faint purple glow began to emanate from his nearly disintegrating form. An immense force of absorption spread outward, reaching into the gray fog. The moment the purple light appeared, the gray mist seemed to recoil in fear, halting its advance and allowing the purple radiance to engulf it. As the gray fog was consumed, Liu Yun's body, which had begun to dissolve, started to regain its strength. Gradually, the parts that had been eroded began to radiate a resplendent violet glow, and the disintegrated fingers rapidly restored them. Chaos never measures time. Liu Yun was unaware of how long he had been in slumber. Upon awakening, he instinctively shook his head, his gaze lost in a daze. At the very moment he regained consciousness, an endless stream of information flickered rapidly in his mind, as if imbued with a magical essence that profoundly imprinted itself within him. It was precisely because this information was so astonishing that he fell into a state of stupor. It turned out that he was not in the vast expanse of the cosmic void, but rather in the boundless chaos that existed before the heavens and the earth were formed. The orb that had transported him did not merely traverse space, it had traversed an unfathomable expanse of time, bringing him to the very inception of time itself. In other words, Liu Yun was the first being beneath the great Tao. Even though he hailed from a later era, he was nonetheless the most ancient of existences, for he emerged at the very moment time was born, solidifying his identity as the oldest entity. Moreover, the chaos was just beginning to evolve. At this juncture, he had also received a strand of primordial purple qi, representing the essence of the great Tao, which replaced a demonic deity that was destined to be born, thus transforming him into a new, devouring demon lord. Indeed, he comprehended that the purple crystal he had once acquired was, in fact, a fragment containing the principles of the devouring Tao, encapsulated within the primordial purple qi. When this primordial qi merged with his being, it not only repaired itself by utilizing his body, but also aided in enhancing his strength. Chapter 3. The Emergence of Crisis. As for the drab orb Liu Yun encountered, he gleaned from the information transmitted through the great Tao that it was very likely one of the four supreme treasures of chaos, the Chaos Pearl, which had nearly been shattered by the divine axe of Pangu during the creation of the heavens and the earth. The Chaos Pearl, an unparalleled treasure birthed from the supreme laws of time and space, served the purpose of suppressing chaos. Unfortunately, it had suffered a stroke of ill fortune. Just as it was on the verge of self-restoration after narrowly escaping destruction by Pangu's axe, it was encountered by Liu Yun, who intended to devour it whole. Consequently, upon realizing its inability to resist Liu Yun's veracity, the Chaos Pearl reversed time and space, sacrificing its own power to cast Liu Yun into the pre-chaotic expanse. Its logic was simple. If you seek to consume me, I may not be able to destroy you, but I can ensure that chaos will obliterate you. As the source of all energy and matter, Chaos Qi is referred to as the essence of all things, yet it also possesses unimaginable destructive power. Even the later stage, Deluo Jinxian, would find themselves eroded by Chaos Qi over time without the protection of innate spiritual treasures. The Chaos Pearl's intentions were noble, but it overlooked the fact that if Liu Yun could gradually digest this chaos treasure, he could certainly absorb the Chaos Qi as well, leading to the current predicament. Liu Yun found himself momentarily stunned. The sudden influx of information left him momentarily bewildered. However, once he regained his composure, he was overwhelmed with elation. As the Devouring Demon Lord, one of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Lords, this signified that he had become a son of the great Tao in the era of chaos, endowed with the fortune of the Chaos Demon Lords. Most importantly, as the earliest awakened Chaos Demon Lord, he was afforded a more extended period for cultivation. While it might be ambitious to claim he would become the strongest among the Chaos Demon Lords, he could at least aspire to attain the level of a formidable practitioner. Yet, just as quickly as joy had filled his heart, a cold sweat broke out as he realized that being one of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Lords meant that he would eventually stand in opposition to Pangu in the great endeavor of creation. Isn't that a guaranteed demise? Luyan could not help but shudder. Who is Pangu? He is the true progeny of the great Tao, a stark contrast to the 3,000 chaotic demon gods like them. Although the 3,000 chaotic demon gods are indeed birthed from the great Tao, their treatment compared to Pangu's is akin to the heavens versus the earth, utterly incomparable. While they are born with the inheritance of the great Tao and, for the more fortunate, a companion spirit treasure, this is already considered an exceptional privilege. But what of Pangu? For him, the inheritance of the great Tao is merely the bare minimum. He possesses the unparalleled supreme treasure, the creation jade disc, which encompasses the 3,000 laws of the great Tao. As for Pangu's accompanying spirit treasures, they're even more numerous. The chaotic supreme treasure, the heaven-opening divine axe, the foremost offensive treasure within the chaos, the chaotic supreme treasure, the chaotic green lotus, the foremost defensive treasure of the chaos, and the creation jade disc, which is also a chaotic supreme treasure. Excluding the chaotic pearl that wanders through the chaos to suppress it, Pangu alone possesses 3 of the 4 great chaotic supreme treasures, a grand creation sufficient to incite envy in any chaotic demon god. It can be said that Pangu is undoubtedly the favored child of the great Tao, while they, the chaotic demon gods, are merely picked up by the great Tao, left to fend for themselves after their birth. No. I certainly do not wish to perish. I have just become a chaotic demon god. If I cannot return to the future and instead meet my end in the past, would that not be akin to a grave relocation through time? Luyan swiftly cast aside the thoughts swirling in his mind. His singular focus now was to grow stronger, to surpass even Pangu himself. He envisioned a day when, amidst the creation of the world, should Pangu dare to confront him, he would engage in a fierce battle. However, this notion flickered briefly in his consciousness. Competing with Pangu? What ist? He, at best, could be deemed a mere player of modest means, while Pangu was an entity endowed with extraordinary advantages, possessing 3 chaotic treasures to aid him. How could he ever hope to rival such power? Yet, a glimmer of inspiration surged through Luyan's mind, his devouring ability. This unique talent could enhance his physical form. By continuously absorbing the chaotic aura surrounding him, he envisioned that after millions of years, once Pangu had emerged, his own corporeal body would ascend to unfathomable heights. Perhaps by then, even the celestial acts of creation would be unable to breach his defenses. Moreover, there was the matter of the Tao inheritance. Within this sacred lineage lay a complete cultivation method. Lacking any current techniques, he surmised that the Tao would bestow upon him the most fitting practices. With the Tao inheritance coupled with his devouring prowess, who could say that, after eons, he would not stand shoulder to shoulder with Pangu? Luyan concentrated intently on the information within his mind, beginning to delve into its depths. Chapter 4. The 9 Realms of Chaos. The Sky-Devouring Refinement Technique. This is the supreme art derived from the Great Way, the most suitable practice for devouring demonic deities. Luyan's gaze fell upon this profound technique, as an enigmatic essence flowed through his heart, revealing the secrets of the Swallowing Heaven Refining Tao Formula. The Swallowing Heaven Refining Tao Formula is divided into 9 layers, each corresponding to a significant realm of chaotic cultivation. The first realm, Chaotic Immortal, involves touching the chaotic laws and comprehending the mysteries of chaos. This is the initial state of the chaotic demonic deity, and even the weakest chaotic demonic deity, upon its birth, is far from reaching this level. The second realm, Chaotic True Immortal, signifies a deeper understanding of the chaotic laws, through which one finds a path that resonates with their essence. A chaotic, demonic deity at this level can easily overpower lower-tier beings, as the disparity between them is immense. The third realm, chaotic, golden immortal, arises once one has discovered their resonant path and transformed it into their foundation. Upon achieving a comprehension of 30% of its mysteries, one ascends to the status of chaotic, golden immortal. The fourth realm, chaotic, supreme immortal, is based on one's foundational path, where comprehension reaches 40%, allowing for the exploration of other great laws. The fifth realm, chaotic, great Luo immortal, is achieved when one's primary path comprehension exceeds 60%, and a grasp of the 3,000 great laws is attained, thus stepping into the realm of chaotic immortal. Only by encompassing all things and embracing time and space can one be deemed worthy of the title of Great Luo Immortal. The sixth realm, chaotic, great Luo Golden Immortal, is reached when the understanding of one's primary path exceeds 70%, and the comprehension of the 3,000 great laws reaches the level of chaotic true immortal. At this point, one can begin to merge the 3,000 great laws, forming their unique heavenly power, qualifying them as a chaotic great Luo Golden Immortal. The seventh realm, chaotic great Luo Heavenly Tao, is attained when the understanding of one's primary path reaches 80%. At this stage, the 3,000 great laws have been comprehended to the level of chaotic supreme immortal, allowing one to form a unique heavenly Tao, independent of time and space. This represents a pivotal step toward reaching the pinnacle. The eighth realm, chaotic Taiji Heavenly Tao, is achieved when the understanding of one's primary path exceeds 90%, while the remaining great laws are refined to at least 70%. At this juncture, the Tao of Heaven has become extraordinarily powerful to the extent that within its dominion, beings capable of rivaling the chaos great Luo Golden Immortals can be born. Such are the 6 heavenly saints of the primordial world. The ninth realm, the saint of the chaos Tao, possesses the ability to create and annihilate worlds with but a gesture, wielding a complete set of Tao laws, existing in harmony with the Tao, rendering the great Tao eternal and undying. It is worth noting that these 9 realms of chaos are merely rough classifications. Each realm contains its own hierarchy, where the more exalted can challenge those of higher tiers, while the lesser may find themselves inferior even to those of lower realms. However, the chaos demonic gods are an exception, as progeny of the great Tao. It is inconceivable for them to be overtaken unless faced with another chaos demonic god of superior rank. Only through the oppression of stronger laws can they ever face the possibility of being surpassed. Lu Yun glanced at himself and, upon reflection, felt an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. It dawned on him that he was still in the gestation phase of a chaos demonic god, having only just embarked on the path of cultivation. Yet he had not even reached the first realm of chaos, let alone the higher echelons. Nevertheless, Lu Yun remained undeterred, as he was in a state of gestation. The other chaos demonic gods were similarly positioned. His consciousness awakened prematurely, allowing him to seize the opportunity to cultivate earlier than all the other demon gods, taking one step ahead, and with each step, he would inevitably surpass the other chaotic demon gods, and in the future, it would not be impossible for him to measure himself against Pangu. Of course, the latter statement should merely be taken lightly, not to be taken too seriously. Lu Yun commenced his cultivation. As he surveyed his form, he found himself momentarily taken aback. During his years of slumber, his physical body had transformed entirely into a radiant orb of purple light, shaped by the interplay of primordial purple energy and chaotic essence. His corporeal form could no longer be deemed human. It resembled more an embryo in the throes of gestation. Lu Yun came to a profound realization. The purple luminescence was the transformative power bestowed by the great Tao, nurturing his new form, rendering his original body obsolete. Each chaos god possesses a unique, true form that resonates with their respective laws, and a humanoid form is clearly incongruous with the law of devouring. Chapter 5. Rhythms of the Great Tao. Although he felt a certain degree of unease, he did not insist otherwise, fully aware that any such insistence would be futile. The creative power of the great Tao would not conform to his desires, but would instead forge the divine body most attuned to him, guided solely by the operation of the laws. Crucially, the physical form engendered by the great Tao would surpass ordinary bodies by a considerable margin. Allowing his physical form to self-generate under the auspices of the great Tao, Lu Yun immersed his mind entirely in cultivation. This nascent epoch of chaos, when the great Tao is in its generative phase, represents an unprecedented golden age for cultivation. Having encountered such an opportunity, he could not afford to squander it. As Lu Yun commenced his cultivation of the celestial devouring refinement technique, his mind resonated with the arcane laws of the devouring path. An unparalleled sensation of comfort surged within him, and myriad enigmatic insights began to unfurl in the depths of his consciousness. Gradually, he started to comprehend the state of the primordial chaos. When the chaos pearl transported him to the moment of time's inception, chaos was but a nascent entity, with the great Tao transitioning from the limitless to the ultimate state. Subsequently, concepts such as time and space began to emerge, and at that moment, chaos was governed by a singular chaotic law, while the other 3,000 laws of the Tao were still in their embryonic forms. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, this signified something profound. He instinctively felt an indelible kinship with the so-called laws of the Tao. Countless mysteries of the Tao continued to evolve in the void, various principles perpetually maturing. Although the pace of this evolution surpassed his imagination, he experienced unprecedented progress throughout this transformative journey. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Lu Yun could not ascertain how long he had immersed himself in the understanding of the Tao, whether it was 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, or even countless eons. At some unknown moment, a mysterious rhythm of the Tao resonated throughout the chaos, akin to a stone cast into still waters, birthing waves of consciousness from the void. The once tranquil realm of chaos was suddenly beset by tremendous turbulence, as colossal vortices began to manifest, threatening to engulf the entirety of chaos itself. With the expansion of each chaotic vortex, towering figures emerged at their cores, each uniquely shaped and non-human in form. Some possessed heads as large as stars. Others bore eyes like the sun, and some resembled divine dragons, corresponding to the chaotic vortices. There were as many as 3,000. Among these majestic figures, one exuded an overwhelming dominance and grandeur, encased within an immensely noble and magnificent 36th grade chaotic green lotus. A jade disk floated above the lotus, casting down radiant beams of purple light, accompanied by a gigantic axe shimmering with a terrifying edge, hovering protectively around the lotus. Indeed, these 3,000 figures represented the chaotic demon gods, corresponding to the 3,000 great Taos. Each one was enraptured by the recent rhythm of the Tao, a profound manifestation of the Tao's creative essence. They were birthed from this rhythm and instinctively sought to explore its mysteries. This rhythm seemed intentionally left by the Tao, allowing the 3,000 chaotic demon gods to comprehend its essence. Through this rhythm, each demon god discerned their path forward, as if the Tao itself guided their progress. Unbeknownst to them, countless years of cultivation had elapsed. Each chaotic demon god was a product of the Tao's nurturing. Their innate qualities, fortuitous encounters, and environments were beyond reproach. In this vast chaos, they were the true progeny of the Tao. The rhythm of the Tao granted the 3,000 chaotic demon gods unprecedented advancement in their cultivation, with many reaching the 5th and 6th realms of chaos. Among them, the demon god enveloped by the grand 36th grade chaotic green lotus stood out as a paragon, akin to a sovereign among the 3,000 demon gods. His aura was the most vast, although he too resided within the 6th realm of chaos. The immeasurable energy he radiated surpassed the limits of that realm. Awakened by the Tao's rhythm, Lu Yun, also a chaotic demon god, surveyed his form with his divine sense and discovered that his body had undergone a complete transformation. His head no longer bore a human shape, but had morphed into that of a dragon, his entire being adorned with dark golden scales. He was no longer merely human. He resembled a dark golden divine dragon, possessing a dragon's head, claws, and body. Yet the most significant distinction was that his lower half was not draconic. Instead, his elongated tail resembled that of a serpent. Observing his form, Lu Yun instinctively murmured to himself, "This shape, a dragon's head and a serpent's body. If I were to stand, would I not embody the character Dao?" Lu Yun shook his head, dismissing the thought. Perhaps I am overthinking. This state aligns perfectly with the essence of the devouring Dao, and it may simply be a coincidence. With this in mind, he began to observe his current condition, adjusting his mental focus. Chapter 6. The Unsolvable Pangu, as the first sentient being born from chaos. Lu Yun commenced his comprehension of the Tao at the moment the 3,000 fundamental laws emerged, far preceding other chaotic deities. Undoubtedly, his cultivation has ascended to the sixth realm of chaos, reaching the level of the chaos great Luo, golden immortal, and he has delved deeply into this realm. To attain the status of a chaos great Luo, golden immortal, one must possess a profound understanding of the 3,000 fundamental laws, merging one's own Tao with the power of these laws to forge a unique heavenly Tao. Lu Yun has practiced since the inception of the 3,000 laws, having witnessed their emergence and evolution, making him the being with the highest comprehension of the 3,000 laws among the chaotic deities. Although both are chaos great Luo golden immortals, while other chaos demonic gods may have barely grasped the essence of the 3,000 laws to the extent of reaching the realm of chaos true immortals, his comprehension of these laws has transcended to the level of chaos supreme immortals. It is precisely for this reason that his cultivation has been somewhat impeded. Had he not devoted so much attention to the myriad of other laws, but rather focused wholeheartedly on the profound principles of the devouring path, he would undoubtedly surpass Pangu by now, potentially becoming the first to attain the seventh realm of chaos, the chaos great Luo heavenly Tao. Even though he has not yet broken through to the seventh level of the chaos great Luo heavenly Tao, his strength ranks second among the 3,000 chaos demonic gods, surpassed only by the existence of the primordial heavenly sovereign, Pangu. In fact, he has already reached the pinnacle of the chaos great Luo golden immortal, standing merely a step away from transcending into the chaos great Luo heavenly Tao, possibly even ahead of Pangu in achieving this breakthrough. While Pangu and he both reside at the zenith of the chaos great Luo golden immortal, Pangu's strength exceeds his own, aided by the creation jade disc, which grants him an advantage in comprehending the principles of his own power. However, in the understanding of the other 3,000 great Tao laws, he cannot rival Lu Yun, a fact that no chaos demonic god can contest. After all, Lu Yun has been deciphering the mysteries of the 3,000 great Tao laws since their inception, leading the other chaos demonic gods by countless years of cultivation. If he were to be overtaken under such circumstances, it would indeed be a reason to seek out a piece of tofu to end his existence. Is he on the verge of breaking through the chaos great Luo heavenly Tao? A tinge of elation colored Lu Yun's voice as he murmured to himself. Unlike other chaos gods who primarily cultivated their own great Tao law, with the other 3,000 great Tao laws growing as a result of their primary Tao law reaching a certain level, Lu Yun took a different approach. While focusing on his own great Tao of devouring, he did not neglect comprehending the other 3,000 laws. This explains why he was later overtaken by Pangu and other chaos gods. His motivations were straightforward: to fortify himself for the trials ahead, to ensure his survival during the forthcoming cataclysm of the creation of the world, and to prepare for a confrontation with Pangu. Indeed, he was preparing to contend with Pangu, fully aware of the perils involved, yet compelled to proceed. Pangu's creation of the world and attainment of enlightenment represented a cataclysmic event in the primordial chaos, an unprecedented tribulation that ensnared all 3,000 chaos gods. It was an inescapable ordeal for the entire chaos, one that demanded direct confrontation. Merely cultivating his own devouring grand Tao law, he might have plausibly surpassed Pangu in reaching the chaotic infinity heavenly Tao level. However, Aspiring to the chaotic Grand Tao, Saint Realm presented a formidable challenge. His very foundation risked collapse if his 3,000 Grand Tao laws proved inadequate to bear the weight of his primary Tao. Or he might become trapped at the chaotic infinity heavenly Tao level, stagnant for eons. Such a predicament would place him in dire straits. Ban Yu, wielding the J-Tablet of Creation, possessed an almost divine advantage in cultivating the 3,000 Grand Tao laws, ensuring progress beyond comprehension. Lu Yun surmised that while the chaotic infinity heavenly Tao was the 8th realm of chaos, the disparities within that realm were vast. Analogously, upon attaining this realm, some individuals merely achieve the level of a chaotic grand Luo immortal in their comprehension of the myriad laws, while others ascend to the echelon of a chaotic grand Luo golden immortal. A comparison of the two readily elucidates their disparity. In Lu Yun's estimation, Panga's capacity to slay the 3,000 chaos demon gods and subsequently cleave the heavens and earth suggests that he had traversed to a profound level within the realm of the chaotic Wuji, heavenly Tao. It is highly probable that the J-Plate of creation aided him in comprehending the other 3,000 great Tao laws, enabling him to cultivate the power of the 3,000 great Tao laws to the point of shaping the foundation of a chaotic Tao sage. In other words, the power law that Pangu primarily cultivated must have been infinitely close to the level of great perfection, and the other 3,000 great Tao laws, at the very least, had reached the level of chaotic grand Luo heavenly Tao. By this calculation, Pangu's cultivation was even more formidable and terrifying than the combined forces of the 3,000 chaotic grand Luo heavenly Taos. Coupled with the 3 chaos treasures in his possession, he possessed the ability and means to slay the 3,000 chaos demon gods. Chapter 7. Contemplating the future, Lu Yun's objective is to advance the other 3,000 great Tao laws bit by bit, ensuring they do not lag behind, while simultaneously progressing in the law of devouring. Once he ascended to the realm of the chaotic supreme Tao, the myriad laws of the universe would also hold the potential to reach the lofty heights of the chaotic great Luo Tao. Only then could he contend with Pangu on equal footing. Within the boundless chaos, Lu Yun's colossal true form, embodying eons of majesty, radiated an overwhelming aura that shattered the surrounding void of chaos. Merely rising to his feet, he resembled a supreme deity, striding across the celestial rivers, bearing the sun and moon upon his shoulders. The immense serpent tail behind him flicked lightly, rending the layers of chaotic space and revealing an unimaginable, unparalleled divine power. Such strength was indeed intoxicating. Lu Yun inhaled deeply as the tumultuous tides of chaos surged towards him, swiftly coalescing into a river that streamed into his being. He could faintly sense his already formidable physique growing ever so slightly. Moreover, his devouring ability was also on the rise. Feeling the transformation within, Lu Yun smiled subtly, his grand draconic head taking on a hint of playfulness. Turning his gaze inward, he observed the dark golden blood coursing through his immense demonic form. Each drop of blood was infused with countless intricate Tao runes, intertwining and ultimately coalescing into robust, eternal laws of the universe, entwined and merging into a singular, formidable principle. These laws were the culmination of Lu Yun's profound insights over countless years, with the most substantial principle representing his mastery of the devouring Tao. At the very core of this devouring Tao lay an expansive expanse suffused with the essence of limitless chaos. Indeed, it was chaos itself. This is Lu Yun's unique world of primordial chaos, a realm born from the evolution of his 3,000 great Taos. Within it, he reigns as the supreme sovereign, transcending even the great Tao above the chaos. This boundless world emerged spontaneously from his 3,000 great Taos upon his ascension to the golden immortal of the great Luo of chaos. In essence, this chaotic realm is the embodiment of his Tao fruit. Within the primordial chaos, only those who attain the level of the sage of the great Tao of chaos can achieve true immortality. Even Pangu, despite reaching the zenith of the limitless heavenly Tao of chaos, could not escape his eventual demise. This chaotic world not only represents his Tao fruit, but also serves as the wellspring of his power. Should his inner mana become depleted, he can draw upon the essence of this realm to replenish it. With such a vast, chaotic world as his foundation, Liu Yun has conceived a plan of his own. At present, the rhythm of the great Tao persists within the chaotic world, and the golden age of cultivation has not yet concluded. However, Liu Yun has keenly sensed that the rhythm of the great Tao is gradually diminishing. This is why he and other chaos gods have begun to awaken. It is evident that the rhythm of the great Tao will eventually dissipate entirely, marking the formal end of the golden age of cultivation. My cultivation is gradually being overtaken by top-tier chaos gods. I fear Pangu has already caught up with me. With the aid of the jade plate of creation, his surpassing me is inevitable. Before the advent of the calamity of creation, given his current rate of progress, he will undoubtedly surpass me by an immeasurable degree, and my being crushed will merely be a matter of time. Liu Yun withdrew his thoughts inward. He had ascended to the pinnacle of the sixth realm of chaos, the Chaos de Luo Golden Immortal, his foundation far surpassing that of other chaotic demons and even Pangu. However, this did not imply that Pangu could not catch up to him. Once the rhythm of the great Tao concluded, Pangu, aided by the creation jade disc, would experience negligible hindrance in his cultivation progress. In contrast, the other chaotic demons would not be so fortunate. Time would grant Liu Yun strength, yet Pangu would only grow stronger. How could he break this deadlock? Liu Yun fell into deep contemplation. The creation jade disc was akin to a glitch in the realm of cultivation. With its assistance, Pangu was akin to being invincible, making it nearly impossible for anyone to match him. A solitary cultivator could not hope to rival Pangu. Perhaps if he could unite the other chaotic demons. Liu Yun shook his head, casting aside this implausible notion. The 3,000 chaotic demons were all progeny of the great Tao. Upon meeting, they might not harbor hostility. Yet neither would they extend friendship. Their interactions would be marked by mutual confrontation rather than cooperation. Most importantly, each chaotic demon, as a child of the great Tao, carried their own pride. Even if they were aware of Pangu's existence, they would not concede that he could surpass them. The 3,000 chaotic demons were unlikely to unite until the great cataclysm of creation. What was to be done? Liu Yun furrowed his brow. Failing to catch up with Pangu meant that when the great calamity of creation arrived, his very life would hang by a thread. With the imminent threat of being obliterated by Pangu, only by possessing strength that rivaled Pangu's could he hope to seize a sliver of survival beneath the divine acts of creation. Chapter 8. The Evolution of the Tao, What Means Exist to Accelerate the Pace of Cultivation? He pondered, recalling a multitude of memories from later generations, replete with illustrious techniques and mystical arts. Yet, to Liu Yun, these seemed negligible. He could effortlessly deduce spells far more potent than those enshrined in myth. What of the legendary path to sainthood, the method of severing the three corpses? Liu Yun reflected on the tales of yore, remembering how Hongjun Laozu spoke of this profound technique in the Zixiao Palace. It entailed the elimination of one's own benevolence, malevolence, and obsessions, thereby achieving a state of desirelessness and returning to the essence of the Tao, allowing one to grasp the subtleties of the heavenly path and attain the primordial Tao. Hongjun's method of severing the three corpses was derived from the Pangu's complete creation jade disc. Could it be that Pangu, possessing such a treasure, would be unable to comprehend the arcane secrets of this technique? Liu Yun found this notion utterly implausible. However, it was evident that Pangu had not pursued this arcane art, suggesting it bore little significance for him. To think that he could rely on such a method to surpass or even defeat Pangu was nothing short of a jest, an impossibility. What means could possibly allow one to keep pace with Pangu, aided by the creation jade disc? Liu Yun's gaze deepened, as all his thoughts began to whirl with fervent intensity, swiftly leading him to devise a plan. However, this plan could not be enacted at present. It would require the dawn of Pangu's creation to come to fruition. Yet, he could not allow his cultivation to be overtaken or surpassed by Pangu in the meantime. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes as he suddenly contemplated the chaotic realm within himself. A faint smile curving his lips. From the void emerges the ultimate principle. The ultimate principle is unity, which gives rise to duality. Duality births Trinity, and Trinity unfolds into myriad forms. Before my descent into existence, chaos belonged to the void. Time, space, and order were non-existent. Upon my arrival, chaos evolved into the ultimate principle. The interplay of yin and yang activated the 3,000 pathways, instigating an evolution of the great principles towards a state of self-perfection. After countless eons, this evolution culminated in a state of grand fulfillment. Pangu's genesis marked the separation of yin and yang, officially entering the realm of duality. Liu Yun's gaze became profoundly introspective. His own world similarly adhered to the evolution of the great principles, albeit at a pace far inferior to that of the primordial chaos, perpetually residing in the state of unity. However, he possessed the potential to prematurely initiate the state of duality, allowing the devouring principle to ascend to the next echelon. He understood clearly that within the chaos, no being could surpass Pangu, for he was a creature imbued with the essence of the great principles, chosen to unveil the cosmos. He served as the lever propelling chaos from unity to duality. Yet, should he advance further than Pangu, directly propelling the evolution from unity to duality, he could not defeat Pangu while chaos remained in the state of unity. However, at the level of duality, Pangu would find himself unable to prevail over him. Only after Pangu opened the heavens and the earth did he possess the capacity to engage with the realm of duality. In the state of chaos, embodying singularity, you are the favored of the Tao, yet in the state of duality, you are forsaken by the Tao. How could you possibly triumph over me? As Liu Yun gazed upon the chaos within himself, he resolved to initiate the creation of the heavens and the earth, compelling the myriad paths of chaos within him to forcibly transition into the state of duality. He was uncertain whether such an action would incite turmoil within his chaos, leading to its catastrophic collapse. However, he found himself with no alternative but to embrace madness. For only then might he stand a chance to compete with Pangu and survive the great calamity of creation. Open the heavens. Liu Yun's thoughts stirred, and the chaotic world within him began to tremor slightly. In the vast expanse of chaotic void, a colossal blade of light manifested at the heart of the chaos, empowered by the laws of the 3,000 paths, revealing its true form, a long sword radiating infinite majesty, imbued with immeasurable laws. The chaos bifurcated. Under Liu Yun's command, the long sword descended fiercely upon the boundless chaos, cleaving through it with a force that instantaneously shattered the heavens and rent the earth. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire surged wildly, and the dual energies of yin and yang, along with storms and lightning, erupted chaotically, causing the entire chaos to quiver, teetering on the brink of collapse. The chaotic world, as the fruit of Liu Yun's Tao, had been birthed from his own laws of the Tao. Now, confronted with such tremendous upheaval, he, as its master, found himself in a precarious predicament. Even he sensed that his own devouring grand Tao law was quaking, exhibiting a tendency to be annihilated by himself. Observing the spectacle, Liu Yun was not at all surprised, forcibly propelling the progression of chaos, urging it from a state of singularity into duality. How could it possibly be a simple and effortless endeavor? Were it so, why would the grand Tao not have long since autonomously advanced chaos, instead of allowing it to evolve on its own accord? Chapter 9, The Foremost Grand Luo Yin-Yang Diagram. Arise. However, for this very scene, Liu Yun had long prepared his own countermeasures. In the void, the Yin-Yang Grand Tao law abruptly materialized, gathering all the yin and yang energies generated by the chaos tremor. As the yin and yang energies dissipated, Liu Yun did not cease his actions. Once again manipulating new Grand Tao laws, spatial Grand Tao, 5 elements Grand Tao proceed. The laws of space and the 5 elements descended from the void, forcibly enveloping the tumultuous realm of chaos beneath the aegis of the spatial doctrine. The 5 elements extracted their essence from the turmoil. With the robust power of earth coalescing into a thick layer of soil, giving rise to mountains and rivers within. Flames emerged in tandem, while the principles of yin and yang also began their descent. The path of yang fused with fire to create the sun, and the path of yin melded with flames to form the moon. Thus, the cycles of the sun and moon commenced their eternal dance. As the forces of space, yin and yang, and the five elements converged, the chaotic expanse transformed, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors. No longer was it a mere amalgamation of all powers, but rather a vivid tapestry where each essence stood apart in its individuality. This novel sensation ignited a fervent spark within Lu Yun's gaze. After countless ages, he was once again graced with such brilliance. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning be gone, he intoned, as the principles of tempestuous weather intertwined with the world. The emergence of these laws introduced a myriad of new vistas to this realm. Ferocious winds swept across the sky, clouds clashed to unleash thunder, and the crackling of lightning breathed life into the void. The laws of life and death soon followed, succeeded by the doctrine of reincarnation. With each descending principle, the world before him blossomed with additional hues, each new law infusing the atmosphere with its unique essence. Similarly, he began to sense that with the emergence of this world before him, a distinct transformation was occurring within his own Tao fruit. One law, two laws, three laws. One after another, the grand principles were seamlessly integrating into that realm. Relying on his own deductions, Lu Yun gradually sculpted this world into the likeness of his memories, and his comprehension of the Tao grew increasingly lucid. The future of the 3,000 laws became strikingly clear, and an overwhelming insight surged within him at that moment. Boom! Deep within Lu Yun's mind, his primordial spirit jolted violently, and at that instant, the 3,000 laws collectively achieved a breakthrough, all ascending from chaos to the level of the great Luo, immortal. As the laws intertwined with that world, each principle fulfilled its purpose, giving birth to an entirely new force, an enigmatic power that instantly infused Lu Yun's devouring Tao, elevating it further. Previously, at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, he surged into a higher echelon in an instant. Boom! In the chaotic void of the vast universe, a thunderous clap resounded, followed by a resonant sound of the Tao echoing through the cosmos. In the emptiness, golden lotuses rained down across billions of light years of chaos, and countless figures materialized, as if thousands of deities and demons were honoring the birth of a magnificent entity. A piece of information flickered through the heavenly mechanism, the first being to break through the chaotic great Luo celestial Tao among the 3,000 demonic gods had emerged. Swish! In the chaotic void, pairs of eyes opened, gazing towards the direction of Lu Yun's breakthrough, their minds flickering with the information of celestial secrets, causing their expressions to shift unpredictably. The master of the devouring path, the sovereign of the sky. It is astonishing that the first individual to transcend the chaos de Luo heavenly path in eons is none other than him, rather than the primordial heavenly king Pangu. The inconspicuous sovereign of the sky has unexpectedly outpaced us all in breaking through the chaos de Luo heavenly path. How intriguing! He has surpassed the primordial heavenly king. Evidently, this friend possesses extraordinary capabilities. One wonders how he managed to traverse that formidable barrier. The chaos de Luo heavenly path. Even the chaos de Luo golden immortal cannot truly and perfectly maneuver the 3,000 laws of the great Tao, merely managing to barely condense the power of the heavenly Tao. Only the genuine chaos de Luo heavenly path constitutes an independent heavenly system, with the power of the heavenly Tao flowing endlessly, truly surpassing the chaos de Luo golden immortal. However, overcoming this hurdle is exceedingly difficult. Amidst such monumental upheaval in the vast chaos, even the primordial heavenly king, who has remained dormant within the chaos Qinglian, slightly opened his eyes at this moment, revealing intricate trajectories of profound mystery swirling within, as if shattering the firmament and annihilating the cosmos, instilling a tremor of fear in the hearts of those who behold it. How fascinating, truly fascinating. A faint sound resonated, and the chaotic energies surrounding began to converge with increased intensity. It was evident that Pangu, the chaotic deity, felt a heightened sense of pressure due to another's advance in transcending the chaotic great way before him. Chapter 10. The Late Chaos. Meanwhile, Liu Yun found himself taken aback by this sudden transformation. He had never anticipated that the shift of chaos from 1 to 2 would elevate his understanding of the 3,000 great laws to an entirely new tier, simultaneously catalyzing a breakthrough in his primary law, allowing him to surpass all other chaotic deities and step into the realm of the chaotic great way. Soon, Liu Yun quelled his astonishment, focusing on solidifying his newfound state and organizing the surging 3,000 great laws within him. Gazing upon the world he had nurtured within, a profound sense of accomplishment filled his heart. He had succeeded in creating and shaping the universe, an endeavor he had long aspired to achieve. Although this realm was not without its imperfections and lacked vastness, its very existence signified the transformation of the great way from 1 to 2, embodying boundless mysteries that would serve as the foundation for his future path to enlightenment. The chaotic great way. I have finally taken the lead over Pangu, being the first to enter this realm, thereby establishing a significant distance between myself and the other chaotic deities. His gaze shimmered with a divine light as he contemplated the chaotic realm within himself, and thoughts began to take shape in his mind. Time slipped away, and the chaotic world saw the Lord of Devouring Sky step into the chaos great Tao ahead of others. The other chaotic demigods sensed a wave of pressure. As children of the great Tao, they were naturally competitive. The fact that the Lord of Devouring Sky advanced into the chaos great Tao before anyone else ignited their ambition, prompting each to devote themselves to their cultivation with renewed fervor. It is uncertain how much time passed, but the rhythm of the great Tao within the chaos gradually shifted from frailty to silence. With the disappearance of this profound cadence, the golden age of cultivation receded entirely. After countless eons immersed in the pursuit of the great Tao, the 3,000 chaotic demigods finally awakened from their long slumber. Echoes akin to the roars of ancient titans reverberated through the chaos as each of the 3,000 chaotic demigods stirred from their dormancy, seemingly sensing an impending danger. Instinctively aware that something was amiss, they were unable to articulate the specifics, sensing a peril they could not pinpoint, which only fueled their incessant roars. In a secluded corner of the primordial void, a colossal black hole, spanning hundreds of millions of light years, was ravenously consuming the surrounding chaotic essence. The inexhaustible influx of this essence poured into the black hole, which, insatiable, devoured it all without ceasing its activity. This phenomenon had persisted for eons. On this particular day, coinciding with the echoing roars of the chaos gods, the boundless black hole gradually ceased its consumption of the chaotic essence. A pair of resplendent, golden eyes slowly opened in the void, followed by the languid unfurling of a majestic figure, hundreds of millions of light years in stature, across the chaotic expanse. An immeasurable aura of power swept across the infinite reaches of the primordial realm. The rhythm of the great Tao had stilled. A chaos god had awakened. Gazing upon the boundless chaos, Liu Yun's gaze deepened. He could perceive that, following the cessation of the great Tao's rhythm, the primordial void possessed a quality previously absent. Has the great Tao reached its zenith in the aspect of oneness? Is it now verging toward the realm of duality? As one who has traversed the primordial realm and touched upon the second level of existence, he could distinctly perceive the faint yet palpable shift within the chaotic void. A weightiness enveloped his spirit, for an impending cataclysm that would reverberate throughout the entirety of chaos was drawing near. Nevertheless, this imminent event, when juxtaposed with the boundless eons of chaos, remained a distant prospect, for the chaotic epic had only just traversed 2/3 of its course. From the moment Liu Yun emerged within the chaotic void, the concepts of time, space, and laws began to manifest. This marked the inception of chaos. The initial stage was heralded by the gestation of the 3,000 chaotic demonic deities, with their successful emergence signifying the midpoint of chaos. Presently, as the great laws of the universe culminate, the birth of the 3,000 chaotic demonic deities signifies our entry into the latter phase of chaos. Is there still 1/3 of chaotic time remaining? Liu Yun's gaze swept across the void as he endeavored to glean glimpses of the future. Yet, many of these visions proved inconsequential. The crux of his foresight lay in the sight of a colossal axe, an instrument capable of tearing apart heaven and earth and cleaving through chaos. The sheer sharpness of that axe's light instilled within him a chilling trepidation, even in his current state. At this moment, I have ascended to the pinnacle of the great Tao of chaos, and my comprehension of the 3,000 great laws has reached the level of a chaotic great golden immortal. However, my inability to transcend a certain threshold due to the devouring of laws has kept me tethered to the realm of the great Tao of chaos. Yet, my power is no less than that of the weaker aspects of the chaotic ultimate Tao. Still, in the face of Pengu's axe, an overwhelming dread of death lingers. Liu Yun reflected on the colossal axe that cleaved through the chaos in his mind, and a heaviness settled in his heart. The great cataclysm. Liu Yun murmured these 4 words, his gaze piercing into the depths of the chaos, sensing the direction where, instinctively, he believed Pengu resided. Chapter 11. The Great Cataclysm. With 1/3 of the time remaining, I am on the verge of transcending the chaos-boundless heavenly path. Before the arrival of the Great Cataclysm, I shall undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the chaos-boundless heavenly path. Liu Yun withdrew his gaze, redirecting his thoughts inward, where a vast expanse of chaos, hundreds or even thousands of times greater than before, flowed languidly. At the heart of this chaos floated an immensely vast world, inhaling and exhaling the surrounding chaotic energy. Encircling this world were 2,999 smaller, yet substantial worlds, all revolving around it, collectively forming a world cluster in harmonious circulation. Above this cluster, an immense net of the heavenly path faintly enveloped the 3,000 worlds, while Liu Yun's Tao fruit governed all upon this celestial lattice. The evolution of laws within the 3,000 worlds, the transformations of these realms, all influenced this Tao fruit, rendering every mystery a resource for its ascension. In this realm of 3,000 worlds, amidst the evolution of countless beings, my Tao fruit is perpetually enhancing. Pengu, when the great cataclysm arrives, I shall present you with a surprise. Liu Yun paid no heed to the awakening chaos deities. Instead, he immersed himself anew in his cultivation, refining his Tao fruit while awaiting the impending calamity of creation. In the realm of chaos, where time is unfathomable, countless epochs slipped away quietly, and in the blink of an eye, innumerable Yuan meetings had passed. Eons ago, Liu Yun had already transcended the realm of chaos Wuji, heavenly Tao, and throughout these countless years, he had ascended to the pinnacle of chaos Wuji, heavenly Tao. Although he remained distant from the breakthrough to the great Tao saint, he was nonetheless among the elite within the throngs of the 3,000 chaos deities. Apart from Pengu, he harbored confidence in overpowering even the most formidable chaos deities of time and space. The rationale was simple. Despite being top-tier chaos deities themselves, their mastery of the laws, while residing at the zenith of chaos Wuji, heavenly Tao, paled in comparison to Liu Yun's. Presently, his mastery of the 3,000 great Tao laws had reached the apex of chaos, the Luo, golden immortal, with the next step being the assault on the realm of chaos, the Luo, heavenly Tao. Once his 3,000 great Tao laws entered the realm of chaos, the Luo, heavenly Tao, he would draw closer to the status of great Tao saint, or one might say he would be on the cusp of becoming a half-step great Tao saint. Yet, Liu Yun was acutely aware that he lacked the opportunity and time for such advancement. He had distinctly sensed the transformations within the chaos world. In the vast river of fate, an unfathomably terrifying crisis looms ever closer, causing his scales to tremble involuntarily, a mixture of dread and exhilaration coursing through him. At last, on this momentous day, a formidable and majestic aura permeates the chaotic realms. The 3,000 chaos demons behold a colossal egg gradually fissuring at the heart of the chaos. The 36-petaled chaos blue lotus unfolds languidly, unleashing an overwhelming force that sweeps across the boundless void. The chaos world begins to seethe with unrest, sensing the impending threat. The ominous presence of the chaos demon. An urgent message flashes through the minds of all the chaos demons. The chaos heavenly catastrophe. Under the guidance of the great Tao, all chaos demons receive this revelation in unison. If they eliminate the destined individual, they shall ascend directly to the rank of celestial sage, existing eternally alongside the great Tao, unyielding and immortal. At this moment, every chaos demon is stirred by this prospect. After years of cultivation, they still find themselves distanced from the status of a celestial sage. Now, with the mere act of slaying the destined one, the path to becoming a sage lies within their grasp. How could they possibly resist such an allure? What weighs most heavily upon the 3,000 chaos demons is the realization that should Pengu succeed in his endeavor, the chaotic realm will transition into a new state of evolution, replaced by a nascent world. They would lose the favor of the chaos, becoming targets of this new realm's wrath, thereby forfeiting any chance of achieving the status of celestial sage. They must act. Pengu must be vanquished. His success in creating the world cannot be allowed, for failure to do so would obliterate any possibility of attaining the Tao. The demise of Pengu is inevitable. Your attainment of enlightenment through creation is of no consequence to me. However, your severing of our path to enlightenment is an irreconcilable enmity. Pengu must perish. A multitude of chaotic deities surge toward the direction of Pengu, intent on obstructing his path to enlightenment and, if possible, eliminating him. Only by utterly vanquishing Pengu could they ensure that their own futures remained unimpeded. For the sake of their own destinies, they would show no mercy. Soon, roars echoed through the chaos as the vast expanse of the chaotic realm trembled. The myriad laws of the Tao resonated with a thunderous cacophony summoned by their respective masters, endowing them with boundless divine power. Chapter 12. Shadowy machinations beyond the chaotic battlefield, trillions of light years away, Lu Yun's colossal chaotic deity form emerged, his serpentine tail swaying gently behind him, its dark golden scales radiating a soft luminescence. At that moment, he gazed ahead, witnessing a sight more terrifying than apocalyptic destruction. Chaos fracturing, temporal storms raging in all directions, and streaks of annihilating axe light flickering with the power to obliterate all. The sound of the chaotic realm shattering echoed relentlessly. Then came the anguished cries of the chaotic deities, as this day witnessed the bloodshed of the entire chaotic world. The ashen expanse of chaos became stained with crimson, the scent of death stirring a tremor in Lu Yun's heart, even from billions of light years away. Indeed, this was the might of the primordial heavenly sovereign, Pengu. Time and space convulsed, flames ravaged the desolation, rivers of blood flowed, and chaos trembled as countless apocalyptic visions unfolded within the tumult, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had long since vanished from his original location. As the 3,000 deities engaged Pengu in battle, he had already set his plan into motion. Long ago, he recognized a crucial truth. In the realm of cultivation, he could not rival Pengu, who was sheltered by the Tao, with the creation jade disc aiding him, even though Lu Yun had practiced for a much longer time. Once the rhythms of the Tao ceased, his own comprehension paled in comparison. Thus, at that juncture, Lu Yun began to contemplate a secondary strategy, one that would enable him to catch up to Pengu in the shortest possible time and contend with him on equal footing. This involved devouring the chaotic deities, consuming those who had been severely wounded or even slain by Pengu's celestial axe, assimilating their essence into his being. With the extraordinary ability to devour external entities to enhance his corporeal form, he realized that by consuming formidable chaos deities, his physical prowess could ascend to an unfathomable echelon. Long ago, Lu Yun harbored the notion of absorbing these chaos deities to amplify his own strength. However, at that time, the multitude of chaos deities remained relatively feeble. He sensed that should he recklessly slaughter them, It might attract the gaze of the great Tao, leading to his own obliteration. Yet, the circumstances have shifted. Following Pangu's creation of the heavens, the chaos deities have undergone tribulations and have grown considerably stronger. Although individually their power pales in comparison to his, their sheer numbers, 3,000 in total, are formidable. Even the weakest among them now possesses the strength of a chaos great Luo golden immortal. Consuming them would be sufficient to elevate his mastery of the 3,000 great Tao principles to the realm of the chaos infinite heavenly Tao, potentially transcending Pangu and reaching the threshold of a half-step great Tao saint. Unbeknownst to many chaos deities, as they confronted Pangu, a shadowy hand was stealthily reaching out toward them from behind. Many of the beleaguered chaos deities, having sustained grievous injuries from the devastating blow of Pangu's celestial axe, initially sought to retreat and recuperate. However, they were utterly unprepared for the gaping maw that loomed before them, ready to consume them whole. One by one, the injured chaos deities attempted to withdraw, yet as time passed, a growing sense of unease enveloped them. Those who had retreated did not return, leaving their brethren in a state of dismay. Under the cataclysmic upheaval, they were unable to sense one another's presence, and could only roar in fury, cursing the fleeing deities as cowards, thereby tarnishing the dignity of their kind. This predicament compelled many chaos deities to resolutely stand their ground. They would rather perish beneath the celestial axe than be branded as timid by their peers. In the boundless chaos void, Lu Yun, having transformed into a majestic serpent dragon form, now loomed larger and more imposing than ever. His dark golden body shimmered with scales inscribed with profound runes, vibrating with energy. Around him, countless laws intertwined, gently expanding as the colossal strands of cosmic order creaked ominously, hinting at impending fractures. Yet he sensed that he still lacked something essential, still yearning for that elusive element. Lu Yin opened his eyes and gazed into the battlefield of creation, a frenzied glint shimmering within them. Previously, many chaotic demons, who had been slain and gravely injured by Pangu, were secretly devoured by him, which explains why none of those chaotic demons returned after their retreat. Among the 3,000 chaotic demons, he had already consumed the bodies of over 800, using his former devouring prowess to digest these forms and transform them into energy that would enhance his own being. At this moment, he sensed that his physical body had reached a certain limit, and an array of unseen laws manifested around him, constraining the further growth of his flesh. Moreover, after consuming those chaotic demons, his comprehension of the 3,000 great laws had ascended to new heights. The paths of the more than 800 chaotic demons he had ingested had reached the pinnacle of the chaotic great Tao, while the other 3,000 great laws had also approached this level through the intricate interplay of the profound insights of those chaotic demons. Chapter 13. Confronting Pangu, my physical form has attained the utmost limit beneath the realm of the great sage. These laws bind my existence, and if I can sever these chains of regulation, I shall become an entity that achieves the great sage through my corporeal form. For my flesh is more resilient than the great laws, which cannot extinguish my essence. A flicker of madness flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. The power of devouring was indeed derived from the primordial purple energy within me. Over countless eons, I have already integrated this primordial essence into my very being. Consequently, the ability to consume has reached its zenith alongside the enhancement of my strength. At present, I stand at the threshold, the ultimate limit of both my devouring power and physical form. Should I succeed in severing these chains of law, my corporeal self would ascend to unprecedented heights, and my devouring prowess would consequently attain even greater realms. The impending cataclysm of creation suggests that I must intervene preemptively. A hint of crimson now colored Lu Yun's gaze, his expression tinged with a trace of ferocity. Upon the battlefield of creation, an array of chaotic demons unveiled their formidable true forms, engaging in fierce combat with Pangu. Countless divine abilities invoked the laws of the universe, converging upon Pangu with the intent to suppress him, each manifestation of power dreadfully formidable. Yet, In the face of the relentless assaults from the myriad chaotic demons, Pangu wielded his divine axe, unleashing beams of axe light that rent the chaos asunder, obliterating myriad laws. Wherever the divine axe traversed, blood blossomed forth. No chaotic demon could withstand the brilliance of the heavenly axe. At this moment, fewer than 2,000 chaotic demons remained among the 3,000, with those severely wounded by Pangu, subsequently devoured by Lu Yun, accounted for. Additionally, over 400 of the weakest chaotic demons, lacking even the ability to flee the battlefield, had already perished. Just as the myriad chaotic demons grappled with Pangu in a fierce stalemate, a resounding voice echoed from the depths of chaos, proclaiming, "Ao," a profound aura, imbued with divinity, majesty, and boundlessness, emanated from the depths of chaos, a terrifying essence rivaling that of Pangu, who had battled numerous chaotic deities. In the next moment, a beam of light pierced through the chaotic void, tearing apart the barriers of infinite time and space, arriving with overwhelming grandeur. The void trembled, and the laws resonated as a being resembling a dragon's head and a serpent's body, seemingly the embodiment of the great path, descended from the depths of chaos, entering the battlefield of creation. I, the Lord of the devouring heavens, the primordial celestial sovereign, have come to battle. Without hesitation, Lu Yun, who had arrived on the battlefield of creation, fixed his gaze upon Pangu, who wielded the divine axe of creation. A flicker of sanguine light appeared in his eyes, a sensation previously absent, coupled with an inexplicable urge to slay Pangu. If he could vanquish Pangu, he would be able to consume his corporeal form and attain Pangu's Tao fruit. At that moment, not only would he shatter the shackles of the Great Path and embody the Tao with his physical form, but he would also acquire the celestial jade plate, enabling all 3,000 principles of the Great Path to ascend to the level of the chaotic infinite celestial Tao. Attaining the status of a saint of the chaotic Great Path would no longer be a distant dream, but a tangible reality within his grasp. Lord of the devouring heavens? Not merely Pangu, but numerous chaos demonic gods were equally captivated by Lu Yun's terrifying aura. His colossal form, stretching across countless light years, radiated a magnificent, dark, golden, divine brilliance. Subtly, a multitude of laws manifested as chains, binding him in an awe-inspiring display. Such a formidable physique, having reached a level that even the great Tao laws sought to suppress, undoubtedly transcended the zenith of the chaos infinite heavenly Tao. He stood on the precipice of forcibly shattering the shackles of the great Tao, embodying the Tao through his very flesh. How astonishing! Even Pangu did not possess such an immense physical form. How had he achieved this? While the devouring of laws is indeed a pinnacle of the great Tao, it seems insufficient to empower his body to such an extent. How had he accomplished this? Regardless of how he did it, the arrival of the devouring heavenly Tao Lord to impede Pangu was undoubtedly advantageous for us. The 3,000 chaos demonic gods were elated, for they now had an ally who rivaled Pangu, heightening their chances of defeating him or even slaying him. In this scenario, Pangu would be unable to manifest the heavens and attain the Tao, allowing them to continue their cultivation amidst the chaos until the day they could achieve enlightenment. Pangu's expression grew solemn as he realized that among the 3,000 chaos demonic gods stood a being who was his equal. No, in terms of physical achievement, the opponent even surpassed him. Furthermore, the great Tao laws surrounding this individual numbered in the hundreds, reaching the level of the chaos great Luo heavenly Tao, which rendered Pangu's current accomplishments slightly inferior. Without the possession of treasures such as the chaos divine axe, even Pangu would find little assurance of victory against the formidable figure before him. Chapter 14. The Clash of the Divine Axe. With a resounding roar, Lu Yun transcended the confines of time and space, materializing before Pangu. His dark golden dragon claws shimmered with a chilling radiance. As he struck, the entire chaotic void trembled, fracturing as boundless destructive power surged forth, overwhelming Pangu with an unrelenting force. Open heavens. Pangu's expression grew gravely serious as he elevated the chaos divine axe high above. A blinding divine light erupted from the axe, its fierce edge capable of rending chaos and annihilating all in its path, instantaneously tearing apart the shattered void before him. The axe's brilliance collided violently with the concealed dragon claws lurking within the fragmented expanse. A piercing clang reverberated through the chaos. Astonishingly, the divine axe failed to sever the dragon claws, instead scattering sparks in all directions. That hurts. Lu Yun could not help but retract his claws. Glancing at the white mark etched upon his scales, his eyelid involuntarily twitching. The chaos treasure, the heaven-opening divine axe, is indeed formidable. Even he himself is incapable of inflicting harm upon his own physical form. Yet the heaven-opening divine axe managed to leave its mark upon him. Of course, this is not the paramount concern. More importantly, although the heaven-opening divine axe did not breach the defenses of his dragon scales, the flesh beneath had already disintegrated, merely encased by the scales, imperceptible to outsiders. However, such injuries were swiftly regenerated with each breath, posing no real impediment to him. Conversely, Pangu and the other chaos demon gods were astounded to witness the devouring heaven Tao sovereign withstand Pangu's axe with his physical body. It was terrifying, truly terrifying, that he had endured the attack of the heaven-opening divine axe with his bare flesh, an assault from a chaos treasure. Chaos treasures are tantamount to chaos great Tao saints. Although Pangu could not unleash its full potential, the divine axe had previously demonstrated irresistible force against us. It appears that the devouring heaven Tao sovereign's physical body has transcended the realm of the chaos limitless heavenly Tao, venturing into the realm of the half-step great Tao saint. He may only be a step away from breaking through to become a chaos great Tao saint. Such a formidable physique is genuinely frightening. How did he forge it? The cultivation methods we practice are inherited from the great Tao, emphasizing concurrent cultivation of the physical body and the primordial spirit. While there may be some imbalance, the disparity between them is not significant. However, the existence of someone like the devouring heaven Tao sovereign, whose physical body is so terrifying, is somewhat incomprehensible. Pangu, equally vigilant, fixed his gaze upon Lu Yun. The latter's power was immense. As the foremost among the 3,000 chaos gods, Pangu now realized he was not the strongest. Lu Yun surpassed him in both physical prowess and comprehension of the great laws, a fact that the supremely proud primordial heavenly king found difficult to accept. The creation of the world is a tribulation, Lu Yun stated, his eyes locked on Pangu. A tribulation for us, the 3,000 chaos gods, and equally for you, Pangu. By ending your existence, I shall assimilate your physical form, your cultivation, and your Tao fruit, all of which will serve as a catalyst for my ascension to the realm of the Tao Saint. Pangu scrutinized Lu Yun before remarking, "Those chaos gods who retreated must have been consumed by you. Otherwise, your strength could not have surpassed mine." What? He devoured the departed chaos gods? The other chaos gods paled, rapidly distancing themselves from Lu Yun, their eyes reflecting fear. Indeed, a wind god, intimately familiar with the 5 elements gods, declared with indignation, "He bears the aura of the metal god, and traces of the other 5 elements gods. Though faint, their presence has not been entirely extinguished. Devouring heavenly monarch, did you truly consume those departed comrades?" Time, space, and other supreme chaos deities now gazed at Lu Yun with grave expressions, unable to fathom that those chaos deities who had vanished without a trace had not fled in fear, but rather had fallen victim to sinister machinations. Indeed, Lu Yun candidly acknowledged this, harboring nothing to conceal. Moreover, the matter was beyond concealment and devoid of necessity for such. He understood all too well that the great calamity of creation had merely commenced, and after this tribulation, the number of surviving chaos deities would be exceedingly few. What then was there to hide? Swallowing the celestial path monarch, you have reached the pinnacle of chaos magician and even approached the realm of a half-step great sage. Why must you turn against your fellow Taoists? Swallowing the celestial path monarch, are you allied with Pangu, intent on devouring all 3,000 of us chaos deities to elevate yourself to the stature of a chaos great sage? Chapter 15. Severing time, Lu Yun surveyed the chaos deities before him, his demeanor unperturbed, exuding a chilling indifference as he proclaimed, "The creation of heaven and earth is indeed a calamity. We chaos deities are all beings destined to face tribulation. Pangu seeks to attain enlightenment, and thus, it is imperative that we 3,000 chaos deities meet our demise. Previously, my strength paled in comparison to Pangu's, and facing him assuredly meant death. Therefore, I must augment my power to a level comparable to his. Thus, you chose to consume your fellow Taoists?" The reincarnation demon god spoke in a somber tone. "Are you cognizant that they were all grievously wounded in their struggle against Pangu? To devour them in their weakened state is an act that fills me with shame. You are unworthy of being a chaos demon god. In the hearts of these chaos demon gods, battles are a matter of honor. To strike with insidious intent when an opponent is vulnerable is a despicable act, one that they, as chaos demon gods, would never deign to commit. Such a person is unfit to be a chaos demon god." "Chaos demon god?" Lu Yun scoffed, his gaze sweeping across the assembled chaos demon gods. "After this creation calamity, how many of you will survive? It is better that you are consumed by me, enhancing my strength to contend with Pangu, rather than perish at his hands. Then you could engage them in honorable combat, rather than preying upon their weakness. Such an opportunistic act is a disgrace to us all. We are ashamed to call you one of our own." "Humph," Lu Yin retorted with a disdainful sneer. "If not for the great Tao's restriction against the demise of the 3,000 chaos demon gods before the creation calamity, do you believe you would have survived until now? I would have devoured you all long ago. Even in your prime, slaying you would be effortless." As numerous chaos demons glared with fury, Lu Yun's words were undeniably contemptuous towards them. However, the power he exhibited rendered any rebuttal futile. At that moment, Lu Yun's gaze fell upon Pangu, his expression somber as he spoke. "Primordial heavenly king, if you wish to carve open the heavens and attain enlightenment, you must first seek the consent of this devourer of the heavens," he proclaimed. "Then let us engage. What do I have to fear?" Pangu stood tall, wielding the divine axe, elevated by the 36 petals of the chaos azure lotus, while the creation jade plate descended, radiating myriad profound lights. At that juncture, he had reached the pinnacle of the chaos Wuji heavenly Tao, mere steps away from entering the domain of a half-step great saint, with 3 chaos supreme treasures in his grasp, rendering him unafraid of any adversary. "Kill!" Lu Yun bellowed, charging towards Pangu with fervor. His dragon claws, reminiscent of divine retribution, pierced through the fabric of time and space, resonating with the vastness of chaos. The myriad laws trembled in response. This strike surpassed even the brilliance of Pangu's swing of the heaven-cleaving axe, shaking the very essence of chaos, compelling all to take notice. "Excellent!" Pangu roared. "Truly, you are worthy of being the first to achieve the chaos de Luo, heavenly Tao. The previous chaos demons did not even merit my full strength. You, however, possess the right to face me at my utmost." Pangu's voice echoed in the void, not merely spoken, but a transmission of will, as the message traversed the realms. "Open heavens." 2 resounding voices, brimming with brilliance, reverberated through the void. The divine axe of Pangu illuminated with a dazzling light, as boundless divine radiance erupted from its edge. In that moment, chaos itself seemed to tremble in fear, and the terrifying turbulence unleashed by the great opening catastrophe gradually subsided, as if it had surrendered, awaiting the reckoning of the divine axe. With a fierce grip, Lu Yunlong clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful strike, conjuring forth a pitch-black portal that emerged as if his fist had transformed into a black hole, capable of devouring and dissolving all in its path. For the formidable beings above the chaos de Luo Tian realm, any semblance of extravagance or flashy techniques held no significance. Only the true clash of power and the might of divine abilities could determine the victor. His punch encapsulated the essence of his arduous cultivation in the path of devouring and the 3,000 laws, where the 3,000 paths served as a support, and the path of devouring stood as the principal force. The radiant brilliance of his fist resembled an expansive chaos, capable of encompassing everything. Boom! As Lu Yun unleashed his attack, the vast chaos trembled, and the 3,000 laws that encircled him flickered with intensity. His physical form erupted with an overwhelming power that instilled fear even in the depths of chaos. Whoosh! Pangu's eyes blazed with celestial light, and the heaven-opening divine axe in his grasp shone with even greater intensity. With a mighty swing, he cleaved the boundless chaos into two distinct halves. The chaotic void trembled, and the infinite river of time seemed on the verge of collapse. This axe strike resembled a dam intercepting the flow of time, causing it to stagnate. All phenomena vanished, and time and space dissolved. There was neither light nor darkness, neither yin nor yang. Chaos itself seemed to have its very essence altered in that moment. This strike represented Pangu's most formidable attack. The power of this strike completely tore through the fabric of time, transcending the true laws of time. Should anyone in the future attempt to reverse time and trace back to the past, they would witness a terrifying sight, an axe looming over the river of time, eternally imprinted there. Such power would be enough to become an indelible shadow in the minds of those powerful beings. Chapter 16. On par sever my past and future, but my physical body is capable of withstanding the laws of time. How can you possibly kill me? Devouring heaven roared, his fist emitting a radiant light like a great sun descending. This punch also tore through the barriers of time and space, imprinting itself upon the river of time, contending against the mark of the heaven-opening divine axe. A thunderous rumble echoed. In that fleeting moment, the vast primordial chaos detonated, rendering time and space utterly irrelevant. Even the grand laws of the Tao retreated in the face of such terrifying power, the reverberations of which were sufficient to obliterate countless worlds within the vast universe, sweeping across the boundless expanse of chaos. This strike was truly invincible. Centered on the collision between Pangu and Lu Yun, ghastly fissures emerged in the infinite, desolate chaos. As the grand laws of the Tao ceaselessly materialized to mend these rents, the surrounding chaos gods were initially blinded by a flash of light, followed by the overwhelming force that bore down upon them. The weaker among them were instantly annihilated in the wake of this cataclysmic clash, lacking even the strength to resist the aftershocks, and were grievously wounded by the dreadful impact. Two figures, transcending the constraints of time and space, engaged in a frenzied collision within the chaos. The clash of axe light and dragon claws. Their combined power stirred colossal ripples throughout the entire chaos and the river of time. Indeed, there might cause the river of time to burst asunder, its currents diverging, inverting space-time, and threatening to reduce all to nothingness. In an infinitesimally small fraction of a second, a violent explosion erupted between the two figures, the sheer force of which sent them hurtling away. Yet, within that same fraction of a second, they had already exchanged countless blows. The inexhaustible power of destruction engulfing the immense chaos, crushing all in its path across the dimensions of time and space. Bang, bang, bang. In this moment, beneath the boundless chaos of the celestial path, the chaotic demonic deities erupted in unison, their forms marred by countless grievous wounds. Even those who had ascended to the realm of boundless chaos found their essences dwindling, evidently suffering from unimaginable injuries. A resounding roar akin to a dragon's cry pierced the air as the formidable dragon-headed, serpent-bodied demonic entity surged forth from the depths of chaos. Its body bore grotesque fissures that writhed and pulsed, with glimmers of frigid, bone-chilling axe light flickering ominously. These very lights had rent its flesh, rendering its injuries irreparable. Meanwhile, Pangu emerged from the quaking void of chaos, wielding the divine axe of creation and standing upon the chaotic azure lotus, the luminous jade disk of creation gleaming above his head. Yet his countenance was grave, in contrast to Lu Yun's grievous wounds. His own injuries were nearly negligible, an outcome attributable to the protection of his 3 chaotic treasures, which Lu Yun lacked. The result of this confrontation, however, was surprisingly balanced. Lu Yun, devoid of chaotic treasures, stood on equal footing with Pangu, who bore 3 such artifacts. The adversary had surpassed Pangu in comprehension of the grand laws and the cultivation of the physical form, a reality that was difficult for Pangu to fathom. Despite having 3 chaotic treasures to accompany him, with the jade disk of creation further facilitating his cultivation, he had managed to maintain a distance in growth compared to the other chaotic demonic deities. In contemporary times, Pangu has ascended to the level of a half-step great sage. Following the creation of the heavens, he has propelled the evolution of chaos, destined to become a true saint of the chaos path, thus achieving eternal immortality. In contrast, the other chaotic demons, even the most formidable among them, such as those embodying time, space, reincarnation, causality, and fate, merely attain the pinnacle of the boundless chaotic celestial path, standing in stark contrast to his nearing status as a half-step great sage. The reason for this disparity lies in his possession of the creation jade disk, which has greatly accelerated his cultivation. However, although Lord Devourer, akin to the demons of time and others, ranks as a top-tier demon, he lacks the assistance of a chaotic supreme treasure. Thus, how could he hope to surpass Pangu in cultivation? Pangu pondered this conundrum. Indeed, Lord Devourer, your strength may exceed mine, yet with 3 chaotic supreme treasures, the heavenly opening divine axe in my possession, you cannot prevail over me, Pangu declared with a serious demeanor. Undoubtedly, the defensive prowess of the Chaos Green Lotus is unparalleled, and I find myself unable to breach its defenses. With it in hand, I cannot dismantle your barriers. Lu Yun concurred, his expression one of deep agreement. He then mused, but what if I were to break through before you? What if I were to step into the realm of the half-step great sage first? The defenses of the Chaos Green Lotus would no longer be unassailable. The prospect of ascending to the half-step great sage was evidently dawning upon Pangu, his expression shifting dramatically. You intend to. Chapter 17. The battle against Pangu. You guessed correctly. Lu Yun abruptly pivoted his head, his gaze locking onto the distant chaos gods observing him, his eyes gleaming with ferocious intent. He then opened his maw, lunging at the chaos gods, a dark abyss materializing within his jaws, its formidable devouring power engulfing the surrounding space-time continuum. Flee! The expressions of the numerous chaos gods underwent a dramatic transformation, their forms shimmering as they sought to escape the area, evading Lu Yun's insatiable consumption. However, the preceding battle with Pangu had left many chaos gods wounded, the residual force from the clash between Lu Yun and Pangu having inflicted severe injuries upon them all. The weaker chaos gods were even incapable of mending their true divine forms. Consequently, when confronted with the devouring power of Lu Yun, a paramount entity at the pinnacle of the primordial limitless heavenly Tao, the vast majority of the chaos gods found themselves unable to escape. No, devouring sky sovereign, you mustn't do this. Our objective is Pangu. You cannot treat us in this manner. The chaos gods roared and cursed, but regardless of their resistance and struggle, the colossal dragon maw descended mercilessly, consuming these chaos gods entirely, with only the most elite deities of the primordial limitless heavenly Tao realm managing to evade this calamity. Having devoured approximately 17 to 1800 chaos gods, all denizens of the chaos grand Daluo heavenly Tao realm, albeit with cultivation levels significantly inferior to Lu Yun's. However, their sheer number posed a significant challenge. Each chaos god was a master of a specific law, possessing an unprecedented and profound comprehension of their respective domains. Furthermore, their individual understandings of the myriad aspects of the Great Way diverged significantly. The convergence of over 2,000 chaos great, overarching heavenly Tao-level demon god Daowa would undoubtedly unleash transformations of unimaginable magnitude, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Upon assimilating these chaos demon gods, Lu Yun activated the full potential of his devouring Great Way ability. A torrent of Great Way laws, representing the accumulated insights of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, surged towards him. His inner chaos world began to expand rapidly, with the 3,000 laws materializing in the void. Each law relentlessly extracted the demon god's comprehension of their respective domains. Within his chaos world, The laws swiftly evolved and matured. Previously, nearly 800 of his Great Way laws had already reached the pinnacle of the chaos great, overarching heavenly Tao level. At this moment, as he consumed more chaotic demons, an increasing number of laws surged into the realm of the chaotic great Tao. The myriad laws of the chaotic demons reflected upon each other, and many laws swiftly transcended the level of the chaotic great Tao. Stepping into the realm of the chaotic infinite Tao, Lu Yun sensed an inexhaustible force surging within him, compelling his body to stretch uncontrollably. The dark golden scales upon him gleamed with brilliance, and the chains of law entwined around him emitted faint crackling sounds, suggesting signs of impending rupture. However, as time elapsed, Lu Yun began to sense an ominous turn of events. His physical form was firmly ensnared by the chains of law. Although the 3,000 laws exhibited signs of collapse, his body had also reached a certain limit, feeling as though it might be constricted to the point of fracture under the suppression of the 3,000 laws. Yet, the power within him continued to erupt ceaselessly. In an instant, Lu Yun became acutely aware of his perilous situation. If this continued, he would be annihilated by the conflict between the power within him and the external laws. Roar! Pangu, come forth in battle. He suddenly conceived a strategy. Since the power within him was surging, he would unleash it. Once the internal force was dissipated, the chains of the great Tao would no longer be able to suppress him, thus freeing him from his perilous state. Fight! Pangu wielded the divine axe of creation and advanced with determination. The Chaos Azure Lotus and the Creation Jade disc radiated boundless brilliance. And the augmentation from these three primordial treasures instilled Pangu with the confidence to confront any adversary. Was he unaware of Lu Yun's current predicament? No. He was acutely aware of the dire straits Lu Yun found himself in, besieged by two terrifying forces clashing within him, where a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. His opponent needed to release this overwhelming power through combat. Yet, could he evade the confrontation? No, for he was Pangu, the primordial sovereign, the leader of the 3,000 chaos demons, and none could compel him to flee from battle. Moreover, given Lu Yun's perilous situation, his strength was magnified several-fold, perhaps even exponentially. However, Pangu too wielded three primordial treasures. To retreat merely due to his opponent's enhanced power would strip him of his dignity as a bearer of such divine artifacts. Regardless of his pride or the inherent arrogance of the chaos demons, this battle was inescapable. Chapter 18, The Upper Hand Kill. In an instant, Lu Yun charged towards Pangu, his dragon claws now even more radiant and resplendent. As his claws descended, time and space shattered, chaos unraveled, and infinite dimensions were obliterated. Even the omnipresent river of time came to a halt. Beneath the might of the dragon's claws, all past, present, and future were sealed, and this strike approached the realm of the Chaos Taoist saints. Chaos separation. Pangu wielded the divine axe of creation with an air of calm that belied the unfathomable speed at which he transcended the boundaries of space and time. Meeting the impending strike, thunderous roars erupted as chaos was cleaved apart. The sharp brilliance of the axe severed the very fabric of reality, resembling an infinitely expansive ring that enveloped all dimensions, confronting the claw. Annihilation, annihilation. The tumult of countless light years of chaos surged forth, and the chaotic deities, in frantic flight, were seized by terror, acutely aware of the dreadful will embodied in this blow, a force intent solely on annihilation, manifesting to obliterate. Thunderous echoes resounded as the chaotic space-time twisted, with myriad turbulent currents colliding like frenzied dragons, unleashing a cataclysmic power that sent the chaotic deities hurtling through the void, their true forms mercilessly crushed in the air, once, twice. In the boundless chaos, two colossal deities, spanning billions of light years, engaged in a furious battle as beams of axe light cleaved through space-time, and the talons of dragons shattered all laws, obliterating everything in their wake. Two utterly distinct paths clashed relentlessly, striving to utterly dismantle and extinguish each other's essence. Yet, with each collision, Pangu, bearing the divine axe, gradually descended, while Lu Yun, the infinitely majestic dragon snake deity, grew ever more resplendent. He seemed to dissolve into the river of time and space, transforming into an omnipresent entity capable of reflecting countless dimensions. Notably, he had sprouted 2 dragon claws on his lower body, while the tail behind him remained a long serpent's tail, enhancing his enigmatic and mysterious aura. Pangu, you're no match for me. Even with the chaos green lotus in your grasp, you still cannot contend with my might. Lu Yun opened his mouth wide, swallowing infinite realms of time and space, converting them into a torrent of energy that surged into his being. Simultaneously, his dragon claws radiated brilliance, the 5 sharp talons glimmering with light as they descended fiercely towards Pangu. This strike seemed to harness the entirety of the vast chaos, its terrifying power instilling fear even in Pangu, the chaos demon god who had mastered the path of strength. This force appeared capable of overwhelming all of time and space, as if a chaotic tempest had coalesced to suppress him. Bang! The boundless, terrifying ripples of battle erupted from the chaos, sweeping through the dimensions in every direction. The aftershocks obliterating numerous top-tier chaos demon gods. The ferocity of their clash was astounding. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted and time itself ruptured. Even other powerful beings of the chaos demon god rank could not withstand the magnitude of their strength. It was as though they were not on the same plane of existence. Boom! In the chaotic void, a figure plunged like a meteor, shattering the expanse of chaos. From the fragments emerged countless azure lotus petals. Pangu staggered forth from the chaos. Beneath him, the chaotic azure lotus revealed numerous fissures. Most notably, 3 deep gashes marred his chest, nearly cleaving his form in twain. Pangu, the defense of the chaotic azure lotus, has reached its zenith. You can no longer contend with me. Lu Yun stood amidst the chaos, his aura swelling ever more grandly, his physique growing increasingly formidable. The 3,000 laws that suppressed his corporeal form began to manifest a multitude of intricate cracks. Once he shattered the constraints of these 3,000 grand laws, he would instantly ascend to the status of a saint of the chaotic path, becoming an invincible entity within this chaos. Devour the 3,000 chaotic demons, and utilize their paths to perfect your own. This undoubtedly accelerated your growth. To refer to your current self as a half-step saint of the path is not an exaggeration. However, what of your devouring path? Panga's expression shifted as he gazed at Lu Yun, uttering words that rendered him speechless. The 3,000 laws have indeed granted you unprecedented advancement, elevating your strength beyond mine. Yet, your devouring path pales in comparison to these laws. The powers drawn from other chaotic demons have submerged your original foundation. Though your might grows, you find yourself increasingly distanced from enlightenment. You have strayed onto a misguided path. Pangu gazed at Lu Yun, articulating each word with precision. As he spoke, the chaotic azure lotus emanated a vital essence of creation, swiftly mending the wounds upon his body, with the scars on his chest healing as well. Chapter 19. The power of creation. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as he fixated on Pangu, declaring, "So what if you devour the great Tao? It can be reconstructed. However, should you be slain during this catastrophic moment of creation, it would signify your irrevocable demise. Surely, you comprehend this simple truth. Furthermore, if I eliminate you and consume your great Tao, acquiring the celestial jade disc to attain the status of a great sage would be effortless for me. At this juncture, you represent my ultimate opportunity for enlightenment. By vanquishing you, my path to the Tao shall be secured. Now let us proceed." At this moment, Pangu had fully restored his injuries, yet Lu Yun, while speaking, was fervently assimilating the powers belonging to the 3,000 chaotic demons. Their states once again reached their zenith. An overwhelming aura surged through the void, and their mere exchange of breaths instigated tremendous upheaval within the chaos. With a thunderous roar, a cacophony of thunder resonated throughout the void, and an inexplicable message flickered in the hearts of those present. The moment for creation had arrived, and the great Tao urged Pangu to commence his work. To think that time had already elapsed. It is truly regrettable that I cannot continue this confrontation with you. Pangu slightly raised his head, peering into the depths of chaos, before shifting his gaze towards Lu Yun. You are the first to have wounded me directly. Although this battle remains undecided, in truth, I have already lost. Indeed, had Pangu not possessed the Heavenly Axe, along with the Chaos Azure Lotus and the Creation Jade Disc, three unparalleled treasures of chaos, he would have long been devoured by Lu Yun. At present, Lu Yun's internal cultivation of the 3,000 principles of the Tao is perpetually evolving, and his strength has already reached a level comparable to that of a true Taoist saint, while Pangu merely grazes the threshold of such power. It seems you have concealed abilities yet to be revealed. This is even more favorable. Unleash your might. If my fate is to perish amidst the cataclysm of creation, then to fall at your hands, Pangu, would be a worthy end. The colossal serpent tail behind Lu Yun sways gently, and the fissures in the chains of law that envelop his form widen increasingly, bringing him ever closer to the realization of his physical form in the Tao. Please, as Pangu concluded his thunderous roar towards the heavens, beneath his feet the chaos Qinglian erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, an infinite power surging into Pangu's being, causing his form to ascend ever higher. The strength within him swelled, manifesting as chains of profound laws that emerge around him, signifying that his physical body was nearing the formidable level akin to that of a great sage of the Tao. Simultaneously, with his right hand grasping an axe and his left finger pointing towards the creation jade disc above, a resplendent beam of light cascaded from the disc, infusing Pangu with its essence. Empowered by the creation jade disc, the mysterious aura enveloping Pangu intensified, unleashing an unfathomable and terrifying presence within him, a dominion over the laws of the Tao, wielding an invincible divine power that commanded the vastness of chaos. In that moment, Pangu seemed to embody the very center of chaos itself, with myriad paths bending in submission and the Tao resonating around him. A cataclysmic storm of chaos surged, tearing apart the void and obliterating the chaos. The remaining 200 or so chaos wuji, celestial beings, akin to solitary boats adrift in a tempestuous sea, struggled to maintain their forms amidst the tumultuous waves. How could this be possible? How could Pangu's power have escalated to such an extraordinary degree? This had transcended the boundaries of the chaos wuji, celestial realm, by unfathomable multiples. Had his strength truly reached the echelon of a chaos Tao sage? No. If Pangu truly attained the status of a saint of chaos, extinguishing us would be as effortless as crushing an ant. It is certain that Pangu has harnessed the essence of those two primordial treasures, forcibly elevating himself to the realm of a pseudo-saint of the great Tao, thus acquiring his current might. Indeed, the resounding vibrations reverberate through the chaos. At this moment, Pangu has transformed into a fearsome demon, rivaling even Lu Yun in dreadfulness, exuding an immense presence spanning billions of light years. An unfathomable and terrifying aura erupts from him like a tempest of the starry river, annihilating the chaos surrounding him. The chaotic demons lack even the ability to resist, swept away by that force, as if time and space were disregarded. In that instant, the true forms of the demons shatter and explode. I have ignited 1/10 of the primordial power from the Chaos Green Lotus and the Creation Jade Plate, allowing me to temporarily step into the realm of a saint of the great Tao. Although this state cannot be sustained for long, it is sufficient to vanquish you. The thundering sound resembles the chaos thunder erupting. Pangu's eyes shine like ancient, eternal stars. In his right hand, the bronze heaven-opening divine axe radiates a dazzling divine light. Fellow Taoist, you are one whom I deem worthy to traverse the path of the great Tao alongside me. However, the road of the great Tao allows for no retreat. It is inevitable that one of us must pee. With a resounding roar, Pangu wielded the ancient axe of creation, which emanated boundless radiance. The two primordial pathways inscribed with divine runes shimmered with brilliance, as an unparalleled aura of unmaking chaos and remaking the cosmos enveloped all of time and space. In that moment, Pangu was invincible. Chapter 20. The fleshly body attains the Tao. A blinding beam of white light surged forth from the axe of creation, its terrifying brilliance slicing through the infinite chaos with the ease of cutting through tofu. It severed the river of time, and in that instant, the entirety of chaotic time and space was cleaved asunder, and no one could withstand this mighty blow. Boom! An overwhelming explosion of light erupted as the path of creation was brought to its zenith by Pangu. The chaos was rent apart, forming an expanse of chaotic rifts spanning billions of light years. Within these fissures, the essence of chaos was cleaved. The pure energy ascended to become the firmament, while the turbid energy descended to become the earth. Flames soared upward, giving birth to the sun, as the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water flowed in perpetual motion. The cycles of yin and yang, along with the 5 elemental phases, continued unceasingly, nurturing a brand new world, starkly different from chaos, which gradually flourished and expanded. Pangu gazed upon the realm he had forged, his eyes filled with wonder. This world lacked the disorder of chaos. Instead, it was governed by the 3,000 laws, each fulfilling its role in the harmonious creation of a wholly new universe. This signifies a profound advancement of the Great Path, evolving from unity towards duality, imbued with boundless mysteries. This world, unlike chaos, is enriched with myriad subtleties, prompting even Pangu himself to undergo transformation. In the void, the aura surrounding Pangu expands rapidly, as the intrinsic laws of the Great Path within him attain swift refinement. Observing the evolution of the 3,000 laws of the Great Path that shape the world, Pangu's own laws undergo a momentous metamorphosis, simultaneously entering the realm of the boundless and infinite heavenly Tao. At this moment, he also steps into the domain of the half-step Great Sage. As time unfolds, the laws within the world proliferate increasingly, and Pangu's aura ascends at an accelerated pace, progressively advancing within the sphere of the half-step Great Sage. At the terminus of this chaotic rift, a chaotic demon god with a dragon's head and a serpent's tail gazes at Pangu with astonishment, his eyes fixated on Pangu's celestial axe, revealing a hint of trepidation. A beam of axe light nearly cleaves his form in twain, persistently distorting and tearing at his healing body, as both forces reach an impasse. Yet the axe light remains undiminished, seemingly relentless in its quest to cleave him completely, vowing not to relent until its purpose is fulfilled. Is this the true power of a great sage? Lu Yun's voice emerged, somewhat hoarse, as he found it exceedingly arduous to even stand upright. Beneath the might of the heaven-opening divine axe, his physical form, nearly comparable to a treasure of primordial chaos, had been rent asunder. The grand principles of the Tao within him were locked in incessant combat with the radiance of the heaven-opening axe, leaving him incapable of attending to anything else. It should be said that the full force unleashed by the heaven-opening divine axe was on par with that of a grand Tao saint. After a moment of contemplation, Pangu offered what he believed to be the answer. The heaven-opening divine axe. The heaven-opening divine axe. Lu Yun erupted in several bursts of laughter. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the contorted axe light that marred his body, as if the mark had been indelibly branded upon him, imbued with a relentless determination to slay him. Even Lu Yun, within a short span of time, found himself powerless to obliterate this scar. Such an assault was indeed formidable. Yet Pangu, in equal measure, had rendered assistance. Lu Yun glanced at the radiance of the axe light enveloping him. Gritting his teeth, he felt the fundamental laws within him tremble, his physical form tautening as strands of profound principles manifested around him. To his astonishment, these laws that had sought to suppress Lu Yun suddenly surged towards the divine axe light of the heavenly opening axe. This was a testament to Lu Yun's arduous struggle. Having barely attained the realm of a half-step great saint, he forcefully drew upon the very laws that constricted him, directing their momentum towards a specific point within his being. At that moment, he was rapidly assimilating the chaotic essence of the demonic gods, and all 3,000 laws of the Tao within him had ascended to the level of the boundless chaos heavenly Tao. He could now be rightfully considered a true half-step great saint, capable of grasping the 3,000 laws of the Tao, while his control over the oppressive laws was tenuous. He could still manage to wield them. Crack, crack. The 3,000 laws that sought to subdue Lu Yun, drawn towards the axe light left by the heavenly opening axe, were already at the brink of their limits, ready to be severed at any moment. Under the unparalleled brilliance of the heavenly opening axe, which was akin to a full-force strike from a great saint, these laws were effortlessly twisted and torn apart. Chains of law seemed to sense the terrifying nature of the axe light. Once Lu Yun invoked them, they frantically rushed towards the axe light, intent on obliterating it completely. Boom! A sharp, resonant explosion echoed, both crisp and eerily strange. Although the voice was not particularly resonant, it reached the ears of Pangu and the remaining chaotic demigods, evoking a sense of bewilderment in their eyes, as if something had caused them to forget. They sensed the birth of a magnificent existence in the unseen realm. In the next moment, a brilliant, sacred, vast, and boundless radiance swept forth from Lu Yun. The grand cosmos trembled, chaos rejoiced, and resonant hymns echoed through the void, as if deities, immortals, demons, and Buddhas, along with all beings and spirits, were celebrating, paying homage, and worshipping this great existence. At this moment, Pangu was taken aback, and the remaining chaotic demigods stood in a daze. The entire vast universe was illuminated solely by that golden, sacred, boundless, supreme, and majestic light. They found it hard to believe in the reality of this scene, or rather, they had never anticipated that amidst the cataclysm, someone would break through the final barrier and step into that exalted realm. The Saint of Chaos. Pangu's voice bore a hint of bitterness as he sensed the terrifying and supreme aura of his opponent, filling him with an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Chapter 21. Half-step to the path of the sage. However, Pangu soon discerned that something was amiss. The other had indeed ascended to the status of a chaos sage. Yet it was not through the enlightenment of his own path that he achieved this rank. Rather, it was his physical form that had first shattered the 3,000 laws of the great Tao, elevating him to that exalted level. In terms of his corporeal existence, he had undeniably become a chaos sage, yet his comprehension and mastery of the laws had not reached that pinnacle. Had it not been for the impending cataclysm of the primordial opening, Lu Yun, the swallowing Tao monarch, would have received the Tao's acknowledgement and ascended to the status of a chaos sage. Yet now, under the weight of the impending calamity, his physical form had achieved a level that even the laws of the great Tao could not obliterate, while he had not attained the corresponding realm. Thus, he could not ascend to the rank of chaos sage. At this moment, Lu Yun could be described as a half-step sage possessing the physique of a chaos sage. In contrast to Pangu, who had merely dipped a toe into the realm of the chaos sage, Lu Yun had nearly immersed himself fully. It could be said that as long as he successfully navigated the primordial opening calamity, the position of Tao Sage would be his for the taking, an inevitability he could not evade. However, was it truly so simple to survive the calamity of the primordial opening? It is evidently not so. The tribulations imposed by the Grand Tao serve to obliterate the 3,000 chaotic demonic deities, and they cannot simply pass through with ease. Within the vast expanse of the world cleaved by Pangu's divine axe, the creation jade plate flickers with a faint luminescence, resonating distantly with the laws of that realm. Under the tremors of the creation jade plate, Pangu experienced an epiphany, and in an instant he stepped into that world. Upon entering this realm, Pangu was immediately enveloped by the myriad laws of the Tao, bestowing upon him an unparalleled supremacy. In this world, he was the sovereign of all forces, with the mysteries of every law firmly within his grasp. The creation jade plate now resounded with a thunderous roar as 3,000 Tao laws surged forth from its essence, soaring into the vast world. Simultaneously, 3,000 laws manifested within this realm, descending to merge with the creation jade plate, infusing boundless mysteries of the Tao into Pangu's primal spirit. Originally, Pangu, having transcended the threshold and reached the level of the chaotic infinite Tao. Found his comprehension of the 3,000 Tao undergo an unprecedented transformation upon receiving the blessings from this new heaven and earth. Previously, both Pangu and the other chaotic demonic deities had only grasped the mysteries of the Tao through the evolution of the chaotic Tao into unity. Now, after Pangu's creation of the heavens, although this world had only just been unveiled, the profound secrets of the Tao it contained had already evolved from a state of singularity to duality, distinctively separate from the chaos. The advancement of two grand pathways has allowed Pangu to elevate his understanding of the chaotic and boundless heavenly Tao, surpassing the current comprehension of Liu Yun. After all, Liu Yun's grasp of the laws of the Tao has reached its present state largely by drawing from the achievements of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, rather than through a step-by-step cultivation of his own. In this regard, he pales in comparison to Pangu. Both individuals possess their unique strengths at this moment. In the void of chaos, Liu Yun gazed gravely at the world that Pangu had torn from the chaos, sensing an immense threat emanating from it. If previously Pangu had lacked both cultivation and physical prowess compared to himself, relying solely on the power of 3 chaotic supreme treasures, now the opponent's cultivation had caught up to and even surpassed his own. Ah, how delightful! Liu Yun laughed heartily, then shifted his gaze to the last remaining 200 chaotic demon gods. The calamity of the opening of the heavens is a tribulation for us chaotic demon gods. I have glimpsed a fragment of the future. It seems that the ultimate fate for both Pangu and myself may not bode well. Currently, I have partially entered the realm of the chaotic Taoist sage, yet I have not fully crossed into it. I still have a final gap in cultivation that must be bridged. I require your fruits of the Tao to complete the last portion of my devouring of the Tao. Liu Yun's entire being was enveloped in a dark golden radiance, undergoing a gradual transformation amidst the boundless chaos. His originally dark golden dragon snake form began to emanate countless golden runes, which swiftly spread and permeated his body. As these runes proliferated to every corner of his being, the dark golden glow on Liu Yun's tail began to fade, replaced by a translucent, crystal-like physique. Through this crystalline form, it became evident that Liu Yun's body was transitioning from a corporeal state to an extraordinary condition. The chaotic demon gods, upon witnessing this crystalline physique, experienced an overwhelming sensation akin to gazing directly at the principles of the great Tao, as if Liu Yun had morphed into the very embodiment of the great Tao, bearing the weight of the universe's profound truths. Chapter 22. The Sacred Body of the Great Tao. Witnessing this spectacle, the multitude of chaos gods exclaimed in unison. Endowed with inheritances from the Great Path, they were naturally cognizant of the transformation Liu Yun was undergoing, a metamorphosis of the physical form reaching, or even surpassing, the chaos Great Path sage, with the self becoming a vessel for the consummate Great Path laws, thus evolving towards a loftier plane. If Liu Yun was previously a chaos god, he could now be more aptly designated as an avatar of the laws, the Great Path laws manifesting authentically in the external world. Most significantly, once the Great Path sacred body transformation is complete, Liu Yun's physical form will be tantamount to a living chaos supreme treasure, capable of unleashing its power to the utmost extent. In such a state, even if he is not a true Great Path sage, he is virtually indistinguishable from one. Be consumed by me, become a part of me. Liu Yun's towering demon god form opened its maw, devouring the remaining chaos gods. At present, he is equivalent to a demi-Great Path sage, his strength infinitely approaching that echelon. The surviving 200-odd chaos gods, though all at the chaos limitless heavenly Tao level, were vastly inferior to Liu Yun. Even those who had reached the apex of the chaos limitless heavenly Tao, such as karma, reincarnation, time, and space, were not even half-step Great Path sages, and thus could not contend with Liu Yun. Flee, escape swiftly. The remaining chaos demons turned to leave. Their previous courage to confront Pangu stemmed from the knowledge that he stood on the same level as them. With their overwhelming numbers, they felt emboldened to strike at Pangu, even believing that they would undoubtedly slay him. However, Witnessing the fierce battle between Pangu and the Lord of Devouring Heaven made them acutely aware of the vast chasm separating them from their opponent. Now, Lu Yun's strength was approaching that of a chaos great sage, rendering them utterly unqualified to engage with such an entity. Their only recourse was to flee. Where can you escape to? Lu Yun's voice reverberated ominously, and immediately, colossal dragon heads emerged from the surrounding chaotic void, as if they were manifestations of his will. Each dragon head opened its maw to devour a chaos demon, and the overwhelming might eclipsed the sky, instilling terror in the hearts of the demons. The great path of time and space. The time demon and the space demon displayed expressions of shock, as they sensed the profound aura of the great path of time and space enveloping them. This was not merely the essence of time and space. Rather, it was a sublime fusion of the two laws, forming a transcendent path they could only yearn for. Indeed, the dragon heads stretching forth from the chaotic void were the manifestations of Lu Yun's essence across different times and spaces, each imbued with his formidable power. Although he could not summon his other selves from different realms, he could still constrict the time and space here, allowing parts of his being to materialize. You wish to devour us? Not a chance. Upon realizing their inescapable fate, numerous chaotic deities revealed a ruthless glint in their eyes. They audaciously surged toward Lu Yun's head, unleashing waves of devastating energy from their very cores, prepared to self-destruct in a bid to inflict grievous harm upon him. Time crystallized. Hundreds of Lu Yuns simultaneously uttered a single phrase, and an unparalleled force of the great Tao descended with thunderous impact. In that instant, time halted, space solidified, and the flow of the universe was suspended. The chaos itself seemed to tremble beneath the weight of those words, as the laws of the great Tao ceased their operation. In the next moment, time resumed its flow, space continued its dance, and the laws of the great Tao followed their predetermined course, as if chaos had never manifested any alteration. In the void, only the chaotic deities had vanished without a trace. Both their physical forms and spiritual essences had completely dissipated into the encompassing chaos. At that moment, Lu Yun tightly shut his eyes, and the silhouettes of the chaotic deities flickered upon him, thrashing in their futile attempts to break free. The laws of the great Tao quivered, striving to escape from within him. Yet, he had already entered a transformative state of the sacred body of the great Tao, rendering the images of those chaotic deities incapable of breaching his defenses. The laws of the great Tao contained within the essence of the deities were, in the face of his own Tao, woefully fragile and easily vanquished. The shadow of a chaotic demon god dissipated upon him, as he consumed the fruits of demon gods, his flesh rapidly vanishing, replaced by a translucent body akin to crystal, radiating an aura of the immortal and eternal supreme Tao. Chapter 23. Confronting Pangu as Lu Yun's corporeal form underwent a swift metamorphosis. Pangu, on the other side, similarly embraced the baptism of the laws governing his creation of the world. This represented the profound transition from unity to duality, where the enigmatic laws of the Tao, previously incomprehensible to Pangu, now grew remarkably lucid at that moment, centered around the creation jade dish. He perceived his cultivation ascending at an astonishing rate, the myriad laws of the Tao advancing continuously. Although he had yet to surmount the final barrier in his mastery of the power Tao, Pangu understood that this was merely due to his unfinished mission, creating the heavens. Once he succeeded in this endeavor, stepping into the realm of the Taoist sage would be effortlessly within his grasp. Time became an indistinct concept, and within the chaotic void, an astonishing dragon's roar reverberated, causing the boundless chaos to erupt. An unprecedented surge of power tore through the chaos, subduing the realms of yin and yang. As the chaos was rent asunder, pure essence ascended while turbid essence descended. In this realm of separated yin and yang, an incredibly immense and majestic dragon serpent slowly rose. This figure was magnificent, its colossal eyes resembling two vast universes from which boundless laws emanated. Merely the dragon's head seemed to embody countless universes. Its body appeared as if it were a multitude of worlds, collectively sustaining that grand silhouette, uplifting the expansive chaos. Simultaneously, in another part of the chaos, a sharp beam of axe light similarly cleaved through the vast chaos, breaking yin and yang and differentiating the heavens and the earth. This axe light resembled an expanding circular ring, extending into the infinite chaos. Wherever it passed, chaos shattered. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire surged forth, and the dualities of yin and yang diverged, giving rise to an infinitely vast realm. Whether by coincidence or design, the radiant arc of an axe and the resonant roar of a dragon collided, unleashing boundless power that reverberated through the chaos. With a thunderous crash akin to two infinite universes colliding, two fundamentally distinct laws of existence tore through the fabric of time and space. From this point of collision, chaos erupted violently in all directions, a formidable force sweeping outward, enveloping both realms and sweeping into the more remote expanses of chaos. Under this overwhelming force, all chaos was shattered. The energies of yin and yang were separated, and the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire were subdued. In this newly forged world, two vast and boundless universes finally overlapped. In truth, the assaults of two supreme beings had interconnected the worlds they each had created, and this newly established realm encompassed all that they had brought into existence. Pangu. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Liu Yun's immense form gently unfurled. At this moment, his body had completely transformed into a crystalline transparency, resembling an ancient character of Tao gliding through the void. With the heavens above him and the earth beneath his feet, he possessed the power to shatter the confines of this world if he so desired, for his corporeal form was exceedingly formidable. Opposite him, on the other side of this vast universe, Pangu also opened his eyes. To Liu Yun's astonishment, Pangu's head had inexplicably morphed towards the direction of the dragon head. Unlike Liu Yun, who bore a dragon's head and a serpent's tail, Pangu appeared to embody a dragon's head with a human body. This peculiar transformation left Liu Yun momentarily speechless. Pangu, what has caused such a change in your divine form? Liu Yun inquired, his expression revealing a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Each chaos demon god possesses a fixed corporeal form, a body bestowed upon them by the laws of the universe, perfectly suited for their respective paths of cultivation. Pangu's unprecedented transformation naturally piqued Liu Yun's interest. This is the profound secret I have gleaned from my understanding of the chaos and the evolution of the great Tao. As Pangu spoke, his form shifted once more, this time taking on a human body with a serpent's tail. His body continued to undergo successive transformations, each change embodying not merely a physical alteration, but encapsulating the profound principles of the great Tao. Every form he assumed resonated deeply with his own path. Truly, as the son of the great Tao, Pangu, your comprehension of the Tao far surpasses mine. Liu Yun gazed upon the transformation of Pangu, and with his current insight, he discerned the profound mysteries within. He could not help but marvel at Pangu's cultivation, which had evidently surpassed his own, marking his entrance into the realm of true Taoist saints. However, in the realm of physical cultivation, you still excel beyond me. Pangu regarded Liu Yun earnestly and proclaimed, my achievements today owe much to the assistance of the three primordial treasures. While you have entirely relied on your own cultivation to not only catch up, but even surpass me, you, who have distinguished yourself among the 3,000 chaotic demons, are indeed remarkable. He chuckled, saying, to have earned the recognition of you, the foremost among the 3,000 chaotic demons, is a great honor for me. Liu Yun then cast his gaze towards the heavens, where the direction of chaos lay. Yet, we are destined to confront each other in this great calamity, which is fated to bring about the demise of all chaotic demons. It remains uncertain whether it shall be your end or mine. Chapter 24. Prolonged Struggle. The divine axe of Pangu, held firmly in his grasp, began to emanate a radiant glow. The bronze-hued blade shimmered with a myriad of colorful lights, signifying that Pangu, now a half-step great saint, was capable of unleashing the full might of the axe. Compared to his previous state, merely a being of chaotic and boundless Tao, He was now 1,000 times more formidable. The world, born from the explosive convergence of two immense powers, now teetered on the brink of collapse. As a half-step great saint, Pangu possessed three treasures of chaos, and the mere aura he exuded was an unfathomable cataclysm for this newly formed realm, which could scarcely withstand his overwhelming force. Release. The colossal form of Lu Yun, resembling a dragon entwined with a serpent, slowly rose, unleashing an earth-shattering presence. At this moment, Lu Yun was enveloped in an enigmatic divine light, and as he raised his hand to grasp, the entire galaxy seemed to fall into his palm. Pangu felt as if the world itself was shrinking in a frenzied manner, as if it had been captured within Lu Yun's grasp. "Open for me," Pangu bellowed, swinging the divine axe with tremendous force. The shockwaves reverberated through the cosmos. As the unparalleled edge of the axe collided with the ethereal claws of the dragon in the void, waves of ripples swept across this vast world in an instant, causing the entire universe to tremble. A sharp crack echoed through the air. In this collision, the barriers of the world were shattered by the combined might of the two individuals. At this moment, they had transcended the limits imposed by their realm, their powers tearing through the fabric of existence and continuing to surge into the depths of chaos, as if intent on completely rending the very essence of that chaos apart. With a thunderous roar, chaos was instantaneously cleaved asunder. Pure essence ascended while murky energy descended. Layers of pristine essence began to coalesce in the heavens above, while the dense, turbid energy condensed beneath the earth, forming an even more substantial foundation. Thus, through this singular clash of power, the two had directly breached the world's barriers, further expanding the realm beyond its original confines. At the very epicenter of their confrontation, the fabric of time and space had already been irrevocably torn apart. Their struggle transcended the mere boundaries of their world. As great Tao saints, their battlefield extended into the vast and profound depths of chaotic time and space, with the external realm merely affected by the residual force of their clash. In the boundless depths of chaos, a divine radiance emanated from Lu Yun's form, transforming him into a resplendent sun of divinity. Each beam of holy light radiating from him encapsulated unfathomable power, effortlessly tearing apart time and space and creating new realms. The clang of their powers resonated through the void. A colossal bronze axe cleaved through the fabric of time and space, severing all avenues of retreat. It descended upon his form with a resounding force, its radiant blade slicing through the dimensions, following the trajectory of the great path. In an instant, myriad beams of axe light rained down, obliterating all surrounding spatial dimensions, leaving him with no opportunity for evasion, compelling him to endure the onslaught of the celestial axe. With a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic tremor erupted, unleashing terrifying waves of battle that once again shattered the barriers of the newly formed realm. Destructive ripples surged into the chaos, causing it to fragment and expanding this world into vastness beyond measure, far surpassing the expanse created by the earlier clash of their powers. The two towering chaos demons succumbed to madness, their innate ferocity ignited from the depths of their being. The celestial axe's brilliance annihilated all laws, while their serpentine forms remained unyielding. The two mighty beings engaged in a frenzied conflict, intermittently reducing the world they had forged into dust, only for it to be reborn anew by their combined might. Time became indistinct as a boundless continent floated in the heart of the chaos. This world, now immeasurably more expansive than the one initially birthed by Pangu, its vastness magnified by millions. Under the fierce confrontation between the two semi-grand Tao saints, this continent has become a landscape of craters and ravines, permeated with the residual powers of their arcane techniques. Yet, this world has remarkably endured the tumult of their battle. Indeed, it can be said that this realm has been meticulously crafted by the two semi-grand Tao saints themselves, founded upon chaos and rooted in the 3,000 paths they each have comprehended. They intend for this world to serve as their ultimate battlefield, a place where only one shall emerge victorious and survive. Slaughter. The echoes of a fierce battle resounded once more. as the two combatants unleashed their full prowess in a horrifying clash of might. They fervently wielded their formidable abilities, plunging from chaos into a new realm, traversing the currents of destiny, and delving into the depths of tumultuous time and space. Their struggles seemed to resonate throughout every corner of the tumultuous void. As the years slipped by, none could have anticipated that the confrontation between these two semi-divine beings would endure for an entire epoch, over 129,000 years. And yet their battle showed no signs of abating. Within this newly forged world, the conflict between the two semi-divine entities expanded the very fabric of reality, stretching the heavens and the earth further apart. Ultimately, the aftershocks of their struggle could no longer penetrate the depths of chaos, nor could they continue to shape the cosmos. After such an epic of fierce contention, the depletion of their magical energies and primordial spirits had rendered them significantly diminished, their power reduced to less than 1/10 of its former glory, thus hindering their ability to further expand the universe. At this juncture, Pangu stood, his body gaunt and drained of power. Even the chaotic realm he had cultivated could no longer sustain him. The chaotic blue lotus beneath him dimmed, clearly weakened after the prolonged conflict. Opposite him, Lu Yun retained the indomitable essence of a divine body, yet his form appeared dulled, resembling a once lustrous jade, now shrouded in dust. It was evident that Pangu's celestial axe was no trifling weapon. Had Lu Yun's corporeal form not reached such divine heights, he would have been shattered into oblivion by Pangu's might. The two chaotic titans, in a rare moment of understanding, ceased their combat, both acutely aware that they had approached their limits. The outcome of their struggle remained uncertain. Neither wished to concede defeat. Thus, they paused to recuperate, preparing for the next round of their epic duel. Yet, in that moment, the vast expanse of chaos stirred with newfound waves, as if an unseen force had been awakened. Pangu and Lu Yun, having partially stepped into the realm of the divine, instinctively sensed the shift in the cosmic balance. The gazes of the two individuals converged upon the depths of chaos, and in that moment, they sensed the presence of a supremely exalted being, plucking a string within the abyss of disorder. Amidst the vast expanse of chaos, a solitary string was stirred, and as it resonated through the tumult, it summoned forth a gentle wave. This wave, as it unfurled, grew ever more potent. It acted as a catalyst, compelling the chaos to transform. Soon, an infinite surge of chaotic energy was unleashed, manifesting as a terrifying tsunami that threatened to engulf a substantial portion of the chaotic realm, relentlessly advancing towards the direction of a new world. The string quivered subtly within the depths of chaos. Yet the consequences of its movement left both Lu Yun and Pangu aghast. They were struck with the stark realization that the world they had jointly forged, originally intended as their battleground, had now morphed into a colossal prison, ensnaring them within its confines. Buzzing echoed around them. In the world forged by the collaboration of Pangu and Lu Yun, as the chaotic tides surged forth, an instinctive awareness of impending peril arose. Countless laws emerged, enveloping the entire realm, with intricate pathways imbued with the profound comprehension of the great Tao by Pangu and Lu Yun, effectively sealing them within. Had they been in their prime, the duo would have faced the encroaching confinement without trepidation. Even in their current state, they remained unperturbed by the world's constraints, for the very power of this realm was birthed from their essence. They possessed an intimate familiarity with their own strength, given sufficient time. Shattering this confinement would be a trivial endeavor. Yet, the pressing question lingered. Did they possess that time? Would the force surging towards them from the chaos grant them that precious respite? As for this world, it sensed the looming threat emerging from the chaos and the might of the great Tao. It understood that it could not withstand the formidable force emanating from the depths of chaos alone. Consequently, it sought to forcibly retain Lu Yun and Pangu within its confines, hoping to navigate through this impending calamity with their aid. As for whether Lu Yun and Pangu would intervene, the world harbored no doubts, for even it found it exceedingly arduous to resist the power from chaos. In the present day, Pangu and Lu Yun find themselves overshadowed by a force that surpasses their own abilities. Had they not shielded themselves from this overwhelming power, the entire world would have been obliterated in an instant. The destruction wrought by such annihilation is beyond comprehension, and the two, ensconced in this realm, would inevitably succumb to the catastrophic energies unleashed by its collapse. Thus, instinctively, Pangu sealed the ingress and egress of this world, compelling both individuals to remain and unite their strengths in a collective resistance against the impending force. Pangu roared in fury, never anticipating that the very world he had forged would conspire against him. At his most perilous moment, he found the exit to his retreat barred, leaving him no choice but to confront the threat head-on, or face a fate of certain obliteration. Lu Yun murmured in disbelief, astonished that the will of this world had developed such an instinct, turning against him. A chill laced his voice, yet resignation flickered in his eyes. Before he could act to shatter this world, the torrent from the depths of chaos surged forth, advancing relentlessly toward the entirety of existence. Chapter 26. Sustaining the Universe Boom. The vast universe, birthed by the two half-step Great Path Saints, began to tremble as the terrifying waves from the chaos bore down upon it. As if an unseen hand were pressing down from the highest echelons of time and space, obscuring the chaotic cosmos. Crack! Countless shattering sounds reverberated throughout the world, causing both Pangu and Lu Yun to change their expressions drastically. Their gazes swept across the surrounding expanse, where innumerable fissures re-emerged in the void of heaven and earth. The tide from the chaos, with a mere surge, directly signaled signs of collapse in the world forged by the two semi-divine beings. The once ethereal essence rising from the heavens began to convulse, plummeting towards the earth. Deep within the infinitely heavy earth, murky energies churned as well. At this moment, the pure and turbid energies seemed to be drawn together, converging under the impact of the chaotic tide. The world created by the two semi-divine beings was immensely grand. After a fierce battle that had taken an epoch to establish, the pressure of its convergence now was terrifying beyond measure, causing even Pangu and Lu Yun to pale in astonishment. The colossal universe, in its merging, would unleash boundless and dreadful forces of annihilation, compounded by the power of the chaotic tide. Just the mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Open the way. Without a moment's hesitation, the two transformed into colossal forms spanning billions of light years, their four mighty hands raised to support the descending firmament. Simultaneously, countless laws of the great Tao permeated their surroundings, manifesting as beams of divine light that entered the void, mending the fractured remnants of the heavens. They were acutely aware that the current calamity of creation had transcended mere conflict between the two. This chaotic tide was also an integral part of the cataclysm. To traverse the realms of the Great Way and ascend to the domain of the saints is to attain an eternal existence, while those unable to cross shall find their demise here. However, the two warriors, having expended a considerable amount of vital energy in their previous battle, find themselves far from their peak condition, both in terms of magical power and overall state. This vast universe, which they took a millennium to establish, possesses an essence of unparalleled elevation and magnitude. Even when united, their efforts merely serve to stave off the convergence of the pure and impure energies. Yet, they are acutely aware that the surging tides of chaos are not so easily quelled. While they can currently prevent the merging of heaven and earth, the looming crisis ahead remains unresolved. Pangu, with hands raised to the heavens, gazes at the figure before him. Despite the imminent danger, a subtle smile graces his rugged visage. It is indeed ironic that we, once mortal enemies, are now compelled to confront such peril together. Lu Yun, too, with his dragon claws supporting the heavens while pressing down on the earth, turns to Pangu and retorts, if not for being ensnared in this world, do you think I would willingly ally with you? As he speaks, his expression deepens with contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, after all his meticulous plotting, he remains ensnared in the grand design of the Great Way, trapped within this realm he himself forged. And who would have thought that this grave would be of his own making? Death, perhaps. Pangu gazed at the figure before him with a complex expression. After battling for nearly an entire epoch, their understanding of one another was profound. Both he and Lu Yun had initially harbored the singular aim of survival, enduring the cataclysmic upheaval of creation and persisting into the future, perhaps even achieving eternal existence. Yet now, as Pangu contemplated the powers lurking within the depths of chaos, he murmured to himself, "From the very beginning, you intended for me to perish, did you not?" Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a stream of vital essence that cascaded onto the nearby Chaos Jade disk, with Pangu's essence invigorating it. The disk erupted with radiant brilliance, its myriad laws of the universe swirling in an unceasing dance. Under Pangu's command, the Chaos Jade disk transformed into an immense luminous screen, ascending gracefully and gradually merging into the void. "Pangu, have you lost your senses? That is a treasure of chaos," Lu Yun exclaimed, his face reflecting astonishment at the unfolding scene. However, realization soon dawned upon him. Pangu sought to integrate the Chaos Jade disk into this realm, intending to harness the power of the three treasures of chaos to thwart the impending calamity. It is indeed the only recourse. Pangu sighed. Each of the three treasures embodies the principles of ultimate completeness. By merging them into this world, we can instill it with the laws of great perfection, thus granting this realm the strength to resist the chaotic catastrophe and offering us a slender hope of survival. Chapter 27. The shattered azure lotus. Lu Yun fell into a contemplative silence as he regarded the creation jade dish, which was gradually merging with the heavens above. He could distinctly sense the rapid fusion of the great laws of this world with the jade dish. With the infusion of the world's power, the jade dish, previously marred by numerous hidden injuries from its prior conflict with Lu Yun during a Yuan meeting, was now entirely restored. In fact, bolstered by the energy of the entire realm, the potency of the jade dish surged swiftly. Among the myriad laws, one particularly radiated a dazzling brilliance, resonating harmoniously with the others, its essence evoking a sense of trepidation even in Lu Yun, a being on the cusp of becoming a saint of the great Tao. It was evident that the creation jade dish had likely transcended the level of a chaotic treasure, and it should be capable of withstanding the impending tumult of chaos. Lu Yun murmured to himself. However, he quickly dismissed such optimism. There remained a significant distance to cover. Pangu, possessing far superior cultivation than Lu Yun, had a broader perspective and a clearer understanding of the terrifying calamity that loomed. He produced a somewhat damaged chaotic azure lotus, deftly plucking 4 lotus seeds from it and casually tossing them aside. Subsequently, he too reached out to commune with the laws of this realm, drawing forth the power of the entire universe to infuse it into the chaotic azure lotus. His intention was clear: to integrate this foremost defensive treasure of chaos into the very fabric of this world. As the chaotic azure lotus absorbed the world's energy, its damaged form began to heal rapidly, the many imprints of dragon claws upon its surface gradually vanishing, accompanied by a brilliant radiance. The chaotic azure lotus instantaneously transformed into an immense entity spanning countless light years. At that moment, it shimmered with a lush verdancy, exuding a magnificent divine luminescence. The 36 layers of its petals intricately enveloped the entirety of existence. Should there be any observers amidst the chaos beyond the world, they would be astounded by the sight of an unfathomably colossal chaotic azure lotus, deeply rooted in the void, emanating an aura of ancient immortality. As it swayed gently, it absorbed boundless chaotic energy, piercing through the vastness of the chaos. At the core of the azure lotus, a world thrived under its protection, where myriad laws flowed, bestowing strength upon the lotus. Yet, at that very moment, an inexhaustible surge of chaotic energy erupted from the depths of the void. Instantly, the space surrounding the chaotic azure lotus, within an unimaginable expanse of light years, collapsed violently. A force of unimaginable terror descended with crushing might, reducing the surrounding infinite space-time to nothingness, erasing its very existence. It was a horror beyond comprehension. Within this world, Lu Yun gazed upon the unfurling power from the depths of chaos, and even he could not help but blanch. This force rivaled the brilliance of the celestial acts of creation. But the distinction lay in the fact that the celestial acts harnessed the concentrated might of Pangu into a singular point to unleash its boundless destructive power. In contrast, this chaotic tide encompassed infinite time and space, enveloping all corners of the void. Should he, a being on the precipice of the great Tao, confront such a force, even with his attainment of the great Tao Saint body, he would find himself far surpassed by this assault, rendering his own form vulnerable to grievous harm. Boom! The deafening sound erupted, overturning the entire primordial chaos. Infinite space-time, as if crumpled paper, was utterly distorted, then shattered and reassembled, only to be twisted and broken again. In that instant, time vanished, and the laws receded, with only the radiant glow of the Chaos Emerald Lotus resisting the force from the depths of chaos. Blossoms exploded across the firmament, and the macrocosmic chaos quaked at that moment. The river of time was ed, making the might of the collision unimaginable. Within the world, Pangu's face paled. Before him, a miniature Chaos Emerald Lotus was now riddled with countless cracks. The surge of chaos was unimaginably dreadful. Despite possessing the strength of a great Tao Saint and the support of the entire world, he was severely wounded resisting that force. And even the Chaos Emerald Lotus teetered on the brink of collapse. Buzzing vibrated throughout the world as endless laws surged into the high heavens, pouring into the Chaos Emerald Lotus. It clearly sensed that only the Chaos Emerald Lotus could safeguard its own security. If the Chaos Emerald Lotus were broken, it could not escape destruction. Boom! A second surge of chaos struck again. Chaos seemed to descend into an unprecedented cataclysmic explosion. The same power, but its potency had increased several-fold. As the chaotic waves crashed down, countless fissures appeared in the Chaos Blue Lotus, a treasure renowned as the foremost defense of chaos, which suffered a devastating blow during this cataclysm. In its prime, the Chaos Blue Lotus, as the ultimate defensive relic of chaos, was fully capable of withstanding the onslaught of the chaotic waves. However, prior to the creation of the heavens, Pangu had ignited the essence within the Chaos Blue Lotus, significantly diminishing its power. Furthermore, after its battle with Lu Yun during the Yuanhui, it had already sustained considerable damage, causing its might to plummet below that of a true chaotic treasure. Even though it had been integrated into the world by Pangu and received the support of heaven and earth, it barely managed to regain the potency of a chaotic treasure. Yet, should the force of an attack exceed its limits, the Chaos Blue Lotus would find itself in its current predicament, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Chapter 28. The damaged Jade Disc. Despite the assistance of 3 chaotic treasures, it remains exceedingly difficult to survive this calamity. Pangu sighed deeply, fully aware that the Chaos Blue Lotus had reached its limit. When the next wave of chaos descends, it would herald the complete shattering of the Lotus. He refrained from reclaiming the Chaos Blue Lotus, knowing well that under the weight of this impending disaster, neither he nor the chaotic treasures stood a chance of survival, a conclusion he had drawn from his calculations. Boom! As the third cataclysmic surge of chaos descended, the primordial Azure Lotus, unsurprisingly, detonated upon encountering such world-obliterating force, its fragments scattering across the firmament. Pangu, inhaling deeply, continued to prop up the heavens with his hands, bearing the light screen conjured by the jade plate of creation as he confronted the ensuing might of the chaotic surge. With a sickening thud, Pangu disgorged a deluge of blood at the instant the chaotic surge crashed down. His physique, nearing the attainment of the great Tao Saint body, instantly fissured with countless cracks. Across from him, Lu Yun, similarly upholding the heavens, paled visibly. The formidable assault of the chaotic surge, even through the buffer of the light screen manifested by the jade plate of creation, threatened to crush him entirely. A premonition of disaster struck Lu Yun. If his own flesh was on the verge of annihilation, how could Pangu's frame withstand such a terrifying cataclysm? And what of the jade plate of creation? He lifted his gaze towards the firmament, his heart plummeting as he observed dozens of fissures spiderwebbing across the jade plate. once integrated into the very fabric of the world as the core of the new world's heavenly Tao. It then exploded, transforming into a rain of fragments that cascaded across the heavens and earth. With the heavenly Tao core, the jade plate of creation shattered. The very laws of the world spiraled into disarray. Countless elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire convulsed, and the entire world quaked, as if on the precipice of reverting to primordial chaos. Reclaim, Pangu and Lu Yun cried in unison, swiftly moving to gather the myriad fragments of the jade plate of creation. At this juncture, the fragments of the jade plate of creation constitute the very core of this world, embodying its celestial mandate. By gathering these fragments, they can integrate them back into the world, facilitating its self-repair and complete restoration. The current chaotic surge threatens to obliterate them along with this world. Yet this world, forged by two nascent great Tao saints, possesses the inherent power to mitigate much of the chaotic onslaught. Should this world be annihilated, they would confront the chaotic surge directly, diminishing their prospects of surviving the tribulation. However, scarcely had they relinquished their hold when the firmament above, which they had elevated, began to descend gradually under the residual force of the chaotic surge. The elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire, along with the dual energies of yin and yang, erupted from the world's four cardinal points. Tempestuous gales, cataclysmic lightning, and myriad calamities arose, driving the entire world toward the brink of destruction. "Arise," they cried, swiftly retracting and raising their hands once more, lifting the firmament back into its rightful place, averting the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, they unleashed their respective great Tao laws, obliterating the various tribulations that had arisen within the world and restabilizing the fragmented laws resulting from the shattered jade plate of creation. Yet, as a consequence, some fragments of the jade plate of creation eluded their grasp, scattering across this world. Having previously merged with the cosmos, the jade plate of creation was now scattered throughout the universe. Compounded by the onslaught of the primordial chaos, neither of them could spare the strength to recollect it. We must reintegrate the jade plate of creation into the cosmos. Without the power of the heavenly Tao, relying solely on our strength will only exacerbate our depletion. This world is destined to collapse sooner or later. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yun cast the fragments of the jade plate of creation to Pangu. He bellowed, single-handedly suppressing the turbulent heavens and earth, affording Pangu ample time to mend the jade plate of creation. How weighty! To lift the vast firmament alone proved immensely burdensome. Even for Lu Yun, when he and Pangu jointly supported the heavens, he felt little strain. Yet now, bearing the burden alone, the cosmic pressure bore down on him, causing his very being to tremble slightly. This was hardly surprising, as his vital energy was severely depleted, scarcely a tenth of its former abundance. The primordial chaos threatened to annihilate this world, and the combined might of him and Pangu was now solely reliant on him, naturally rendering the task exceedingly arduous. Observing this, Pangu gesticulated with his hands, swiftly assembling the fragments of the jade plate of creation. Soon, a jade plate riddled with cracks, missing nearly a fifth of its original form, materialized. "Come!" Pangu roared, channeling the 3,000 great Tao laws within him into the jade plate of creation. Concurrently, from the heavens above, already laced with fissures, faint strands of laws descended, intertwining with the jade plate of creation. Having acquired Pangu's essence and the governing principles of this realm, the jade plate of creation radiated boundless luminescence, its fissures mending with remarkable swiftness, its intrinsic power regaining its former eminence. However, the fractured fifth of the jade plate remained irreparable, a consequence of the backlash from the Grand Tao. Only by recovering those fragmented pieces could the jade plate of creation be fully restored to its pristine state. Chapter 29. Pangu's Genesis Go. With the jade plate of creation mended, Pangu gestured, and it gradually dissolved into the ether, reassuming its role as the celestial mandate of this world, orchestrating the cosmos and stabilizing the laws of nature. Swiftly, Both Pangu and Lu Yun discerned an anomaly. Although the world's governing principles were no longer as complete as before, their operation remained largely unhindered. Yet, both could still perceive the celestial vault and the terrestrial expanse gravitating towards each other, the immense force pressing down upon them. The celestial mandate was incomplete, necessitating someone to uphold the heavens and the earth, ensuring the integrity of this realm. Instantly, Pangu and Lu Yun deduced the underlying cause of the convergence. It transpired that the fragmentation of the jade plate of creation had deprived the celestial mandate of its inherent capacity to independently separate the heavens and the earth. Bereft of this ability, the ethereal essence of the heavens and the turbid essence of the earth, under the duress of primordial chaos, would inexorably draw closer, mutually attracted, ultimately leading to the cosmos reverting to its primordial state. The destructive force unleashed by the impending annihilation of this world was sufficient to severely deplete the energies of both half-step great Tao saints, leading them towards their own ruin. Their expressions darkened instantly. After exchanging a glance, Lu Yun cast his gaze towards the heavens, enveloped in a terrifying aura of destruction, with ominous bolts of lightning flashing around him. You wish for me to uphold the heavens? How naive! Behold as I shatter this world. I refuse to believe that the power of obliteration can vanquish my great Tao saint body. Alas, my friend, cease your actions. Pangu's voice resonated solemnly. Do you not yet comprehend? The great Tao has left us no avenue for survival. Even if we were to fracture this world, greater calamities would inevitably follow. Given our current state, we stand no chance of overcoming the tribulations that await us. Lu Yun glanced at Pangu, scoffing, Pangu, I am not you. What if the great Tao brings forth calamity? If it seeks my life, let the great Tao come for it personally. It is impossible for me to bow before mere tribulations. My path is to devour all. No one can compel me to submit, and there is nothing I cannot consume. With a thunderous roar, Lu Yun raised his head to the sky, the resounding dragon's cry echoing across the cosmos as his form transformed into a golden light, soaring upwards and instantly tearing apart the vast firmament of the universe, plunging into the depths of chaos. Pangu's countenance shifted dramatically. As Lu Yun withdrew his support from the heavens, the pure essence above once more pressed down, and the rift he had created allowed torrents of chaotic energy to surge into this newly forged world. The incursion of primordial chaos served as a catalyst, igniting the ethereal and corporeal energies, causing the firmament to collapse and the cosmos to teeter on the brink of reverting to chaos. Creation, bellowed Pangu, his voice resonating with divine power. The celestial axe in his grasp emitted a brilliant radiance, infusing the weapon with his dwindling reserves of energy. He cleaved through the descending chaos. However, his weakened state prevented him from resolving the crisis with a single strike, as he had done before. The newly formed void was immediately assailed by the raging elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, with the pure and impure energies locked in a perpetual struggle, threatening to drag the world back into the abyss of chaos. Alas, sighed Pangu, casting a sorrowful glance at his celestial axe. I had hoped to preserve you, but fate has other plans. From chaos you came, and to chaos you shall return. With a wave of his hand, the axe soared into the heavens and exploded into 3 distinct entities. The ancient bronze patterns adorning the axe transformed into a scroll, attracting boundless yin and yang energies, ultimately coalescing into a taijutsu capable of suppressing the elemental forces. The axe head metamorphosed into a primordial banner, emblazoned with scenes of Pangu's creation. The haft became a colossal bell, its surface adorned with celestial bodies and elemental forces, its interior containing nascent landscapes. Gulme. With a mere gesture, Pangu summoned the primordial chaos bell, its form shifting from an ethereal, nebulous state to a tangible entity within his grasp. Resonant peals emanated from the bell, reverberating throughout the nascent world, holding time in abeyance and subjugating the very fabric of space. The tempestuous forces of earth, wind, water, and fire, along with the dualistic energies of yin and yang, were instantaneously stilled, The bell's majestic sound, sonorous and profound, echoed through the cosmos, an irrefutable testament to the supreme treasure's might. Subsequently, Pangu seized the chaos-severing banner and, with a forceful upward sweep, unfurled it towards the firmament. "Be cleaved," he commanded. In that instant, myriads of sky-rending blades erupted from the banner, decisively cleaving the congealed energies of purity and turbidity. The nascent world was bathed in lucidity and clarity. Finally, Pangu invoked the Taiji diagram. With a delicate touch, he transformed it into a resplendent golden bridge, spanning the entirety of the heavens and earth. A formidable power descended, capable of suppressing the vast universe and reversing the primordial chaos, quelling the surging elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. All destructive forces were transmuted into gentle, innate spiritual energies, nurturing the expansive world. Chapter 30. Apotheosis into creation. Just as Pangu began to find respite, earth-shattering rumbles echoed from the depths of chaos. The boundless laws of the Great Way stirred, and an immense, sable sun ascended within the chaotic expanse, devouring the inexhaustible primordial energies in its wake. It appeared as though this dark star sought to consume the entirety of chaos. A wrathful, draconic roar reverberated through the void, its earth-shattering resonance shaking the firmament. The terrifying fluctuations of power stirred a sense of trepidation even within Pangu's heart. What transpired within the depths of chaos? Gazing into the primordial chaos, Pangu, despite his profound abilities, found himself unable to discern the events unfolding within its depths. He could only perceive intense beams of light descending upon a dark sun, each strike comparable to the full force of his celestial axe at its zenith. The chaos erupted in tumultuous upheaval, with colossal waves surging towards the nascent world, their immense pressure threatening to collapse it back into its original state. "I shall not yield," Pangu roared, his form expanding to span billions of light years. As he braced the heavens and the earth, shielding the new world from the encroaching chaos. Unexpectedly, the chaotic waves persisted relentlessly, seemingly without end. Having expended considerable power to re-establish the order of the cosmos, Pangu's reserves were dwindling. Though he stood on the precipice of becoming a great saint, without that final breakthrough, he remained mortal. "What manner of adversary have you encountered?" Pangu's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the depths of chaos. Yet he found himself powerless to extricate himself in his endeavor to uphold the heavens and earth against the relentless waves of chaos. The strength within him dwindled to a mere whisper. Even his body, once akin to the sanctified form of the great Tao, now bore signs of imminent collapse. Should he withdraw, he would be swiftly consumed by the backlash of the very universe he sought to sustain. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Pangu's strength was entirely exhausted. His colossal form began to disintegrate, toppling forward, leaving only a solitary vertebra standing, exuding an essence of solitude and desolation, continuing to support the celestial vault in place of the once mighty Pangu. His primordial spirit, now feeble, manifested as he surveyed the desolate expanse before him. Summoning the last vestiges of his power, he endeavored to merge his being with the very fabric of this realm. With a resounding crash, his spirit could no longer endure. The final exertion of his strength culminated in the explosive fragmentation of his essence, 3 parts of his grand spirit involuntarily ascending toward the celestial dome, merging with the pure essence of the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, his corporeal form melded into the earth, and the remnants of his vital essence intertwined with the murky energies of the land. Thus, Pangu fell into eternal slumber. With the shattering of Pangu's spirit, the primordial earth erupted in mournful lamentations. The heavens wept crimson tears, and the ground swelled with blood mist, as if the universe itself mourned the passing of this celestial creator. At that moment, a radiant beam of light pierced through the depths of chaos, cleaving the primordial earth asunder and unleashing a colossal divine dragon upon the ground with tremendous force. The entire primal world trembled, and, as a result of this upheaval, countless mountains, rivers, and canyons emerged from the earth. The divine dragon, its body marred by cracks, bled crystalline droplets that fell upon the primordial land as it struggled to rise, yearning to continue its battle. It had penetrated the deepest chaos, having touched the prohibitions set by the great Tao, so close to shattering the final shackles. Yet, what met its gaze was the blood-soaked scene of heaven and earth, leaving it momentarily stunned. Its eyes swept across the horizon, and upon beholding the towering sacred mountain that upheld the primordial world, its body stiffened. Pangu had fallen. A peculiar expression crossed its face as it fought to stand, unsteadily approaching the sacred mountain at the center of the primordial realm. Gazing upon that peak, which soared into the clouds and supported the pure essence of the nine heavens, Lu Yun's eyes reflected confusion and bewilderment. You sacrificed yourself, why? We were but a step away from becoming saints of the great Tao. Why would you forsake it? The mountain, known as Buzhou, seemed to sense Lu Yun's presence and trembled slightly, as if Pangu were responding to his inquiries, gradually calming his turbulent spirit and warlike intent. At that moment, he resembled a statue, standing silently before Buzhou Mountain. Time slipped by unnoticed, and he finally murmured to the mountain, "How long have we battled? Almost 130,000 years, I suppose. You are my sole companion amidst the chaos. For the evolution of the great Tao, for the opportunity to attain enlightenment, we, the 3,000 chaotic deities, engaged in mutual slaughter. In the end, only you and I remain. Now that you have departed, I am left as the sole chaotic deity. The great Tao is ever unpredictable. The great Tao is ever unpredictable." He spoke many words to Mount Buzhou, and a solitary aura emanated from him, a profound loneliness that conveyed the essence of existence amidst the void of the universe. Chapter 31. The conclusion of chaos. As he spoke, the scarred body of the great Tao was riddled with an increasing number of cracks. Even his primordial spirit began to exhibit fissures. It is evident that a battle of unimaginable ferocity had transpired in the depths of chaos, one that could inflict irreparable damage upon a body that transcended the 3,000 laws of the great Tao. Alas, I too am destined to perish. I had intended to exhaust my final strength to uncover the secrets that lay ahead, yet now I find myself devoid of allies, devoid of adversaries, and even enemies have vanished. The pursuit seems to hold little allure. He cast a glance across this vast expanse, nodding slightly as he remarked that this place was originally the battlefield forged by the two of us, ultimately to serve as a grave for ourselves or our foes. Now, as a resting place for both you and me, it is indeed fitting. He slightly swayed, revealing his immensely vast Tao saint body. With the limited power within him activated, his colossal form began to expand incessantly, swiftly surpassing the confines of the Honghuang world. As he gently rotated his body, the gigantic dragon figure resembled a circular ring, seamlessly connecting its ends and encircling the entire Honghuang realm. In that moment, a tremendous luminous halo emerged outside the Honghuang world, its presence seemingly intimidating the boundless chaos, causing the oppressive forces of chaos to dissipate entirely, rendering the Honghuang world genuinely secure. Subsequently, the immense halo gradually harmonized with heaven and earth, much like Pangu before him, as his corporeal form began to merge into this new world. Born of chaos, returning to chaos. A voice, imbued with a sense of tranquility yet tinged with a sigh, resonated softly. The great dragon's head slowly opened, and streams of radiant light surged forth from its mouth, cascading into the Honghuang world. After completing this act, the vast dragon serpent that encircled the entire Honghuang world ultimately vanished into the chaos. Boom! The entirety of chaos trembled, the laws of the Tao lamented, and the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, as children of the Tao and masters of the laws, embodied the collective fortune of the entire chaos. Yet now, the majority of these chaotic demon gods have been devoured by the Lord of the Devouring Tao, their fortunes and Tao fruits accruing to him, rendering him nearly an embodiment of the 3,000 Taos. Yet now, this most formidable entity ever to emerge from the primordial chaos, akin to Pangu, has fallen, sending ripples of turmoil throughout the void and eliciting wails from myriad paths. For 3 millennia, the entirety of chaos and the primordial realm has been drenched in a torrential rain of blood, gradually restoring tranquility as the laws of the great Tao continue their eternal course, allowing the primordial realm to commence its operations under the celestial principles. On a day when the sanguine rain in the heavens finally dissipated, a resplendent, divine, and radiant golden light cascaded down from the vast expanse of chaos. An infinite bounty of merits descended from the depths of the void, which, upon reaching the primordial realm, instantly bifurcated. The larger portion claimed 70% of the merits, while the smaller fraction comprised approximately 30%. The 30% of merits shimmered slightly and drifted toward a secluded corner of the primordial world, while the remaining 70% saw one part plunge deep into the earth, merging with the remnants of Pangu's essence. Another portion ascended to the heavens, integrating with the 3 fragments of Pangu's original spirit that had shattered. The remaining 50% of merits saw one part divide once more, infusing the chaos clock, the Taiji diagram, and the Pangu banner. A fraction scattered amidst the cosmos, merging with shards of the chaos green lotus, while another portion melded into the Unzu mountain, formed from Pangu's spine. Ultimately, the last 20% of merits coalesced on their own, with 10% evolving to embody the hues of heaven and earth, manifesting as a 9-tiered, exquisite pagoda. The final accomplishment of virtue transforms into a violet ruler, both manifestations stemming from the celestial merit of creation, possessing unparalleled power. The former is named the Linglong Tower of Heaven and Earth, endowed with supreme defensive capabilities. Although its efficacy pales in comparison to the primordial chaos azure lotus, it surpasses 90% of the chaotic spiritual treasures, standing as an artifact second only to the 4 great treasures of chaos. Unless the opponent wields the divine axe of creation, it is virtually impossible to breach the defenses of the Linglong Tower within the same realm, rivaling the might of the 3 treasures of creation. The latter, in contrast, is the primordial measuring ruler, which, unlike the Linglong Tower, serves as an offensive treasure of the highest caliber, comparable in strength to the Pangu banner, the most formidable among the 3 treasures of creation. Most importantly, it is born of the merit of creation, free from the entanglements of karmic retribution, and capable of suppressing its wielder's fortune. Upon the successful cultivation of these 2 supreme treasures, the Linglong Tower of Heaven and Earth ascends skyward, soaring towards the pure atmosphere of the 9 heavens, the dwelling place of Pangu's primordial spirit. The Hongmeng Liangtian revolved in place, contemplating its descent into the depths of the earth. However, it hesitated momentarily, ultimately refraining from its fall, instead tearing through the void and vanishing without a trace. As the merits of creation were fully allocated, the primordial world regained its tranquility. Under the evolving power of the heavenly Tao, a vitality distinctly different from the chaos began to manifest, heralding the dawn of a new era. Chapter 32. The primordial dragon chaos knows no measure of time, and the primordial realm is equally difficult to chronicle. Since the demise of the great Pangu, who opened the heavens and the earth, the celestial realm has experienced occasional tremors. Yet, as time has progressed, the laws of the heavenly Tao have become increasingly refined, allowing for the emergence of vast life forms. Following Pangu's fall, his essence merged into the primordial expanse, giving rise to powerful innate deities that inherited Pangu's legacy and fortune. In the blink of an eye, over 1 million years had passed since the creation of the world, resulting in a flourishing tapestry of life far more vibrant than the desolate expanse that once followed the Genesis. However, during the first 1 million years of the primordial era, countless ferocious beasts were birthed. Many newly emerged beings, scarcely having ventured from their abodes, were swiftly devoured by these savage creatures. These beasts were no ordinary entities. They were born from the malevolent aura released during the fierce battle between Pangu and the Lord of Devouring Heaven. The formidable prowess of both Pangu and the Devouring Lord was such that even a minuscule fraction of their malevolence gave rise to an abundance of innate ferocious beasts. These primordial beasts, devoid of intelligence, are driven solely by instinctual urges to kill and consume. Their physical forms are remarkably robust, with the most formidable among them inheriting vestiges of divine abilities from the primordial deities Pangu and the Devourer, rendering them exceptionally powerful. These ferocious creatures of the primordial wilderness possess colossal sizes, often towering thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of feet high. They were birthed amidst the malevolent aura of the two primordial beings, existing solely for the purpose of destruction. Upon their emergence, they adhere to their innate instincts, wantonly wreaking havoc upon the spiritual entities of the wilderness, devouring and slaughtering various beings that inhabit the world. Lacking any semblance of wisdom, they do not cultivate, but instead incessantly consume diverse spiritual and divine entities to enhance their own strength. However, this describes only the initial phase of the ferocious beasts. Should they someday transcend to the golden immortal realm and refine the innate malevolent energy within, they may eventually awaken their own intelligence. Yet, their actions inevitably inflict immense devastation upon the primordial wilderness, and devoid of understanding the great Tao or the principles of cause and effect, they accumulate boundless karma, ultimately leading to their abandonment by the heavens. As these ferocious beasts continuously gestate and grow in the primordial wilderness, on a mysterious island in the eastern sea, a colossal egg emanating a soft golden glow voraciously absorbs the island's energy. Above this golden egg, a homing-colored ruler gently revolves around it, seemingly safeguarding this extraordinary object. To speak of the golden egg is to acknowledge the remarkable origin of this island. Legend has it that during Pangu's epic of creation, when the divine axe cleaved through chaos, fragments of that primordial chaos fortuitously descended into the wilderness. These chaotic fragments were assimilated by the heavenly Tao, drawing upon the powers of the primordial world, each evolving into paradisiacal realms or celestial mountains. Among them, the three largest fragments descended upon the eastern sea. Upon their arrival in the primordial realm, these fragments absorbed the spiritual essence from the ocean, and due to the lingering chaotic energy within, a fusion occurred between the chaotic aura and the innate spiritual energy. Under the resonance of the heavenly Tao, this interaction manifested into a primordial formation that safeguarded the three islands, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone lacking the power of a quasi-saint to breach their defenses. The island harboring the golden egg is none other than the illustrious Penglai Island, the foremost among the trio, renowned for its vast expanse and abundant spiritual essence. This golden egg, having descended since the opening of the heavens by Pangu, has resided here for millions of years, continuously absorbing the energies of the universe. On this day, after millennia of gathering the essence of heaven and earth, the golden egg suddenly began to tremble, fissures emerging from its surface. An overwhelming and majestic aura radiated from the island, causing myriad sea creatures and spiritual beasts within a radius of thousands of miles to flee in terror. In an instant, the golden egg shattered into fragments, erupting into a brilliant golden light that soared into the heavens, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar echoing across the vast ocean for billions of miles. As the golden radiance converged, a resplendent, gilded dragon coiled in the firmament, unabashedly exuding its immense aura, causing myriad spiritual and ferocious beasts to prostrate themselves in the vast ocean, trembling with trepidation. In this primordial world, I have become the first divine dragon, the progenitor of all dragons, the very embodiment of the dragon ancestor. A sense of bewilderment washed over Lu Yun as he shook his massive head. Had I not been transported to a chaotic space-time by a certain orb? How could I have materialized in this epoch at the very dawn of the primordial age as the dragon ancestor, the sovereign of all dragons? Something is amiss. As his heart was filled with perplexity, a deluge of information flooded his mind, flashing rapidly through his consciousness, filling him with astonishment. It turned out that the heavenly Tao, perceiving the ignorance of the primordial beings at their genesis, bestowed upon each innate creature varying degrees of inherited knowledge. This information encompassed cultivation methods granted by the heavenly Tao, the quality and efficacy of which were contingent upon one's inherent potential. The greater the potential of a being, the more extensive the information received. The information Lu Yun received astounded even himself. He had obtained a technique known as the Devouring Heavens and Refining Tao Art, a comprehensive method comprising 18 levels, encompassing the 9 stages of immortality and the 9 stages of primordial unity, an unparalleled, top-tier technique leading directly to the Great Tao. Chapter 33. Primordial Celestial Measuring Ruler. Not only have I become the Dragon Ancestor, but I also possess the potential to become a Tao Saint in the future. With a bewildered shake of his massive head, Lu Yun found it difficult to accept the reality before him. How could this be? In the primordial world, wasn't the ancestral dragon supposed to have perished alongside the phoenix and the ancestral Qilin during the calamitous events following the creation of the world? How? Suddenly, his thoughts came to a standstill. Indeed, the ancestral dragon had fallen during that tribulation, preventing its true potential from ever being realized, and no one could fathom the extent of its power had it reached maturity. Furthermore, the Dragon Han initial tribulation, which led to the ancestral dragon's demise, involved the dragon race single-handedly confronting both the Phoenix and Qilin clans, resulting in mutual devastation. It was evident that the ancestral dragon had faced 2 formidable opponents simultaneously and held its ground. If the ancestral dragon had been allowed to mature, who could have rivaled its might? Lu Yun couldn't help but wag his tail in excitement. However, a wave of concern washed over him. During the Dragon Han initial tribulation, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were destined for elimination, and he, as the ancestral dragon, would face a similar fate. No, he couldn't allow that to happen. Having been brought to this primordial world by that enigmatic pearl, he yearned to witness the future prosperity of the world and couldn't bear the thought of an untimely demise. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to attain sainthood and eternal existence in this primordial world. He must not perish. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Lu Yun resolved to alter his destiny, a peculiar buzzing sound echoed in his ears. A streak of primal chaos-colored light flashed before him, and a long ruler swirled around him incessantly, seemingly lamenting his neglect. Could this be my innate magical treasure? Lu Yun, somewhat astonished, scratched his dragon head. He raised his hand and summoned the into his grasp, his consciousness probing into it. The Hongmeng measuring ruler. Lu Yun could not help but shiver, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, causing all beings within 1 billion miles to flee in terror. He stared incredulously at the ruler in his hand. Was this a postnatal treasure forged from the merit accumulated by the Panga deity after the creation of the world? This artifact, derived from the merits of Pangu's cosmic endeavors, how could it possibly be in my possession? This was a postnatal treasure, on par with the heavenly and earthly mysterious Linglong Tower. The only items that could be compared to it were the 3 treasures of creation. With that thought, he swiftly stowed away the Hongmeng measuring ruler, fearful of being discovered. Scanning his surroundings with his consciousness, he immediately spotted the vast Penglai island below. In a flash, he descended back onto the island, glancing at this place suffused with primordial spiritual energy, and nodded in approval. He also observed the formidable array on the island. Its power was immense, making it a daunting task for him to breach it, rendering it an ideal sanctuary for him. After landing on the island, Lu Yun did not rush to refine the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Instead, he began to assess his own circumstances. The abrupt transition from a human in the future to the ancestral dragon of the primordial world was undoubtedly a source of discomfort for him. To his astonishment, upon introspecting and beholding his resplendent golden dragon essence, he felt an intrinsic sense of belonging, as if this was his true form, and that his human guise was merely a fade. He pondered whether his devouring ability still held any significance. With a graceful wave of his hand, a faint violet radiance emanated forth, enveloping a massive boulder before him. In an instant, the boulder vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, he sensed a subtle power materializing within him, effortlessly absorbed and assimilated by his being. My extraordinary ability remains potent. A glimmer of surprise danced in Lu Yun's eyes, and he recognized a profound connection between his current prowess and his devouring ability. The stronger he became, the more formidable his devouring powers grew. At this moment, he felt capable of consuming the very island itself if he unleashed his full strength. My devouring prowess can continually elevate my physical form. And with the celestial devouring refinement technique at my disposal, I refuse to believe that I, as the ancestral dragon, will succumb during the primordial tribulation. Lu Yun beamed with satisfaction as he revealed a smile. Subsequently, he produced the Hongmeng Liantian ruler and contemplated this extraordinary treasure. After some reflection, he commenced the process of refining the Hongmeng Liantian ruler with his formidable primordial spirit power. He had considered the possibility of devouring this supreme artifact with his engulfing ability. Yet after much deliberation, he ultimately refrained from doing so. In his view, the Hongmeng Liantian ruler was transformed from the merits of Panga's creation. And although he had acquired it, it was akin to forging a profound karmic connection with the great Pangu himself. Should he attempt to consume and assimilate the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, it was uncertain whether he could even succeed. Moreover, what would follow? Surely the heavenly Tao would sense this transgression and rain down divine retribution, reducing him to ashes. This was the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, a treasure equivalent to the three supreme artifacts of creation. How could the heavenly Tao stand idly by as he obliterated it? Furthermore, as one of the only two postnatal treasures of merit in existence, its efficacy was unparalleled. This artifact could serve to suppress his own fortune, and even the entire dragon lineage's destiny. With it in hand, it was tantamount to possessing a tenth of the merits of creation, making it exceedingly difficult for even a sage to bring about his demise. Chapter 34. The Nine Realms of Immortal Tao. As the first dragon of the cosmos and the sovereign of dragons, it was incumbent upon Lu Yun to contemplate the future of his kin. After a moment's reflection and a glance at the island, he began to take action. This island, being the place of his birth and the nurturing ground for the progenitor of all dragons, was undoubtedly anything but ordinary. He summoned his innate powers, weaving together the primordial formations that naturally existed upon the island, submerging the entire land beneath the vast expanse of the East Sea. Only then did he retreat into seclusion. Upon the awakening of his consciousness, he found himself still unfamiliar with the extent of his capabilities. The legacy bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao remained unexplored, and venturing out recklessly would lead only to erratic wandering. It would be far wiser to first comprehend the current state of the primordial world before making further plans. 3,000 years later, Lu Yun opened his eyes, a radiant expression of joy illuminating his visage. After 3 millennia, he thoroughly assimilated the information imparted by the heavenly Tao, which encompassed various disciplines of cultivation, formations, prohibitions, divine abilities, and principles, as well as the specific realms of cultivation within the primordial world, namely the 9 layers of celestial Tao and the 9 levels of primordial unity. The 9 layers of celestial Tao are relatively straightforward. The first realm is that of the celestial being, where one begins to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth. The moment one grasps even the slightest thread of these rules, they step into the realm of the celestial being. The second realm is the earth celestial, where one delves deeper into these rules and can initially invoke the power of the cosmic principles, thus achieving the status of earth celestial. The third realm is that of the heavenly celestial. In the primordial world, the heavenly Tao is immensely profound, and it is exceedingly challenging for even a celestial being to ascend to the heavens. To break through the weighty aura of the heavenly Tao through one's own understanding of the rules and soar above the firmament is to attain the level of heavenly celestial. The fourth realm is the true celestial, who genuinely comprehends the power of a specific rule, such as the rules of thunder or torrential rain. Only upon reaching this stage can one be considered a true practitioner of the celestial Tao, having entered the sanctum of celestial beings. The fifth realm is the profound celestial, who delves into the enigmatic and intricate gateways of the Tao. While a true celestial may merely understand the existence of the heavenly rules, a profound celestial must fully master these rules and grasp their underlying principles, thereby surpassing the true celestial level. The sixth realm is that of the divine celestial. In the primordial beginning, the Tao exists, the divine celestial embodies the mastery of multiple rules. If a true celestial governs a single rule, then a divine celestial must command at least 9 rules to be deemed worthy of the title. The 7th realm is the golden celestial, who refines and crystallizes the rules they have comprehended, beginning to explore the subtle mysteries of the principles through the power of these laws, thereby achieving the status of golden celestial. The 8th realm is the supreme golden celestial. While the golden celestial has only begun to grasp the mysteries of the principles, the supreme golden celestial has commenced genuine contemplation of these laws, having merely touched upon the threshold. While the supreme golden celestial has begun to open the door and unveil the secrets within. The 9th realm is the great Luo golden celestial, who has truly pushed open the door to the principles, entering a state where they can decisively surpass the supreme golden celestial. Most importantly, the great Luo golden immortal has stepped through the portal of the laws, liberating himself from the constraints of the river of fate, thus achieving a preliminary state of autonomy from destiny and attaining the realm of immortality. Following the great Luo golden immortal, one must break through to the primordial chaos realm, for only upon reaching this level can true accomplishments be recognized. In the primordial era, this state is also referred to as the quasi-saint. Even in the future of the primordial world, a quasi-saint is regarded as a formidable expert, and those who attain this status are renowned deities. However, Tong Tian has received another revelation from his own Taoist legacy. There exists a significant disparity between the great Luo golden immortal and the primordial chaos realm. Even the most elite of great Luo golden immortals appear as fragile as infants when confronted with practitioners of the primordial chaos realm. Yet, should an individual cultivate to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm and refine a particular aspect to its utmost perfection, there lies the potential to enter a wondrous state within the great Luo golden immortal realm, known as the great Luo Dao fruit. The cultivation of the great Luo Dao fruit is an arduous endeavor, rivaling the challenge of breaking through to the primordial chaos realm. However, once one successfully attains the great Luo Dao fruit, their power will be on par with that of a practitioner in the early stages of the primordial chaos realm. Furthermore, the attainment of the grand Luo Dao fruit signifies the pinnacle of cultivation within the grand Luo realm, akin to the level achieved by chaos gods nurtured in the primordial chaos. In essence, the ability to condense the grand Luo Dao fruit implies a latent potential comparable to that of a chaos god. Although lacking the great Dao's origin, the Hongmeng purple qi, their future prospects remain immense, holding substantial promise for transcending the mixed Yuan grand Luo golden immortal stage and attaining the esteemed position of a heavenly Dao saint. Chapter 35. 3 millennia hence, the present Lu Yun, more accurately referred to as Zulong Devourer of Heavens, currently resides within the grand Luo golden immortal realm. The law he comprehends has astonished him, revealing itself to be the law of devouring, derived from his inherent ability to devour. Having been born for merely 3 millennia, my cultivation within the grand Luo golden immortal realm is still in its nascent stages. However, my physical body is exceptionally robust, and with the Hongmeng measuring ruler in my possession, few can rival me in this nascent era of the primordial world. Devourer of Heavens exclaimed, brandishing his dragon claws with elation. Over the course of 3 millennia, he had already refined the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Naturally, as a supreme artifact of acquired merit possessing 49 layers of restrictions, this unparalleled divine object cannot be fully refined internally by anyone short of a mixed Yuan saint. In these 3 millennia, he had only managed to refine the Hongmeng measuring ruler to the 33rd layer, which was the limit of his capabilities. The 34th layer of restrictions necessitates the mid-stage of the grand Luo golden immortal realm, and correspondingly, the 35th layer requires the late stage, while the 36th layer demands the pinnacle of the grand Luo golden immortal realm. The 37th layer of the prohibitions requires one to attain the realm of a quasi-saint. However, having refined the 33rd layer of the prohibitions within the primordial quantity celestial ruler, Tong Tian is already capable of dominating the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. During the refinement process, he discovered that this postnatal treasure of merit harbors numerous profound principles, including those of severance and annihilation. Over the course of 3,000 years, he has gained profound insights into these principles, with many reaching the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, bringing him ever closer to a breakthrough into the mid-phase of that realm. Lu Yin felt immense joy in his heart. With his current cultivation, the power of these principles could be unleashed. Even a quasi-saint would find their defenses shattered by a strike from the primordial quantity, celestial ruler. The number of individuals capable of withstanding his assault is exceedingly few. This signifies that he has become a formidable expert in the present chaotic world. 3,000 years have passed. It is time for me to venture out and witness the world anew. I wonder what the current state of the chaos is. Surely, many innate deities have been born by now. It is the perfect opportunity to see what the world has become. Tong Tian felt a surge of restlessness within. 3,000 years without stepping outside was quite a long time. Had it not been for the inheritance of the heavenly Tao, he would have long since been unable to contain himself. Thus, with a sudden thought, he took action. His body swayed slightly, and he departed from the Penglai Island, which he had guarded for 3,000 years. Casting a final glance at his island, he exhaled a beam of golden light that transformed into a vast net, which descended upon the island. Instantly, the island was enveloped in golden radiance, and the enormous landmass vanished from sight. Thus, the location of my sanctuary shall remain concealed. The celestial devourer shook his head, his gaze encompassing the surroundings. Subsequently, he emitted a resounding roar towards the heavens, the resplendent dragon's cry reverberating through the firmament. His form commenced an unrestrained expansion, metamorphosing in the blink of an eye into a colossal entity spanning millions of feet. With a flick of his draconic tail, his entire being transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from the skies above the Eastern Sea. Half a century hence, in the maritime domain of the Eastern Sea, proximate to the primordial continent, a gargantuan golden dragon, measuring a staggering 10 million feet in length, extended his immense maw, descending upon the waters below. Titanic and ferocious beasts thrashed about, desperately seeking to escape, yet their resistance proved futile against the engulfing power of the golden dragon. One by one, the formidable creatures succumbed to the dragon's gullet, devoured without mercy. After what seemed like an eternity, with the ravenous beast within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles utterly consumed, the colossal jaws slowly sealed shut. A potent force coursed through the dragon's frame, augmenting his aura to an even more profound level. The celestial devourer unfurled his eyes, observing the sea's surface below, now tainted with copious amounts of blood, and the expanse of hundreds of millions of miles devoid of any signs of life. He could not help but shake his head slightly, lamenting the ferocious beasts. Veritably, they are the malignant tumors of the primordial world. So brutally savage and bloodthirsty, they have transformed this once thriving land into such a desolate state. However, following the great cleansing calamity, should it not be the tripartite hegemony of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans? How has a race of ferocious beasts emerged? Vague accounts of the primordial world have been passed down through the ages. Yet why are matters so divergent here? Tunshin stroked his chin, but after a moment of contemplation, he found himself unable to arrive at a conclusion and subsequently abandoned the thought. After all, what guarantees that history remains unchanged? The seas are already teeming with ferocious beasts. One can only surmise that the land harbors even more. A flicker of concern crept into Tunshin's mind regarding the land he was about to tread. If the primal earth had also fallen victim to the scourge of the beast clan, he would undoubtedly face considerable troubles in the future. Suddenly, in a flash, Tunshin transformed into a golden beam of light, vanishing into the sky, making his way towards the long-anticipated primal continent. Chapter 36. The Era of Ferocious Beasts. A century later, atop a majestic peak of the primal earth, a colossal golden dragon descended from the heavens. Its piercing golden eyes surveyed the vast expanse below. The landscape, stretching across billions of miles, unfurled before its gaze, revealing numerous depressions and devastation, while many areas lay eerily desolate, as if subjected to countless scourges, rendering the sight almost unbearable. Was the Beast Clan truly endowed with such immense power upon the primal earth? Their presence sprawled across a considerable portion of the land, a revelation that was utterly unexpected. Tunshin let out a profound sigh, astonished to discover that his encounters with ferocious beasts on the primal continent were more frequent than those he had faced in the Eastern Sea, the sheer magnitude sending shivers down his spine. Particularly alarming was the knowledge he gleaned from several innate deities, revealing that the classification of the Beast Clan was far from simplistic. Upon breaking through to the golden immortal realm, these ferocious beings could refine the malevolent energy within themselves, thereby restoring their intelligence. The fierce beasts have dominated the world for countless millennia, with numerous formidable members of their kind achieving remarkable feats, including several who have ascended to the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm. Among them, 4 fierce beasts have successfully transcended to this exalted level, known as the 4 great beast kings, Qiongqi, Taowu, Zhuyan, and Hundun. However, the primordial deities nurtured within the chaotic world are also numerous. Although the number of primordial deities who have attained the Deluo golden immortal status is scarce, it far exceeds the mere 4 of the fierce beast clan. Yet, the fierce beasts continue to assert their dominance over the realm. The existence of the 4 great beast kings, while significant, is not the sole reason for their supremacy. The true cornerstone of their power lies in a being who stands at the pinnacle of the entire chaotic world, a fierce beast sovereign known as Beast Sovereign Shun-Enai. It is said that Beast Sovereign Shun-Enai was a chaotic demon god slain by the great Pangu, and upon his flesh falling into the chaotic world, he absorbed the malevolent energy of the realm to take form. From birth, he was unlike other fierce beasts, inheriting not the divine powers of the heavenly Tao, but rather the legacy of a chaotic demon god, cultivating by drawing upon the malevolent essence of the world. To date, he has reached the peak of the Deluo golden immortal realm, poised to step into the quasi-saint level at any moment. Were it not for these extraordinary attributes, he would not instill fear in the hearts of many primordial deities. Previously, several powerful primordial deities, alongside numerous Deluo golden immortal experts, have united to confront him, believing that their combined strength would suffice to vanquish him. In truth, the combined efforts of numerous celestial immortals did not vanquish the Beast Emperor, Shun-Enai, but rather resulted in the demise of several of their ranks, inflicting severe losses upon many adept beings among the innate deities. The reason lies in the possession of a formidable weapon, the innate supreme treasure known as the God-slaying spear, wielded by Shun-Enai. This spear is said to be a transformation of the chaotic supreme treasure, the chaotic green lotus, which was in the hands of the primordial deity Pangu. Legend has it that the chaotic green lotus was shattered during the creation of the heavens, scattering its essence throughout the cosmos and evolving into various innate spiritual treasures. Its stalk, however, fell into a place saturated with innate malevolent energy. Upon landing, it instinctively absorbed the surrounding energy to restore itself. Yet, instead of rejuvenating, it assimilated the malevolent essence, ultimately transforming into the fearsome god-slaying spear, which embodies the path of boundless slaughter. This spear transcends the innate spiritual treasures, being a true innate supreme treasure, reputed for its unparalleled sharpness, rivaling even the Panga banner among the 3 treasures of creation. Most importantly, the god-slaying spear possesses the formidable ability to obliterate divine souls and shatter myriad laws. Even the divine souls of saints, which are entrusted with the heavenly path, can be severely injured or even slain by it. In other words, this is a terrifying treasure capable of slaughtering saints. If wielded by a saint, it could potentially vanquish a true heavenly saint. Reflecting on the intelligence gathered over the years in the primordial world, even the devourer of worlds cannot help but furrow his brow. The power of the fierce beast clan is nothing short of terrifying. Beneath the golden immortal realm, fierce beasts lack any semblance of intelligence, driven solely by instinctive destruction. Such beasts number in the trillions across the vast primordial land. As time progresses, the emergence of fierce beasts within the Golden Immortal realm has only increased. Consequently, the tight Golden Immortals of the fierce beast clan, as well as the beast kings of the great Luo Golden Immortal level, will also proliferate, leading to a gradual enhancement of their fortunes. Ultimately, once the fortunes of the fierce beast clan reach a certain threshold, it will inevitably elevate the cultivation of the Beast Emperor, enabling him to step into the quasi-saint realm beyond the Great Luo. At that point, the Beast Emperor, armed with quasi-saint cultivation and the God-slaying spear, would find it relatively unchallenging to sweep through the primordial world. Thus, a massive vicious cycle would ensue. The fierce beast clan would seize more fortunes, while the cultivation of their emperor would continue to ascend, ultimately aiding him in breaking through to the primordial realm and attaining the saint level. How might one resolve such an issue? Tunshin began to ponder deeply, a myriad of thoughts resurfacing in his mind. Yet he dismissed each one as the likelihood of their realization was exceedingly low. It seemed he was left with no choice but to resort to this rudimentary method. He shook his head. His concept was rather straightforward: to harness the powers of the primordial deities and unite them against the ferocious beast clan. Chapter 37. The Beast King Qiongqi. This approach was rather unreliable. It was not the first time that primordial beings had sought to undertake such a course of action. However, when faced with the Beast Emperor Shun Ni and the God-slaying spear in his possession, all strategies had proven futile. The Beast Emperor Shun Ni was evidently intent on leveraging the fortunes of the ferocious beast clan to assist in his ascension to the quasi-saint realm, perhaps even as sainthood itself. Such overt ambitions are exceedingly challenging to thwart. Nevertheless, the primordial deities were unable to contend with the Beast Emperor Shun Ni, primarily due to the God-slaying spear in his grasp. Yet, I am different. I possess the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, an acquired treasure of merit, whose offensive capabilities rival those of the God-slaying spear. The power of merit contained within it could easily counteract the malevolence of the God-slaying spear, allowing me to confront Shun Ni without fear. As this realization dawned upon him, Tunshin suddenly hesitated. Indeed, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler could stand against the God-slaying spear, but he was currently merely at the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, a far cry from the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm that Shun Ni had attained. If he were to attain the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he would undoubtedly challenge the divine being without hesitation. However, in reality, his cultivation is vastly inferior to that of the divine being. Thus, he must bide his time, hoping that the divine being's cultivation does not swiftly ascend to the primordial realm. Otherwise, once he steps into that realm, he would truly be invincible. Tunshin shook his head, casting a glance around before transforming into a streak of light and soaring towards a certain location in the primordial wilderness. The Qiongqi tribe, represented by the formidable Qiongqi, possesses strength at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. However, as a fierce beast born of the malevolent energy unleashed by the Pangu great deity during the creation of the world, its murderous prowess is extraordinarily fearsome. Even if 3 to 5 beings of the same realm arise to confront it, they can only contend with it, unable to slay it. Even a master at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm would find themselves hard-pressed against it. The failure of the powerful innate deities to ambush the divine being in the past was largely due to the intervention of the 4 great beast kings, who impeded the majority of the Great Luo Golden Immortal experts among the innate deities. Otherwise, with a coalition of a dozen or 20 Great Luo Golden Immortal level beings, even with the God-slaying spear in the hands of the divine being, it would be improbable for him to eliminate numerous Great Luo Golden Immortal foes. Thus, whether it be Qiongqi, Taowu, or any of the other beast kings, they all hold a significant place in the esteem of the divine being. The 4 beast kings were divided and sealed by the divine entity Shun Ni in the vast wilderness, with the Blood Emperor Mountain, where Shun Ni resides, serving as the epicenter. Whenever one of the beast kings finds themselves in peril, the other 3, alongside Shun Ni, would swiftly come to their aid. ensuring their safety to a significant degree. Similarly, Qiongqi, as one of the four beast kings, commands the allegiance of numerous fierce beasts who seek powerful cultivation techniques from him. Consequently, many of these formidable creatures willingly converge their bloodlines towards the Qiongqi lineage, allowing their own bloodlines to transform and evolve into that of Qiongqi, thus greatly augmenting the numbers of his clan. However, on this day, an immensely powerful aura traversed the distant void, hurtling towards the caverns where Qiongqi resides. Who dares to intrude upon the cultivation of this king? A deep, hoarse voice, laced with malice, erupted from within Qiongqi's lair. In the next moment, a pair of colossal bat-like wings tore through the barrier of the cave, revealing a beast of unfathomable size, towering at 10,000 zhong, appearing in the skies above, roaring defiantly and fixating its gaze upon the heavens. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the void as a magnificent golden dragon, equally colossal, descended from the skies. The terrifying presence of the dragon instilled fear in the hearts of countless fierce beasts below, causing them to tremble. The power of a great Luo golden immortal is vastly superior to that of mere golden immortals or Tai golden immortals. What manner of creature are you? Are you a primordial divine beast or an innate deity? Upon encountering the resplendent golden divine dragon, Qiongqi felt an involuntary tremor in his voice, a subtle quiver that he himself scarcely recognized, as if it were the innate suppression stemming from his very nature. The primordial divine beasts are distinct from the primordial deities. Although both belong to the realm of the primordial, the former originate from the flesh, bones, and meridians of the great Pangu, retaining within them a trace of Pangu's bloodline power. Thus, the corporeal forms of the primordial divine beasts are exceedingly formidable, rivaling even the fierce beasts, save for their lesser, innate malevolence. In contrast, primordial deities are primarily manifestations of the very essence of heaven and earth, born to govern certain principles and even the laws of the celestial path, akin to how the chaotic demon gods align with the great Tao. However, the primordial deities of the primordial world are born from its essence, and, barring a few supreme ones, most are relatively weak, possessing only immense potential. I am the ancestral dragon, devourer of heaven, he proclaimed, identifying himself as a primordial divine beast. I have come here today to request a certain item from you. King Qiongqi. A fierce glint flashed in Qiongqi's eyes as he slightly bared his sharp fangs. Devourer of heaven, leave my territory at once. We, the fierce beasts, are sworn enemies of your divine beast lineage. No matter what you seek, I shall not grant it to you. Should you fail to recognize your own folly, do not blame me for the consequences. Chapter 38. The battle against Qiongqi. Tunshin gazed at Qiongqi and slowly spoke. Qiongqi, what I desire must be given, whether you wish to or not. In an instant, Tunshin's enormous form transformed into a beam of golden light, charging towards Qiongqi, his sharp claws aimed fiercely at Qiongqi's head. For what I seek is your life. Roaring with fury, Qiongqi's massive body morphed into a surge of gray light, hurtling towards Tunshin. You dare to kill me? Do you truly believe you possess the capability? Over the years, several great Luo golden immortals have perished in my hands. Today, I shall slay you, adding your name to my list of fallen golden immortals. With a thunderous collision, the two colossal figures clashed violently in midair, causing the void to tremble. A terrifying wave of energy surged outward in all directions, enveloping countless ferocious beasts, which exploded into a mist of blood. In that single strike, the number of fallen golden immortal beasts exceeded in the past. Numerous supreme beings refrained from such actions, for they were acutely aware that unleashing their formidable powers upon the primal wilderness would inflict terrifying repercussions upon the vast expanse of mountains and earth, causing irreparable harm to the primordial realm and significantly amplifying their own karmic burdens. However, Tun Tian paid no heed to these considerations. The eruption of his power, a clash of forces at the level of the great Luo golden immortal, rendered even the mightiest of Tai golden immortal beasts insignificant in comparison. In a single strike, he decimated more than half of the golden immortals and Tai golden immortal elites of the Qiongqi tribe. How dare you? If you possess the courage, let us engage in battle beyond the stars. Roared Qiongqi, leaping into the firmament, soaring towards the cosmic expanse. He could scarcely fathom the devastation that would befall the Qiongqi tribe should the conflict persist in this locale. His entire retinue of fierce beasts would likely be annihilated. Fear not, Tun Tian bellowed in reply, transforming into a streak of golden light, ascending into the heavens with even greater speed than the winged Qiongqi. Remarkably, despite being in pursuit, he caught up with Qiongqi before they reached the celestial domain, their colossal forms colliding with tremendous force. As the two great Luo golden immortals unleashed their fierce battle, numerous powerful beings across the primordial world opened their eyes, gazing towards the heavens with varied expressions. That direction belonged to Qiongqi. Once again, someone dared to confront the king of the fierce beasts. Alas, it remains uncertain which imprudent fellow Taoist has ventured alone to confront Qiongqi, the formidable king of the ferocious beasts, a master of slaughter. No fewer than 5 or 6 grand Luo immortals have perished by its hand. Even a grand Luo immortal of the later stage cannot be entirely confident in slaying it, especially with the presence of the Beast Emperor, Divine Rebellion, and the other 3 Beast Kings. This is troubling. Should such a master perish in this manner, our innate divine race will have lost a supreme expert, diminishing our chances of victory against Divine Rebellion in the future. Alas, the distance is too great. Even traveling at full speed from here, it would take several decades to reach that region. Throughout the primordial world, the mighty of the innate divine race lamented, disapproving of Devourer's solitary attempt to kill Qiongqi. As a beast king of the ferocious beast race, if it were so easily slain, the 4 beast kings would have been eliminated long ago and would not still be alive today. On the other side, within the ferocious beast race, the other 3 beast kings, also grand Luo immortals, since the battle that Qiongqi faced, disdain graced their countenances as they leisurely made their way toward the battlefield. In their eyes, the audacious individual daring to challenge Qiongqi was merely courting death. A mere early-stage great Luo golden immortal of the divine race stood no chance against Qiongqi, facing an inevitable demise. Had it not been for the necessity to prevent more innate divine beings from seizing the opportunity to hunt down Qiongqi, they would not have intervened at all. High above in the heavens, the devourer of worlds radiated a dazzling golden light as laws danced around him. He unleashed a torrent of blazing heavenly thunder, the terrifying brilliance tearing through the void and crashing forcefully toward Qiongqi. As a member of the Dragon Clan, this was a unique and innate divine ability of the devourer of worlds, to summon winds and rains and to spew forth lightning. This divine power, bestowed by the heavens, wielded a formidable force. Unwilling to yield, Qiongqi emanated a formidable black malevolent aura to counter the onslaught of heavenly thunder. Simultaneously, his sharp claws glinted with a chilling light as they tore toward the Devourer's draconic form. The might of the ferocious beast clan did not lie solely in their cultivation, but rather in the terrifying physicality forged through their innate malevolence. Such a powerful physique is rarely matched, even among innate divine beasts. However, this time, Qiongqi's previously invincible and formidable body encountered a worthy adversary, as his formidable claws descended upon Devourer's divine dragon form. Those very claws, capable of marring even ordinary innate spiritual treasures, merely left a faint, pallid streak upon Devourer's golden draconic physique. Conversely, Devourer retaliated with a swift strike, his claw landing squarely upon Qiongqi's body. The resplendent golden dragon claw, akin to an invincible blade, possessed the terrifying sharpness to cleave through all matter, instantly tearing a gaping fissure in Qiongqi's flesh. Blood, saturated with dreadful baleful aura, splattered in all directions, deterring approach. Every scale on Devourer's body shimmered with golden light, accompanied by the elements of wind and thunder. Above, the firmament reverberated with rolling thunder, as bolts of heavenly lightning crashed down, utterly engulfing Qiongqi. Roar! A roar filled with agony echoed as Qiongqi's body was charred and smoking from the heavenly lightning. The areas lacerated by the dragon's claws exploded into gaping wounds, for which blood flowed ceaselessly. Impossible. How can your physical form be more robust than mine? Xiongqi roared in vehement denial. As a beast king of the ferocious beast clan, a Deluo golden immortal level ferocious beast, his physical body had been tempered by the aura of creation's inception, making it virtually unparalleled among those of the same realm. Otherwise, the ferocious beast clan could not have ascended to become the apex hegemon of the primordial world with only 5 Deluo golden immortals. Yet now, a golden dragon that had suddenly emerged was overwhelming him in terms of physical prowess. He was being defeated in his area of expertise, a reality that Xiongqi found utterly unacceptable. Nothing is impossible. The entity known as Tun Tian radiated a resplendent light as countless bolts of thunder erupted from within him, transforming the atmosphere into a vast realm of electricity. The relentless deluge of celestial thunder descended like a torrential rain, engulfing the creature Xiongqi. Our fierce beast lineage possesses a corporeal form forged through the refining essence of the primordial chaos. Indeed, our physicality is invincible. With a thunderous roar, Xiongqi lunged toward Tun Tian, his massive frame propelled forward, and the pair of bat-like wings on his back sliced through the void like 2 menacing blades, aiming to cleave Tun Tian asunder. Was the body tempered by primordial chaos so formidable? No, it was simply not enough. Surrounded by a golden radiance, Tun Tian stood resolute, arcs of thunder crackling about him as his dragon claws emanated a force capable of shredding all existence. In an instant, he entwined with Xiongqi, and a formidable battle erupted between them. The voice of the Devourer was imbued with a chilling blend of disappointment and mockery. In his eyes, as one of the 4 great beast kings, Xiongqi had undoubtedly faced countless battles, far surpassing his own experiences. Even if he were to triumph in a confrontation with Xiongqi, it would likely force him to reveal his hidden trump cards, such as the use of the primordial celestial measuring ruler, a treasure of postnatal merit. Yet now, merely relying on his physical form, he had nearly overwhelmed Xiongqi, even tearing off his bat-like wings. Such a grievous injury would take decades of cultivation for Xiongqi to fully recover from. How infuriating! You are no ordinary innate divine beast. What is your true origin? Xiongqi bellowed, his tattered body swiftly mending, the wings growing back at an astonishing rate. However, his aura had diminished significantly, plummeting from the pinnacle of the early Deluo stage to that of an ordinary Deluo golden immortal. As for my origins, there is no need for you to concern yourself, the Devourer proclaimed. Today, I shall guide you on your journey back to the cosmos, to meet the great Pangu and offer your apologies. With a resounding roar, the Devourer transformed his dragon claw into a fist that descended with formidable force. The resplendent golden scales of his dragon form now radiated a fearsome brilliance, each scale standing erect like a razor-sharp blade, crashing down upon Xiongqi. 10,000 beasts' indestructible body. With a thunderous roar, Xiongqi exuded a formidable aura of primal chaos, enveloping himself in a shroud of inky darkness. Simultaneously, one of his razor-sharp claws stealthily lunged towards the eye of the Devourer. Unable to breach the Devourer's formidable defenses, he sought to exploit its vulnerabilities. However, at the moment when the Devourer's claw descended, Xiongqi realized he had underestimated the impenetrable golden scales that adorned its body. These scales possessed an indomitable defense, and when inverted, transformed into a terrifying blade capable of slicing through anything. The protective barrier formed by the chaos aura was as fragile as paper, instantly torn apart by the brute force of the Devourer's claw, which pierced Xiongqi's very flesh. Chapter 40. Xiongqi's defeat. A howl of agony erupted from Xiongqi as the searing pain compelled him to retract his claw aimed at the Devourer's eye, seeking to restrain its corporeal form. Yet, in the next heartbeat, for dragon claws brutally penetrated Xiongqi's body, unleashing a tremendous and terrifying force that erupted from the Devourer's being. The raw essence of vitality tore through Xiongqi's form, and this beast king of the ferocious beast clan was mercilessly rent asunder. nearly having his primordial spirit shattered by the overwhelming power. With a roar, the dismembered flesh of Qiangqi swiftly reassembled nearby as his primordial spirit returned to his corporeal form. He gazed at the devourer with a look of disbelief, his eyes reflecting utter astonishment. To rend my indestructible beast body with mere physical might. Your form is no less impressive than that of my sovereign. Who on earth are you? Qiangqi gasped for breath, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He had never anticipated the emergence of a being whose physical prowess surpassed that of the fierce beast race. Such an individual was truly inconceivable. Before you meet your demise, I shall surely reveal the truth to you. Tong Tian charged at Qiangqi once more, this time emanating an even more terrifying aura. Throughout their combat, he had acquired numerous fighting techniques, which significantly enhanced his combat prowess, allowing him to unleash formidable attacks with lesser force. As for why Tong Tian refrained from employing those divine spells, it is essential to consider the origins of the subsequent mystical arts. The spells are derived from the adept practitioners of later generations who emulated the innate deities. Whether it be the manipulation of celestial phenomena, the summoning of winds and rains, or the command of thunder and lightning, these abilities were learned from witnessing the fierce battles or philosophical discourses of the innate divine beings. In other words, the so-called mystical arts are merely simplified versions of the powers wielded by Tong Tian and his fellow innate divine races. As true innate deities and divine beasts, they had no need to master these simplified forms. The powers they manifested were bestowed by the heavenly principles, aligning perfectly with their essence and representing the pinnacle of divine prowess. As the battle between the two escalated, Tong Tian's techniques became increasingly proficient and coupled with his formidable physique, the fight began to feel as though he was relentlessly overpowering Qiangqi. Even though Qiangqi is a great Luo golden immortal, with a physical form that approaches immortality, he finds himself increasingly exhausted as his body is repeatedly shattered and obliterated by Tunshin on the battlefield beyond the heavens. As Tunshin continues to demolish and tear apart Qiangqi's flesh, the latter's strength wanes evermore. Yet, in spite of his pride as the king of beasts, he shows no intention of fleeing. Instead, a dreadful malevolence begins to seep into his gaze, turning it a blood-red hue, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious and fearsome. With a roar, he declares, "To kill me is no simple task. Divine Demon Tower, shield my true form." Qiangqi opens his mouth and exhales a shimmering tower of black and gold, which expands with the wind and swiftly envelopes him, safeguarding his safety. Boom! Resounding thunderclaps reverberate upon the Divine Demon Tower, summoned by Tunshin's call for heavenly thunder. Yet, the tower, gleaming in its dual hues, remains utterly unyielding despite the onslaught of hundreds, even thousands, of heavenly bolts. From the tower, powerful deities and demons emerge, deflecting the might of the thunder, rendering it incapable of inflicting significant damage upon the tower. Qiangqi's voice, filled with pride, echoes within the tower. "Tunshin, do you presume that your physical form surpasses mine, allowing you to slay me? You underestimate the situation. This king has once vanquished several great Luo golden immortals and acquired several innate spiritual treasures from them. This divine demon tower is a superior innate spiritual treasure, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Not to mention you. Even a peak great Luo golden immortal would find it difficult to breach the defenses of my divine demon tower without a more potent artifact." With a cold laugh, Tun Tian remarked, "So, you are quite confident in the defenses of the divine demon tower. Let me test whether this tower can withstand the might of my physical form." With a resounding roar, Tun Tian's eyes shone with a golden light, and at that moment, his dragon claws radiated an unprecedented brilliance. A terrifying sharpness erupted, capable of tearing apart the heavens and shattering all laws. Chains of divine rules coiled around his claws, as if even the laws of the celestial realm sought to restrain those lethal talons brimming with ferocity. "Break from me." Tun Tian's colossal form transformed into a beam of light, with his claws serving as the apex of this radiant force. Under this blinding light, the very fabric of space was rent asunder, and the laws themselves threatened to snap. This brilliance was too dazzling, ripping through time and space, reminiscent of the legendary axe that once cleaved the heavens. Chapter 41. The Divine Reversal emerges roar. Within the Divine Demon Tower, Qiongqi emitted a low, inexplicable growl, imbued with an overwhelming sense of dread. The light before him evoked thoughts of a word synonymous with death. This brilliance could annihilate him. Even his own Divine Demon Tower would struggle to withstand its assault. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens beyond the ninth heaven, as the blinding light burst forth like a firework in the night. A tremendous wave of energy drew the attention of numerous powerful beings, their expressions shifting as they gazed toward the celestial expanse. Who, precisely, was the divine entity that had unleashed such might? To find oneself in such dire straits while battling against the formidable Qiongqi, exhibiting such explosive power, is at least comparable to the might of a late-stage Daluo Jingxian. Could it be that the one who intervened is a master from the divine lineage at the late stage of Daluo Jingxian? That seems improbable. Within the divine race, there are scarcely a dozen experts at the Daluo Jingxian level, and while 5 or 6 may have reached the late stage, I am well aware of their auras. This divine expert who has taken action is certainly not among them. Could it be that our innate divine lineage has given rise to a new late-stage Daluo Jingxian in recent years? A late-stage divine expert, one might ponder? That seems unlikely. Our innate divine lineage boasts fewer than 20 Daluo, and none of them possess such strength. Is there truly a newly emerged divine Daluo? Gazing upon the battlefield beyond the heavens, the many innate divine beings exhibited expressions of confusion. When did our innate divine lineage produce such a formidable entity capable of contending with Qiongqi? Regardless of the speculations among the elite of the innate divine lineage, they hastily converged towards the battlefield, their intentions clear: to assist this newly arisen divine Daluo. Even if assistance cannot be rendered to him, it is imperative to obstruct the other 3 beast kings of the Fiend Beast clan, as well as the Beast Emperor Shen and I, preventing the formidable warriors of their kin from executing him. A late-stage Daluo Golden Immortal of the Divine Clan is deemed worthy of inciting these primordial beings of the innate Divine Clan to engage once more in a cataclysmic war against the Fiend Beast clan. Initially, the 3 Beast Kings of the Fiend Beast clan, who approached the battlefield at a leisurely pace, suddenly became alert upon witnessing the radiant light in the sky. Their speed surged instantly as they hastened toward the battlefield with utmost urgency. Concurrently, a message swiftly traversed toward the core of the Fiend Beast clan, directing itself to the lair of the Beast Emperor Shun and I. Blood Emperor Mountain serves as the heart of the Fiend Beast clan, embodying the very essence of their fate. It is said that after the creation of the world, the ruler of the Fiend Beast clan, the Beast Emperor Shun and I, emerged from the flesh of a chaotic demon god, residing atop this sacred mountain, where he dedicates himself to arduous cultivation, aspiring to transcend to the quasi-saint realm and ultimately dominate the vast wilderness. However, on this day, Shun and I sensed an anomaly. The river of destiny reflected disturbances, revealing that the fortunes of the Fiend Beast clan were in turmoil. Among the 5 pillars supporting their immense fortune, one, which manifested the visage of a Qiongqi, began to fracture. It appeared as though the fortunes of the Fiend Beast clan had sustained a grievous blow from a formidable force, showing signs of impending collapse. How could this be? The Fiend Beast clan once thrived with 10 primordial cycles since the dawn of creation, and there remains over a cycle until next. How could such a catastrophic decline in fortune manifest so abruptly? Shin'enai suddenly opened his eyes, his blood-red gaze fixed upon the distant battlefield at the horizon. He sensed the collapse of the Beast clan's fortune, which had begun from that very place. At that moment, a streak of luminous light descended from the heavens. Shin'enai grasped the radiance in his hand, and his expression darkened considerably. In the next instant, he transformed into a scarlet beam, soaring into the sky, as a chilling intent of murder permeated the void, causing black snowflakes to drift in the air wherever he passed. As Shun and I made his move in the celestial arena, the devouring beast, Tun Tian, who was assaulting the divine demon tower, immediately felt a faint sense of threat emanating from the horizon. A cold shiver ignited deep within his heart, making him tremble involuntarily as an ominous crisis approached. Beast Impetus Sinni. Tun Tian's expression grew serious. He halted his attacks on the divine demon tower, which was already on the brink of collapse from his repeated assaults. Simultaneously, within the divine demon tower, Qiangqi's demeanor shifted as he too gazed at the distant sky, his expression transforming into one of excitement and elation. Ha ha! The Beast Emperor has arrived. The defenses of the divine demon tower are sufficient to withstand until your arrival, Ancestor Dragon. What can you do to me now? Ha ha! Qiangqi laughed heartily, his voice filled with the joy of impending salvation. Chapter 42. The Wrath of Shen Ni, is that so? What can you do to me? Tunshin gazed at the formidable Qiangqi within the confines of the divine demon tower, his eyes brimming with derision. Having dared to confront you single-handedly, I have undoubtedly calculated every possible outcome. Even if the divine adversary were to descend today, your demise is inevitable. The tempestuous thunder surrounding Tunshin began to recede, giving way to an ethereal violet radiance. What is this? Qiangqi's laughter abruptly ceased as he involuntarily began to tremble upon the emergence of that violet glow. An inexplicable sense of threat compelled him to consider prostrating himself upon the ground, shivering in fear, as if a primordial demonic deity had materialized before him, coldly regarding him from above. The oppressive aura of such a superior being rendered it exceedingly arduous for him to remain standing. Tunshin, master of the path of devouring, thundered, "Devour the heavens." The nebulous violet luminescence ascended like a resplendent violet sun in the sky. In the next moment, the violet sun enveloped the divine demon tower. Despite the innate spiritual treasure's desperate struggles and attempts to break free from the tower's grasp, it ultimately realized that all efforts were in vain. Cease at once. In the distant horizon, three colossal presences rapidly approached. These were the other three beast kings of the ferocious beast clan. Sensing impending doom, they hastened to offer assistance to Qiangqi. However, they were unprepared for the grim reality that Qiangqi had already been vanquished, even on the brink of annihilation. A sight they could not bear to witness. Although their voices reached the battlefield, they remained a considerable distance from the scene. Without at least half a day's time, it was impossible for them to arrive in time. Perish. Enveloped in a violet radiance, the innate spiritual treasure surrounding Qiangqi began to melt away under the relentless heat, akin to a candle succumbing to flame. Qiangqi's corporeal form was no match for the innate treasure. As the purple light descended, his very being began to dissipate rapidly. Despite exerting all his might to unleash his divine abilities in an attempt to shatter the violet glow, his power was ultimately absorbed by it, and even his primordial spirit was gradually fading. Wretched insect, do you dare to slay the king of my ferocious beast clan? You possess audacity beyond measure. A chilling voice, laden with an overwhelming aura of malice, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A blood-red behemoth, towering nearly 90 million zhang, tore through the sky, effortlessly rending space as it surged forward, swiftly approaching the battlefield beyond the heavens. Should anything befall Qiang, the voice of the divine reversal was imbued with a chilling malice, each utterance resonating with an oppressive authority akin to a decree of fate. Ha ha ha! Divine reversal. Today, I shall seal the fate of the monstrous entity. If you wish to slay me, you must first demonstrate your own prowess. The voice of the devourer echoed through the void, demanding, annihilate. With a thunderous command, the violet radiance surged forth, completely engulfing the monstrous entity, along with the towering demon tower upon him. Boom! As the monstrous entity fell, a deep rumble of thunder resonated from the heavens, and a portion of the immense fortune belonging to the beastly lineage was abruptly diminished, as if a great maw had suddenly clamped down upon their destiny, consuming nearly 1/10 of their fortune. Damn it! You shall pay for this. The rapidly approaching Shinny couldn't help but roar. The Beast Kings were the mainstay of the ferocious Beast Clan, each representing 1/10 of the clan's fortune, with the Beast Emperor possessing half. Logically, the ferocious Beast Clan was still in an ascendant phase of fortune. As one of the 4 great Beast Kings, Xiongqi was protected by 1/10 of the clan's fortune. Even if a grand Luo golden immortal at its peak wanted to kill him, the fortune would ensure he held out until Shini arrived. Yet, Xiongqi had fallen. Moreover, the 1/10 of the clan's fortune he represented didn't return upon his death. Instead, it was devoured by the assailant, equivalent to diminishing the ferocious beast clan's fortune by 1/10, shaking its very foundation. As the Beast Emperor, Shini had already sensed that the ferocious beast clan's fortune was declining. Originally poised for hundreds of thousands of years of prosperity, the clan now showed signs of its fortune reaching its zenith, trending towards decline. This was akin to severing Shini's path to becoming a quasi-sage, or even a sage through fortune, an irreconcilable enmity. Chapter 43, Mid-Stage Grand Luo, you are doomed. No matter who you are, or what race you belong to, nothing can stop my resolve to kill you. You must die. The furious roar of the divine reversal reverberated through the void, as a spear exuding an aura of terrifying bloodlust materialized in his grasp. With each swing of the divine spear, the fabric of the void shattered in layers, and his speed surged dramatically. Kill! The other three beast kings echoed his fury with their own roars, their voices tinged with tremors of fear. The demise of Xiongqi weighed heavily upon them. Among the four great beast kings, Xiongqi's prowess was formidable, not the weakest among them. The ability to slay Xiongqi indicated that the assailant possessed the power to eliminate the three of them as well, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within the hearts of the remaining beast kings. This individual must perish. There could be no mercy shown. Otherwise, should they ally with the innate divine race, they would be picked off one by one, and the beast kings would stand powerless against such an onslaught. Meanwhile, on the side of the innate divine race, numerous Luo golden immortals began to mobilize. A golden stream of light manifested in the void, revealing a colossal golden ant, measuring millions of feet, tearing through the fabric of space as it surged toward the direction of the divine reversal. Rather than engaging in the battlefield beyond, it chose to intercept the divine reversal midway, thwarting any attempt to strike down a member of the innate divine race. A being capable of vanquishing Xiongqi held immeasurable value. If this entity's however, if the counterpart is in the early or mid stages of the great Luo golden immortal, their value escalates significantly. Such talents, upon reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, would undoubtedly possess the capability to contend against the divine opposition. Give a little more time. Once they attain the zenith of their powers, the innate divine race would stand a considerable chance to retaliate against the ferocious beast clan. Meanwhile, within a premier celestial mountain cave, an elderly man with hair as white as snow gradually opened his eyes. Within his gaze, the imagery of sunsets and moonrises, along with the celestial dance of stars, began to unfold. The elder then rose, peering towards the horizon, pondering with a hint of confusion. What event has transpired within the innate divine race to give rise to such a formidable expert among the great Luo golden immortals? To be capable of vanquishing the formidable Xiongqi in such a brief span of time is remarkable. If this individual possesses a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, it would be understandable. However, if such feats are achieved solely through personal prowess, then they truly embody the essence of an extraordinary powerhouse. Such a master of the divine race must not fall into the hands of the divine adversary. The elder transformed into a streak of luminous energy, soaring into the sky, where a fleeting glimpse of the contrasting forces of yin and yang flickered in the void. On the battlefield beyond the heavens, the formidable entity known as the Devourer, who had vanquished the fierce beast Xiongqi, showed no haste to depart. His colossal form stood resolute in the emptiness, as the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him with fervor. It was as though his being had metamorphosed into an insatiable abyss. No matter how immense the power that flowed into him, it failed to disturb the slightest ripple, as it was all absorbed and refined, transforming into his own strength. The aura of the Devourer grew increasingly potent, and his physical form burgeoned in might. for his ability to devour was inherently the means by which he assimilated external forces to augment his corporeal essence. As one of the four Beast Kings, Xiongqi's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, securing his position as a Beast King with a prowess that surpassed that of many Golden Immortals of the divine lineage. The consumption of such a formidable adversary yielded a power sufficient to propel his physical form forward. Moreover, the superior innate spiritual treasure, the divine demon tower, was also consumed by the devourer. The significance of an innate spiritual treasure is profound. It embodies the essence nurtured by the cosmos, containing immense powers of law alongside the rich primordial essence of heaven and earth. Innate spiritual treasures, akin to innate deities, are both manifestations of the primordial essence of the universe. A superior grade innate spiritual treasure possesses a profoundness of origin comparable to that of a quasi-sage powerhouse. Having devoured such a treasure, along with a Beast King, Swallowing Heaven's cultivation experienced a monumental surge. His cultivation, which had been stagnant at the pinnacle of the early stage of the grand Luo Golden Immortal realm, finally broke through. A resplendent radiance emanated from Swallowing Heaven's form, his physique gradually elongating and his stature slowly expanding. A terrifying and boundless aura distorted the surrounding void, yet he suppressed it. This was because his primordial spirit was also rapidly absorbing the essence of the superior grade, innate spiritual treasure, the divine demon pagoda, augmenting itself bit by bit. Finally, accompanied by a series of violent rumbles, Swallowing Heaven's primordial spirit abruptly expanded, the golden divine dragon encircled by a halo of 9 colors, resembling an unparalleled deity. Countless laws of the universe spontaneously manifested before him, each law being absorbed and assimilated, becoming a part of his comprehended devouring Tao. A sonorous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the primordial world, and Swallowing Heaven's suppressed, monstrous aura erupted with a deafening boom, as if a colossal sun had detonated in midair. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of light years, everything was enveloped in a blinding light. Chapter 44. Intercepting Divine Retribution, Mid-Stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal. This individual has actually broken through, and he has only just entered the mid-stage of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal realm. As the numerous divine beings and formidable creatures of the Beast Clan hastened towards the scene, their expressions reflected astonishment upon witnessing the formidable aura emanating from the entity known as. Subsequently, their emotions oscillated between elation and trepidation. Naturally, the innate divine clan reveled in joy, for it had not only vanquished one of the 4 Beast Kings, the formidable, but it also inflicted a grievous blow upon the Beast Clan. Some powerful beings observed that the fortune of the Beast Clan had plummeted by a significant tenth, indicating that their rapid advancement would be stymied for an extended period. Moreover, at this juncture, successfully ascended to the mid-stage of, signifying a substantial enhancement in his prowess. Previously capable of slaying the Beast King, his newfound strength instilled confidence in his ability to eliminate the remaining 3 Beast Kings. Thus, the innate divine clan would only need to contend with the Beast Emperor. Conversely, the formidable beings of the Beast Clan were engulfed in concern. Whether it was the Beast Emperor or the other 3 Beast Kings, their animosity towards had reached unprecedented levels. The slaying of the Beast King had not only diminished the clan's fortune, but also weakened their strength. If the innate divine clan were to instigate a conflict at this moment, their chances of victory would be exceedingly slim. What infuriated them the most was that, having slain, had managed to break through at such a critical time. Reaching the mid-stage of posed an unparalleled threat to the remaining 3 Beast Kings. Crawling creature, you must meet your demise. A frigid voice tore through the layers of void, as a blood-red spear pierced countless dimensions. Although it had yet to reach the battlefield beyond the heavens, its chilling aura had already arrived. Black and crimson snowflakes danced in the air, and a terrifying malevolence threatened to engulf the world. You dare to speak of killing me? With a sudden jolt, the figure known as opened his eyes, two brilliant beams of divine light erupting from within, extinguishing the overwhelming malevolence and hostility. He then turned his dragon head to gaze at the approaching three beast kings of the, declaring, with the death of, "Do you still wish to seek your demise?" His voice resonated like thunder in the heavens, causing the three beast kings to freeze in their tracks. As had asserted, with slain, and his cultivation having advanced to the mid-stage of the, even a united front from the three could not hope to prevail against him. Rather, they risked their own annihilation. The pace of the trio slowed, for while they were notoriously brutal and bloodthirsty, they were not devoid of intelligence. Fools, block his path, and when I descend, I shall ensure his obliteration. A rather somber tone reverberated through the void as divine retribution voiced his discontent with the three beast monarchs. That such a simple matter required his instruction clearly vexed him. The three monarchs, sensing his displeasure, hastened their advance toward the devourer. Suddenly, a resounding bellow erupted across the firmament, and a radiant, golden ant foot, seemingly forged from immortal gold, descended with immense force, aiming directly for divine retribution. "Golden Ant King, do you dare impede my path? Are you courting death?" Divine retribution roared, his colossal Tyrannosaurus claws glowing with sanguine light as he retaliated against the golden appendage. Bang! The void fractured ceaselessly as crimson and golden light scintillated intensely. In an instant, the golden radiance surged, overwhelming the sanguine hue. Divine retribution was hurled backward, his massive Tyrannosaurus form overturned by the formidable Golden Ant King. This spectacle ignited a fervent excitement among many of the divine race. Divine retribution, the paramount powerhouse of the primordial world, had been an oppressive force against the innate divine race. His past deeds, such as single-handedly slaying several late-stage Grand Luo experts of the divine race, had inflicted grievous losses, nearly crippling them. Now his seemingly invincible power had been challenged, and someone had managed to knock him off his feet. This was naturally an uplifting event for many of the divine race. In the eyes of the blood-colored Tyrannosaurus, a deep crimson hue glowed ominously, while the divine gaze brimmed with a chilling, murderous intent. He fixated intently on the Golden Ant King, a being undeniably worthy of being hailed as the strongest practitioner of power in the primordial realm. Undoubtedly, in sheer strength, he was unrivaled. Even I, the Emperor, would find myself outmatched. However, Golden Ant King, our contest extends beyond mere strength. It encompasses cultivation, divine abilities, and magical artifacts. As he spoke, a blood-red spear materialized in the palm of his hand, and in an instant, a terrifying chill of murderous intent permeated the void. The god-slaying spear, an unparalleled, innate treasure of destruction, re-emerged. A dreadful aura swiftly coalesced into a blood-red domain, and the terrifying edge of the spear caused the Golden Ant King's form to tremble slightly, a manifestation of his fear towards this supreme artifact. Chapter 45. The Yin-Yang Taoist Golden Ant King. Should you obstruct my path today, you shall pay with your life. With the god-slaying spear in hand, the colossal form of the Tyrannosaurus emanated an overwhelming aura of slaughter as he advanced, swinging the spear towards the Golden Ant King, intent on eliminating him first before turning to annihilate the Devourer of Heaven. Both must perish. Roar. The Golden Ant King roared as it sensed an unprecedented and terrifying crisis approaching with the arrival of the god-slaying spear. A large, earthen-colored seal materialized from thin air, its prized companion spirit treasure, the thick earth seal, its essence having reached the pinnacle of superior innate treasures. Just a step away from becoming an exquisite innate artifact. As he activated it, the thick earth seal transformed into a colossal stone, gathering boundless and profound earth power. Positioned before the Golden Ant King in an attempt to shield him from the spear's lethal edge. However, the disparity between the superior innate treasure and the god-slaying spear was insurmountable, akin to the vast chasm separating the most rudimentary quasi-saint from the heavenly Tao saints. The moment the spear descended, the Golden Ant King felt his thick earth seal quivering, as the overwhelming killing intent rendered the seal inconsequential, locking onto him with an inescapable grip, leaving him no chance to evade or flee. Shouldn't I cease at once? A surge of black and white energy flashed through the void, revealing a gigantic Taiji diagram that hovered in the air, slowly rotating to confront the thrust of the god-slaying spear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spear struck the immense Taiji diagram, causing its tip to tremble incessantly, striving to pierce through the diagram's resistance. Yet, the seemingly fragile Taiji diagram appeared to encapsulate an infinite world. The god-slaying spear could only vibrate against its surface, unable to breach the defenses and inflict harm upon whatever lay within. Yin-Yang Daoist. Shun Ni gazed intently at the enigmatic figure of the Yin-Yang Daoist before him, his eyes filled with an icy glare. Do you intend to thwart my attempt to slay the Golden Ant King? Indeed, I do, the Yin-Yang Daoist replied, clad in a robe of black and white. He cast a wary glance at the god-slaying spear in Shun Ni's grasp before continuing. I am acutely aware that your prowess is unparalleled among the myriad beings of the Primordial era. Even with the Taiji diagram in my possession, I can only hope to delay you for a brief moment. However, that time will suffice for the Golden Ant King to escape. You will not be able to kill him. Then it appears that your celestial clan seeks to disrupt the established order. Shin Ni's eyes blazed with ferocity. Do not forget, even though my beast clan has lost a beast king, we remain the mightiest race in the primordial realm. At my command, over 1 million golden immortals and tens of thousands of Tai golden immortals from my clan will stop at nothing to exact vengeance upon your celestial clan. Do you truly believe that your relatively few celestial beings can withstand the wrath of my beast clan? Indeed, our celestial clan is fewer in number compared to your beast clan, the old Taoist acknowledged. Yet, I cannot stand idly by and witness the Golden Ant King's demise. As for the accusation of breaking rules, it was the Beast Emperor who set the precedent. A formidable warrior from our celestial clan hunted the Cheongshi without resorting to ambush or external assistance. Their battle was a fair, one-on-one confrontation. The fall of the Beast King Cheongshi can be attributed solely to his inadequacy in skill. The Yin-Yang Daoist slowly began to speak. It is you, the Beast Emperor, who seeks to harness the power of the god-slaying spear, an innate treasure, to slay my golden compatriot of the innate divine race. This is a matter I, as an elder, cannot overlook. The Yin-Yang Daoist regarded the god-slaying spear in the hands of Shun Ni with an expressionless demeanor. Ha ha ha! Shun Ni erupted into laughter, yet his aura grew increasingly frigid, the chilling intent to kill more pronounced. It is entirely reasonable for your divine race to slaughter my formidable beast clan. Yet when I retaliate against your divine kin, it is deemed a transgression. Do you, old Taoist, insult my intelligence? With a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic sound erupted as the god-slaying spear vanished from Shun Ni's grasp, only to reappear before the Yin-Yang Daoist. Faced with Shun Ni, the foremost figure of this calamity in the primordial world, the Yin-Yang Daoist exhibited no sign of negligence. The Taiji diagram appeared, seemingly slow yet urgent, before the god-slaying spear. The dual forces of black and white, the yin and yang, began to rotate gently, colliding instantaneously with the spear's lethal edge. The vast energies of yin and yang erupted forth, while a terrifying malevolence surged. In an instant, the two paramount powers of the primordial world engaged in a fierce battle. Without any prior warning, in an instant, a terrifying force tore open the firmament, and the two individuals plunged directly into the cosmic expanse beyond the realm. Upon the primordial land, their powers were constrained by the celestial order. It was the outer cosmic void that served as their true battlefield. Chapter 46. The Yin-Yang war god approaches as the three beast kings drew nearer to the Devourer of Worlds. They sensed the departure of the divine reversal. Led away by the Yin-Yang Daoist, their expressions shifted dramatically. Without the divine reversal support, facing the Devourer alone would surely be tantamount to courting death. Even the formidable Cheongshi had fallen at the hands of their adversary. Now, with the Devourer having broken through to new heights, slaying the three of them would pose no challenge whatsoever. Observing the retreating figures of the three Beast Kings, the Devourer chose not to pursue. Each of the Beast Kings was a formidable being of the great Luo golden immortal realm, possessing immense physical power, far surpassing that of their innate divine kin. Even if he were to chase He could hope to catch but one, if any at all. It would only serve as a futile expenditure of time. Shifting his gaze, the Devourer's attention turned to the battlefield within the cosmic void. While the three Beast Kings were elusive, there was an even greater target awaiting him. With a leap that defied the heavens, the entity known as Tun Tian transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, soaring towards the celestial realm. He had already discerned the formidable prowess of the four great Beast Kings. Seizing the opportunity to vanquish the other three posed no insurmountable challenge. However, his understanding of the strength of Shun Ni was woefully inadequate. He was only aware that Shun Ni wielded the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, and was heralded as the foremost figure in the primordial world, boasting a record of slaying several late-stage Deluo Jinxian. Information regarding Shun Ni was scarce, but now that an opportunity to confront him had arisen, Tun Tian was resolute in not letting it slip away, yearning to test his mettle against this paragon of the primordial world. Had the other innate divine clans been privy to Tun Tian's audacious intentions, they would undoubtedly have sought to deter him from such a reckless endeavor. The renown of Shun Ni was not mere hyperbole. It was a reputation forged through his own might, substantiated by the fallen corpses of numerous Deluo Jinxian, which attested to his unparalleled strength, earning him the recognition of the deities within the primordial realm as the unrivaled champion. Though Tun Tian had displayed formidable strength, even defeating the Beast King Xiongqi, the disparity between Xiongqi and Shun Ni loomed vast in the hearts of the divine clans. Even with his breakthroughs, the gulf separating him from Shun Ni remained exceedingly profound, especially considering the god-slaying spear in Shun Ni's grasp, a terrifying artifact capable of slaying saints. Nevertheless, Tun Tian harbored little trepidation towards Shun Ni. While it was true that Shun Ni was the preeminent figure of the primordial world, Tun Tian possessed an unwavering confidence in his own corporeal form. After consuming the high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the divine demon tower, his physical prowess had achieved monumental advancement. He once experimented, even striking himself with the Hongmeng measuring ruler in his hand, only to experience a slight ache. His defenses remained unbreached, manifestly demonstrating that his physical form had attained a level comparable to a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Indeed, the god-slaying spear in Shenni's possession is an innate supreme treasure, capable of effortlessly piercing the defenses of a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. However, he, too, wields the Hongmeng measuring ruler, a merit-imbued acquired supreme treasure that rivals the god-slaying spear. With such a treasure at his disposal, he is entirely fearless of the god-slaying spear's might. Moreover, his physical body, comparable to a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, is a testament to the strength possessed by a Hunyuan quasi-sage. While his current strength may not suffice to overcome Shenni, he is nonetheless supremely confident in his ability to extricate himself from Shenni's grasp unscathed. Upon entering the starry expanse, Devourer proceeded without hesitation, swiftly advancing towards the battlefield. Soon, he beheld, at the horizon's edge, a figure enveloped in swirling shades of black and white, a colossal Taiji diagram materializing in his hand. A vast expanse of yin and yang energy emanated forth, surging like a tide, transforming into an immense monochrome millstone that descended upon the heavens ahead. Opposite the yin-yang Taoist, a crimson radiance erupted, a formidable spear capable of rending the cosmos asunder, transforming into a colossal, thousand-zhang behemoth, sweeping across the cardinal directions like a celestial pillar, obliterating the monochrome millstone with a backhanded strike. With a sweep of the lengthy spear, an immeasurable host of celestial bodies was drawn from the firmament, descending upon the yin-yang Taoist like a shower of rain. The yin-yang Taoist furrowed his brow slightly. He raised a finger, and yin-yang divine light burst forth from its tip, detonating the stars one by one into dust. It simply won't suffice. Your strength pales in comparison to mine, yin-yang Taoist. You are but a late-stage grand Luo golden immortal, whereas I have already ascended to the pinnacle of the grand Luo golden immortal realm, a mere step away from the realm of primordial unity. By what means could you possibly triumph over me? Divine Retribution's gaze was glacial as the sanguine spear continued its descent, resembling a toppling pillar of the heavens, carrying within it boundless annihilative force, poised to obliterate all. The yin-yang Taoist countenance grew solemn. The Taiji diagram in his hand expanded instantaneously, transforming into a colossal golden bridge of immeasurable proportions, elevating him. The yin-yang Taoist stood erect upon the golden bridge, impervious to all laws, as the vast yin-yang energies formed an indomitable defense, halting the god-slaying spear wielded by Divine Retribution. Cough. After receiving the assault of the god-slaying spear, the yin-yang Taoist complexion flushed. Although the Taiji diagram's defense was impenetrable, this did not render the yin-yang Taoist invincible. In the hands of the Divine Reversal, the god-slaying spear is specifically designed to target the primordial spirits of cultivators. Given his inferior cultivation compared to the Divine Reversal, the spear's formidable power far exceeds that of the Taiji diagram, rendering it incapable of matching the prowess of the Divine Reversal. Chapter 47. Fury unleashed at that moment. A brilliant golden light streaked through the void, heralding the arrival of a golden divine dragon, measuring an astonishing 40 million zhang in length. In an instant, tumultuous thunderclouds surged forth, unleashing a torrential downpour of blazing lightning aimed at the Divine Reversal, as if the very heavens sought to engulf him in a deluge of electric fury. It is you. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Devourer of Heaven, the eyes of the Divine Reversal turned crimson, a horrific murderous intent resonating with the god-slaying spear. It was this very serpent that had led to the downfall of Qiongqi, inflicting devastating losses upon the Beast Clan's fortunes and leaving the timing of his own breakthrough to quasi-sainthood uncertain. This enmity that obstructed his path must be avenged. Serpent, I did not seek you out, yet you dare to come to me. Who granted you the audacity? The Divine Reversal roared in fury, his blood-red hair standing on end, as a terrifying fist of murderous energy erupted from his hand, hurtling toward the Devourer of Heaven. The void fractured incessantly. A being nearing the pinnacle of the primordial chaos unleashed a cataclysmic force. In that moment, the void shattered repeatedly, the galaxy reversed, and the cosmos was upended, as if a colossal celestial deity wielded the vast universe to strike down upon the Devourer of Heaven. Such power is profoundly awe-inspiring. Dare to insult me as a serpent? You are the first Divine Reversal. You seek your own demise. The sky quaked as the mighty, swallowing heaven, a true progenitor of dragons, found his nose twisted in disdain, insulted by mortals who dared to call him a mere longworm. How could he contain his wrath? With a thunderous roar, he charged directly at the formidable God Reversal. Such audacity! Observing the advancing, swallowing heaven, God Reversal let out a chilling laugh, and his god-slaying spear transformed into a blood-red dragon, intercepting the yin-yang Taoist. Meanwhile, God Reversal unveiled his true form. A colossal crimson behemoth, twice the size of swallowing heaven, loomed in the cosmos, bellowing as it brandished its enormous claws to crush its foe. Let be known who truly overestimates themselves. Swallowing heaven roared, his scales radiating a golden luminescence as his immense body surged forward like a streak of light towards God Reversal. The two titans engaged in a primal clash of physical might. Each strike, a testament to raw power, resonated through the void. Boom! The terrifying force of annihilation erupted in the emptiness. Fissures of space spreading across billions of kilometers. The ferocious energy unleashed by their collision rippled through the cosmos, each shockwave capable of tearing the fabric of the universe, matching attacks of a caliber akin to that of a great Luo golden immortal. Their fierce battle raged on, with thousands of encounters exchanged within mere moments. This cataclysmic confrontation left many of the most powerful beings in the primordial world in awe. Who was God Reversal? He was the true apex of the primordial realm, the most formidable among the great Luo golden immortals, an entity closest to the primordial level of existence. Yet now, he found himself obstructed by a newly born celestial being, preventing him from swiftly subduing his adversary. The two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, their contest proving to be nothing short of astonishing. With a resounding roar, blood, imbued with a menacing aura, cascaded from the heavens, crashing upon the primordial earth. The claws of the divine reversal erupted, and in that moment, his colossal crimson dragon form was repelled by the devourer of heaven, a burst of blood blossoming upon his chest. Countless bolts of lightning descended from above, striking his form into a state of rigidity. With a fierce cry, the divine reversal erupted in wrath. An explosion of blood-hued radiance emanating from within him as myriad laws entwined and transformed, as if a sanguine realm were descending, threatening to alter the very laws of the celestial order. With the protection of divine and demonic forces, he became impervious to all attacks. The devourer of heaven, in a thunderous roar, manifested a colossal tower-like silhouette around him, from which phantasms of divine entities emerged, forming an unyielding barrier. This was the formidable power of the demonic tower he had consumed, now wielded as an integral part of his divine prowess. However, the divine reversal was, after all, the foremost being of the primordial realm. His divine abilities could not be so easily thwarted. Numerous blood-colored chains of law, akin to venomous serpents, tore through the demonic defenses, aiming to pierce his very being and rend him asunder. Yet, the corporeal form of the devourer of heaven was exceedingly formidable, having consumed a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. His defenses had likewise ascended to that of a high-grade innate artifact. How could mere chains of law breach his defenses? Instead, the devourer of heaven, without hesitation, allowed the chains to strike his body, transforming into a radiant divine light as he surged forward towards the divine reversal. Boom! The heavens crumbled and the stars shattered as a terrifying surge of power swept across the cosmos. Two colossal figures clashed violently amidst the stellar rivers, their battle fierce and unrelenting, blood splattered and bones shattered intermittently. Shen and with his nearly billion-zhong-tall body, exuded a horrifying aura of malevolence. Massive crimson beams erupted from him, transforming into spear-like intents that tore through space and time, threatening to split the very heavens. Meanwhile, Tian resembled a golden divine sun, his body covered in countless scales that erupted with countless blades, slicing through the void, leaving nothing intact. In the end, Tian's golden divine sun was brutally stomped down by a massive dragon claw, its radiance dimming as numerous scales cracked and his aura weakened significantly. However, Shen Ni's condition was even more dire. Both of his dragon claws were completely shattered, and a massive fist imprint was branded on his chest. Countless bones within his body were broken, and a torrent of blood dripped from his chest. The fist imprint hindered his healing, continuously tearing his body apart. The primordial starry sky fell silent. The god-slaying spear, which had entangled the Yin-Yang Taoist, ceased its assault. The Yin-Yang Taoist stood dumbfounded, staring at the distant, dimmed golden dragon. Incredible, truly incredible. He had surpassed the beast emperor Shen Ni in physical cultivation. Shen Ni, a peak great Luo golden immortal beast, had never been defeated in physical combat within the great Luo realm. Yet now, he had been bested by a newly emerged divine being. The Taoist of Yin and Yang suddenly erupted into laughter, for the era of the ferocious beast clan was finally at an end. In the gaze of the divine rebel, there was an expression of incredulity as his eyes fell upon the devourer of heaven. Upon confirming that his opponent was merely at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, a deep voice emerged from him. What manner of being are you, that your physical form possesses such astonishing power? I am of the first race among the myriad heavens, the dragon. I am also the sole true dragon in existence, the future progenitor of 10,000 dragons, the ancestral dragon of the dragon race, the devourer of heaven solemnly declared. As his words resonated, thunder roared across the firmament, a clear response from the heavenly Tao itself. The Taoist of Yin and Yang, the Beast Emperor, and many other formidable beings from the primordial wilderness were all taken aback. Who dared to claim the title of the first race among the heavens? In the past, the divine rebel held such a right as the sovereign of the ferocious beast clan. However, the ferocious beast clan encompassed a variety of forms, with distinctions in bloodlines. They were not all the same kind. While the ferocious beast clan could be deemed the strongest among the myriad races, to declare oneself the foremost was a bold affront. Yet now, with those words spoken by the Devourer of Heaven, the heavenly Tao resonated in agreement. And even the celestial mechanisms revealed that the dragon race was the preeminent race of the primordial wilderness. This was the acknowledgement of the heavens and the earth. The dragon race, the foremost among the myriad heavens. The divine rebel slowly pronounced these words, then took a deep breath, a fierce killing intent emanating from his eyes. Alas, it is indeed regrettable that your race, newly acknowledged as the foremost in all the heavens, faces utter annihilation. Buzzing sounds the crimson god-slaying spear arrive from afar, settling into the grasp of Sheni. At that instant, the spear radiated unprecedented brilliance, its sanguine glow disregarding the barriers of space and time, illuminating boundless epochs. Akin to a scarlet sun casting its sanguinary rays across the vast expanse of the prehistoric lands. Rumbling sounds the macrocosm quaked as a sanguine avenue of law descended from the firmament. It was, at that moment, all living beings in the prehistoric world were aghast, their gazes fixed upon the celestial dome, where they perceived a magnificent power awakening. A force transcending even the golden immortals of the great Luo, erupting and causing the myriad paths of heaven and earth to tremble and quake. Those among the ferocious beast race who had witnessed this move in the past now cheered, knowing that their sovereign was employing an unparalleled divine power to obliterate his adversaries. Many golden immortals of the great Luo had perished beneath this very technique of Sheni, who had secured his position as the foremost being in the prehistoric world through this singular feat. The name of this divine power was Sanguine Setting Sun. Alas, the yin-yang Taoist, witnessing this scene, immediately underwent a drastic change in expression. Years ago, when the formidable Shun Ni harnessed this divine power to vanquish several great Luo golden immortals, he was present at the scene. Even with the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, in his possession, he could only withstand less than a third of the force of this divine technique. The remaining two-thirds not only severely injured several great Luo golden immortals of the divine clan, but also obliterated 5 of them instantaneously, their primordial spirits utterly extinguished, with no hope of return. At this moment, in the eyes of the yin-yang Taoist, the figure of Tun Tian radiated boundless potential. Currently, he could contend with Shun Ni through sheer physical prowess. Should he break through to the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal in the future, he would undoubtedly become the primary force in slaying Shun Ni. Yet at present, Shun Ni showed no inclination to grant him the slightest opportunity for growth, intent on eliminating him forthwith. Even if the yin-yang Taoist wished to intervene, he found himself powerless to assist. Chapter 49. The pinnacle showdown is this: the awakening of the primordial power of an innate treasure. Tun Tian was indeed astonished by the aura emanating from Shun Ni. The blood-colored laws that pierced through heaven and earth were evidently the manifestation of a Hunyuan-level powerhouse, capable of invoking the power of the Path of Slaughter. This was fundamentally different from the laws wielded by the great Luo golden immortals, which are based on established rules and are further refined through intricate deductions. Although referred to as the power of laws, it still pales in comparison to the true laws of the heavenly Tao and the grand Tao. A golden immortal of the great Luo merely brushes against these laws, unqualified to attain the realm of the heavenly Tao. Only a powerhouse of the primordial level can genuinely grasp the essence of these laws, summoning the 3,000 primal sources of laws in the cosmos. Upon completely mastering one of these origins, one ascends to become a supreme primordial saint in this prehistoric world. Should one be capable of controlling all the primal sources of laws, they would then become the veritable sovereign of this prehistoric realm, with the potential to achieve the position of a grand Tao saint. However, Tun Tian swiftly realized something amiss. Divine retribution did not cultivate the Tao of slaughter, but rather the grand Tao belonging to the ferocious beast race. Although bearing a considerable resemblance to the Tao of slaughter, The two are distinct. The descending Grand Law was not summoned by divine retribution upon breaking through to the primordial realm. Instead, he had activated the origin of the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, employing its power to transcend realms and unleash the might of the primordial realm. Only in this manner can it be explained why divine retribution repelled over a dozen golden immortals of the great Luo with a single move and even slew 5 of them. Flee! Even I cannot withstand this strike. The Yin-Yang Taoist Taijido suddenly expanded, its golden bridge piercing through the void towards Tun Tian, intending to guide him onto the bridge. Once upon the golden bridge, one would be shielded by the Taijutsu. Although the god-slaying spear could suppress the Taijutsu, breaking through its defenses would prove exceedingly difficult. You cannot escape. Without the slightest hint of urgency, the god-slayer stood resolute. The emergence of the god-slaying spear, invoking the primordial laws of slaughter, heralded the conclusion of all things. What could a mid-stage Luo golden immortal achieve, no matter how extraordinary? In the face of a strike from a Hunyuan powerhouse, even the defenses of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure would be breached. With the unique capabilities of the god-slaying spear, should it pierce its target, even a pinnacle Luo golden immortal would meet their demise, and a Hunyuan quasi-saint would find it nearly impossible to withstand such an assault. However, at that very moment, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from within the Devourer, a majestic cascade of merit as resplendent as a supreme sun ascending, dispelling the blood-red light that illuminated the heavens. A translucent ruler, shimmering with the hues of primordial chaos, expanded to an immense size, striking fiercely towards the god-slaying spear. This was the post-heaven treasure of merit, the primordial measurement ruler, as the golden light bathed the vast cosmos. The names of this unparalleled treasure flashed through the minds of many powerful beings from the innate divine races and the fierce beasts. It was a treasure born from the merits of Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth, comparable to the triad of heavenly treasures. Boom! The cosmos quaked, constellations shifted, and all beings in the vast universe were struck with awe. It was a collision of two supreme treasures. Though their masters were yet unable to unleash even a fraction of their true power, their clash resembled the cataclysmic impact of two suns. In the end, boundless radiance swept across all directions, immeasurable and vast. The sun, moon, and stars detonated incessantly in the void. A cataclysmic annihilation erupted across the 9 heavens of the great universe, leaving only blinding light to burst forth, disrupting space-time and obliterating any prying eyes. After an indeterminate period, the radiance gradually dissipated, revealing figures in the extraterrestrial starry sky. A blood-red spear and a honmoon-colored ruler, shimmering with golden light of merit, now appeared in their respective masters' hands. Their brilliance diminished. However, their conditions were markedly different. At this moment, Devour Heaven's radiance was faint. Countless cracks laced his once brilliant golden body, causing an untold amount of golden true dragon blood to spill across the prehistoric world. The might of the god-slaying spear is truly terrifying. Even with the primordial measuring ruler to counter it, the prowess of Shun Ni is sufficient to unleash and attack power on par with that of a quasi-saint. Although the primordial measuring ruler wielded by Tun Tian is not inferior to the god-slaying spear, his cultivation falls short compared to Shun Ni, rendering him unable to fully harness the primordial measuring ruler to execute quasi-saint level attacks. Consequently, during this confrontation, Tun Tian finds himself at a significant disadvantage without any semblance of suspense. His body, comparable to a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, suffers tremendous damage in this clash. Moreover, had it not been for the fortitude of his body, which has reached the solidity of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, he would have likely been annihilated by the overwhelming might of the god-slaying spear in their earlier encounters. Chapter 50. The Foe of Beasts, the Primordial Measuring Ruler. The Primordial Measuring Ruler. In the vastness of the starry sky, Shun Ni grits his teeth in frustration. The emergence of this supreme postnatal treasure of merit obliterates any possibility he had of defeating Tun Tian. Furthermore, in the forthcoming years, the Beast Clan shall face immense hardship. The innate divine clan, now possessing an additional postnatal treasure to suppress their own fortune, signifies an imminent explosive growth for them in the times ahead. This development poses a significant setback for the Beast clan, making it increasingly difficult for them to maintain their position as the foremost clan in the primordial realm. The primordial measuring ruler, gazing upon the resplendent radiance in the void, the yin-yang Taoist felt an involuntary tremor in his spirit. However, his gaze soon settled upon the figure of divine rebellion, and without hesitation, he materialized before Devour Heaven, obstructing divine rebellion's advance. Divine rebellion, cease your actions. With me present, you shall not slay him. The yin-yang Taoist intervened, preventing divine rebellion from striking down Devour Heaven. In the eyes of the yin-yang Taoist, Devour Heaven was of paramount importance, a being wielding the Hongmeng measuring ruler, an artifact comparable to a supreme innate treasure, and possessing a physical body akin to that of a quasi-sage. Such an individual, if allowed to live, would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse. He could almost envision the innate divine race, under Devour Heaven's leadership, vanquishing divine rebellion, defeating the ferocious Beast clan, and becoming the dominant force in the primordial world of the future. Yin-yang Taoist, move aside. You must die today. Divine Rebellion's eyes burned with unprecedented resolve. He, too, was acutely aware of Devour Heaven's formidable potential, a body surpassing that of the ferocious Beast clan and the Hongmeng measuring ruler, a supreme treasure in his grasp. Once Devour Heaven's cultivation caught up, who among the ferocious Beast clan could stand against him? Divine Rebellion, do you still not comprehend? The yin-yang Taoist's voice resonated slowly. My presence signifies the impending demise of your ferocious Beast clan. His physical form suppresses the ferocious Beast clan, and he wields the Hongmeng measuring ruler, a manifestation of the merit from Pangu's creation of the heavens and earth. This almost indicates that his emergence is an arrangement of the heavenly Tao, destined to be the one who brings an end to the ferocious Beast clan. Impossible. My voice amplified with fervent conviction. I declared that my ferocious Beast clan shall never succumb to this individual. What can the celestial way do? It is not qualified to doom my ferocious Beast clan to destruction. Today, as long as we slay him and completely eliminate this hidden danger, this prehistoric world is destined to remain the domain of my ferocious Beast clan. Alas, that is beyond your capabilities. From the void, resounding voices echoed as several streaks of light, engaged in mutual pursuit, swiftly entered the astral battlefield, positioning themselves beside the yin-yang Taoist. These were none other than the grand Luo golden immortals of the other primeval divine clans. The clash between Shinny and Devourer had previously rendered them unable to enter the fray. Now that their battle had concluded, Shinny, despite emerging victorious, had suffered a severe depletion of his vital energy. Had he not wielded the god-slaying spear, he would likely have been besieged and annihilated by the primeval divine clan's experts. Tao, Hundun, Zhuyan, Shinny roared, as three figures exuding immense, baleful energy materialized around him, instantly plunging the entire astral battlefield into a deadlock. Brandishing the god-slaying spear, Shinny pointed it towards the yin-yang Taoist and the other primeval divine clans, his expression frigid as he commanded, "Stand aside, or today shall mark the day of reckoning between my ferocious Beast clan and the primeval divine clans. You should be aware that my ferocious Beast clan's numbers are now legion. With a single decree from me, my ferocious Beast clan, numbering in the hundreds of millions, can sweep across the entire prehistoric world. Your primeval divine clans will suffer immense casualties. With just you few, you are simply incapable of halting my advance. If you do not wish for the primeval divine clans to vanish from existence, then be gone from my sight. Do you genuinely believe we would idly stand by as you extinguish Ancestral Dragon?" A figure garbed in a moon-white robe articulated, his countenance devoid of emotion. "Indeed, your ferocious Beast clan possesses the capability to inflict grievous casualties upon our innate god race. However, the number of grand Luo golden immortals within your ranks is woefully inadequate. Should we manage to impede the four of you, the remaining luminaries of the god race could systematically annihilate your Beast clan. Do you not perceive that such a scenario would result in a far more devastating loss for your kin than for ours? Impede us, you say? Do you genuinely believe you possess the means to do so? The god-slaying spear in divine adversity's grasp shimmered ominously, its terrifying edge, capable of cleaving through all and slaughtering myriad beings, caused many a grand Luo golden immortal to furrow their brows in trepidation. They had all borne witness to the might of the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, save for the Yin-Yang Taoist Taiji diagram, which could offer some semblance of resistance. The defenses of other grand Luo golden immortals were rendered futile before its might. Should divine adversity truly descend into madness, it was feared that few among the assembled grand Luo golden immortals, save for the Yin-Yang Taoist, would emerge unscathed. And what if I were to join the fray? A somber voice echoed through the star-strewn expanse. All eyes turned to behold the sight of Devourer. Despite having suffered grievous wounds and a near-total collapse of his physical form, had somehow managed to regain his footing. The scars inflicted upon him by the god-slaying spear had vanished without a trace. His once dim scales gleamed anew, and even his shattered physique was rapidly mending. Chapter 51. Divine adversity retreats. This cannot be. Shen and I gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, gritting his teeth as he remarked that the divine slayer's spear could pierce through anything, even with the presence of the primordial measuring ruler. The boundless malevolence contained within was sufficient to assault one's primordial spirit, leaving one unable to rejoice for countless years. How did you manage to achieve this? The golden light surrounding Tun Tian intensified, and his injuries healed almost instantaneously. Even his own aura regained its formidable strength. Will I divulge the reason to you? Tun Tian sneered at Shen and I. My injuries have now recovered by 60%, whereas the divine ability you previously unleashed depleted at least 80% of your vitality. To restore even 40% is commendable. You cannot invoke that divine ability again unless you disregard your foundation and sacrifice your essence and primordial spirit. Your physique pales in comparison to mine. Although your cultivation surpasses mine, your vitality has been excessively drained. The power of the divine slayer spear can only match me evenly. Do you believe that if I were to ally with other comrades now, it would be possible to detain you? Even if we cannot keep you, capturing the three of them should pose no challenge. Tun Tian's gaze shifted toward the other three beast kings. The trio of Tao Wu met Tun Tian's gaze, their expressions turning ferocious. They are merely a few Luo golden immortals. The three of us are more than capable of handling you. However, your beast kin shall be ruthlessly slaughtered by the other comrades. With a frigid countenance, Devourer declared that without the four of them, the ferocious beasts would merely constitute a slightly more numerous rabble, their annihilation requiring only a modicum of additional time from the other Taoists. Shenny glared intently at Devourer, the very being responsible for the demise of Qiongqi, one of the four ferocious beast kings. It was also he who had reduced Shenny, the paramount figure of the primordial world, to an ignominious impasse, unable to vanquish a nascent innate deity. Could this conflict be ignited? Should hostilities commence? Their adversaries boasted 7 grand Luo golden immortals, along with 2 innate supreme treasures and an acquired merit treasure comparable to the god-slaying spear. Conversely, their faction possessed but a single god-slaying spear and 4 grand Luo golden immortals, an equation that portended certain defeat. Moreover, the outbreak of war would grant the other grand Luo golden immortals of the innate deities carte blanche to target the ferocious beast's grand unity golden immortals and golden immortals. The innate deities currently numbered nearly 20 grand Luo golden immortals. Even discounting those present, the surplus of 10 would suffice to utterly decimate the entirety of the ferocious beasts. An escalation of this conflict would subject the ferocious beasts to unimaginable calamity unless Shenny could swiftly resolve the battle. The prospect of only the 4 grand Luo golden immortals surviving the carnage was anathema to Shenny. Zulong, I shall remember you, Shenny intoned, taking a deliberate breath. This time I concede. However, fortune shall not favor you so readily in the future. A dark chasm materialized, engulfing the figures of Shenny and his companions, their forms gradually fading into nothingness. Yet, Shenny's words echoed clearly in the ears of the assembled multitude. Soon, very soon, I shall ascend to the realm of Quasi-Sage, and in that moment, I shall utterly obliterate you, erasing you from the annals of the primordial world for all eternity. That opportunity shall elude you. Tun Tian's eyes gleamed with a golden light. By the time you attain the Quasi-Sage realm, I, too, shall have grown in strength. I shall overtake you before you reach that exalted state. Shenny scoffed, I await you. I await the day you come to meet your demise. With a swift flash of ebony light, all the golden immortals of the ferocious beast clan vanished without a trace, leaving only the numerous golden immortals of the innate divine race in their place. Once it was ascertained that the formidable warriors of the ferocious beast clan had indeed departed, the countenances of the assembled throng relaxed, and Tun Tian breathed a sigh of relief. His current condition was far from optimal. Should a great battle have erupted, he could have certainly entangled Shenny, but with the passage of time, he would have inevitably been gradually worn down. Though he possessed a considerable arsenal of hidden cards, he was loath to have them forced out into the open so easily by Shenny. Tun Tian cast his gaze upon the numerous innate divine races, his colossal dragon form rapidly contracting, transforming in the blink of an eye into a golden dragon of merely 30 feet in length. He offered a slight bow towards the approaching innate Grand Luo, expressing his gratitude. I extend my deepest appreciation to all of you for your assistance. Zhu Long is eternally grateful. Dear dragon friend, you are far too modest. The moment you entered this world, you vanquished the beast king Qiongqi, achieving a remarkable feat that many of us have not accomplished for years. You are undoubtedly an unparalleled prodigy among our innate divine lineage. As members of the innate divine race, it is our duty to assist one another and unite against the brutality of the beast clan. Indeed, your acquisition of the primordial measure of the heavens, a relic of the great Pangu, surely signifies a profound connection with him. We, the myriad deities of the primordial era, all emerge from Pangu's monumental act of creation, and thus we must look out for one another in our struggle against the beast clan. The other great Luo deities nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting their support. Chapter 52. The 7 great Luo Tunshin observe the sincerity in everyone's demeanor, feeling a swell of emotion within, while also lamenting the future of the innate divine race. He understood well that in the coming primordial age, the beast clan would inevitably fade from the annals of history. Otherwise, how could there be the contention among the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans during the initial calamity of the Dragon Han? It is essential to recognize that these 3 clans are all descendants of the innate divine beasts, Pangu's progeny, thus capable of dominating the primordial realm during a great tribulation. And as the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans vie for supremacy, what fate awaits the other divine beings of our innate divine lineage? They may not be obliterated by the innate divine beasts, yet they are destined to endure the oppression of the 3 clans. As these clans descend into desolation, it is likely that the influence of the primordial deities will emerge, in contrast to the internal strife that may arise within the innate divine race in the future. The current state of mutual assistance and solidarity among the innate deities evokes a sense of nostalgia in Tun Tian. Come, esteemed friends. Allow me to introduce a peerless figure born within our innate divine race, the progenitor of the dragon lineage, the paramount of myriad dragons, the ancestor dragon. The Taoist of Yin and Yang joyfully proclaimed to the assembly. Greetings, ancestor dragon. Many of the Deluo offered a slight bow. As a formidable being capable of contending with divine adversaries, he rightfully occupies a position among the most elite of the innate divine race. Although some of the other Deluo may possess superior cultivation compared to Tun Tian, strength does not equate to mere cultivation. Among those present, it is likely that only the Taoist of Yin and Yang, wielding the Taiji diagram, could surpass Tun Tian. Esteemed friends, you honor me. Tun Tian replied with a respectful gesture. The Taoist of Yin and Yang smiled and said, Dear ancestor dragon, I am known as Yin Yang. After the great Pangu carved the heavens and established the earth, I harnessed the Taiji diagram to draw upon the primordial essence of Yin and Yang. giving rise to beings from the remnants of this essence. Upon concluding his introduction, the Taoist of Yin and Yang turned his gaze to the others. At that moment, a Deluo Jingxian enveloped in a radiant duality of yellow and black hues spoke. "I am a fragment of flesh from the great Pangu that descended to the earth, merging into a piece of innate yellow and black stone, thus becoming a being of its essence. You may refer to me as the Taoist of yellow and black." A figure clad in azure robes, exuding an air of indifference, spoke. "I am the celestial being of the azure sky, born from a fragment of the primordial essence of the Tao, severed by the divine axe of Pangu when he opened the heavens and the earth. You may refer to me as the Azure Sky Taoist." The name Azure Sky stirred a faint recognition within the heart of the Devourer of Heaven, for he had heard of this illustrious title in later generations. It was said to be an incarnation of the heavens, possibly akin to the Tao ancestor Hongjun, a being in harmony with the Tao itself. It is noteworthy that even the three pure ones dared not assume the title of heaven. Yet this individual not only thrived in existence, but also appeared destined to endure through infinite ages, indicating an extraordinary origin. Taoist Xianwang, Taoist Azure Sky. The Devourer of Heaven slightly bowed in reverence. "I am a being born from a single strand of hair of the great Pangu, known as the Heavenly Serpent," remarked a man whose aura was chilling and foreboding, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "I am a being derived from the primordial essence of the purple tenuity. You may call me ZY," said another man dressed in purple, radiating a profound regal presence, as he regarded the Devourer of Heaven with a slight bow. "I am a manifestation of an innate spiritual root that took form after Pangu's creation. You may refer to me as Yang Mei." The final great Luo Golden Immortal smiled gently and introduced himself with a courteous gesture. "Yang Mei." The Devourer of Heaven's heart raced. Yet another extraordinary figure had emerged. While others may remain oblivious, he himself was acutely aware. It is rumored that the entity known as Yang Mei is, in essence, a hollow willow tree, a formidable being who specializes in the path of space. During the time of enlightenment, the foremost sage of Heaven-S Tao, Hongjun, encountered this powerful figure. With a mere display of prowess, stripped Hongjun of all his treasures. The strength of this being is so overwhelming that it would not be an exaggeration to say he utterly vanquished Hongjun. Most intriguing, however, is his true origin. According to the memories of the future from the Devourer of Worlds, this individual is not a creature of the Hongwang realm. Rather, he is one of the 3,000 chaos demons who once obstructed the great Pangu in his endeavor to create the universe, known as the space demon Yang Mei. In other words, the entity before us is a genuine external adversary, not a native of the Hongwang world. Nevertheless, he departed from Hongwang when Hongjun attained unity with the Tao, likely due to the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao. With a cautious eye on both Qin Tian and Yang Mei, the Devourer of Worlds outwardly maintained a friendly demeanor towards the various innate divine clans. The current plight of the innate divine clans is precarious, necessitating their collaboration against the formidable Beast Clan. Unity in the face of adversity is paramount. If one cannot safeguard their own life, what is there to fight for? Chapter 53. Discussing the future. Esteemed colleagues, our innate divine clan has gained yet another top-tier Deluo powerhouse. Why not invite other allies to join us, so we may gather in fellowship and deliberate on our future actions? The Yin-Yang Taoist, one of the few advanced Deluo golden immortals among the innate divine clan, wielding the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, could be regarded as the foremost figure of the innate divine clan in the open. His words prompted a moment of contemplation among those present, followed by collective sighs of resignation, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. Numerous Deluo masters from the innate divine clan, in a bid to evade the sweeping actions of the divine reversal, had dispersed over considerable distances. Some Deluo even retreated into their own sanctuaries, rendering the task of summoning them exceedingly challenging. The Yin-Yang Taoist exhibited no signs of displeasure. Instead, he nodded in agreement and proposed that the 7 of them convene to deliberate on the subsequent course of action for the innate divine clan. Should they entangle themselves with the ferocious Beast Clan, remain in seclusion, or awaken all the Luo to engage in a full-scale war against the ferocious Beast Clan. Many Luo displayed contemplative expressions. In the absence of the Devourer, they required a multitude of Luo to intercept the divine reversal, while others would confront the four great Beast Kings, thereby maintaining a semblance of equilibrium between the innate divine clan and the ferocious Beast Clan. However, the sheer number of ferocious beasts below the golden immortal tier was overwhelming, far surpassing the meager numbers of the innate divine clan. The countless ferocious beasts would undoubtedly overpower them. Consequently, the innate divine clan was left with no choice but to concede. In order to prevent the ferocious beasts from wreaking havoc upon their sacred birthing grounds. The current situation, however, was markedly different. The innate divine clan now boasted the presence of a devourer capable of contending with the divine reversal, along with the formidable Hongmeng Liangtian ruler in his possession, which significantly augmented the power of the innate divine clan. Currently, should the Yin-Yang Daoist and the devourer join forces, they could effectively obstruct the god of rebellion. Meanwhile, other Luo could allocate some of their numbers to contend with the three great beast kings, while the remaining Luo would eliminate the lower ranks of the ferocious beast tribe. In such a scenario, within a mere 10,000 years, the multitude of Luo could eradicate the ferocious beast clan and subsequently return to confront the three beast kings. Once the three beast kings are defeated, the primordial divine race could consolidate all Luo to collectively annihilate the god of rebellion, leading to the complete destruction of the ferocious beast tribe. However, should hostilities erupt, the days ahead for the primordial divine race would become arduous. Although we could stave off the god of rebellion and the three beast kings, the imminent uprising of countless ferocious beasts would be sufficient to devastate many of our strongholds. Indeed, while the ferocious beast tribe would suffer substantial casualties, so too would the primordial divine race, remarked Xian Huang Daoist, furrowing his brow. Are we to maintain the status quo indefinitely? We may be willing, but the god of rebellion may not share our sentiments, spoke Tian Shi, his gaze chillingly intense. Does this mean retreat? To withdraw now would imply that we fear the ferocious beast tribe. We cannot retreat, for doing so would leave the primordial divine race without a place to stand. The assembly held differing opinions on these three perspectives, leading to a heated debate that caused even the devourer to frown in concern. Gentlemen, in my view, we should prioritize stability at this juncture. At this moment, Tun Tian spoke up, asserting that the Beast Clan would not instigate war at this juncture. Following my slaying of Cheongqi, the fortunes of the Beast Clan had diminished by a tenth. Yet, the Beast Clan currently remains in a state of rising fortunes. Should we provoke them excessively, it is uncertain whether those formidable beasts at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm might retaliate due to their fortunes, potentially assisting them in breaking through to the Luo Golden Immortal level. If such a scenario were to unfold, our losses would far outweigh any gains. Instead, it would be prudent for us to maintain the status quo, refraining from direct confrontation, allowing the fortunes of the Beast Clan to gradually mend themselves. In doing so, we could not only prolong the inevitable, but also wait until the Beast Clan's fortunes reach their zenith, a time of fullness before decline, before taking action against them. Tun Tian articulated his perspective. Daoist ancestor Long remarked on the simplicity of his argument, yet questioned when the fortunes of the Beast Clan would peak. When would be the optimal moment for us to strike? Qing Tian furrowed his brow, somewhat skeptical. Tun Tian stroked his two dragon whiskers, hesitating briefly before responding. All beings in the wilderness are manifestations of the heavenly Tao-esque creation, and we are no exception. The Beast Clan is likewise a product of this cosmic order. In other words, the existence of the Beast Clan serves a purpose. Otherwise, there would be no need for the heavenly Tao to bring them into being. Many celestial beings appeared momentarily taken aback, for they had not contemplated this aspect. They were aware that the ferocious beasts possessed an inherent desire for destruction, leaving their footprints scattered throughout the primordial world. Their animosity towards the beastly race stemmed from this very destruction, which they found intolerable. As beings nurtured by the primordial realm, the cosmos was akin to their progenitors. Witnessing the ferocious beasts wreak havoc upon the world, They could not abide such actions, thus giving rise to the conflict between the two factions. Upon further examination, it was evident that the ferocious beasts were indeed creatures born from the Tao of heaven. Yet it seemed unnecessary for the Tao to bring forth a progeny intent on its own annihilation. In chapter 54, entitled The Ultimate Future, many celestial beings fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, the celestial Taoist, albeit hesitantly, remarked that he had pondered this issue as well. During his ultimate divination, he had gleaned a rather vague insight. Noticing the expectant gazes of the celestial beings upon him, he gradually articulated, "The reason the Tao of heaven birthed the ferocious beasts is quite straightforward. It was to purge the primordial world of the ominous energy unleashed at the dawn of creation, to cleanse the ominous energy of creation." Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in understanding. The primordial celestial ire, emanating from Pangu's creation of the world and the slaying of 3,000 chaos fiends, held little consequence for the great Pangu. Yet to the deities of the primordial world, it was a force to be dreaded. Consider the god-slaying spear, a supreme treasure born from the boundless absorption of this very ire. It was this ire that enabled its transformation from the stem of the chaos emerald lotus into a treasure of such magnitude. Note that from the shattered remains of the chaos emerald lotus, numerous innate spiritual treasures arose, yet only the god-slaying spear achieved the status of a supreme treasure, a testament to the potency of the primordial celestial ire. Were we to be tainted by a significant amount of this ire, our rationality would wane, transforming us into mindless beasts. It is likely for this reason that the heavenly Tao engendered such a multitude of ferocious beasts, employing them to absorb the celestial ire permeating the primordial world. Once the ire is entirely expunged, the destructive nature of these beasts will undoubtedly incur the displeasure and rejection of the heavens and earth. Devoid of the heavenly Tao support, the beastly horde will inevitably face its decline. Yang Mei gestured with a wave of his sleeve. Does anyone know how long it will take for the savage horde to completely assimilate the world's ire? Should it require 1,000,000 years, or even longer? Are we to simply remain idle? Devourer shook his head. Surely, we must devise a strategy. 2 yuan hui. Approximately 2 yuan hui more, came the reply. The Taoist of Yin and Yang spoke. I once gazed into the mysteries of heaven through the Tai Chi diagram and discovered that the fierce beast clan would flourish for 10 epochs. After these 10 epochs, they would inevitably descend into decline. Previously, I was unaware of this fact, but it now appears that the fierce beast clan has drained all the primordial chaos energy, unable to acquire virtue to counterbalance the karmic retribution inflicted upon the world. Thus, they have been forsaken by the heavens and the earth. The Taoist of Xian Huang interjected. We can afford to wait through 2 epochs. Once the fierce beast clan is abandoned by the heavenly path, it will not be too late for us to take action. Upon hearing this, Tun Tian hesitated and remarked, 2 epochs amount to over 200,000 years. Do you believe that during this time, Shun Ni's cultivation will remain stagnant? His words rendered the assembly silent. The pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm is a rarity in the primordial world, even among the innate divine races. Only a few have reached this stage, and their strength pales in comparison to Shun Nis. Over 200,000 years is ample time for Shun Ni to successfully transcend the Luo Golden Immortal and step into the realm of Hunyuan Quasi-Saint. I have engaged in battle with Shun Ni, and from his prowess, it is evident that he is perilously close to becoming a Hunyuan Quasi-Saint. My physical form is already at the Quasi-Saint level, yet in combat with him, I found myself merely slightly superior. He is but a step away from breaking through to Quasi-Saint. Swallowing Heaven spoke, stating that with the demise of the impoverished beast of chaos, the fortunes of the beastly clan would undoubtedly wane for a time. However, this would merely serve to postpone their resurgence, as the inexorable passage of over 200,000 years would guarantee a resurgence of their fortunes, culminating in Shun Ni's inevitable breakthrough to the Quasi-Saint level. Upon reaching this point, Swallowing Heaven turned to the assembly, expressing that if our innate divine clan could not achieve a breakthrough to Quasi-Saint status ahead of Shun Ni, the outcome would be all too predictable. Should Shun and I ascend to Quasi-Saint, he would possess sufficient power to annihilate us all, thereby leaving the beastly clan without adversaries and allowing them to flourish unchecked. The Heavenly Tao would never permit such a scenario. The Yin-Yang Taoist immediately refuted this assertion, arguing that the destructive impact of the beastly clan upon the cosmos had reached alarming proportions. Although beasts of the golden immortal tier had regained a degree of sentience, they would not lose their reason unless subjected to tremendous provocation. Conversely, the ordinary beasts, tainted by the chaos of primordial creation, had descended into utter irrationality, continuing their rampage against the primordial realm without cessation. Should the beasts be allowed to persist, it was conceivable that within a mere 10 or 20 epochs, the entirety of the primordial realm would be reduced to ruins by the beastly clan. Thus, it is imperative that our innate divine clan be chosen by the Heavenly Tao in the forthcoming period to become the bastion against the beastly clan. In turn, the fortunes of our innate divine clan will gradually ascend, and in due course, some among us will undoubtedly be selected by the Heavenly Tao, achieving a breakthrough to the primordial unity realm, thereby standing as a counterforce to Shun and I. Swallowing Heaven commenced to speak. The assembled throng subtly furrowed their brows. For Swallowing Heaven's pronouncements bore the unmistakable hallmark of self-aggrandizement, tacitly insinuating that he was the chosen of the celestial mandate. His nascent emergence had been marked by the slaying of a beast king and a confrontation with divine rebellion, further embellished by the possession of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, a treasure of acquired merit. These portents collectively suggested his potential as the elect of the heavenly way. Chapter 55. Departures observing the countenances of those present. Swallowing Heaven discerned their thoughts with alacrity. Stroking his chin, he remarked, "Do not regard me thus, for I have only recently transcended to the mid-stage of the grand Luo golden immortal realm. To ascend to the late stage will necessitate arduous cultivation over a span of time, not to mention reaching the zenith of the grand Luo golden immortal state. Aspiring to attain the quasi-saint of chaos will be an endeavor spanning hundreds of millennia." The assembled company evinced a collective start, nodding in tacit agreement. Swallowing Heaven's words resonated with verity, for the grand Luo golden immortal realm represented the pinnacle of immortal cultivation. Each of them had toiled assiduously for hundreds of millennia to attain the late stage, or even the zenith, of the grand Luo golden immortal state. Swallowing Heaven's ability to reach the mid-stage upon his genesis was already remarkable. To reach the apex within 200,000 years would be considered feat. The prospect of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm was so remote as to be negligible. It could be said that each individual present surpassed Swallowing Heaven in terms of cultivation. Among the innate divine race, which fellow Taoist possesses the greatest likelihood of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm? The Yin-Yang Taoist spoke slowly. The crowd exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. The desire to break through to the quasi-saint realm was immense for them, as it represented a level above the great Luo golden immortal. Those present were among the first innate deities in the world, truly favored children of the heavenly Tao, each with the potential and qualifications to reach that pinnacle. However, at that moment, the Devourer shook his head slightly and remarked that it was not about which fellow Taoist would break through first, but rather which one would advance to the primordial chaos. The crowd paused in surprise. The Devourer then stated, "Do not forget, dear friends, that Shun and I wields the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear. His combat prowess is undoubtedly terrifying beyond imagination. Take the Yin-Yang Taoist as an example. After reaching the peak of the great Luo golden immortal, do you truly believe you could slay Shun and I? Of course not." The Yin-Yang Taoist replied, shaking his head. "Shun's strength far surpasses mine. Even with the assistance of the Taiji diagram, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to overcome him, let alone kill him. Unless another of our innate deities appears, one who wields an innate supreme treasure, only then could we hope to defeat Shun and I. As for killing him, that is a daunting task, exceedingly difficult. Even with my assistance, it would remain impossible." The Devourer nodded in agreement. stating that a quasi-saint wielding an innate supreme treasure could only be overwhelmed through the combined efforts of multiple powerful beings or by suppressing the opponent with overwhelming cultivation. Truly, to kill a quasi-saint is not a simple endeavor. Thus, I assert that in the future, the number of innate divine beings who transcend to the quasi-saint level will be considerable. Otherwise, we would stand no chance against the formidable forces of the divine adversary, let alone vanquish them and eliminate the ferocious beast clan. It appears that we must hasten our efforts. We must achieve the quasi-saint breakthrough before the divine adversary does. Only by gathering sufficient formidable power can the innate divine clan cleanse the primordial chaos and eradicate the threats posed by the innate ferocious beasts. The Taoist of the elevated brow spoke with a calm demeanor. Let us then dedicate ourselves to diligent cultivation. Once the fortune of the ferocious beast clan wanes, that will herald the day of our counteroffensive. That day is not far off. After a thorough discussion among the various divine clans, they each turned to depart. Reassured by the knowledge of the ferocious beast clan's impending fate, they prepared themselves for the day when the beast's fortune would decline. After parting ways with the numerous divine beings, the Devourer cast a glance over the primordial land and, without a moment's hesitation, turned to leave. Indeed, he found no leisure to linger in the primordial realm, nor could he afford to do so. He was now under the watchful gaze of the divine adversary, and given their enmity, should the adversary ascertain his whereabouts, he would undoubtedly be subjected to a stealthy assassination, leading to the downfall of this prodigy of the innate divine clan. Although he could currently contend with the divine adversary, there remained a notable disparity in their respective levels of cultivation. His physical prowess surpassed that of the adversary, yet the gap in their overall strength persisted. Only after he reaches the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal will he have the hope of surpassing the divine reversal, or perhaps advance further in his physical cultivation. Having consumed the primordial spirits of the divine demon tower in Xiongqi, they have only absorbed less than a third of their powers. The divine demon tower, being a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, holds immense strength. If he could fully digest its energy, his physical form would further evolve. Should he devour a couple more top-grade innate treasures, he could attain strength comparable to that of the second realm of Hunyuan, allowing him to potentially shatter the divine reversal with mere physical prowess. However, while this may sound straightforward, the execution proves exceedingly challenging. A single top-grade innate spiritual treasure is a rare gem for the current devourer. Despite possessing the postnatal merit treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, his collection of innate treasures remains scant, primarily acquired after vanquishing Xiongqi, and all of them are merely mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. Chapter 56. Return to the Eastern Sea are mid-grade innate spiritual treasures not valuable? On the contrary, innate spiritual treasures, be they of high, mid, or low grade, are exceedingly precious. Even among the divine race, not everyone possesses innate treasures. Mid-grade innate spiritual treasures hold substantial significance even for the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, his physical body is currently too formidable. The body of a quasi-saint in Hunyuan is directly comparable to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Even if he were to consume 10 ordinary innate treasures, the benefit would be minimal. It is best to retreat to Penglai Island for a period of seclusion to thoroughly digest the divine demon tower in Xiongqi, and thereafter seek further treasures. Tunshin made a resolute decision, his golden figure flickering before vanishing into the void. He executed a spatial leap towards the East Sea, traversing an immense distance in the blink of an eye. 3 years later, Tunshin returned to the expanse above the East Sea, gazing at the azure waters. He could not help but feel a surge of profound reflections. The four seas encircle the primordial land, encompassing a vastness that surpasses even the primordial realm itself. Rich in resources and diverse in species, the East Sea can be regarded as an expansive and magnificent realm for cultivation, even more so than the primordial land. Should I succeed in dominating the East Sea and harness the fortunes of the entire region, my own destiny would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced, and my progress in cultivation would accelerate tremendously. Tunshin gazed out at the vast expanse of the eastern sea, a flicker of thought stirring within him as his form transformed into a radiant stream of light, racing towards the depths of the ocean. Half a year later, Tunshin arrived in a nebulous void, from which he expelled a resplendent golden dragon pearl. A gentle luminescence cascaded downward, cleaving the void and revealing a fissure through which Tunshin's figure vanished, the rift sealing instantaneously, leaving no trace of his presence behind. Within the confines of Penglai Island, Tunshin returned to the secluded cavern he had established, embarking on a period of intense cultivation. In its current state, Penglai Island remained a fusion of chaotic energy and primordial spiritual essence. Upon his initial emergence, Tunshin had thoroughly scoured the island, ultimately discerning that it was indeed a sacred realm for cultivation. However, it lacked truly remarkable treasures. Rather, it could be said that the most exceptional treasure had already come into his possession, the supreme divine weapon known as the Hongming Liantian ruler, whose value far surpassed that of many primordial spiritual artifacts. He had also sought to explore the two other islands that stood alongside Penglai, yet regrettably, these islands were similarly safeguarded by primordial formations. Being not even a quasi-saint, he was naturally unable to ascertain the whereabouts of the other two islands. Now having advanced to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he refrained from pursuing the other islands, which was not without reason. The islands of Fangzhong and Yingzhou undoubtedly house top-tier primordial spiritual treasures or supreme divine entities. Otherwise, how could they, as fragments of chaos, remain inconspicuous amidst the Eastern Sea? Clearly, some treasures must be suppressing their aura. Devouring Heaven coveted the treasures of the other two isles, sensing that their acquisition and subsequent absorption would elevate his physical form to the apex of quasi-sainthood. Once I have thoroughly refined the divine demon tower within me, I shall seek opportunities to plunder the remaining isles. Devouring Heaven's divine thoughts gradually subsided as he focused his attention inward, commencing the wholehearted refinement of the divine demon tower and assimilating the immense power contained within this innate spiritual treasure. Innate spiritual treasures are formed from the essence of heaven and earth during their gestation. Each treasure is equivalent to containing a portion of the origin of the heavenly way. Assimilating an innate spiritual treasure is akin to consuming a fragment of the origin of the heavenly way. And the power contained within a fragment of the heavenly way is an unimaginable creation for any cultivator. Devouring Heaven introspected, observing that the divine demon tower and Xiangqi's primordial spirit, previously enveloped in purple light and completely engulfed within him, had suffered immense damage under the repeated scouring and crushing of the purple light. Xiangqi's primordial spirit had been devoured, leaving only a remnant of its soul. While the divine demon tower was riddled with countless cracks, glimmers of light emanated from these fissures, only to be dissolved by the purple light and transformed into streams of power that infused Devouring Heaven, continuously augmenting his physical form. Xiangqi extinguished. As the attention of the devourer fell upon Xiangqi, a flicker of thought stirred within him. In an instant, a radiant purple beam descended upon Xiangqi. And in that fleeting moment, the last remnants of Xiangqi's soul were utterly transformed into countless luminous specks, consumed by the violet light, and assimilated into the Devourer's being. Suddenly, the Devourer's expression shifted. His primordial spirit began to attain a state of tranquility, emanating an aura of profound and mysterious laws. His consciousness became fully immersed in the comprehension of these laws, his will meandering through the vast ocean of principles, reluctant to return. Chapter 57. The essence of the heavenly path time became an elusive notion as the devourer abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within his brilliant golden gaze. To his astonishment, upon devouring Xiangqi and thoroughly digesting his primordial spirit, he had also consumed the essence of Xiangqi's Tao. Now, he found himself in command of the great principles that Xiangqi had previously grasped. With a mere thought, a force of law, distinct from his own path of consumption, surged forth. Under his guidance, the power unleashed by Xiangqi's Tao surpassed that which Xiangqi wielded in his own hands. However, after a moment of contemplation, The Devourer's expression grew resolute. With a subtle shift in thought, the path of devouring within him began to whirl, transforming into a vast black hole that directly engulfed Xiangqi's Tao. His intention was simple. His greatest strength lay in the path of consumption. Pursuing other paths would only hinder his progress. He felt no need to be greedy. Mastering the path of consumption was sufficient, and he could forego the rest. Transforming them all into sustenance for the devouring path is the solution. The resonance of the Qiangqi path is struggling. Yet this is the battlefield of the devouring sky, where the devouring path inherently possesses greater strength, further supported by the might of the devouring sky. The Qiangqi path finds itself utterly overwhelmed. As the devouring path gradually descends, the essence of the Qiangqi path begins to merge into it, or rather, it is being consumed by the devouring path. The entire aura of the devouring path suddenly becomes formidable. While it does not reach the pinnacle of the mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, it nonetheless affords the devouring sky considerable advancement within that realm. Indeed, my conjectures were not in vain. Consuming the laws of other paths will significantly elevate the devouring path. It appears that this direction warrants further attention in the future. A thought flashed through the mind of the devouring sky, and then his consciousness once again delved into the comprehension of the laws. At this moment, he realized that his previous control over the Qiangqi path was merely superficial manipulation. After all, it was the fruit of 1,000,000 years of cultivation by Qiangqi, and it could not be so easily digested. Now, having consumed the Qiangqi path through the devouring path, he has begun to uncover its deeper mysteries. And he also recognizes that his understanding of the devouring path has reached a more profound level. It turns out that enhancing the power of the devouring path through the consumption of other laws is indeed a valid path of cultivation. Upon contemplating the essence of the primordial source within the divine demon tower, a heightened sense of anticipation enveloped me. The innate spiritual treasures are, at their core, manifestations of the celestial principles scattered throughout the cosmos, formed by the absorption of vast amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In truth, these innate spiritual treasures merely serve as exteriors for the celestial principles, which are typically impervious to destruction, whether of superior or inferior grade. Their resilience rivals that of primordial chaos. To shatter such treasures is a formidable challenge, even for those on the verge of sanctity. What renders these innate spiritual treasures exceedingly precious is their scarcity across the realm. The finest specimens are exceedingly rare, and no individual would recklessly seek to annihilate them. Moreover, even if one were to acquire the celestial principles, the act of absorption is fraught with uncertainty, as one could never ascertain how the integration of diverse celestial principles might alter their own foundational essence. However, for the devourer of heaven, such concerns are trivial. By employing the principle of devouring, he directly assimilates the celestial principles, regardless of the intricate laws they embody. Each fragment of law is methodically digested by the principle of devouring, enhancing its formidable power. No matter how convoluted the celestial principles appear, they are but a mere feast for him. As the principle of devouring assimilates the essence of the divine demon tower, the primordial source, embodying the celestial principles, manifests as a radiant sphere of chaotic light, imbued with profound mysteries. Merely gazing upon its secrets draws the devourer into an unparalleled communion with the celestial laws, his consciousness drawing closer than ever to the essence of the cosmos. Is this truly the essence of the celestial principles? It rivals my own source in potency, perhaps even surpassing it. Swallowing heaven could not help but swallow. His primordial spirit intertwining seamlessly, emanating a purple radiance that enveloped him, forming a violet halo that gently descended, resting upon the essence of the heavenly Tao. The air vibrated with a resonant hum. His primordial spirit trembled, and he felt as though he had returned to the moment of his inception, surrounded by a magnificent aura that nurtured him, allowing his spirit to undergo continuous metamorphosis. His essence was elevated, and even the laws of devouring were advancing at an astonishing pace. He fell into a state of enlightenment, oblivious to the rapid expansion of his primordial spirit. as myriad profound laws seamlessly integrated within him, enriching the intricacies of his devouring path. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. Within the confines of Penglai Island, swallowing heaven, coiled within his cave, radiated a shimmering purple light. His aura had grown exponentially stronger than before. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. His presence was formidable, warping the very fabric of time and space around him. Suddenly, swallowing heaven opened his eyes, which reflected the setting sun and the waning moon, the shifting stars. Deep within his gaze, a colossal black hole emerged, consuming all and dissolving everything, causing all extraordinary phenomena to vanish without a trace. Chapter 58. The Absorption of Malevolence Pinnacle of the Mid-Great Luo Golden Immortal. The threshold to transcend the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal is tantalizingly close. Indeed, a superior, innate spiritual treasure proves to be invaluable. As Tun Tian reflects upon his current realm, a faint smile graces his lips. By consuming a superior, innate spiritual treasure, the Divine Demon Tower, he has spared himself millennia, perhaps even tens of millennia, of arduous cultivation, were the outside world to learn that he had ingested such a treasure, merely elevating him from the mid-stage to the pinnacle of mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. It would surely infuriate them to no end. A superiori not spiritual triasure. Its immense worth is beyond imagination, and the fact that it has only facilitated a minor breakthrough is almost incomprehensible. However, Tun Tian understands the intricacies of this process. Since his inception, his cultivation journey has been relatively brief. The realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal is an inherent understanding, not a result of relentless toil. Now, by devouring a superior innate spiritual treasure, he has the opportunity to experience once more the cosmic nurturing of the Tao, a stroke of fortune that is truly unfathomable. It compensates for the sudden acquisition of such formidable power, and the essence of the Tao is indeed an unparalleled treasure. Taking a deep breath, he recognizes that, although he remains at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, his strength has magnified several-fold compared to before. Once he surpasses the mid-stage to reach the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he will possess absolute confidence in defeating the formidable Shen Ai. Yet, Shen Ai will not remain static. His progression is swift, bolstered by the fortunes of the ferocious Beast Clan. It is likely that within 200,000 years, he will ascend to the Primordial realm. At that juncture, even if Tun Tian achieves the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he shall not stand a chance against him. In the depths of his mind, thoughts surged like a tempest as he contemplated how to impede the progress of the divine reversal and cultivation, or perhaps how to elevate his own mastery, thereby enabling him to vanquish or even annihilate the fierce beast lineage when they languished in decline over the span of 200 millennia. To delay the divine reversal's advancement, one must diminish the fortune that propels the fierce beast's lineage forward. Yet, the celestial order currently requires them to purge the primordial malevolence, and thus, their fortune remains untouched for the time being. It seems I have conceived a potential solution. The gaze of the devourer deepened with contemplation as he conceived a stratagem, a method to strike at the root of the problem. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of luminous energy, departing from Penglai Island and entering the vast expanse of the East China Sea. Gazing upon the boundless waters, the devourer radiated a resplendent glow, coalescing into a colossal purple sun. The malevolent energy permeating the atmosphere above the East China Sea seemed to respond to an unseen summons, flocking toward the devourer's position, only to be absorbed by his devouring principles. As a Luo Golden Immortal, and one at the pinnacle of the mid-stage, he wielded the power to effectively ensnare all malevolent forces within this region, rendering all other energies unaffected. Only the malevolence that pervaded the realms seemed to obey a command, converging toward him en masse. As time progressed, 3 days elapsed, and the purple sun expanded even further, its radiance enveloping an ever wider area. An increasing tide of malevolent energy surged forth from every corner of the East China Sea, continuously drawn to him and seamlessly assimilated into the fabric of his devouring principles. Were it a Deluo, golden immortal from the divine clan, such a frenzied consumption of the world's malevolence, even with the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, providing protection, would inevitably taint their primordial spirit, transforming them into a mindless beast driven solely by a desire for destruction. However, for the Devourer, the situation was markedly different. His ability to consume transformed all absorbed energy into a means of enhancing his corporeal strength. After all the malevolent energy is devoured by him, it does not enter his primordial spirit. Instead, it transforms into another form of power, merging seamlessly into his body. Thus, his primordial spirit remains untainted. Furthermore, within him resides the innate treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Possessing such a postnatal treasure of virtue ensures that even the aggregation of all the malevolent energy in the vast wilderness could not corrupt his primordial spirit. Consequently, the purple sun manifesting from the Devourer in the sky above the eastern sea voraciously absorbs the malevolent energy from the world. Day after day, year after year, 300 years swiftly passed. On a particular day, the purple sun, which had been absorbing the malevolent energy of the primordial chaos for 300 years, suddenly trembled violently. His physical form, having consumed the chaotic malevolence for such an extended period, finally accumulated enough energy to elevate itself to a higher level, achieving the second tier of the primordial unity realm. Chapter 59. The 9 realms of primordial unity from the memories inherited through the celestial path. The Devourer understands a division of the 9 realms of the celestial path and the existence of the Deluo Tao fruit. Above the Deluo lies the level of primordial unity, which, like the celestial path, is also divided into 9 tiers. It is noteworthy that the 9 realms of primordial unity differ from the 9 realms of chaos. The 9 realms of chaos pertain to the path taken by various chaotic demons during the era of chaos beneath the great Tao, while primordial unity is the path established by the celestial Tao, traversed by the myriad beings of the vast wilderness. Though both originate from a similar juncture, transcending the great Luo and existing within the realm of quasi-saints, they nonetheless possess notable distinctions. The 9 realms of chaos need no elaboration. Ranging from the loose immortals of chaos to the saints of the great way of chaos, encompassing 9 distinct tiers. The 9 realms of primordial unity, while analogous, are not entirely congruent. The first tier, the loose immortals of primordial unity, signifies the initial engagement with the essence of the heavenly ways laws, the commencement of comprehending the profound mysteries of the great way of laws. The second tier, the true immortals of primordial unity, and the third, the golden immortals of primordial unity, all represent the nascent understanding of the fundamental mysteries of the laws. These are highly akin to the loose immortals of chaos. The true immortals of chaos and the golden immortals of chaos, laying the groundwork for attaining sainthood, all can be termed the quasi-saint realm of primordial unity, corresponding respectively to the early, middle, and late stages of the quasi-saint. The fourth tier marks a divergence. The fourth realm, the Grand Luo loose immortal of primordial unity. The fifth, the Grand Luo true immortal of primordial unity. And the sixth, the Grand Luo golden immortal of primordial unity. These 3 realms emphasize the union of spirit and the way, where the primordial spirit integrates itself, bit by bit, into the heavenly way through its comprehension of the great way of laws. They can tentatively wield a trace of the heavenly way's power, albeit with limited strength. Yet they attain a semblance of the immortality and invulnerability of a saint of primordial unity. Figures such as the old ancestor of the Styx, who merges into the sea of blood, Huitu, who transforms into reincarnation, and the 3 sovereigns of humanity all reside within these 3 realms. They do not regard the quasi-saints as mere ants, as the primordial sage does, nor do they possess the unparalleled might that sweeps through the wilderness. Yet they have transcended many ordinary quasi-saints, thus earning the title of sub-saint. The seventh realm, the primordial sage realm, involves the spirit's reliance on the heavenly Tao, allowing one to harness the boundless power of the Tao, capable of effortlessly annihilating quasi-saints with a mere flick of the wrist, wielding the miraculous ability to create and destroy worlds. The notable figures of this realm are undoubtedly the six sages of later generations, the three purities of Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing, alongside the goddess Nuwa, the Buddhist mother of proposals, and the Buddha of guidance. The eighth realm, the heavenly Tao sage realm, signifies a union with the heavenly Tao, granting mastery over its power, capable of subduing saints with an effortless gesture, akin to the Tao ancestor Hongjun after achieving harmony with the Tao. The ninth realm, the primordial heavenly Tao realm, represents a complete unity with the heavenly Tao, acting as its agent and becoming the supreme existence within the wilderness. It can be said that after the fourth realm, the primordial realm begins to align with the heavenly Tao, embarking on a profound journey of understanding its essence. The chaotic realm signifies the threshold of harmonizing with the grand Tao, achieved upon the condensation of one's own heavenly Tao power from the chaotic grand, the Luo golden immortal state. The disparity between these two is substantial. According to Devour Heaven's calculations, divergences begin to emerge after the fourth level of the chaotic nine realms. The three realms of quasi-sage are equivalent to the chaotic grand, the Luo immortals, the primordial saint to the chaotic grand, the Luo golden immortals, the heavenly Tao saint to the chaotic grand, the Luo heavenly Tao, and the primordial heavenly Tao realm to the chaotic limitless heavenly Tao. Ultimately, the primordial nine realms fall short of the chaotic nine realms by an entire major realm. Currently, his physical body has broken through to the second realm of primordial, equivalent to the physical body of a mid-stage quasi-sage powerhouse. Even if his cultivation has not reached the late stage of the grand, the Luo golden immortal, his powerful physical body gives him great confidence. He is even confident that once he reaches the peak of the grand, the Luo golden immortal, he can rely on his powerful physical body to beat the god-slaying, spear-wielding divine rebellion to death. This is predicated on divine rebellion not breaking through to the quasi-sage realm. Once he breaks through to the quasi-sage realm, Devour Heaven, even with the Hongmeng measuring ruler in hand, will not be his opponent. After all, his physical body is powerful, but his cultivation is insufficient to unleash the full power of his physical body. In other words, he does not primarily cultivate the physical body and cannot control all the power of his physical body. If he could perfectly control every ounce of power in his body, the power he unleashed would be no less than that of a powerhouse in the second realm of primordial. Devour Heaven also has insights on this point. His physical body did not come from his own cultivation, but was achieved with the help of the power of devouring. It is an external force in his cultivation. Even if divine retribution were to attain the state of grand unity, he would remain fearless, provided he possessed a technique that granted him complete mastery over his physical form. Akin to the nine revolutions, mysterious skill inherited from the great god Pangu by the ancestral shamans of the witch tribe. A technique designed to unlock the battle prowess of the physical body. Chapter 60, Long-Term Goals. The challenge lies in the improbability of creating such a technique. To do so would be tantamount to pioneering a new path in the cultivation practices of the primordial world. Hongjuan's ascension to the status of Tao ancestor of the primordial world was predicated on his discovery of a method for directly attaining the level of a grand unity saint. However, this was achieved with the aid of the heavenly Tao and the supreme treasure, the jade tablet of creation, after a protracted period. For Devourer to independently forge a path to enlightenment through the physical body is a distant and arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, I might venture to make an attempt. While I may lack the good fortune of receiving assistance from the heavenly Tao as Hongjun did, my physical form itself presents an enigma for me to explore. Perhaps one day, I may indeed succeed in attesting to the Tao through my physical being. Devourer stroked his chin, incorporating this endeavor into his future cultivation pursuits. Presently, within the vast expanse of the EC, spanning hundreds of millions of miles, all of the primordial malefic aura has been consumed by me, further fortifying my physical form. Most importantly, by absorbing this primordial malefic aura, I can perceive that my own fortune has become even more profound. The brilliance within the eye of Devouring radiates as he faintly perceives faint golden glimmers of virtue descending from the void, continuously integrating into his being, significantly accelerating his cultivation progress. It is evident that his actions of devouring the heavenly calamity chi, which are conducive to the development of the primordial world, have garnered the approval of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would not be bestowed with such virtues. The East Sea is vast and boundless, followed by the South Sea, the West Sea, and the North Sea. Should I consume all the heavenly calamity chi from the four great seas, my physical form could possibly ascend to the third realm of the primordial chaos. The virtues conferred by the heavenly Tao would further bestow upon me immense fortune and considerable advancement in my cultivation. The gaze of Devouring becomes resolute. Although this endeavor may demand a significant amount of time, the benefits reaped would be beyond imagination. With determination to act, he resolves to proceed. As the formidable entity known as Tun Tian began to unveil his colossal form, stretching an astonishing several tens of millions of zhong, an immense aura emanated from him, warping the surrounding space. Countless ferocious beasts fled in terror, overwhelmed by the unimaginable pressure and the looming specter of death that accompanied the dragon hovering in the sky. A violet radiance burst forth from Tun Tian's being, as his vast physique coiled and transformed into a violet halo. This time, he unleashed his abilities to their fullest extent, drawing in waves of gray malevolence from the very fabric of the universe. As this malevolence approached Tun Tian, its density darkened to a near-black hue, manifesting as a terrifying shadow that enveloped him, exuding a chilling aura capable of annihilating all and indulging in slaughter. However, these gathered black malevolences soon dissipated within Tun Tian's form, slightly enhancing his aura, providing him with a modest boon. Subsequently, Tun Tian embarked on a protracted odyssey. Starting from the fringes of the East Sea, where the violet halo began to drift purposefully through its waters. Wherever he traversed, torrents of malevolence surged forth, serving as sustenance for his continuous augmentation, ensuring that his corporeal form remained in a state of gradual enhancement. Tun Tian was a pinnacle figure at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, with a physique rivaling that of the second realm of primordial chaos. His capacity to consume malevolence was beyond imagination, with the amount he devoured in each passing moment comparable to the collective efforts of hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts. As a result, the malevolent energy over the East Sea diminished day by day. Although the physical form of the Devourer of Heaven progressed slowly, his cultivation advanced remarkably well. The reason for this is quite simple. By aiding the heavenly Tao in digesting such a vast amount of primordial malevolence, he effectively became an indirect savior of countless beings in the primordial world, propelling the evolution of the heavenly Tao, the magnitude of his contributions beyond imagination. However, he remained in a state of cultivation, and the rate at which he absorbed the primordial malevolence did not wane. Thus, the heavenly Tao did not bestow upon him meritorious rewards. Instead, it indirectly enhanced his fortune as a form of recompense. With immense fortune bestowed upon him, the Devourer of Heaven's pace of cultivation accelerated exponentially. His physical form consumed the malevolent energy of the world, while his primordial spirit delved into the comprehension of the laws of the heavenly Tao. In merely 3,000 years, he sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through the barrier of the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Once he overcomes the current obstacles, he would achieve the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. The implications of reaching this stage are profound, as it would multiply his strength several times over, enabling him to unleash even greater power through his physical form. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, it would be effortlessly simple for him to overpower the divine reversal with his formidable physical prowess. Should the divine reversal refrain from employing the god-slaying spear's ultimate technique, it is entirely plausible that he could be utterly vanquished. However, Swallowing Heaven was not in a hurry to breach this threshold. His rate of advancement had been exceedingly rapid. From his emergence 6 or 7 millennia ago, he had ascended from the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the apex of the mid-stage, to progress to the late stage within a mere span of less than 10,000 years, from the initial to the late great Luo, is undoubtedly a formidable and rather unreasonable pace of growth. Such a swift progression could potentially undermine the foundation of his path of devouring. Thus, Swallowing Heaven resolved to take the time to thoroughly consolidate his cultivation achievements, ensuring a solid foundation before attempting to break through to the late stage of the Great Luo. This approach would not only prevent any instability in his foundation, but also enhance his strength post-breakthrough. In terms of fortifying his foundation, Swallowing Heaven devised a method to comprehend other principles and subsequently absorb them through the path of devouring. By allowing the path of devouring to encompass a broader array of universal principles, its potential would continuously augment, thereby solidifying his own foundation. At this juncture, Swallowing Heaven was endowed with the fortune of the heavenly Tao, coupled with an abundance of merit. Moreover, he tirelessly absorbed the malevolent energies permeating the world, resembling a ferocious beast that had garnered the heavenly Tao's recognition. Thus, comprehending the principles of the heavenly Tao would pose no significant challenge, especially with the heavenly Tao extending its favor. The circumstances were indeed unique. The devourer of heaven begins with himself, as the foremost dragon of the primal chaos. He inherently embodies numerous laws of the heavenly Tao, such as the manipulation of wind, rain, thunder, and fire. These abilities are innate to him and signify the profound mysteries contained within his being. Initially, he merely comprehended these esoteric laws to the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, and to elevate each law to an exalted tier would require an extensive passage of time. However, circumstances have shifted dramatically. With abundant fortune at his disposal and the augmentation of heavenly merit, the pace of the devourer's cultivation exceeds the ordinary by more than tenfold. He embarks on an arduous study of the myriad laws within him, striving to grasp them all at a profoundly advanced level before making any breakthroughs. The law of thunder is the first he chooses to pursue. Thunder embodies the quintessence of strength and the utmost yang energy, ranking among the most potent forms of attack within the myriad paths. The calamities bestowed by the great Tao, aside from those of human origin, predominantly manifest in the form of heavenly lightning, underscoring the formidable might of the thunder law. With the support of immense fortune and the power of merit, the devourer's primordial spirit delves into the comprehension of the thunder law, advancing at an astonishing rate. In the span of merely a millennium, he successfully cultivates the thunder law to the mid-level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a pace of cultivation equates to his transcendence from the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the mid-level in merely a millennium. To speak of such velocity would undoubtedly evoke feelings of shame among all the innate divine clans and cause many of the beastly kings to feel inadequate. After achieving the mid-level of the great Luo Golden Immortal through the principles of thunder, he did not pause. Rather, he continued to ponder and dedicated an additional 13 centuries to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the mid-level. Only then did he cease his efforts. Subsequently, he embarked on the exploration of the principles of wind, rain, fire, water, and many others. Every principle of power contained within him was methodically cultivated and amplified, allowing his primordial spirit to continually grow and strengthen, thereby accommodating these principles. 70,000 years later, as the devourer of heavens gradually shifted from the East Sea towards the South Sea, he suddenly opened his eyes. The boundless malevolent energy surrounding him was instantaneously consumed by his physical form, which had now grown to nearly 70 million zhang in length. He emanated an aura that would instill fear even in the most formidable of great Luo peak experts, his overwhelming presence rendering the very void itself palpable. "Who goes there?" the devourer of heavens uttered, and the void began to tremble incessantly, waves of rippling energy sweeping outward in all directions, cleansing the surrounding space for millions of miles. "There," The colossal head of the devouring sky turned abruptly, its massive dragon claw slicing through the void with tremendous force, tearing open a vast rift in the fabric of space. Countless splintered energies erupted from the breach, yet they failed to inflict any harm or damage upon the corporeal form of the devouring sky. Devouring sky, please exercise restraint. A voice echoed in the void, tinged with surprise. A golden willow branch emerged gracefully from the torn space, gently meeting the descending claw. Buzzing resonated through the air as the void trembled violently. Invisible shockwaves surged from the point of their collision. Yet were drawn deep into the recesses of time and space by a force, sparing this realm from significant harm. The devouring sky sensed an incredibly delicate yet resilient power steadily dissipating the force within its claw until it was entirely extinguished. Raising an eyebrow in astonishment upon hearing the voice, the devouring sky retracted its claw, gazing in curiosity at the figure stepping forth from the void, Yang Mei. In the distance, he perceived a vast island, upon which stood an immensely grand willow tree, emanating an overwhelming aura of chaos, even surpassing his current strength. This revelation stirred something within the devouring sky. It was evident that the willow tree was the embodiment of Yang Mei, the renowned hollow willow of chaos. Chapter 62. The Reincarnation of the Tao Sovereign. Indeed, it is I. I've had the honor of meeting you, friend devouring sky. With a raised brow, Yang Mei performed a respectful bow, exclaiming, after countless years apart, I never anticipated encountering my friend, the devourer of heaven, once again in this land of the East Sea. Truly, it is a joyous occasion. The devourer of heaven's gaze was fixed intently upon Yang Mei, a fleeting expression of confusion crossing his features. Soon after, his aura surged violently, a terrifying presence locking onto Yang Mei before him. What is the meaning of this, my friend? It seems that I have committed no transgressions against you. Rather, it is you who bears the burden of guilt. Why do you present yourself in such a manner? Yang Mei, instantly on guard, allowed his own aura to manifest slightly, countering the oppressive force that approached. Behind him, a willow tree flickered into vague visibility. The devourer of heaven continued to scrutinize Yang Mei, the surrounding void seemingly frozen in time. His voice turned icy. I have never claimed the name devourer of heaven. I have always regarded myself as the ancestor dragon, never uttering my true name. How is it that you know me as the devourer of heaven? I am most curious to learn the reason behind this. Yang Mei's expresión momentarily faltered, and after a brief hesitation, he replied, My friend, the devourer of heaven, do you truly not recognize me? I am Yang Mei, the master of the Tao of space. The devourer of heaven raised an eyebrow, a sense of caution brewing within. Indeed, this Yang Mei was one of the 3,000 chaos demons who had once thwarted Pangu's creation of the world, ranking among the top 10 most formidable beings. His strength must surpass all imagination. Yet, how could he possibly know my name, and why does he act as if we are well acquainted? I am indeed aware that you are Yang Mei, one of the 3,000 chaos demons, the sovereign of the Tao of space, and a being who once impeded Pangu in his celestial endeavors. Have I spoken incorrectly? Swallowing heaven gazed at him, articulating each word with precision. To obstruct Pangu from opening the heavens? Yang Mei could not help but chuckle self-deprecatingly, responding, That matter, my friend, is best left unspoken as a jest against me. In those days, we indeed overstepped our bounds in attempting to hinder Pangu's monumental task. Ultimately, among the 3,000 chaotic demons, only a scant few of us remain. Had it not been for your mercy back then, we would likely have perished in the cataclysm of the heavenly opening. Swallowing heaven paused, momentarily perplexed, and retorted, You claim that my mercy allowed you to survive the heavenly cataclysm? How could that be? I have no recollection of such an event. Swallowing heaven, Yang Mei remarked, gazing deeply into his eyes, You are not entirely the swallowing heaven I once knew. You are but a remnant of the illustrious swallowing heaven, a fragment of your original spirit and lingering soul. Hence, many of the memories you possess are incomplete. Yet, your recollection of me indicates that you are indeed the swallowing heaven of your. Wait, swallowing heaven exclaimed, his expression one of confusion. What are you implying? I am a mere remnant of the swallowing heaven. Yet does this mean the original has perished? How did he meet his demise? Was it at the hands of Pangu? Pangu! Yang Mei shook his head, a hint of cold amusement lacing his voice. How could Pangu have slain the swallowing heaven? In those days, the swallowing heaven fought valiantly against the divine acts of heaven, clashing with Pangu amidst the chaos for an entire cosmic cycle. Neither could prevail over the other, and thus they ceased their battle. In truth, it was the Lord of Devouring Heavens who emerged victorious in this battle. Pangu, wielding the celestial axe of creation, the jade dish of transformation, and the chaotic green lotus, three paramount treasures of chaos, could only achieve a stalemate with the Lord of Devouring Heavens. Without those three treasures, Pangu would merely be slightly more formidable than us. How could he possibly contend with the Lord of Devouring Heavens? The aura of the Lord of Devouring Heavens gradually subsided. After observing that Yang Mei had no intention of making a move, his colossal form swiftly diminished, soon transforming into a stature of 30 feet, equal to that of Yang Mei. Hearing the tone of his companion, it appeared that even Pangu was no match for the Lord of Devouring Heavens. How then? Did the Lord of Devouring Heavens ultimately meet his demise? Since Yang Mei holds such high regard for the Lord of Devouring Heavens, it is likely that this figure was indeed one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods. I wonder what his true origins are. Yang Mei expressed astonishment, stating that he was the inheritor of the Lord of Devouring Heavens' legacy, yet he inquired about the origins of the Lord of Devouring Heavens. What could be the reasoning behind this? The Lord of Devouring Heavens shook his head, mentioning that in his recollection, aside from the methods of cultivation and some vague memories, he possessed little knowledge regarding the myriad memories of chaos. Thus, he was not particularly clear about the origins of the Lord of Devouring Heavens or the events that transpired in those times. He was even unaware of the existence of such a being. After a moment of silence, Yang Mei slowly remarked that the Lord of Devouring Heavens is the master of the devouring law among the 3,000 laws of the great Tao and is the strongest among the 3,000 chaotic demon gods. A formidable presence ranked as a half-step great Tao saint. No, he had already achieved enlightenment that year, stepping into the ranks of the sages. However, he attained this enlightenment during the primordial chaos, a time when the great upheaval of creation had yet to conclude. Consequently, his saintly status did not receive the recognition of the great Tao. He merely transformed his physical form into that of a saint. Chapter 63. Reminiscing the past, a sage of the great Tao? Tong Tian inhaled sharply, disbelief coursing through him. How could this be possible? The great Pangu himself had failed his quest for enlightenment. How could the Lord of Tong Tian have succeeded? Furthermore, if he had indeed attained enlightenment, how could he have perished? And what are the remnants of his soul that have manifested as my current self? The Lord of Tong Tian achieved the status of a sage through his physical form, yet his understanding of the laws of the great Tao was insufficient, and his primordial spirit did not reach the level of immortality. Thus, he was not impervious to death. The only being capable of slaying him, Pangu of that era, was powerless against him, save for another. With a furrowed brow, he gazed skyward, his eyes laden with sighs, confusion, and helplessness. Tong Tian instinctively understood whom he referred to. The impossible feat that Pangu could not accomplish could only be realized by that supreme entity within the chaos. But why would that being take action against the Lord of Tong Tian? Could it be that he had defied the grand scheme of chaos? Yet if that being had intervened, how could I possibly exist? The Lord of Tong Tian mused, fearing he had been obliterated countless times, leaving not even a trace behind. I too am perplexed. In the gaze of raised brows lies a hint of bewilderment. In days of yore, we, the chaotic demon gods, were devoured by the Lord of the heavenly path. Although our Tao fruits, cultivation, magical powers, and primordial spirits were entirely consumed by him, he preserved our true spirits, allowing us to persist. However, as time progressed, we could only faintly sense a terrifying celestial punishment descending upon him, inflicting grave injuries. Even our true spirits, the chaotic demon gods, were caught in the backlash of this celestial wrath, with a staggering 99% perishing. leaving only a scant few to be ultimately expelled by the Lord of the Heavenly Path, scattered throughout the primordial realm. Subsequently, we witness the Lord of the Heavenly Path enveloping the world of the primordial with his shattered Taoist body, vanishing without a trace. In that moment, chaos trembled, and the heavenly Tao wept for his departure. We all believed he had met his definitive end, yet unexpectedly, a remnant soul evaded the celestial punishment and evolved into your being. With a deep sigh, raised brows pondered. How did you discern and confirm that I am indeed the manifestation of the remnant soul of the Lord of the Heavenly Path from those bygone days? The Lord of the Heavenly Path furrowed his brow, questioning if my appearance resembled that of the Lord of the Heavenly Path. Could it be that he too was a divine dragon, perhaps even the primordial ancestor of the chaotic dragon? Not quite. The Lord of the Heavenly Path bore a dragon's body and a serpent's tail, the epitome of existence under the grand principles of creation. You, however, are the first true dragon of the primordial realm, a progenitor of dragons, not merely a chaotic being throughout the ages. At this point, raised brows could not help but sigh, contemplating the dragon lineage. In the future, the reputation of this race is likely to echo throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. I recognized you by the primordial measuring rod in your hand, as well as the remarkable ability within you to devour all. Gazing into the distance, I remarked that the aura of creation, remnants of the battle between Pangu and the Lord of Devouring Heaven, lingers in the primordial realm. We, the great Luo golden immortals who draw upon this aura, risk being tainted by its sinister essence, becoming akin to ferocious beasts devoid of intelligence. Yet, you have absorbed it without any adverse effects, indicating a profound connection between you and this primordial aura. The only beings capable of digesting such energy, aside from the ancient Pangu himself, would be the Lord of Devouring Heaven, a figure of equal standing. Furthermore, your essence bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the Lord of Devouring Heaven, and the bond with the primordial measuring rod only strengthens the evidence that you are indeed the reincarnation of the Lord of Devouring Heaven. As I concluded my thoughts, I spoke each word with gravity. The devourer shook his head, struggling to accept the implications of my words. The Lord of Devouring Heaven. He had ascended to the realm of the great sage. His ability to consume the aura of creation stemmed from his own prowess, not from the legacy of the Lord of Devouring Heaven. However, a sudden thought struck him. His capacity to digest the aura of creation might originate from a purple crystal he acquired in a distant future. Could that crystal be the remnant left behind by the Lord of Devouring Heaven? Thus, having traversed time and space to arrive here is tantamount to inheriting the Tao lineage of the heavenly devourer, enabling the absorption of the celestial severing chi. Indeed, the likelihood of this is exceedingly high, for the celestial severing chi is no ordinary substance. The divine slaying spear, after drawing sufficient celestial severing chi, metamorphosed from a mere chaos lotus into a primordial treasure. Regrettably, I am not absorbing the celestial severing chi. Instead, I am directly digesting it. A myriad of thoughts flickered through the mind of the heavenly devourer. He glanced at Yang Mei, yet shook his head, stating, "I possess not a shred of memory. I awoke amidst the primordial chaos with nothing but the inheritance of the heavenly Tao." At this point, the heavenly devourer paused. Recalling the cultivation technique he practiced, the devourer's refinement of Tao, a method that directly points towards the path of the Saint of Tao. Could this truly be an inheritance of the heavenly Tao? Clearly not. If that is the case, could it be that I am indeed the heavenly devourer of your? The expression of the heavenly devourer grew somewhat bewildered. Having traversed to the primordial realm, how could he suddenly bear such a lofty identity? Chapter 64. Intrigue and Deceit. Friend, heavenly devourer, have you stumbled upon something? Yang Mei inquired, observing the hesitance etched on the heavenly devourer's face. Rather than recalling any memories, he found himself reflecting on another matter. Although I may be the remnant soul of the heavenly devourer, I am ultimately not the same being as the former. How could you possibly know that my designation is heavenly devourer? Is it merely based on the speculation that I could be the remnant soul of the heavenly devourer of old? Within the heart of the Devourer, a sense of vigilance persisted. One must not forget that the primordial spirit of Pangu in later generations could likewise transform into the 3 pure ones. While the 12 drops of essence became the 12 ancestor witches, can the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestor witches truly claim to be Pangu? Clearly they cannot. Though the Devourer is merely a remnant soul of the Lord of devouring heavens, he perceives himself as a being from the future, not a creature of the present. It is highly probable that he has occupied the remnant soul of the Lord of devouring heavens, thereby obscuring the heavenly secrets, and is not genuinely the Lord of devouring heavens himself, which is why he has not inherited the memories belonging to that entity. Raising an eyebrow, he regarded the Devourer, perhaps questioning whether he believed he was the same as the ancient chaos demon god, Yang Mei. Is that not the case? The Devourer retorted. Certainly not. Yang Mei sighed deeply. The chaos demon god, Yang Mei, perished long ago during the great cataclysm of creation. In truth, all chaos demon gods have fallen. We have long since lost the true forms, primordial spirits, origins, magical powers, cultivation, and realms of the chaos demon gods. Everything has been forsaken, and apart from the memories of yore, not a trace of our former selves remains. I, as well as the others, have transformed into the innate divine race of the primordial world. We can no longer be, nor shall we become, the ancient chaos demon gods. Why is this so? The Devourer inquired with confusion. You possess memories of the past. Upon returning to chaos, could you not refine the true form of the chaos demon god anew and restore yourselves? I once held that belief as well, but later discovered it to be exceedingly difficult. Gazing towards the vast expanse of the heavens, Yang Mei slowly inquired, do you ponder the reasons behind the cataclysmic tribulation? It was inherently a calamity aimed at us, the chaos demons. The fall of all chaos demons was predestined by the Tao. If a new chaos demon were to emerge, what do you suppose would transpire? Another great calamity? Tunshin, feeling a tremor within, responded, I do not know. Yang Mei uttered a statement that made Tunshin wish to silence him. Because I have not transformed into a chaos demon, and I have lost the qualification to become one. Even if I were to return to chaos and reshape my true form, I would no longer be the chaos demon of yore. Hence, I am uncertain what upheaval would be triggered by the emergence of a new chaos demon. Observing Tunshin's bewildered expression, Yang Mei gently shook his head and continued. I share this with you, my friend Tunshin, to express my gratitude for your mercy in sparing my last thread of hope back in the day. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I shall undoubtedly offer my utmost assistance to repay the kindness of the past. Tunshin regarded Yang Mei, his gaze devoid of joy, yet marked by tranquility. Kindness aside, he remarked, I may no longer be the Tunshin Taoist of old, and thus I owe you no particular debt. However, if you are inclined, I would be willing to forge a friendship with you. Yang Mei nodded in agreement. So be it. He was acutely aware that Tun Tian would not readily place his trust in him. The other party was no fool. No one would accept another's words at face value without verification through experience. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, however, Tun Tian, it will be prudent to remain cautious of certain individuals. They may not share the same gratitude toward you as I do. Tun Tian narrowed his eyes and inquired, are you suggesting that the other chaotic demons reborn in the Honghuang world would pose a threat to me? Indeed, he replied. The past actions of Tun Tian Daojun, who devoured 3,000 chaotic demons, may have safeguarded your journey through the great catastrophe of creation, yet it also resulted in your loss of everything. This is undoubtedly a source of resentment for you. He nodded in agreement, stating precisely, individuals such as Luo Ho and Hun Kuan may harbor some gratitude, but the majority harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Tun Tian Daojun. Thus, it is wise to exercise caution regarding other chaotic demons. Do not place too much trust in them, not even in me. Tun Tian fixed his gaze upon Yang Mei and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your counsel. Your words have enlightened me on many matters, for which I am immensely grateful. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. His figure wavered slightly, transforming into a streak of light as he departed from that place, heading towards another direction. watching the silhouette of Tun Tian vanish into the distance. Yang Mei's expression turned impassive, his gaze becoming deeper and more profound than ever before, filled with apprehension and indifference. After departing from the area where Yang Mei was located, Tun Tian once again transformed into a massive, violet halo, continuing his unfinished endeavor of devouring the world's baleful aura. With the continuous advancement of his cultivation, his rate of devouring the baleful aura has accelerated, consequently increasing his speed of progression. However, this time he did not immediately enter into cultivation. Instead, he mobilized all of his thoughts, contemplating the words that Yang Mei had spoken to him earlier. How much credibility did Yang Mei's words hold? In Tun Tian's view, aside from the past events, the only truth in his words was that other chaos gods might be unfavorable towards him. As for the rest of the purportedly grateful words, they were utter nonsense, undeniably false. He had witnessed too many conspiracies and traps in later times. Although Yang Mei was a top-tier chaos god in the chaos, he was an utter amateur when it came to schemes. He had never experienced such machinations, only capable of employing rudimentary tricks to lower his guard or gain his trust. Alas, I am no fool. Tun Xian sneat invatli. How many of the 3,000 chaos gods still remain? Luo Ho and Hun Kuan are merely two among many. If there exist other chaotic deities, then it stands to reason that the legendary Hong Jun, who possesses the creation jade disc, must also be among them. It appears that I shall encounter numerous adversaries in the days to come. Tun Tian fell into a contemplative silence, struggling to comprehend the implications of Yang Mei's words. It was evident that his existence had already captured the attention of various reincarnated chaotic deities, who had begun to speculate about his origins. Yet among them, some harbored ill intentions while others, like Yang Mei, sought to draw nearer. What could be the reason for this divergence? Could it be that I possess something of significance to them? Tun Tian could not help but wonder if it was the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, a postnatal treasure of immense merit, capable of captivating anyone, even the chaotic deities of yore, who might not possess such an unparalleled artifact. It seems I must exercise greater caution regarding these chaotic deities in the future. Tun Tian pondered further, sensing an elusive thought slipping from his grasp, leaving him with an exasperated sigh. He could not fathom why the Tao Lord Tun Tian had not completely devoured the true spirits of these deities, allowing them to escape and thus embroil him in such considerable trouble. Unable to resolve this conundrum, Tun Tian had no choice but to refocus his attention on his cultivation. Previously, he had tempered his efforts, aware that consuming the chi of chaos would diminish the merit and fortune of the innate ferocious beast lineage, inevitably altering the trajectory of the heavenly path. However, now that he was aware of the peculiar intentions of these chaotic deities towards him, it became imperative to hasten his ascension in cultivation. Tun Shin harbored deep apprehensions regarding his future, for he was aware that these were chaos demonic deities, each of whom had once stood as adversaries to Pangu. Although they may not rival the prowess of Tun Shin Daojun and the great god Pangu, they were formidable beings who had once attained such heights. Their return to power would merely require a span of time, far less than the arduous journey he himself must undertake. It was imperative for him to seize every opportunity for growth and transformation. Whether it stemmed from the ferocious beasts or other fortuitous encounters, none could be overlooked. Tun Shin's gaze hardened with resolve. Should these chaos demonic deities wish to thwart him, they must first overcome him. In this nascent world, they all stood upon the same starting line. With the aid of his devouring abilities, he held steadfast belief that he could best these chaos deities. He hastened the pace of his consumption, for his aspirations extended beyond merely the four seas. He would not neglect the primal energies of the vast wilderness. With unwavering determination, Tun Shin began to unleash the full extent of his devouring powers, fervently drawing the primal energies from the cosmos, transmuting them into the essence needed for his physical metamorphosis, thus rendering his corporeal form even more formidable. As he accelerated the extraction of these primal energies, he acutely sensed the deepening of his fortune, the merits bestowed from the heavenly doubt multiplied in the void around him. The richness of his merits and fortune accelerated his comprehension of the laws of the heavenly Tao. Within his being, the tenets of the heavenly Tao were continuously refined through his diligent cultivation. His accumulated foundation has grown increasingly profound, and his understanding of the devouring Tao has deepened significantly during his cultivation. He is merely a step away from breaking through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, needing only to exert a little more effort. Presently, Tun Tian's strength is exponentially greater than it was prior to absorbing the heavenly fiendish qi. His power has increased severalfold. With the continuous enhancement of his physical form, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his strength has multiplied by 12 times. Previously, during his battle with Shun Ni, it was his formidable physique that enabled him to contend without falling behind. Now, he possesses complete confidence that if Shun Ni remains stagnant at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal without significant progress and refrains from using the god-slaying spear, he can defeat Shun Ni within 3 moves. Indeed, just 3 moves. Over the years, he has comprehended an abundance of the principles of the heavenly Tao, allowing him to unleash a more formidable physical power. At present, when he channels all his strength, it is akin to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure unleashed to its utmost potential, capable of delivering an attack comparable to that of a primordial true saint. However, Tun Tian is acutely aware that while his progress is rapid, Shun Ni's advancement is unlikely to be inferior to his own. Shun Ni has harnessed the fortune of the entire ferocious beast clan for his cultivation. Tun Tian has merely absorbed a fraction of the heavenly fiendish qi, while the ferocious beast clan numbers in the countless billions, advancing at a pace far surpassing his own. The merits and fortunes bestowed by the heavenly Tao will only multiply. Even if Shun Ni claims a mere 30% of this, it would be sufficient to overwhelm Tun Tian. It is possible that Shun Ni has already attained the state of great Luo Tao fruit and, before long, will break through to the realm of primordial true saint. Within the heart of the devourer of the heavens, an inner reluctance brewed. Nearly 100 millennia had elapsed, and the malevolent aura of the cosmos was on the verge of dissipating entirely. The contributions of the beastly clan to this phenomenon were undeniably significant. However, the divine rebel had yet to transcend into the quasi-saint realm, undoubtedly having entered the realm of the Tao fruit of the great Luo. After all, breaking through to the quasi-saint level involves comprehending the primordial laws of the heavenly path. While it may not evoke universal celebration across the vast wilderness as the ascension to the mixed elements saint would, the fluctuations from the source of these laws would inevitably sweep through the cosmos, and he could not have remained oblivious to it. Over the span of 100 millennia, it was improbable for the divine rebel to remain stagnant at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, he must have ascended to the level of the Tao fruit of the great Luo. The Tao fruit of the great Luo is a wondrous state that transcends the great Luo Golden Immortal, yet falls short of the mixed element quasi-saint. A typical cultivator, upon reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal, continues to comprehend the laws of their primary cultivation path, striving to elevate this law to its zenith. Once they attain the qualifications to resonate with the heavenly path, they may attempt to condense the primordial source of their own laws within themselves. The completion of this endeavor marks the day of their breakthrough into the mixed element quasi-saint. However, some cultivators, possessing profound accumulation and unwilling to directly condense their law's primordial source, choose instead to use their primary law as a foundation to extend into other laws. For instance, one who specializes in the Thunder Avenue, upon reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, may endeavor to comprehend the law of light or the law of destruction, or any other laws that bear a connection to the law of thunder. By utilizing the foundational principles of the thunder law, they can explore various related laws. Achieving a mastery of their primary law while extending into other grand laws enhances the realm of their primary law, a state referred to as the realm of the great Luo Tao fruit. The great Luo Tao fruit manifests in varying degrees of strength. Those of lesser potency merely dabble in other grand laws, while primarily anchored in their own. Conversely, a formidable Great Luo can leverage their engagement with other grand laws to delve into even more. Theoretically, the Great Luo Dao fruit can continuously refine itself, ultimately encompassing the 3,000 heavenly laws, thus representing the most sublime form of the Great Luo Dao fruit. Within the celestial teachings, it is understood that the Great Luo Dao fruit is categorized into 5 tiers. Upon attaining the 5th tier, one reaches the level where the Great Luo Dao fruit encompasses the 3,000 heavenly laws, signifying the epitome of perfection. According to Tong Tian's calculations, the combat prowess of the 1st tier of the Great Luo Dao fruit exceeds that of a Great Luo Golden Immortal by several times, yet falls short of the Primordial Scatter Immortal, as the latter has refined the essence of the laws, creating a qualitative suppression that renders the 1st tier of the Great Luo Dao fruit unable to contend. The 2nd tier of the Great Luo Dao fruit approaches the combat strength of the Primordial Scatter Immortal, as it expands further upon engaging with additional grand laws. For instance, the law of thunder may encompass the law of light, which in turn can extend to the law of the sun or other laws. At this juncture, attaining the 2nd level of the Great Dao fruit is indeed remarkable. Such a Great Dao fruit possesses combat prowess that is nearly indistinguishable from that of a Primordial Scatter Immortal. However, while it may perform adequately in brief confrontations, it inevitably pales in comparison to a Primordial Scatter Immortal who possesses the essence of the laws during prolonged contests. The 3rd tier of the Great Dao fruit expands further upon the foundation of the 2nd tier, rendering it extraordinarily powerful. Its mastery over an extensive array of laws grants it combat strength that surpasses that of an ordinary Primordial Scatter Immortal. Yet it still falls short of the capabilities of a Primordial True Immortal. The 4th tier of the Great Dao fruit approaches the comprehension of all 3,000 laws. At this stage, the Great Dao fruit resembles an imperfect manifestation of the heavenly Dao, wherein all laws communicate harmoniously, centered around the primary law of focus, creating a realm akin to a miniature heavenly Dao. Achieving this level of the Great Dao fruit bestows power comparable to that of a Primordial True Immortal. The 5th tier of the Great Dao fruit encompasses all 3,000 laws without exception, culminating in a complete manifestation of the miniature heavenly Dao. If the 4th tier of the Great Dao fruit can be likened to a Primordial True Immortal, then the 5th tier transcends it, representing a true perfection within the realm of the Great Dao. According to the inheritance of the heavenly Dao, it is understood that once an individual at the 5th level of the Great Dao fruit breaks through to the primordial stage, they will possess potential rivaling that of the chaos demon gods. The completion of the 3,000 laws culminates in the achievement of the Great Luo Dao fruit. With such a foundation laid, even the most formidable demons born from the Dao may find it challenging to compare. Chapter 67. The Madness of Divine Rebellion. Yet, is it truly attainable for someone to reach the 5th level of the Great Luo Dao fruit? Tong Tian found himself lost in contemplation, realizing the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim. To him, the Great Luo Dao fruit essentially represented the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It merely signifies a departure from the direct cultivation of the source of the laws to enter the primordial realm, while continuing to explore other laws to amass profound depth. However, while it may not be arduous to delve into other laws based on one's own, venturing into the realm of the 3,000 laws appears nearly impossible. Setting aside the extensive time required to comprehend the 3,000 laws, the inherent repulsion among certain laws, such as that between water and fire, makes reconciliation incredibly challenging. The more laws one attempts to comprehend, the harder it becomes to maintain control over one's own Tao foundation. Unless it involves the creation jade dish held by Hong Jun. The gaze of the devourer deepened. For if anyone in this world could attain the 5th level of the Great Tao fruit, it would undoubtedly be Hong Jun. This individual is rumored to possess the Pangu's remaining creation jade disc, which contains the essence of 3,000 laws. It is through this artifact that one can comprehend the intricacies of these laws. making the pursuit of the fifth level of the Great Tao fruit a formidable yet achievable endeavor. If I could also obtain the Creation Jade Disc and consume it. Suddenly, the devourer shivered, hastily dismissing such a thought. It is no jest. The Creation Jade Disc is a treasure of the heavenly Tao, and to consume, it would be akin to devouring a fragment of the heavenly Tao itself. Should he dare to attempt such an act, he would undoubtedly be obliterated by the very forces of the Tao. Nevertheless, this presents a potential direction. The devourer slowly closed his eyes. Since Shun and I had opted not to break through to the quasi-saint level, he must certainly be striving for the great Tao fruit. With Shun Ni's cultivation and the fortuitous blessings from the fierce beast lineage, he likely had already reached the second level of the great Tao fruit. His current strength allows him to contend with Shun and I at the first level of the great Tao fruit. Yet he still falls short against Shun and I at the second level. To bridge this gap, he must consume more malevolent energy and acquire greater merits from the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, on the Blood Emperor Mountain of the Primordial Realm, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth from the cave, created by Shun and I, instilling fear in the hearts of many powerful beings of the fierce beast lineage outside the cave. After nearly 100,000 years, the number of great golden immortals among the fierce beast lineage has blossomed from 3 to dozens. However, the 3 beast kings, Tao Wu, Zhu Yin, and Hun Dun, were the earliest to transcend into the realm of the Luo Jin Xian. Over the span of 100,000 years, they have made significant advancements, each reaching the late stages of the Luo Jin Xian, establishing themselves as formidable sovereigns within the primordial chaos. Meanwhile, the formidable beings of the ferocious beast clan residing on Blood Emperor Mountain gazed toward the cave of Shun and I, shaking their heads in quiet lamentation. A powerful beast king could not contain his roar, exclaiming that our sovereign has grown irate. It is unclear who has dared to undermine the foundational luck of our ferocious beast clan, causing our fortunes to stagnate over the past 100 millennia. It seems the resurgence of our clan may be prematurely curtailed, which explains our sovereign's fury. Indeed, I can distinctly sense that the fortunes of our ferocious beast clan are nearing a pinnacle. The original heavenly mechanism indicated that our clan should have at least another epoch of flourishing. Yet, the number of beasts born within the primordial realm has not diminished, while the fortune of our clan remains stagnant. This phenomenon is exceedingly perplexing. Another beast king displayed a look of bewilderment. Could it be that someone is clandestinely siphoning away the fortunes of our ferocious beast clan? Yet, with our sovereign's presence and the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, suppressing our clan's luck, who possesses the ability to secretly and silently extract our fortunes. Even a primordial powerhouse would find such a feat implausible. The third great Luo beast king waved his hand, his mind somewhat agitated. The numerous beast kings conversed amongst themselves, their voices filled with perplexity, unable to derive a satisfactory explanation from matter. At that moment, from the depths of Blood Emperor Mountain, a divine spear radiating terrifying, killing, intent soared into the sky, instantly tearing through space-time and plunging into the vast river of fate. Upon the river of fate, boundless fortune converged. The fortune of the ferocious beast race gradually coalescing into an immense, formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex. After the emergence of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the god-slaying spear landed in its grasp. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, wielding the god-slaying spear, cast a piercing gaze across the river of fate, declaring, regardless of your identity, by covertly pilfering the fortune of my ferocious beast race, you have incurred karmic entanglement with us. Allow me to unveil your true countenance and discern your identity. With the force of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the god-slaying spear was thrust fiercely toward the mist-laden region within the river of fate. Buzz! As the god-slaying spear struck, immeasurable golden light of merit erupted from within the mist, the dazzling radiance resembling a resplendent divine sun, ascending from the river of fate and illuminating the entire river with brilliant splendor. Upon closer inspection, at the core of that radiant divine sun lay a ruler measuring 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3 points. It is you. The Tyrannosaurus unleashed a furious roar. its divine fury erupting with tremendous force. The god-slaying spear radiated a deadly menace as it swung violently towards the ruler. Chapter 68. The state of the beasts in recent years. The fortunes of the Beast Clan have waned significantly. The merit gained from expelling the heavenly evil Qi has drastically diminished. Although divine reversal had reached the realm of great Luo Dao fruit thousands of years ago, he has barely attained the second level, with combat prowess only comparable to that of a Hunyuan loose immortal, revealing discrepancies in the predictions made by the Devourer of Heaven. The root cause of this decline lies in the actions of the Devourer of Heaven across the seas. By devouring the heavenly evil Qi, he deprived the beasts of their vital sustenance. The creatures born under the providence of heaven became unaffected by the heavenly evil Qi, transforming into ordinary beings, thus hindering the Beast Clan's ability to draw upon the fortunes of the seas. Moreover, while the Devourer consumed the evil Qi, the beasts did not perish in its absence. Instead, their sanity was shattered by the absence of the Qi, leading them into a frenzy of slaughter and destruction, which in turn has woven a substantial web of karmic consequences for the Beast Clan. This has resulted in the ferocious beasts upon the primordial earth continuing to dissipate the malevolent energies of creation, yet they simultaneously wreak havoc upon the primordial realm. The slightly surplus merit and fortune that emerges is squandered by the beasts of the four seas. Consequently, in nearly 100,000 years, the fortune of the Beast Clan has increased scarcely, and their merits are exceedingly few. Were it not for the formidable beings within the Beast Clan, who can absorb the malevolent energies of creation for their cultivation, thus making a considerable contribution to the primordial world, allowing their merits to surpass their karma. One might fear that during these years, the Beast Clan would be fortunate to witness even one ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Shen Ni is not ignorant of these matters concerning the Beast Clan, as the sovereign of the ferocious beasts. None understand better than he the utility of the beasts to the heavenly path. To the heavenly path, they're perceived merely as tools for cleansing the primordial malevolence. Once the primordial realm is devoid of such malevolence, the savage and destructive tendencies of the Beast Clan will inevitably lead to their rejection by the heavens and abandonment by the heavenly path. Shen Ni is well aware of this reality, yet he still endeavors to elevate his own cultivation to an exalted level during the period when the Beast Clan remains favored by the heavenly path, thus equipping himself to confront the impending backlash from the heavens and securing a chance for the survival of the Beast Clan. However, since the fall of Qiongqi 100,000 years ago, he has noticed a significant deceleration in the growth of the Beast Clan's fortune, markedly diminished compared to the time before Qiongqi's demise. Initially, he paid little heed, attributing this to the backlash of fortune following Qiongqi's fall. After the passage of millennia, nearly 10,000 years, the fortunes of the Beast Clan had only just begun to recover when he sensed something amiss. Someone was covertly targeting the Beast Clan, otherwise, their fortunes would not have been restored so sluggishly. Yet, despite his relentless inquiries into the river of fate, he could not discern the identity of the shadowy assailant. For no one had indeed cast a malevolent hand upon the Beast Clan's fortunes. Instead, the Celestial Devourer had preemptively claimed the celestial merits that the Beast Clan could have rightfully obtained, resulting in their accrued karma for disrupting the cosmos without reaping the benefits of the primordial energies. This led to a gradual decline in their fortunes, with the merits dwindling to an alarming scarcity. Ancestral Dragon, the furious roar reverberated through the river of fate, as he, the divine reversal, wielded the god-slaying spear. Preparing to strike down upon the cosmic measuring ruler once more, a magnificent and vast will emerge from the void. The cold and merciless intent of the heavenly Tao manifested, recognizing the sheer destructive power wielded by the divine reversal and the god-slaying spear. A single misstep could send tremors through the river of fate, resulting in catastrophic consequences. With a swift motion, a divine light descended from the void, suppressing the fortunes of the Beast Clan. The will of the divine reversal and the god-slaying spear were forcefully expelled from the river of fate by the heavenly Tao. Within the Blood Emperor Mountain, the divine reversal abruptly opened his eyes, coughing forth a copious amount of blood, his gaze ablaze with an unprecedented ferocity and murderous intent. Zulong, Zulong, once again you have thwarted my schemes. Do not presume that I am unaware of your identity. In the eyes of others, your existence is nothing short of a curse. You have obstructed my path and obliterated the vitality of my ferocious beast clan, and you shall pay a price for your transgressions. Shani could not restrain his wrath. Unleashing a thunderous roar towards the heavens, his heart ablaze with fury. What was once a seamless plan has been shattered by an intruder, and what infuriated him further was that the adversary reaped the benefits while the ferocious beast clan bore the brunt of the consequences. How could he not be enraged? Most infuriating of all was that the perpetrator was the very individual he had long yearned to eliminate. The duality of his fury threatened to drive him to madness. In the West Sea, the devouring entity known as Tunshin, which was voraciously consuming the primordial chaos, sensed the assault of Shani within the River of Fate. The cataclysmic force unleashed was so formidable that it even risked drawing upon the entire fortune of the ferocious beast clan, posing a significant threat to a quasi-saint of the mixed primordial realm. Yet, unfortunately for Shani, his threat would not reach Tunshin. With the postnatal treasure known as the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, Tunshin was sufficiently fortified within the River of Fate, able to withstand Shani's onslaught. Unless Shani's power ascended to that of a saint, capable of directly shattering the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, he would be incapable of inflicting harm. The vast expanse of time and space separated Tunshin from Shani. Chapter 69. The beginning of the breakthrough. Shani, do not blame me. It is the ferocious beast clan that has wrought such immense devastation upon the Hongwang world. Now that you have contributed to the heavens and the earth, the heavenly Tao has refrained from dealing with you. However, in a matter of several millennia, when you hold no further value to the cosmos, your retribution shall inevitably arrive. With a contemptuous sneer, Devourer cast a sidelong glance towards the vast expanse of the primordial world before closing his eyes once more. He paid no heed to divine retribution's assault. In his estimation, it was merely the desperate act of a cornered beast. To leap into the fray now would only serve to make him the target of divine retribution's wrath. The power the latter currently wielded surpassed his own, and engaging in battle would inevitably lead to a mutually destructive outcome. Previously, when Devourer believed he had the backing of the primeval deities, he would not have been overly concerned about a Pyrrhic victory. However, now aware of the numerous reincarnated demon gods lurking in the shadows of the primordial world, eager to strike him down, he would not willingly place himself in harm's way. If divine retribution wished to seek him out, so be it. Let him find him first. Furthermore, having devoured all the baleful aura from the eastern, southern, and western seas, he had fully comprehended all the heavenly Tao laws he possessed. Reaching the mid-stage of the grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the accumulation required to break through to the late stage had long been achieved. Now, even his foundation had reached its limit, and he was poised to ascend to the late stage of the grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, Devourer ceased his absorption of the chaos fiend celestial aura, causing all the baleful energy to dissipate into the surroundings. In its stead, a torrent of boundless primeval spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a dense mist that enveloped Devourer. This inexhaustible spiritual energy poured into his primordial spirit, becoming the force that would propel him through his breakthrough. As the spiritual energy flooded into his primordial spirit, one could faintly discern the emergence of powerful laws within Devourer's very essence. At the very core lay the law of devouring all, of assimilating all creation. Surrounding this principle, there exists a multitude of other formidable laws, such as thunder, rain, and wind, amounting to dozens of powerful edicts, all of which are born within his primordial spirit. As the process of transcending begins, his spirit fervently siphons the ethereal energies from the cosmos, with the law of devouring illuminating first. As boundless spiritual energy merges, his primordial spirit embarks on a metamorphosis. Indeed, he directly initiates this transformation. The notion of realms is, to him, merely trivial. Once one attains comprehension of the laws, Transcending realms merely necessitates the baptism of celestial energies, enabling the spirit's metamorphosis. This is the advantage of possessing a profound foundation, making the transition to the next realm as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. The primordial energies, surging like a tidal wave around him, reflect the immense depth of his accumulation. Dozens of laws have reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal level, an accomplishment akin to the collective breakthrough of numerous great Luo Golden Immortals, perhaps even surpassing that. Such accumulation means that metamorphosis is not instantaneous, but requires time. In the void, his colossal form coils into a circular ring, with overwhelming energies surging tumultuously around him, warping the very fabric of space and rendering him seemingly ensnared in another realm. This is a truly terrifying phenomenon, as his mere aura rends the fabric of time and space, isolating him from the cosmos. Even the most exalted of beings, the great Luo Golden Immortal, cannot attain such heights. Only those who have reached the realm of primordial unity possess such formidable power. Clearly, Tun Tian has achieved this level. It is evident that Tun Tian's own cultivation alone would not suffice to reach that stage. The combined strength of dozens of mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortals could never bridge the chasm separating them from the realm of primordial unity. However, when this power is united with Tun Tian's own formidable physique, comparable to the second layer of primordial unity, everything begins to seem entirely plausible. In the northwestern region, near the northern sea, an endless stream of spiritual energy surged forth, causing Tun Tian's aura to expand continuously. The devouring laws within his primordial spirit had already ascended to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and from that pinnacle, he advanced further, swiftly reaching the zenith of this stage, tantalizingly close to the true pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, at this moment, Tun Tian chose to halt his breakthrough. He began to utilize the devouring laws to absorb the other laws within him, revealing that he had long been prepared to use these laws as sustenance for the devouring law. In an instant, dozens of laws within Tun Tian erupted, struggling to escape the overwhelming power of the devouring law. The vibrations of these laws battered his primordial spirit as if it were under siege. Yet, at this critical juncture, his physical form emanated an unparalleled aura of blood energy. The terrifying strength of his body descended upon his primordial spirit, forcibly suppressing the restless laws. Under his control, the devouring law lunged at the multitude of other laws, devouring two of them outright, and rapidly assimilating and refining them. These laws were originally comprehended by the devourer of heaven, embodying his indomitable will. He subdued the tumult of these laws, allowing the law of consumption to assimilate them with remarkable swiftness. As 1, 2, 3 laws were absorbed, the devourer felt his path of consumption rapidly evolve. The law of consumption, already on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo, transcended that threshold in that very moment. Furthermore, as more laws were incessantly devoured, its progress accelerated, charging towards the consummate state of the great Luo Golden Immortal and the profound realm of the great Luo Dao Fruit. Chapter 70. The Great Luo Dao Fruit Buzzing. The law of consumption began to tremble violently, yet in the next instant, the colossal barrier obstructing the devourer shattered with a resounding crash. His path of consumption instantaneously attained an unprecedented realm, one that surpassed the great Luo Golden Immortal without stepping into the chaotic primordial domain, an enigmatic state. The realm of the great Luo Dao Fruit does not fundamentally alter the essence compared to the great Luo Golden Immortal, but rather transforms its quantitative nature. The great Luo Golden Immortal specializes in one law before venturing into others. In contrast, the devourer directly integrated the seeds of various laws, birthed during his inception by the heavenly Tao, into profound understanding, allowing them to mature before being consumed by the law of consumption. Such conduct is not dissimilar to encroaching upon other precepts with a single tenet. Thus, Thunchen's ascension to the Daoyuo Dao fruit realm appears so effortless and serene. Is this, then, The Daluo Dao fruit? Thunshin's gaze deepened. At this moment, his immense divine dragon form seemed to transform into a colossal black hole. An inexhaustible torrent of heaven and earth spiritual energy surged from all directions, his primordial spirit voraciously devouring these innate spiritual energies to fortify itself. He could sense the transformation occurring within his primordial spirit, a metamorphosis engendered by the fusion of myriad precepts, altering the very essence of his primordial spirit. This was a discovery made only due to the rapid pace of his advancement. Had he progressed and integrated at a more measured pace, such a transformation would have transpired imperceptibly. Time elapsed swiftly, and after Thunshin smoothly transcended to the level of Daluo Dao fruit, he began to devote a considerable amount of time to consolidating his realm. His breakthrough had been somewhat forced, compelling the devouring precept to forcibly consume other precepts. Were it not for his formidable physical body, the violent upheaval of so many precepts would have undoubtedly caused him to explode instantaneously. However, although he had successfully broken through to the Daluo Dao fruit realm, his level was merely at the first stratum of the Daluo Dao fruit. Consequently, his next endeavor would be to diligently comprehend the profound mysteries of the devouring precept. After all, having consecutively broken through two realms, the leap had been too extensive, and he had not fully grasped the secrets of the devouring precept at the Daluo Golden Immortal level. Had it not been for his profound foundation, he would not have ascended from the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the ranks of the Great Luo Dao fruit. Such feats are beyond the imagination of others. 4,500 years later, Tun Tian awoke from his cultivation, having successfully integrated all laws into the principle of devouring. With a slight tremor, he reformed his corporeal body. At this moment, Tun Tian's physique had reached an astounding length of 99 million zhang. His colossal form coiled in the void, emanating a violet radiance, imbued with a divine and sacred aura. With his cultivation having attained the Great Luo Dao fruit, his body had also reached the pinnacle of the second stage of the primordial chaos, merely a step away from the third stage. Presently, my strength should be comparable to that of certain formidable primordial loose immortals. I wonder if the current Shin and I would prove to be my adversary. Swallowing heaven, murmured to himself, then turned his gaze towards the North Sea. His immense form ascended once more, and the baleful aura surged even more rapidly throughout the heavens and earth. Previously, he was merely in the mid-stage of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal realm. But now he had attained the Grand Luo Dao fruit, and the power he could wield was dozens, even hundreds of times greater than before. Countless baleful auras were forcibly extracted by him from a void. Wherever the violet light passed, countless primordial baleful energies were absorbed, and the faint gray aura that permeated the heavens and earth gradually dissipated under swallowing heaven's efforts. It was as if a layer of mist had been wiped away from the world, revealing a previously unnoticed profundity. It had taken swallowing heaven 60 to 70,000 years to devour all the baleful energy in the East Sea, over 40,000 years in the South Sea, and more than 30,000 years in the West Sea. Yet in the North Sea, it took only a millennium for him to devour all the primordial baleful energy. There was no other way. His cultivation had increased too much after his breakthrough, and his control over the power of devouring had also increased dozens of times. It was not a big deal for him to absorb all the primordial baleful energy in the North Sea in a millennium. After the baleful energies in the four seas were completely absorbed by swallowing heaven, a booming sound echoed above the nine heavens. A golden ray of merit, thousands of feet thick, pierced through the sky and descended upon swallowing heaven. The immense golden light of merit formed a brilliant golden sun behind him, radiating warmth and harmonious aura. Eons hence, the moment shall arrive when the fortunes of the ferocious beast clan reach their zenith. As the immense radiance of merit descended upon his being, a flash of enlightenment pierced through the mind of the devourer of heaven, revealing a glimpse of the future's unfolding. Chapter 71. Breakthrough of the physical form. When the fortunes reach their pinnacle, it signals a decline. A millennium hence, it appears that, after 1,000 years, The malevolent energies of creation shall be wholly absorbed by the ferocious beasts, leaving them unable to draw from the essence of the cosmos. In their ignorance, these mindless beasts will persist in wreaking havoc upon the world, inexorably generating vast karmic repercussions, which will gradually erode the merits and fortunes of their clan. In such a time, the primordial divine race shall rise, for without the malevolent energies to sustain them, the ferocious beasts will lose their significance in the grand tapestry of existence. Such irrational beings are destined to be supplanted by the celestial order, and the primordial gods are undoubtedly the most fitting replacements. As the fortunes of the ferocious beast clan dwindle, the primordial divine race, benefiting from the absence of malevolent energies, will witness an exponential increase in life and fortune alike. Ultimately, when the merits and fortunes amassed by the ferocious beasts over countless millennia are entirely consumed by the overwhelming karmic forces, the clan shall face its cataclysmic downfall. The devourer of heaven contemplated the matter in silence, yearning to ascertain the precise timing, only to discover that formidable powers had shrouded that segment of time and space, rendering him unable to perceive it. Is time and space obscured, concealing my scrutiny? Tunshin furrowed his brow, sensing a multitude of distinct auras emanating from those forces. Among them was one particularly familiar presence, causing his eyebrows to arch. Tunshin raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Is it you? Do you aspire to strike against me while the fierce beast clan engages in battle with the primal divine clan, leveraging the power of the impending calamity? Surely you jest. After a span of over 100,000 years, you have ascended to the realm of Deluo Daogua. Yet what gives you the audacity to believe you can vanquish me? Is it merely the advantage of numbers? Should you dare to make a move against me, I shall ensure you comprehend the true meaning of delusion and the fragility of your resolve. Tunshin let out a cold laugh as the merits bestowed by the heavenly Tao gradually fused into his being, assimilated and refined within him. Instantly, a multitude of profound laws surged into his consciousness. It was as if the myriad principles of the universe had granted him access, allowing his awareness to traverse the ocean of laws and unveil their mysteries. What is merit? It is the reward bestowed by the heavenly Tao, an alternative manifestation of its essence. Merit can cleanse karmic debts, elevate one's cultivation, and enhance fortune. Now, Tun Tian seeks to transform his immense merit from purifying the seas into cultivation, directly enhancing his strength and achieving a remarkable leap in power within a short span of time. As for the potential adverse effects of utilizing merit for self-improvement, Tun Tian remains unconcerned. In his perspective, the instability caused by external forces in one's cultivation stems from insufficient foundational strength. When one's foundation is robust enough to wholly disregard the influence of external forces, what is deemed as external power merely becomes a manifestation of destiny. In Tun Tian's view, this immense merit represents the fortuitous opportunities bestowed by the heavenly path. Thus, why wait to utilize it until death beckons? As a substantial influx of merit coalesced into his primordial spirit, Tun Tian's cultivation, which had recently broken through to the grand Luo Dao fruit realm, gradually ascended. He swiftly comprehended a multitude of laws, and his primordial spirit expanded relentlessly, propelling his cultivation towards the second level of the grand Luo Dao fruit. Concurrently, a portion of the merit was directly integrated into Tun Tian's physical form. His fleshly body, which had already reached the pinnacle of the second level of the primordial mixed yuan realm, also advanced under the impetus of this merit. A terrifying and boundless surge of blood energy coursed through Tun Tian's body, gradually augmenting his immense frame. Time elapsed day by day, and the years flowed ceaselessly in the primordial world. In the blink of an eye, millennia had passed. At the juncture of the eastern and northern seas, an extraordinarily colossal divine dragon hovered in the void. Surrounding him, the terrifying and boundless blood energy, akin to a sun, distorted space and shattered all in its path. Even without moving, it emanated a mighty force that caused the heavens and earth to tremble and the sun and moon to quake. To behold him was akin to beholding the supreme deity. Suddenly, two dazzling beams of light erupted from Tun Tian's eyes. He slightly stretched his even more formidable fleshly body, and sensing the vast magical power within his primordial spirit, the corners of Tun Tian's mouth curled into a slight smile. At the pinnacle of the second level of the grand Luo Dao fruit, coupled with my fleshly body at the primordial mixed Yuan golden immortal realm, how many in the entire primordial world surpass me in cultivation? Yet, who can rival me in terms of physical strength? With a raised brow, Tun Tian mused. Hun Kuan and Qing Tian, I trust you will possess the mettle to compel me to unleash my full capabilities in due time. When that moment arrives, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. A chilling quality permeated Tun Tian's smile. Ah, another 7 millennia have elapsed. The decline of the ferocious beast race is still some time off, a little less than 3 millennia away. What endeavors should I undertake in the interim? Tun Tian gazed out at the vast expanse of the four seas, an inexplicable sensation stirring within him, an urge to engage in some significant action. But what precisely? Yes, the Dragon Clan. A question suddenly occurred to Tun Tian. Since the genesis of the primordial world, he was the sole dragon in existence. He had traversed the four seas for hundreds of thousands of years, consuming all the primordial malevolent aura, yet he had not encountered a single dragon. In other words, the Dragon Clan had yet to emerge in the primordial world. This defied reason. The next great tribulation should be the era of the dragon, Phoenix, and Shielan clans vying for supremacy. How could it be plausible without the Dragon Clan? Tun Tian's immense form writhed with agitation. He was the progenitor dragon, the paramount of all dragons in the primordial world. The Dragon Clan were his descendants. It was inconceivable that not a single dragon had been born to this day. Unable to fathom this, Tun Tian emitted a prolonged roar, his colossal form plunging into the river of fate. He sought to discern the cause of the Dragon Clan's delayed birth, lest the forthcoming era witness him single-handedly battling the Phoenix and Shielan clans. Expeditiously, the figure of Devourer emerged from the river of destiny, bearing the marks of a harrowing experience. Casting a wary glance behind him, Devourer muttered to himself, acknowledging the formidable nature of the river of destiny, deeming the act of peering into fate as an endeavor unfit for mortal beings. Moments prior, his attempt to glimpse into destiny had provoked a backlash from the river, with a surge of its waters nearly engulfing him entirely. Despite his status as the primordial dragon of the Great Desolation, the sovereign of all dragons, and the innate master of the water law, Devourer recognized that the river of destiny was distinct from mere water. The river's essence was a manifestation of the power of fate itself. He estimated that the force of the surge he encountered possessed the might of a quasi-sage, capable of obliterating him without much difficulty. Nevertheless, despite the slight discomposure, the ordeal had illuminated the reason for the Dragon Clan's historical failure to produce a sage. Devourer gazed towards the East Sea, his form flickering as he vanished into the vast expanse of the ocean. In the boundless depths of the East Sea, the water pressure manifested as a formidable force. The power of the water law reached an apex, dwarfing the influence of other great Daos. Here, in this realm of water and perpetual darkness, the scarcity of life since the dawn of time was undeniable. On this day, an immense divine dragon descended from the heavens above the ocean. The infinite water law rejoiced, sensing the aura of its sovereign. Countless strands of the water law surged forth to greet the dragon, causing the entire seabed to churn and seethe. This place is naturally my sacred ground. The immense divine dragon could not restrain himself from speaking upon his arrival here. He felt as if he had returned to his own home. The mysteries of the water principle unfolded before his eyes, and even the entity known as Swallowing Heaven sensed that, should he so desire, he could effortlessly harness the boundless power of the water principle to refine the essence of the laws and transcend the realm of chaos. However, this was not yet the deepest part of the Eastern Sea. As Swallowing Heaven gazed into the darker abyss below, his colossal form swayed slightly as he ventured deeper into the ocean's depths. In this realm governed by the water principle, the very fabric of space could not be torn apart. To descend into the ocean floor one could only rely on the might of their own physicality. Continuing his descent into the shadowy depths, Swallowing Heaven soon found himself momentarily stunned as he detected the aura of an innate spiritual treasure. It was not surprising that such treasures could be nurtured in the realm of the water principle. With a subtle flick of his tail, he propelled himself toward the source of the emanating energy. Lo and behold, the treasure was approaching me. Swallowing Heaven could not help but raise an eyebrow, a smile even gracing the corners of his eyes. Indeed, fortune was favoring him, merely having entered the depths of the Eastern Sea, and already an innate spiritual treasure was seeking him out. What a serendipitous blessing! Whoosh! A streak of brilliant light flickered before him, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling gently. As he gazed into the inky blackness of the deep sea, he beheld a collection of azure pearls shimmering before him. There exist 6 resplendent orbs, each emanating the aura of a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. More significantly, they are interconnected, forming a complete set of innate spiritual treasures. When united, their combined might rivals that of most high-grade, innate spiritual treasures, surpassing even the formidable divine demon tower he had acquired previously. What manner of innate spiritual treasure is this? Tun Xian Pondat Zomavat perplexed. A high-grade innate spiritual treasure is indeed a remarkable artifact, yet he could not discern its name. Dismissing the thought, he recognized the abundance of treasures in the primordial world, concluding that it was unnecessary to dwell upon it. With a slight parting of his lips, the azure orbs surged towards him, swiftly entering his mouth, where he promptly refined them. This is the sea stabilizing pearl. After a brief period of refinement, Tun Tian discerned the origin of this innate spiritual treasure. Chapter 73. The subtlety of destiny. The sea stabilizing pearl, an innate spiritual treasure, is comprised of 24 individual orbs, with 6 formed in each of the 4 seas: east, south, west, and north. These treasures are birthed from the elemental laws of water that govern the boundless oceans. Each individual orb is a standard mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. However, as a set, their powers can be compounded. The strength of 2 orbs surpasses that of a single orb, and when 4 orbs coalesce, their might reaches that of a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Upon assembling 12 of these orbs, one would possess power comparable, albeit barely, to a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. When all 24 jewels are gathered, they constitute the most exquisite of supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Devour Heaven's eyes gleamed with newfound interest. The 24 sea stabilizing pearls were indeed documented in later generations as a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Legend has it that they contain 24 vast aquatic worlds, exceptionally effective for seizing objects and capturing individuals. They are among the most formidable treasures beneath the innate supreme treasures. Even the Sage of Heaven, Tong Tian, once suffered a significant setback at the hands of these 24 sea stabilizing pearls. The 24 sea stabilizing pearls are destined to be the magical treasures of my dragon clan, to be used by me to suppress the 4 seas. Devour Heaven exclaimed with unrestrained delight. Subsequently, he did not rush to the other 3 seas to retrieve the remaining sea stabilizing pearls. Instead, he proceeded towards the direction from which the sea stabilizing pearls had emerged. Undoubtedly a remarkable location within the East Sea where the pearls were conceived. Shortly, Devour Heaven arrived at an even more obscure and profound location. The space before him resembled a bottomless abyss, from which a torrential surge of seawater gushed forth. It appeared to be the origin of all the East Sea's waters, as if every drop emanated from this very abyss. This is the eye of the East Sea. Swallowing Heaven gazed at the black hole before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. The East Sea eye, the very lifeblood of the East Sea, was the inexhaustible source of its waters. Should any tremor or anomaly occur at the East Sea eye, unimaginable calamities would befall the region. The location of the East Sea eye must remain undiscovered. Otherwise, any disturbance here could spell disaster for the entire East Sea, potentially claiming countless lives. With this thought in mind, Swallowing Heaven opened his mouth and expelled a golden pearl. An array of intricate prohibitions surged forth from the pearl, as he summoned the elemental forces of water from the void. Countless restrictions gently descended, forming an immense formation that gradually enveloped the area surrounding the East Sea Eye. As the brilliance of the prohibitions shimmered, the condition of the sea I vanished without a trace. Even swallowing heaven himself, were he not to search meticulously, would be unable to discern any difference between this region and others. This formation undoubtedly enhanced the safety of the East Sea Eye significantly, allowing swallowing heaven to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the essence of the water element here was indeed profound. If he were to remain and cultivate in this place, within a millennium, he could aspire to attain the realm of primordial unity through the mastery of the water laws. Contemplating this, Tun Tian shook his head. Ascending to the realm of chaos through the laws of water was not his desire. Moreover, the law of water was not his primary focus. The law of devouring was. Should he ascend through the law of water, it would lead to a significant deviation in his foundation, yielding detrimental consequences for his cultivation. He was not so short-sighted as to forsake his future for the sake of immediate gain. Observing the eye of the East Sea, he began to comprehend the revelations he had glimpsed in the river of destiny. This was the eye of the East Sea, a conduit to every corner of the Eastern Sea. Thus, Tun Tian gazed at the eye of the East Sea, which continuously spewed forth seawater. He understood and retrieved the primordial measuring scepter, gently carving a line across his arm. With a whoosh, resplendent golden dragon blood cascaded from his arm. His true form was immense, and the outpouring of dragon blood was substantial. As the radiant golden dragon blood fell into the eye of the East Sea, the erupting seawater instantly propelled the dragon blood in all directions, reaching every corner of the Eastern Sea. Tun Tian observed this scene with an impassive expression. His physical form rapidly healed from the injury, yet he merely switched to another hand to carve another wound, allowing more dragon blood to drip forth, which was then carried by the seawater from the eye of the East Sea, surging towards every corner of the Eastern Sea. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate, and Tun Tian ceased his actions. His colossal form showed no signs of change, nor did his breath exhibit any sign of decline. It is hardly surprising, for this is the abyss of the East Sea, a realm governed by the laws of water. Here, the depletion of his dragon blood is outpaced by the rejuvenation afforded by these very laws. He paused, for he had vaguely sensed that his dragon blood had already scattered across the corners of the East Sea, rendering further expenditure unnecessary. Chapter 74. The nurturing of the dragon clan, realizing that his dragon blood had dispersed throughout the entire East Sea, he nodded in satisfaction. The celestial insight gleaned from the River of Fate revealed to him that by using his own dragon blood as a catalyst, he could scatter it across the seas, harnessing the power of the aquatic beings to nurture the dragon clan. Thus, the emergence of the dragon race would be imminent. However, at that moment, he remained unaware of how to disseminate his dragon blood across the four seas. It was not until he beheld the sea eyes of the East Sea that the reason behind this divine revelation dawned upon him. He merely needed to release his dragon blood into the sea eyes, utilizing their power to distribute the blood across the vast waters. Subsequently, the dragon blood would naturally give rise to the dragon clan through the transformative forces of the celestial order. These dragons, birthed from his own bloodline, would undoubtedly embody the essence of the dragon race. Of course, during this process, a significant amount of dragon blood would inevitably be consumed by other beings. Nevertheless, he harbored confidence in his physical form, which was now comparable to that of a primordial golden immortal. The potency of his dragon blood was such that beings below the golden immortal realm would be powerless to resist the alterations wrought by his bloodline. In other words, other beings that consumed the dragon's blood, if they lacked sufficient power to refine it, would be assimilated by the dragon's blood, thus becoming descendants imbued with the dragon lineage. This phenomenon elucidates the myriad peculiar progeny of the dragon race. In the ensuing days, Tun Tian journeyed to the Southern Sea, the Western Sea, and the Northern Sea, meticulously gathering the pearls of the sea, which were nurtured by the oceanic eyes, ultimately crafting his first supreme, innate spiritual treasure, a formidable artifact second only to the primordial measure of heaven. Concurrently, He scattered his dragon blood across the four seas, allowing it to foster life or taint other bloodlines, transforming them into dragonkin. As the dragon blood permeated various marine realms, Tun Tian sensed an ethereal connection between the fortunes of the entire four seas and his own essence. Countless beings within these waters subtly bore his dragon blood, rendering them his descendants. Even though these entities had not yet submitted to him, the inescapable causality of life ensured that a portion of their fortune would inevitably flow to Tun Tian. The exact number of beings in the four seas eluded Tun Tian. Yet as the malevolent aura of the primordial chaos was voraciously siphoned by the fierce beast clan, he completely devoured the sinister energy from the four seas. The beings birthed within these waters had already, ahead of the vast continent of Hong Huang, manifested as pure entities, untouched by the primordial chaos. The expanse of the four seas was boundless, layered with myriad worlds beneath the surface, and the life flourishing therein, as time passed, became truly innumerable. Once they became infused with the dragon's blood belonging to the Devourer of Heaven, a portion of the fortunes of the four seas converged upon him. With such an immense influx of auspicious energy, the Devourer of Heaven felt an immediate acceleration in his cultivation speed, nearly rivaling the time when he absorbed the primordial chaotic energy and was continuously rewarded by the heavenly Tao. After disseminating his dragon's blood, he began to traverse the four seas, now endowed with a share of its fortunes. He could vaguely sense that in various locations throughout the four seas, there existed some remarkably mysterious sites, many of which subtly emanated the aura of innate spiritual treasures. It was evident that these places were the very wombs of such treasures. At present, the Devourer of Heaven resided within the second layer of the Dao fruit realm, coupled with his formidable physique. Even ordinary Hunyuan loose immortals may not pose a challenge to him. The lower and mid-tier innate spiritual treasures held little utility for him. However, as he would eventually become the progenitor of myriad dragons, he would undoubtedly require a plethora of innate spiritual treasures to bestow upon his subordinates. In this nascent epoch of creation, while myriad beings were still in their developmental stages, none emerged to contest the Devourer of Heaven for opportunities. Guided by the fortunes of the four seas, he gathered the completed innate spiritual treasures, one after another, into his possession. Those nascent innate treasures, marked by the Devourer, were simultaneously cloaked by formations that concealed their essence, preventing other beings from disrupting the evolution of these treasures. They awaited the day when they would be fully formed, ready to be harvested. Throughout this journey, the Devourer truly amassed treasures to the point of exhaustion, an array of innate treasures, along with innate artifacts beneath the golden immortal level, were collected into his possession. Ultimately, he was compelled to elevate the classification of treasures he sought, transitioning from innate artifacts to innate treasures, which finally resulted in a decrease in quantity. Nevertheless, after wandering the four seas once more, he counted the innate treasures he had gathered, leaving even him astounded. The number of low-grade innate treasures exceeded 2,800, while the medium-grade innate treasures numbered around 700, and the high-grade innate treasures approached an alarming count of nearly 100. Remarkably, even among the supreme innate treasures, aside from the initial acquisition of the Pearl of the Sea, he discovered 4 additional pieces. Such an abundance of treasures would undoubtedly provoke envy among any innate divine clans within the vast wilderness. Chapter 75. A surge in value among those 4 supreme innate treasures. Besides the Pearl of the Sea, there was also a map of the four seas water veins, a diagram depicting the flow and transformation of countless water veins within the four seas, essentially serving as a map of the entire region. By activating this Tao map, one can harness a portion of the divine power from the four seas. If one possesses sufficient strength, summoning the waters of the four seas would be a trivial endeavor. It can be said that this Tao map offers immense advantages for the future dominion of the four seas by the Devourer of Heaven. The second supreme innate spiritual treasure is the 4 symbols jade plates, which, like the calming sea pearl, constitutes a composite magical artifact. However, the 4 symbols jade plates consist of only 4 pieces, each of which is a superior innate spiritual treasure, embodying the attributes of earth, wind, water, and fire. When united, the four symbols jade plates form an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, capable of establishing the innate four symbols grand array, invoking the elemental forces from the time of creation. Its power is so formidable that even a quasi-saint trapped within would suffer grievous consequences. The third supreme innate spiritual treasure is a fearsome innate primordial sword. Its edge so terrifying that even the mighty physique of the devourer of heaven shudders in trepidation. The discovery of this supreme innate spiritual treasure was fortuitous. It occurred when the devourer stumbled upon a deep abyss in the four seas, where the ominous aura of creation still lingered. This revelation astonished him, as he had previously consumed all the creation's malevolent energy during his sweep of the four seas, leaving no remnants behind. Driven by curiosity, he ventured into the abyss, wielding the Hongmeng Liantian. There, he encountered the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the primordial Hunyuan sword, born from the essence of the chaos of creation. The primordial Hunyuan sword, forged from the essence of creation's malevolence, boasts unparalleled sharpness and is recognized as one of the foremost weapons among supreme innate treasures. Its offensive power, while slightly inferior to that of the Hongmeng Liantian in his grasp, approaches the level of an innate supreme treasure. Even in his future attainment of Hunyuan sainthood, such a treasure would remain immensely beneficial to him. As for the fourth supreme innate treasure, it is an ancient bell of a deep yellow hue, adorned with 9 divine dragons coiling around it, exuding a magnificent aura of righteousness. The faint chime of the bell resonates, warping the surrounding space and time. Though this ancient bell pales in comparison to the chaos bell, an innate supreme treasure, its offensive and defensive capabilities are exceptionally formidable, making it a well-rounded artifact among the 4 supreme innate treasures. With 5 supreme innate treasures, over 100 superior innate treasures, more than 700 medium innate treasures, and over 2,000 inferior innate treasures, the wealth of Tunshin surpasses that of all the innate divine clans in the vast wilderness. Should he additionally wield the Hongmeng Liantian, it is likely that only the collective treasures of the entire divine race could compare to his prowess. The entity known as Tun Tian is acutely aware that his acquisition of such an abundance of innate spiritual treasures is attributed, in part, to fortune, and in part, to his assimilation of the primordial chaotic energies from across the 4 seas. His dragon blood permeates these waters, and he is gradually manifesting the potential to become the sovereign of the 4 seas. Consequently, various treasures from these realms are, to some extent, intertwined with his destiny. Furthermore, as the future dragon clan is poised to reign over the 4 seas, despite his current possession of numerous innate treasures, will he not claim a single one for himself once the dragon clan flourishes? Rather than merely being in his possession, these spiritual treasures are more accurately seen as destined for the dragon clan in the future. On a particular day, while he was rummaging through the entirety of the 4 seas, Tun Tian, feeling a sense of idleness, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the heavens. A smile unconsciously graced his lips. The fortunes of the Beast clan had reached their zenith. It appeared that the primordial chaotic energies of the vast wilderness had been nearly completely absorbed by the Beast clan, with no chaotic energies left for them to consume. The heavenly Tao would cease to bestow merits upon them. The fortunes and merits of the Beast clan would soon be eroded by the karmic repercussions of their incessant destruction of the terrestrial realm. The Dragon clan, having only begun to develop a millennium ago, would require several millennia to truly give rise to formidable beings. Even those who have ingested his dragon blood cannot attain significant growth within a mere millennium. The current state of the Dragon clan remains feeble. Gazing upon the primeval world, swallowing heaven's resolve solidified, the Dragon clan was exceedingly feeble, devoid even of a single pure-blooded true dragon. Therefore, he would expound the Tao and impart methods to the aquatic tribes of the 4 seas, initially bolstering their strength and securing their fortune. Once the ill fate of the ferocious beasts had completely dissipated and their race had collapsed, his Dragon clan would rise, permanently dominating the four seas and obtaining a portion of the primordial world's fortune in perpetuity. With this in mind, Swallowing Heaven did not act immediately, but returned to his Penglai Island, immersing himself in research. He delved into the renowned avatar techniques of later generations, with the simple aim of employing these avatars to preach the Tao to the beings of the four seas, thereby elevating their cultivation. Chapter 76. Sowing seeds in the primordial world, he understood that while his strength was not inferior to a loose immortal of the grand chaos realm, even such a being could not possibly preach the Tao to all the beings of the four seas. Only a sage, whose primordial spirit was entrusted to the heavenly Tao, could achieve this. As a mere great principle of the golden immortal, he was astronomically distant from a sage. Thus, he adopted an alternative approach, using avatars to impart methods to the sea creatures in the four seas. This method was not only rapid and effective, but also allowed him to cultivate the four seas in the shortest possible time. As long as the four seas flourish and powerful beings emerge, he can harness these formidable individuals to strengthen his own dominion and amass greater fortunes. Centuries later, on Penglai Island, the entity known as Tunshin gazes with satisfaction at the hundreds of avatars before him. Each of these manifestations is forged from his own dragon blood, utilizing the myriad treasures he has gathered over the years. Every avatar possesses the strength of a golden immortal, with their physical forms fortified to the level of a Tai golden immortal, making it quite challenging for even the fiercest beasts to obliterate them, a precaution he has taken to ensure their safety. Go forth. With a sweeping gesture, Tunshin releases these avatars from Penglai Island, allowing them to utilize the teleportation arrays he has meticulously established across the four seas, swiftly dispersing them to various locations. These teleportation arrays are the result of his extensive searches for treasures throughout the seas, combined with his profound understanding of spatial laws, and crafted with an abundance of rare materials. Although these teleportation arrays may only accommodate a limited number of individuals, they prove invaluable in certain circumstances. Observing each avatar darting off in every direction, Devouring Heaven himself gradually ascended, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the primordial lands. A millennium has elapsed since the apex of the ferocious beast's fortune. Presently, their prosperity has begun to wane, most notably in their dwindling birth rate, which has plummeted precipitously. Devoid of the primordial aura that once nurtured them, the ferocious beasts have seen the emergence of fewer than several hundred members in the past millennium. It should be noted that the ferocious beast population in the primordial lands numbers in the unquantifiable trillions. Previously, their daily birth rate was calculated in the tens of thousands. However, the fact that only a few hundred individuals have been born in the last 1,000 years unequivocally indicates that the era of the ferocious beasts has passed. While the birth rate of the ferocious beasts is declining, their numbers remain vast, even with internecine strife or the relentless decimation by the innate deities. Achieving this feat would be a protracted endeavor, likely requiring several millennia or even tens of millennia. Consequently, numerous powerhouses among the innate deities have initiated invitations to all Grand Luo Golden Immortals and Grand Luo Dao fruit-level experts throughout the primordial realm, convening to deliberate on the course of action to be taken. Should one await the further decline of the Beast Clan's fortunes before delivering a decisive blow, or act against them immediately? Tun Tian harbored no intent to intervene, believing that the downfall of the Beast Clan was inevitable. Whether one struck now or waited until the Beast Clan was utterly forsaken by the heavenly Tao, the outcome bore little distinction, as the next era of prosperity would undoubtedly herald the rise of the Dragon Clan. Whichever course of action was chosen, it would ultimately benefit his kin. With a measured gait, Tun Tian journeyed towards the world of Hongwang. His aim was not to engage in discourse with the adept of the innate deities. Rather, he sought to explore the hydrological cycle of the Hongwang realm, laying the groundwork for the Dragon Clan's forthcoming emergence therein. The hydrological cycle of Hongwang is quite straightforward. The waters of the four seas do not materialize from nothing. They are evaporated, forming clouds that disperse across the lands of Hongwang, ultimately precipitating as rain. This rain, upon gracing the earth, traverses myriad mountains and rivers, giving rise to present-day lakes, the Yangtze River, and other great rivers, which eventually converge back into the ocean. The process of water vaporizing into rain, forming clouds, precipitating, and ultimately coalescing into bodies of water that flow into the sea is known as the hydrological cycle. Previously, in the four seas, he had utilized his own dragon blood as a catalyst, employing the power of the oceanic eyes to disseminate his essence to every corner of the four seas. However, the seawater, after undergoing such a cycle through this aquatic realm, has undergone numerous transformations that have rendered the dragon's blood, which was already too sparse within the sea, incapable of giving rise to descendants of the dragon race upon the primordial continent. Even if any were to exist, their potential would be exceedingly meager. Yet, if he could discover the location of the primordial water cycle and infuse the dragon's blood within it, he could undoubtedly achieve results akin to those found throughout the vast seas, allowing the progeny of the dragon lineage to flourish across the aquatic expanses of the primordial land. Indeed, even many of the beings inhabiting the primordial realm might possess the potential to transform into dragons. Chapter 77. The arrival of Yin and Yang Tunshin began to contemplate the water bodies of the primordial land, as well as the locations of the rivers that span the broadest and most extensive areas. Simultaneously, he sought to explore the meteorological phenomena of the entire primordial realm. If he could master such knowledge, the task would become far simpler. He would merely need to integrate the dragon's blood into these phenomena, allowing it to permeate the entirety of the primordial land, thereby ensuring that the dragon lineage's essence spread across the world. He searched throughout the primordial expanse, seeking the underlying patterns of celestial movements. Yet the intricacies of the primordial sky's phenomena proved excessively complex and convoluted. A mere gentle breeze could swiftly transform into a colossal tempest. Conversely, some storms might dissipate due to the slightest of mishaps. Such fluctuations rendered it exceedingly difficult for Tunshin to execute his plans. It appeared that he would need to focus on the aquatic realms, as the celestial phenomena were far too intricate. Upon reaching this conclusion, the celestial devourer abandoned the notion and commenced the exploration of the myriad water bodies within the primordial wilderness. At each location, he left behind a substantial pool of dragon's blood at the source of the waters. Every century, a portion of this dragon's blood would seep into the waters, flowing downstream to envelop entire rivers. After approximately 10 cycles, the dragon's blood would be completely assimilated, and in the span of a millennium, this process would quietly unfold. However, the vastness of the primordial land was unlike the four seas, where leaving dragon's blood at the seas would suffice. He needed to deposit these remnants across various water bodies, a task that consumed considerable time. Fully 5,000 years were spent marking his presence throughout the extensive waters of the primordial realm. Now, 6,000 years have elapsed, and the bloodline of the dragon race has lain dormant across the wilderness, waiting for their transformation into dragons, heralding the arrival of an era that rightfully belongs to my dragonkin. As the celestial being known as slightly raised his head, his gaze fell upon the river of destiny. Above this unfathomable expanse, an immensely colossal dragon of fortune was gradually taking shape. This dragon, magnificent in its scale, was obscured by an endless veil of mist. However, as the progenitor of the dragon lineage and the sovereign of its fortunes, possessed the ability to perceive the dragon's vast form, which surpassed even the most formidable beasts of the present age. Though it had yet to awaken, its mere presence was enough to instill dread in any innate divine being. Within the belly of this dragon, a dark yellow ruler exerted dominion over the fortunes surrounding it, ensuring that they would not dissipate, but rather become increasingly refined. Just as began to ponder his next course of action, a streak of light pierced through the void of the sky, descending gracefully before him. A hazy figure emerged, revealing itself to be one of the rare Deluo Dao fruit experts among the innate divine beings and an old friend of. "Ah, you have arrived," remarked, his expression betraying little surprise. He cast a glance at his companion before shifting his focus back to the vast heavens above, as though the boundless void held an irresistible allure. "Esteemed dragon friend, The myriad deities have invited you on several occasions, yet you have remained elusive. I confess, I'm quite curious about your current endeavors, which is why I have mustered the audacity to visit," said with a slight bow, subsequently directing his gaze towards the same celestial expanse, as intrigued by what had captured his attention. "I am currently observing the decline of the Fierce Beast clan and the rise of the Primordial divine race." Swallowing Heaven spoke with a gentle tone. "My friend, I am well aware of your intentions in seeking me. However, we both understand that now is not the opportune moment to strike against the Fierce Beast clan, is it? Yet, it is undeniably the most favorable time for success." The Yin-Yang Taoist waved his sleeve lightly, stating, "Though the cultivation of the divine rebel surpasses our own, together we can easily restrain him, perhaps even inflict significant harm. Meanwhile, the other experts of the primordial divine race can take this opportunity to utterly annihilate the Fierce Beast clan, restoring tranquility to the primal world." And then, Swallowing Heaven retorted, "Shall we merely sit and wait to be obliterated by the heavenly Tao? Why you speak thus?" The Yin-Yang Taoist frowned and replied, "Currently, the Fierce Beast clan is rejected by the heavenly Tao, their merit and fortune depleting continually, leading them towards the abyss of destruction. Striking against them now aligns with the grand trend of the heavenly Tao. How could we be annihilated by it? You do not comprehend." Swallowing Heaven slowly rose, his elongated form imposing as he waved his dragon claws gently. "To you, the Fierce Beast clan is indeed guilty of heinous crimes, disrupting the cosmos and harming the primal realm. Yet, how many years have passed since the malevolent energy of the primordial chaos was cleansed? Merely over 10,000 years. The Fierce Beast clan has accumulated merit and fortune for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. It cannot be so easily expended." Swallowing Heaven cast a sidelong glance at him, and added, "Moreover, the number of formidable warriors within the Fierce Beast clan far exceeds your imagination. Do you truly believe that with just the two of us, we can impede the divine rebel and allow the other primordial divine race members to eliminate the Fierce Beast clan? Your perspective is overly simplistic. The divine reversal and the Beast clan are far more complex than you perceive." Chapter 78, A Brief Revelation. Upon hearing the words of Swallowing Heaven, the Yin-Yang Taoist's expression faltered, as the simplicity of Swallowing Heaven's statement conveyed profound wisdom. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "When should our primordial divine clan take action against the Beast clan? If we continue to delay, will the situation evolve in unforeseen ways?" Swallowing Heaven responded calmly, "That will not occur. The fate of the Beast clan is already sealed. They are destined to be eliminated by the primordial divine clan. The forthcoming calamity will undoubtedly belong to us, and this is beyond dispute." At this juncture, Swallowing Heaven turned to the Yin-Yang Taoist and cautioned, "However, my friend, you must remain vigilant, particularly regarding those in your immediate circle." "Vigilant?" The Yin-Yang Taoist's expression reflected uncertainty as he asked, "What do you mean by those around me? Are there infiltrators from the Beast clan within our primordial divine clan?" "Not all." Swallowing Heaven rolled his eyes. "The great Pangu, who wielded immense power in creating the world, still required the strength of the three treasures of creation to successfully establish the heavens and validate his path. The might of the Taiji diagram is formidable, such a supreme treasure, even with my possession of the primordial measuring ruler, which is a treasure of postnatal virtue. I still covet it greatly. It goes without saying that others would feel the same." "Nonsense." The Yin-Yang Taoist expression suddenly shifted as he sternly addressed Taoist Zulong. "I hold you in high regard as a master among our innate divine race. However, you must not so brazenly slander our fellow Taoists. We too belong to the innate divine lineage and have endured numerous trials under the oppressive might of the ferocious Beast clan, which has afforded us the opportunity for the flourishing of our race. How dare you malign others among us?" Tunshin regarded him with a steady gaze, then slightly tilted his head and advised, "Taoist Yin-Yang, I offer you this counsel. While we may share in adversity, we cannot share in prosperity. Furthermore, not all individuals among us may belong to the innate divine race. Treasures such as the Taiji diagram are immensely tempting, and should you tread carelessly, The consequences may be dire. The countenance of the yin-yang Taoist changed, and he fell into silence. After a moment, he shifted the topic, inquiring, "You suggest that among us there are those who do not belong to the innate divine race. What then are they? The ferocious beast clan? That cannot be right. Even though the ferocious beasts have refined the chaotic energy within them, their foundations lie within the bloodthirsty aura, and even if they regain their intellect, they remain steeped in malevolence. It is easily discernible. I have never spoken of the ferocious beast clan." Tunshin sighed deeply, casting a penetrating glance at the yin-yang Taoist. He continued slowly, "What I refer to are the chaos demons." Chaos demons. The yin-yang Taoist paused, a shiver running through him as he suddenly comprehended the implication. He looked urgently at Tunshin and asked, "You mean to say the chaos demons that once thwarted the great Pangu in his efforts to create the world? But were they not all annihilated?" "Who said that?" Tun Tian questioned. "Was it you or the heavenly Tao speaking? In my inherited memories, there is no indication that all the chaos demons have perished. Yet, the teachings of the heavenly Tao also do not assert the survival of any chaos demons." The yin-yang Taoist trembled slightly. The chaos demons. Those who once dared to obstruct Pangu in the creation of the world, who could challenge the might of the great Pangu, would be as easily extinguished as a mere insect in their current state. They have lost everything that defined them as chaos demons, be it their physical forms, cultivation, magical powers, primordial spirits, or treasures. They are irretrievably diminished and can never revert to their former selves. Observing the puzzled gaze of the yin-yang Taoist, Tun Tian continued, "Those chaos demons, during the great cataclysm of creation, lost their corporeal forms, cultivation, and primordial spirits, leaving only their purest essence to reincarnate as the primal divine race. Those who stand beside you," referring to one another as fellow Taoists. "How do you know this?" The yin-yang Taoist's expression shifted, directing his gaze toward Tun Tian with a probing question. "Unless you too are the reincarnation of a chaos demon." "I am not." Tun Tian shook his head, brandishing the Hongmeng Liantian ruler. "If I were the reincarnation of a chaos demon, would the Hongmeng Liantian ruler acknowledge me as its master? This is a manifestation of the merit of creation, a treasure beyond the reach of the chaos demons. You are not either, for the treasure of creation, the Taiji diagram, resides in your possession. Anything belonging to Pangu that the chaos demons sought to claim would undoubtedly be met with annihilation by the heavenly Tao. Why do you reveal so much to me?" The yin-yang Taoist inquired, his voice somewhat hoarse as he regarded the devourer of heaven. "Over the years, I have sent you messages numerous times, yet you have consistently refused to come. Have you uncovered something?" The devourer of heaven did not respond directly to his question, but instead spoke slowly. "Throughout these years, I have traversed the vast oceans and roamed the primordial lands. Countless millennia have passed, and I have witnessed and comprehended far more than you can imagine. The fortunes of the Beast clan have only just begun to decline. Acting now would be utterly illogical. We must wait a little longer. In no more than 100,000 years, the fortunes of the Beast clan will plummet to a point where we can take action. At that time, our intervention will be met with the tacit approval or even support of the heavenly Tao." "Very well," the yin-yang Taoist nodded slowly. "If, one day in the future, I truly meet my end, I shall bestow upon you the Taiji diagram." Upon hearing this, the devourer of heaven could not help but chuckle. "Indeed. But if you're dead by then, how could you possibly give me the Taiji diagram?" The yin-yang Taoist also laughed. Yet the devourer of heaven did not perceive the faint glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. What thoughts occupied his mind? Chapter 79. Journey to the unstable. Watching the yin-yang Taoist depart, the devourer of heaven gradually lowered his head. Acutely aware that the yin-yang Taoist was unlikely to survive the impending catastrophe. The reason is quite simple. The primordial treasure, the Taiji diagram, is an artifact utilized by the great Pangu during the creation of heaven and earth, serving as the very source of the cosmos. The profound causality contained within it is the reason for the creation itself, immense beyond imagination. Although the Taoist of yin and yang is derived from the primordial divine spirits, ultimately, it cannot bear such an overwhelming causality. It can be said that the three treasures of creation can only be wielded by the descendants of Pangu without being obliterated by the repercussions of creation for others. Should they attempt to claim it as their own, it is exceedingly difficult for them to meet a favorable end. Contemplating this, the devourer of heaven withdrew the primordial measuring ruler from his grasp, and his gaze grew hazy. Am I truly the lingering soul of the devourer of heaven from those bygone days? If so, I must have been Pangu's adversary. Yet, how did this primordial measuring ruler come to be in my possession? Is it Pangu or the heavenly Tao seeking to utilize the causality of creation to annihilate me? In that moment, the exalted treasure felt unbearably hot in his hands, but he quickly attained clarity, sneering as he declared, "What of the causality of creation? Since it has fallen into my hands, it is mine. If they wish to employ the causality of creation to slay me, they must first possess the power to do so. This is not mere arrogance. In the current primordial world, apart from the formidable cultivation of the divine reversal, how many other experts from the primordial divine lineage can match his attainment at the second level of the great Luo Dao fruit? Do they truly believe that his nearly 100,000 years of absorbing the malevolence of creation is a jest, or that the merits bestowed by the heavenly Tao are false? 100,000 years have passed since his birth, and while it is true that the innate divine race has birthed numerous Tao fruits of the great Luo, each one of them emerged from the primordial stage of swallowing the heavens. Many were already at the late stage, or even the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal upon their birth. Yet now Hitan Tian has surpassed them by stepping into the Tao fruit of the great Luo ahead of them, even reaching the second tier of this realm. His cultivation stands among the very apex of the divine race. At present, his physical form has attained the level of the primordial golden immortal, and his cultivation has also reached the second tier of the Tao fruit of the great Luo. Perhaps Shen'ai has even achieved the third tier alongside certain chaotic demon gods. However, cultivation and combat power are distinct matters. With his primordial golden immortal physique, he possesses combat prowess equivalent to that of a true immortal of the primordial level. Coupled with the Hongmeng Liantian ruler in his grasp, he dares to challenge even the most formidable of the primordial golden immortals. Moreover, are there truly any experts of the primordial golden immortal caliber in the current desolate wilderness? Absolutely none. Furthermore, the Hongmeng Liantian ruler is not his ultimate trump card. Therefore, no matter how vast the causal ramifications of the creation of the heavens may be, it matters little. This causality has not been seized by him. Rather, it has been bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao. This is a passive causality, not an active one. It is not born of malice. To yield adverse consequences, it would depend on his willingness. Nevertheless, there is one place I must visit. Tan Tian lifted his gaze towards the horizon, and with a swift motion, he tore through the fabric of space, hastening towards a certain location on the desolate land. Buzhou Mountain, as the heart of the desolate wilderness and the realm where the great Pangu held up the heavens, stands as the core of this world, a place that no living being can approach, as this place is saturated with the divine coercion belonging to the great god Pangu. A mere 1,100,000 years having passed since the creation of the heavens, the great god Pangu's majesty is still distinctly imprinted upon this sacred mountain. None dare approach here. Even the ferocious beast emperor, divine adversity, would be suppressed and slain by this supreme coercion if he attempted to draw near. It should be known that divine adversity is the sovereign of the ferocious beast race, his physical body born from the flesh and blood of a chaos demon god. By nature, he is an enemy of the great god Pangu. If he were to approach this place, he would undoubtedly become the target of the great god Pangu's instinctive suppression, and direct annihilation would be the most likely outcome. Therefore, divine adversity does not dare to approach Mount Buzhou even half a step. The other innate deities are likewise affected. The great god Pangu's coercion is too formidable. It is the residual aura of a half-step Tao sage, a terrifying presence imprinted within the heavens and earth. Under this oppressive force, the innate deities, without even nearing Mount Buzhou, would be overwhelmed by the great god Pangu's aura, kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Devour Heaven's purpose in going to Mount Buzhou is simple. He wishes to ascertain whether he is a transformation of the remnant soul of Devour Heaven Tao Lord. Within the entire primordial world, it is feared that only the great god Pangu can confirm this matter. If one were to journey to Mount Bujo and find oneself targeted by it, perhaps even subjected to terrifying calamities meant to annihilate one, it would be undeniable that one is not a mere evolution of Pangu's flesh and blood, but rather a manifestation of the chaotic demon god, the remnant soul of the Devourer of Heaven. However, if one were to enter Mount Bujo and encountered not annihilation but merely oppression, it would naturally suggest a different origin, aligning oneself with the primordial deities, all of whom stem from the great Pangu, rather than the chaotic demon god, the Devourer of Heaven. Chapter 80. The remnant thought of Pangu the Devourer of Heaven traversed through the void, soon sensing that the space around him began to solidify. Despite his mastery of certain spatial laws, he found forward movement increasingly cumbersome. The further he advanced, the more the space solidified, until even he, a master of the great Luo Dao fruit realm, found it exceedingly troublesome to proceed. Just as he prepared to abandon his quest and return to the Honghuang world to draw closer to Mount Bujo, he sensed something within the solidified space ahead. The time and space, once as rigid as amber, began to stir, and a crack quietly opened. From the depths of this fissure came an immensely grand voice. "You have arrived. Come in." The Devourer of Heaven's body stiffened. He recognized all too well what lay within the solidified time and space ahead. It was the domain of Mount Bujo. The mountain suppresses time and space, shattering all laws. It is entirely natural for the void to solidify in this place. But what now? He unexpectedly witnessed the subtle undulations of frozen time and space, accompanied by sounds emanating from the spatial rift ahead, clearly originating from within the enigmatic Mount Bujo. At this moment, the ability to manipulate the shifting time and space of Mount Bujo, as well as to tear open a rift in space, seemed almost unfathomable. Did such a being truly exist? Only one individual could accomplish such feats. Swallowing Heaven, caught between laughter and tears, felt himself spiraling into confusion. All he sought was to ascertain his own identity, yet he found himself confronting that very figure. Was this some cruel jest? With his insignificant stature, he was hardly enough to warrant a mere sneeze from that being. Alas, if death were to come, so be it. Swallowing Heaven's form shifted slightly as he slipped through the spatial rift, entering another realm. Upon crossing into this new dimension, he beheld a figure before him, a towering man, his physique rippling with sinewy muscle, draped in the hide of an unknown beast, gazing intently at him. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from this giant, he internally lamented. Indeed, his luck was truly abysmal. He had genuinely encountered this being. "Youth, I have met the great Pangu," Swallowing Heaven declared, offering a slight bow to the imposing figure. "Do not be so formal, my friend," Pangu replied, returning the gesture. "You are but the remnant soul of the Tao, Lord Swallowing Heaven, akin to my own essence. A fragment of the great Pangu. There is no need for such courtesy." Swallowing Heaven's tail came to an abrupt halt, his voice stammering. "You say I am the remnant soul of the Tao, Lord Swallowing Heaven? How can this be? There is nothing impossible in this realm." Before him, Pangu's expression revealed a semblance of nostalgia as he recounted the epic battle with the Lord of Devouring Heavens amidst the primordial chaos. Ultimately, they tore asunder the void, giving birth to this vast realm. Initially, their intention was to use this world as a prison, ensnaring one another, should one emerge victorious. This realm and the other's Tao fruits would become nourishment for the victor's advancement. However, little did they foresee that both would meet their demise within this world. Entangled as it became a perpetual prison, their fates eternally interred in its depths. At present, the Lord of Devouring Heavens remained in a state of bewilderment. After a prolonged pause, he hesitantly inquired, "I have heard of Yangmei." He mentioned that the Lord of Devouring Heavens has attained corporeal transcendence, joining the ranks of the great sage. "How did he fall?" Pangu smiled gently, responding, "Do you not consider it a stroke of fortune to encounter a worthy rival amidst the boundless chaos?" The Lord of Devouring Heavens and I were both adversaries and companions. Our battle spanned over 100,000 years, fostering a profound understanding between us. It is not unusual to regard an enemy as a friend amidst such shared experience. As for the reason behind the Lord of Devouring Heaven's downfall, that is a question you must seek to answer for yourself, for I too remain in ignorance. Pangu replied with unambiguous clarity. How could this be? Young mate, exclaimed. In those days, you and the Lord of Devouring Heavens clashed, and he ultimately plunged into the chaos, severely wounded by the celestial retribution, leading to his demise in the primordial wilderness. How could you possibly not know? Tun Tian inquired with a hint of urgency. You must be aware that Tun Tian Dao Jun reached the realm of the great sage, yet his corporeal form was destroyed. At that time, I'd already perished. Pangu responded with a somber expression. Indeed, Tun Tian Dao Jun ventured into the chaos, but I am unaware of what transpired, for chaos was in turmoil, and I had to stabilize this realm. Thus I had no choice but to uphold the heavens. It was only after my demise that Tun Tian returned. As for the circumstances of his fall, I remain in the dark. Then how can you assert that I am the reincarnation of his remnants if you know not of his demise? Tun Tian questioned, Zulmavat perplexed. Naturally, it is due to merit, Pangu chuckled heartily. You possess an immense amount of merit from the creation of the heavens, along with the Hongmeng Liantian ruler in your grasp. These are bestowed by the great Tao, and none can take them away. Only those who share such substantial merit from the creation of the world, apart from my descendants, could receive such blessings from the great Tao. Chapter 81. Pangu bestows treasures. I possess merit from the creation of the heavens? Tun Tian was taken aback, pondering, why have I not sensed this? Is it due to my insufficient cultivation? Indeed, Pangu nodded affirmatively. The merit of the great Tao is an evolution of the primordial chaos. Only upon reaching the level of chaos, the Luo Jin Xian, possessing a preliminary understanding of the 3,000 laws of origin, and refining the power of the heavenly Tao, can one perceive the existence of such merit. Compared to the merit of the heavenly Tao, the merit of the great Tao is worth a myriad of times more. When you achieve the status of a chaos great immortal, or become a saint of the primordial world, you will naturally come to perceive the existence of the great Tao's merits. At that time, you will be able to harness these merits to rapidly enhance your own cultivation. Moreover, have you not noticed that since your inception, all your endeavors have unfolded with remarkable ease? Whether in your cultivation progress or in acquiring treasures, everything has been rather mundane, devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. If you were a typical being, amassing such an abundance of treasures would have already forged a significant karmic bond with the universe. It is even unlikely that the cosmos would allow you to gather such a plethora of treasures. Do you still find this normal? Pangu astutely pointed out the effects derived from the merits of his ability to create the heavens. At this moment, Tun Tian found himself deep in contemplation. Indeed, since his birth, his undertakings have been extraordinarily smooth, whether in scavenging spiritual treasures from the four seas or in the rapid advancement of his cultivation. Previously, he believed he had consumed the chi of creation and gained the blessings of the heavenly Tao. But it now seemed evident that it was the merits of the great Tao of creation that had engendered such profound effects. Grateful for Pangu's enlightening words, Tun Tian expressed his heartfelt thanks. He looked at Pangu and once again performed his solemn bow, which Pangu accepted with composure. Pangu then advised Tun Tian, you must seize the time to cultivate. Since you have encountered Yang Mei, the other reincarnated chaos demonic gods are likely aware of your existence as well. Given the karmic ties they share with beings like us, many may soon take action against you. At that juncture, your safety will be at risk. At this moment, the entity known as Tun Tian could no longer restrain himself and inquired of the great Pangu, since my former self once devoured the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, why did he ultimately release the likes of Yang Mei and the others? Would it not have been best to completely assimilate them? With 99% of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods fallen, why did he not eliminate the remaining few with decisive finality? This is something you must explore for yourself. Pangu replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. I am but a fragment of a memory, not the true Pangu, and thus cannot possess complete knowledge of all matters. Moreover, in time, I shall completely dissipate. Tun Tian nodded, seizing the opportunity to survey his surroundings. What he beheld left him momentarily astonished. His gaze fell upon a nearby pool of water, which shimmered with a milky hue, surrounded by an abundance of blossoming flora. However, what captivated him most was the azure lotus blooming at the center of the pool, its 12 petals radiating a resplendent glow. The 12-petal creation azure lotus. Tun Tian could not help but exclaim softly. He then noticed, not far from the pool, a sprouting gourd vine and a plant with 4 banana leaves, bearing a plum inscribed with the characters for yellow upon it. A twitch of his lips betrayed his astonishment. Had he arrived at the very core of the Buzhou Mountain? The supreme innate spiritual roots take root and arrange themselves here. Pangu, gazing with an all-consuming gaze, gently shook his head and remarked, aside from the 12th grade creation green lotus, these items hold no significance for you. The 12th grade creation green lotus is reserved for my 3 descendants. However, since you have come, it would be remiss not to allow you to depart empty-handed. With a graceful gesture, Pangu pointed to the pool behind him, where a milky white liquid surged continuously. Suddenly, a crystal-clear axe, seemingly forged from purest crystal, floated forth from the depths of the pool. As the axe emerged, a palpable dread gripped the heart of the mighty Tunshin. His scales bristled in alarm as an overwhelming sense of fear washed over him. Beholding the formidable axe before him, he felt as though he bore the weight of a god-slaying spear above his head, a constant reminder of the imminent peril that could lead to his demise. What is this? Tunshin stammered, for he was no ordinary being. He ranked among the highest deities of the primordial world. Such a terrifying threat was a rarity, and though he was aware of many potent artifacts, this axe left him in a state of bewilderment. The axe of opening the heavens? No, it cannot be. The axe of opening the heavens has long since been divided into the Chaos Bell, the Taiji diagram, and the Panga flag. In the entire primordial world, the only axe-shaped artifact is the Ganshi in the hands of Xingtian, but that treasure is merely a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, if even that. How could it possibly wield such immense influence over me? Chapter 82. Astonishing treasures the core of the Open Sky Divine Axe. Also known as the soul of the Open Sky Axe, captivated Pangu's gaze. His eyes reflected a myriad of indescribable emotions, longing and a profound sigh. After the creation of the heavens, my own mystical energy was nearly depleted, compelling me to transform the Open Sky Divine Axe into the 3 treasures of creation to stabilize the universe. Yet, the soul of the Open Sky Axe remained unscathed. I preserved it, nurturing it with my very marrow to ensure its endurance. To this day, it has achieved a state of complete stability. But what of its power? Tunshin swallowed hard, sensing an overwhelming danger that surpassed even the might of the primordial measuring ruler. In the nascent chaos, 4 supreme treasures emerged: the Open Sky Divine Axe, the creation jade plate, the primordial blue lotus, and the chaos pearl drifting within the void. Among these, the Open Sky Divine Axe possesses unparalleled offensive capabilities, rendering it the mightiest of the 4. However, stripped of its formidable essence, the axe now resembles only a shell of its former self, wielding less than 1/10 of its original strength. Nevertheless, in terms of its ultimate potential, one can draw comparisons with the other 3 treasures of creation. When unified, their power mirrors that of the soul of the Open Sky Axe. Pangu gestured toward the soul of the Open Sky Axe, explaining with a notably calm demeanor. What? So formidable? Tunshin's tail flicked excitedly. He was overwhelmed with enthusiasm. What exactly are the 3 treasures of creation? That was an existence that had reached the zenith of primordial treasures and later integrated the merits of the great Tao, its power already infinitely close to a chaos treasure. The might of the opening heaven axe soul can actually contend with the fusion of the 3 treasures of creation, making it a treasure that, while not a chaos treasure, possesses the power of one. Such an item has now fallen into his hands. How could he not be elated and thrilled? Strong? Pangu shook his head slightly. having witnessed the full power of the opening heaven divine axe in its prime. He naturally knew the immense disparity between the current opening heaven divine axe and its former self. If one day you reach my level, or that of the former devouring heaven Tao Lord, I hope you can help me reassemble the opening heaven divine axe. Back then, it was what aided me in creating the heavens, which is why I divided it into the three treasures of creation. Now that I have fallen, if it can be reassembled, it would bring some solace to my heart. With a solemn expression, Devouring Heaven nodded and said, I will certainly attempt to reassemble the opening heaven divine axe and allow it to reappear in the world. Subsequently, Devouring Heaven hesitated for a moment and said, Great God Pangu, I would like to ask you a question. If the Devouring Heaven Tao Lord had not obstructed you from attaining enlightenment through the creation of the heavens, would you have succeeded? Pangu gazed at Devouring Heaven with a serene expression, seemingly perceiving the other's doubts and apprehensions, and said indifferently, Even if the Devouring Heaven Tao Lord had not obstructed me, there would still have been Azure Heaven, Cerulean Heaven, and so on. The creation of the heavens is an ordeal, a change in the evolution of chaos. By propelling the evolution of chaos, I would have obtained immeasurable merit, but I would have also suffered the backlash of chaos. Whether it be the devouring of the heavens or other calamities, all stem from the backlash of chaos. If I cannot endure, then naturally all shall cease, and I bear no grudge against others. Observing the slight relaxation of the devourer of the heavens, Pangu hesitated for a moment and spoke of the time when the heavens were first opened. The Chaos Supreme Treasure, the creation jade disc, was damaged under the immense pressure of the cosmic birth, with fragments scattering across the primordial realm. The creation jade disc is not only a supreme treasure of chaos, but also the essence of the heavenly Tao. I possess a shard of it, though small. You can utilize this fragment to seek out the remaining pieces and ultimately restore the heavenly Tao. As he spoke, Pangu produced a fragment the size of an infant's palm. The emergence of this shard transformed the expansive and desolate surroundings of the unfathomable mountains, as an ethereal resonance of Tao pervaded the space. Even the nearby premier, innate spiritual roots trembled in response, as if they were echoing the presence of this fragment. Is this truly a shard of the creation jade disc? The devourer of the heavens gazed in astonishment at the piece before him, feeling an overwhelming sensation as though he stood before an unparalleled being unveiling its grand Tao, stirring within him an urge to attain enlightenment. Upon receiving it, he eagerly examined the shard, for this was the creation jade disc, a treasure of the heavenly Tao, rivaling the three supreme treasures of the primordial realm in divinity. I bestow upon you this shard of the creation jade disc, hoping that in the future, you may have the opportunity to gather all remaining pieces, thereby restoring the heavenly Tao and perfecting the primordial universe. Pangu spoke. Chapter 83. The Great Pangu and the Completion of the Heavenly Tao. Tunshin blinked in puzzlement and inquired why the heavenly Tao needed to be completed. Isn't the current state of the Hong Huang world satisfactory? What deficiencies remain? Pangu replied slowly. The Hong Huang world faces tribulations. You may be unaware of this now, but in the future, as the number of cultivators in the Hong Huang world increases and their extraction of spiritual energy reaches a critical threshold, a phenomenon of spiritual energy scarcity will emerge. At that time, the heavenly Tao will instigate the karmic repercussions among all beings to cleanse the realm of its formidable entities, resulting in cataclysmic tribulations. Thus, every so often, calamities will befall the world, inflicting grievous losses upon the cultivators. This is the great calamity of heaven and earth. Completing the heavenly Tao will eradicate such calamities? Tunshin asked, unable to suppress a blink of surprise. Not quite, Pangu shook his head. Calamities will not vanish. They arise from the chaotic karma of sentient beings. The heavenly Tao, in its desperation, must intervene to resolve this chaos decisively. However, the completion of the heavenly Tao will enable the realm to significantly absorb the chaotic energy from the void, transforming it into spiritual energy for the world. This would allow the heavenly Tao to operate more smoothly, prolonging the intervals between calamities and minimizing their impact. In essence, These tribulations would transform into challenges that could be easily surmounted. Tunshin nodded and declared, "Very well. I shall earnestly seek the fragments of the creation jade disk, striving to complete the heavenly Tao as soon as possible, ensuring that the Hongwang world is spared from dreadful calamities." "Such is indeed wonderful, truly wonderful," Pangu slowly remarked. "If you have no other matters to attend to, take the soul of the opening acts and depart. My residual thoughts cannot linger for long, lest I hasten my own dissolution." He waved his hand, signaling that the Devourer could leave. Seeing this, the Devourer spoke. "Wait a moment, great Pangu. You are aware that I was born with the ability to consume, capable of assimilating external entities to enhance my cultivation. However, my physical form has progressed too swiftly. Do you possess any techniques for body refinement that could aid me in mastering my full potential?" Pangu glanced at him with slight annoyance. "You are indeed quite forward." He then sighed. Very well, very well. I have already bestowed upon you the soul of the opening acts. Imparting a technique for body refinement is hardly a burden." As he spoke, he raised his hand and a stream of information entered the Devourer's sea of consciousness. Once the information permeated his mind, the Devourer observed intently, his astonishment growing with each moment. The body refinement technique bestowed upon him by Pangu was a pathway leading directly to the realm of the great saint. Although it could not compare to the Devourer's inherited method of the devouring path, the ultimate achievement was still the transcendence of the physical form, culminating in an immortal true body. Most importantly, this technique had an exceptionally high starting point, requiring a body akin to that of a chaos loose immortal for practice. In other words, it necessitated the physique of a primordial loose immortal. Anything below this threshold would not qualify one to cultivate this method. It was evident that the ultimate potential of this technique would be extraordinarily formidable. "Thank you, great Pangu." Tunshin once again expressed his gratitude with a bow. Pangu nodded slightly, and then said, "If one day you encounter my descendants, do share this body-refining method with them, for it will aid in the continuation of my legacy." "Yes, I shall certainly do so," Tunshin replied with a nod. He then took a deep breath and extended his dragon claw towards the soul of the opening heaven axe. Without any resistance, it was evident that the axe soul had previously been pacified by Pangu. It was smoothly grasped and transformed into a radiant stream of light that entered Tunshin's body. "You have obtained the soul of the opening heaven axe, and all that you wish to know has been revealed to you. Go now." Pangu gently waved his hand, and Tunshin felt the surrounding space and time shift. He did not struggle, but allowed this force to carry him beyond the confines of Buzhou Mountain, where he vanished into the void. Within Buzhou Mountain, Pangu gazed at Tunshin's disappearing figure, his expression growing grave. "Tunshin, you must grow quickly. The time left for you is limited. If you cannot mature swiftly, a catastrophic disaster will befall the future wilderness. I am on the brink of fading away. The future rests solely in your hands." Chapter 84. Refining Treasures. Meanwhile, having departed from Buzhou Mountain, Tunshin swiftly traversed the void. While his primordial spirit inscribed his mark upon the soul of the opening heaven axe and the fragments of the creation jade disk within his body, he soared through the skies with remarkable speed, his form slicing through the void as he hastened towards the fabled Isle of Penglai in the East Sea. The urgency of his flight was necessitated by the immense value of the two treasures he bore. Both the soul of the heaven-cleaving axe and the fragment of the creation jade disk were of such significance that news of either would incite a frenzy among the innate divine beings and primal ferocious beasts of the Hongwang realm, compelling them to pursue him relentlessly in a bid to seize these unparalleled treasures. Only upon returning to his lair, safeguarded by the grand formation of Penglai Island, could he find some measure of tranquility. After all, the protective array of Penglai Island was capable of withstanding assaults from even the Hunyuan Golden Immortals, and with his presence, even those of the quasi-saint level would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Did the current Hongwang realm possess any quasi-saint level powerhouses? Clearly it did not. As long as he returned to Penglai Island, his safety would be assured. Throughout his journey, he did not pause for a moment, as if pursued by an unfathomable threat. Utilizing the teleportation array he had previously established, He successfully returned to the East Sea and his beloved Penglai Island in a mere 6 months. Exhaling a long breath of relief, he cast the primordial measuring ruler, which enveloped Penglai Island in a shroud of chaotic light, further concealed by layers of mysterious yellow aura that blocked any prying eyes. With the primordial measuring ruler suppressing and guarding the formation, none beneath the saintly realm could breach it. What a tremendous windfall it was indeed. The voice of the Devourer trembled slightly. Both the soul of the primordial axe and the fragments of the creation jade disc held immense advantages for him. The soul of the primordial axe was an unparalleled weapon of assault, far surpassing even the Hongmeng cosmic measuring ruler. In fact, facing it now, the Devourer felt an overwhelming sense of potential dismemberment. Should he harness the power of the primordial axe, he would have the confidence to cleave the god of rebellion in a single stroke without needing a second swing. Even with the god-slaying spear in hand, the god of rebellion would be unable to withstand the might of the primordial divine axe. However, it was regrettable that wielding such a supreme artifact demanded an exorbitant amount of energy. Even the Devourer could manage only 2 strikes before his internal energy would be completely depleted. Despite its terrifying offensive power, capable of slaying gods, once his energy was exhausted, he would merely become a target for others. The matter of the primordial axe must remain a closely guarded secret. Only when I attain the status of a Hunyuan saint and possess boundless power will I no longer fear anyone with the soul of the primordial axe in my possession. Having steeled himself, Devourer resolved to refrain from employing that particular recourse unless faced with inescapable doom. As for the Jade Tablet of Creation, it represented Devourer's most invaluable asset at present. Pangu himself had declared it to be the very core of the heavenly Tao, brimming with profound celestial mysteries. Its contemplation would assuredly perfect Devourer's grand Tao fruit and potentially elevate his cultivation to its zenith, the 5th stratum. At the 5th stratum of the grand Tao fruit, his cultivation would rival that of a primordial golden immortal. Consequently, when he transcended to the primordial realm and coalesced the origin of law, it would undoubtedly be of paramount power, a primordial essence comparable to that of a chaos demon god. This would signify immense potential, paving the way for him to attain the hallowed status of a Tao sage in the future. Devourer inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to consume the Jade Tablet of Creation. He was acutely aware of the Jade Tablet's supreme value, a fragment of a primordial treasure. Even as a mere remnant, its essence was unimaginably lofty, beyond his current capacity to devour and assimilate. Moreover, it was an indispensable component for the future completion of the heavenly Tao. Devouring it might well incur divine retribution. Regardless, his immediate priority was cultivation. Once he had breached the 5th stratum of the grand Tao fruit and further advanced the body refinement technique imparted by the great god Pangu, few in the primordial world would be able to contend with him. Were not those chaos demon gods incessantly seeking him out, eager to stir up trouble? He would be certain to present them with a most unexpected surprise. The Devourer erupted in boisterous laughter, envisioning himself wielding the power of a quasi-saint, brandishing the Hongmeng measuring ruler and decimating the reincarnated forms of those chaos gods, forcing them to their knees. He steadied his mind, repeating the mantra to regain composure. Subsequently, the Devourer retreated to his cavernous abode, coiled himself, and commenced the refinement of the jade plate of creation and the soul of the sky-opening axe. Both the jade plate of creation and the sky-opening axe's soul were supreme spiritual treasures. Although the fragment of the jade plate of creation in the Devourer's possession was diminutive, its grade still ranked among the primordial supreme treasures. Despite merely teetering on the edge of that echelon, it nonetheless surpassed the several top-grade primordial spiritual treasures he possessed. The profound mysteries of the laws it contained were unfathomable. Unbeknownst to the Devourer, his primordial spirit became immersed in the comprehension of the jade plate of creation. The grand Tao fruit within him rapidly matured, its progress outpacing even the gains he had previously achieved through the merits of the heavenly Tao. Law after law was comprehended and perfected, and even the issues of mutual restraint among many laws were effortlessly resolved. Chapter 85. The divine dragon of the eastern sea as the days turned into years. A full 70 millennia elapsed before the devourer slowly opened his eyes. Within them, the sun, moon, and stars shifted, and mountains, rivers, and lands flowed. His gaze was profound and enigmatic, as if a world was evolving and being born within his heart. The fourth layer of the Grand Tao, fruit. Was this the result of forming a self-contained world within one's body, where the laws had begun their initial cycle? From the maw of the devourer, words cascaded forth as his form ascended, unfurling in the firmament. His corporeal vessel had burgeoned to a prodigious scale of nearly 10 billion zhong, his potent aura compelling the celestial laws to recede, rendering his very locus a discrete world. Yet, it remains insufficient, a modicum wanting. The devourer craned his neck towards the firmament, where, upon the tapestry of the river of destiny, a dragon of unparalleled grandeur was coalescing. Its immense form commandeered approximately 1/5 of the river's fortune, yet it remained veiled in a labyrinth of obscurity, defying detection. The dragon clan, its nascent form is at last taking shape. It is incumbent upon me to advance to the subsequent phase of my design. The devourer gradually descended, alighting once more upon Penglai Island. Of the centennial epoch, a mere score of millennia remain. A millennium should suffice for my corporeal form to ascend to even loftier heights. I wonder, what magnitude of power shall be unleashed upon transcending the golden immortal of primordial unity to attain the fleshly form of a quasi-sage? Before the devourer materialized an ancient bell of Xianhuang hue. This bell, christened the Xianjin bell, constituted one of the 5 superlative innate spiritual treasures within his grasp. Though not the most formidable amongst his collection, its defensive capabilities were unparalleled, a trait that held particular appeal for the devourer. I have already assimilated 6 superior innate spiritual treasures, coupled with the myriad natural resources ingested over these years. My physical form has reached the zenith of the golden immortal of primordial unity. To attain the realm of the primordial Taoist immortal, one must continue to devour at least 20 innate spiritual treasures. However, if one is fortunate enough to acquire a supreme innate spiritual treasure, just one would suffice. A purple glow emanated from the eyes of the devourer, a manifestation of his consuming power. With deft control, he enveloped the ancient bell before him in this force of absorption, causing it to visibly tremble and resonate with a rapid cadence. A low growl escaped the devourer's lips, and his colossal form materialized, illuminating the skies above Penglai Island with a radiant glow. The cosmic measuring rod stabilized the entire formation, concealing the devourer's burgeoning aura, preventing others from discerning his breakthrough in cultivation. A deep, resonant sound emanated from within the devourer, signaling the Xianjin bell's awareness of the imminent danger of destruction, prompting it to resist his assimilation. Yet, the power of absorption was beyond its capacity to withstand. Only a few muted thuds echoed, and soon, silence enveloped the devourer. Waves of formidable energy surged into his being, transforming him into the corporeal form of a primordial gold immortal, initiating a metamorphosis towards an even more potent and unfathomable state. The acquisition of a single superior innate spiritual treasure had propelled the devourer's physical form to unprecedented heights, and in the years that followed, he had consumed 6 additional superior innate spiritual treasures, along with the essence of the heavenly Tao. This accumulation of power had enabled him to reach the pinnacle of the primordial gold immortal. In contemporary times, merely pushing open the door before him requires but a surge of assistance, and the exquisite innate spiritual treasure known as the Xianjin bell serves as that very impetus. Perceiving the fortification of his corporeal form, Tunshin gradually closed his eyes. Although the enhancement of the physical body occurs swiftly, the transition from Hunyuan Golden Immortal to Hunyuan de Luo Sand Immortal represents a significant threshold. While the metamorphosis of his body may be accomplished in just a few days, what he truly seeks is the simultaneous mastery of this newfound power, ensuring that he remains undetected by others. This is a trump card, a secret not to be divulged unless absolutely necessary. The illusory Star Island, a rather inconspicuous isle within the Eastern Sea, lacks any celestial treasures or unique specialties. However, this modest island, after the complete dissipations of the chaos from the Primordial Age over 100,000 years ago, has transformed into a sanctuary for spiritual beasts, immortal creatures, divine beasts, and deities. Its allure lies not in any material possession, but rather in the presence of an individual. No, perhaps more accurately, a dragon. A dragon, possessing only the cultivation of a golden immortal, frequently expounds upon the profound principles of the Tao in this locale. Yet at this moment in the primordial world, the concept of the dragon clan remains an enigma. After all, the emergence of the Devourer occurred far too early. Over 100,000 years ago, it was still an era dominated by ferocious beasts, with spiritual beasts, celestial beasts, divine beasts, and deities yet to be born. In their memories, the dragon had already been imparting wisdom long before their own existence. Numerous spiritual beasts, celestial beasts, divine beasts, and even innate deities possess the inheritance of the heavenly Tao. Yet those with lesser potential receive scant teachings. Moreover, the inheritance of the heavenly Tao merely transmits the methods of cultivation and rudimentary knowledge of the primordial world, without detailing the nuances of each realm's cultivation or the attentiveness required therein. Chapter 86. All Beasts Revering the Azure. However, this dragon upon Illusory Star Island possesses a unique ability. It elucidates the path of cultivation for all beings, disseminating methods of practice while sharing its own insights and understanding. Many practitioners who consider themselves adept golden immortals flock to hear its teachings, uncovering numerous mysteries in the process. Even those at the Tai golden immortal realm glean insights from its discourse. Many speculate that this dragon must be concealing its true cultivation level. Otherwise, how could it impart knowledge so profound that even Tai golden immortals benefit from it? Eventually, a golden immortal who traversed great distances from a distant sea to attend the teachings on Illusory Star Island, upon encountering the dragon, revealed an expression of astonishment. In a realm situated countless leagues away, a being mirroring the divine dragon before them expounded the Tao to sentient beings, similarly possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal. As time elapsed, the marine inhabitants proliferated, and tidings disseminated with increasing alacrity. They became cognizant of the existence of an unparalleled grandee upon the Eastern Sea, whose avatars numbered in the hundreds, permeating the entirety of the Eastern Sea, elucidating the grand Tao for the masses, thereby facilitating their cultivation journeys. Consequently, numerous experts who had surmounted the threshold of grand unity, golden, immortal, frequently visited the Isle to attend the lectures, beseeching the divine dragon to elevate the caliber of the discourses, enabling these grand unity, golden immortals to glean some insight. The divine dragon acquiesced. The burgeoning number of grand unity golden immortals in recent years necessitated the exposition of the cultivation methods for grand unity golden immortals. Without the celestial Tao inheritance, their path to transcending into grand, overarching golden immortals would be fraught with formidable challenges. Subsequently, the powerhouses in the Eastern Sea discovered that the divine dragon, having initially ceased its teachings at the golden immortal realm, gradually ascended to the level of the grand unity, golden immortal. It goes without saying that these dragon avatars were the very puppet clones crafted by Tun Tian in bygone days. In his ambition to expedite the burgeoning of the four seas, he disseminated a multitude of these simulacra, tasking them to impart knowledge and doctrine in his stead, thereby benefiting countless denizens of the seas. This, in turn, was instrumental in the meteoric rise of his fortune. Analogously, as the divine dragon elevated the caliber of its teachings, the number of grand unity golden immortals within the four seas began to proliferate incessantly. Innumerable beings, in their gratitude towards the divine dragon, caused the fortune of the four seas to gradually gravitate towards Tun Tian. He sensed, with increasing clarity, that he had already commandeered nearly half of the fortune of the four seas, heralding his imminent ascension to the dominion of the four seas. On this particular day, the entire primordial world was plunged into an eerie and profound stillness. Then, as bewilderment gripped the multitude of living beings, An astonishing spectacle unfolded upon the vast river of destiny. An immensely colossal dragon, immeasurable in size, manifested in the firmament, possessing the head of a camel, the body of a serpent, the antlers of a deer, the eyes of a turtle, the scales of a fish, the paws of a tiger, the talons of an eagle, and the ears of an ox. As the divine dragon materialized, winds and clouds congregated, its very being exuding an aura of perfection, as if it were the most flawless entity in the cosmos. Subsequently, a boundless and majestic force descended from the heavens, exerting its dominion over the primordial world, suppressing the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. This overwhelming pressure, akin to the advent of the celestial mandate, emanated an unimaginable and terrifying power, compelling all living beings to prostrate themselves upon the earth, reverently bowing and kowtowing in the direction of the dragon. Roar! A resounding dragon's cry echoed from the dragon's maw, its utterance imbued with a profound significance. Through the intervention of the river of destiny, this sonorous declaration, accompanied by the vast might of the heavens, traversed the infinite expanse of space-time, resonating in every corner of the primordial world. At that moment, nearly all living beings in the primordial world prostrated themselves in a singular direction, oblivious to the cause of their actions, whether it was the overwhelming pressure or the reverence emanating from the depths of their bloodlines. At this juncture, they were incapable of controlling their physical forms, involuntarily bowing in that direction. Roar! The second dragon's roar reverberated, and this time, countless creatures throughout the primordial world felt an inexplicable stirring within them, deep within their beings. An exceedingly subtle yet profoundly superior lineage, one they were powerless to resist, resonated with the dragon's roar, awakening from its dormant state. Across the vast expanse of the primordial lands and within the 4 seas, countless beings involuntarily writhed as the second roar echoed. The ancestral dragon blood within them stirred, and the marine creatures sprouted dragon scales and horns, while terrestrial beings grew dragon claws and heads. In that instant, the entire primordial world seemed to transform into a realm of dragons. These transformations stemmed from the dragon blood that Tun Tian had deposited throughout the 4 seas and the primordial lands. The dragon blood permeated the world, and countless creatures drank water tainted with it, or were even born from such waters. This imbued them with the dragon lineage from birth, precipitating their gradual transformation into dragons. Following closely, the third dragon's roar resounded within the river of fate. This time, the resounding cry was imbued with immense majesty and a clarion call. All beings with dragon bloodlines resonated with it involuntarily, and the vast sound of the dragon's roar echoed throughout the primordial world, a phenomenon historically known as the homage of beasts to the Azure Dragon. Chapter 87. The tremor of the gods, the sudden emergence of the dragon clan, sent shockwaves through the ranks of the most formidable beings in the primordial world, particularly the colossal aura of fortune that materialized within the river of destiny. This manifestation instilled profound dread among the strongest of them all. The immense spectral dragon loomed over nearly 1/5 of the world's fortune, a staggering figure indeed. In the zenith of the innate, ferocious beast clan, they commanded merely 70% of the primordial fortune, yet the primordial realm of that era pales in comparison to the current one. In those days, the number of the Luo experts was exceedingly scarce, whereas now they abound. The disparity in strength naturally correlates with the variance in fortune. Thus, the 70% fortune of the primordial realm back then could hardly be likened to the present-day 1%. Currently, the Dragon Clan monopolizes 1/5 of the primordial fortune, while the ferocious Beast Clan claims a mere 1/3. Together, these two formidable races nearly partition half of the world's fortune, inciting discontent among the other innate divine clans. This discontent is further amplified by the involvement of the reincarnated chaos demon god among these innate divine clans, placing the Dragon Clan in a precarious position akin to being roasted over an open flame. How do they achieve this? How did the Dragon Clan quietly seize such an immense reservoir of fortune within the primordial realm, eluding the awareness of the innate divine clans? It is unfathomable. Such strength from the dragon clan seems impossible. If such a powerful dragon clan were to rise, once the ferocious beast clan meets its inevitable end, would they not ascend to become the protagonists of the next era? Such occurrences must never transpire. The ancestor dragon's ambition to seize such immense fortune must first be sanctioned by my innate divine lineage. In an instant, as the dragon clan rises, the gaze of numerous formidable experts in the primordial realm deepens, each bearing distinct expressions and differing glances. On Blood Emperor Mountain, the cold countenance of the god of rebellion fixates upon the colossal divine dragon coursing through the river of fate. The crimson light in his eyes is truly alarming. Ancestor dragon, how did you unwittingly achieve such a feat? Are you aware that you are playing with fire? Ha ha ha. Your ability to reach this juncture indeed garners my respect. Yet, have you forgotten that the innate divine lineage is not a monolith? You have stirred a tremendous upheaval, and calming the tempest will not be a trivial endeavor. Subsequently, he turned his gaze behind him, his expression impassive as he issued commands to continue surveilling the movements of the numerous innate divine clans in the primordial realm. My fierce beast lineage has suffered a grievous decline, while the innate divine lineage has risen with alarming rapidity. It is likely that unrest will arise within the innate divine clans, and we, the fierce beast lineage, might seize this opportunity to eliminate a portion of our adversaries. Understood, my lord. A beast king of the great Luo Golden immortal level swiftly vanished into the shadows, rapidly disappearing from Blood Emperor Mountain to disseminate the news from the Beast Emperor, god of rebellion. Ancestor dragon, I hope you possess some capability by then, otherwise, you too shall be deemed a waste, and waste must inevitably vanish. With a gaze as piercing as frost, Shun Enai turned his attention to the void. As if lost in contemplation, a cold smirk escaped his lips before he vanished without a trace. In the eastern sea, as the mighty Tun Tian revealed the immense fortune belonging to the dragon clan, it awakened the dormant dragon blood within countless beings of the primordial wilderness. Tun Tian's eyes grew profound, for he was acutely aware of the seismic impact his actions would have on the current innate deities. Nevertheless, certain opportunities are fleeting. Those who act swiftly shall reap the rewards, while those who hesitate shall miss out. Now, nearly 100 millennia have passed, and the fierce beast tribe has nearly exhausted the merits and fortune accumulated over 1,000,000 years. Although they still command a third of the vast fortune of the primordial world, it pales in comparison to their former dominance, which once encompassed 70%. The loss of fortune from the fierce beasts has manifested among other beings of the wilderness. It is during this pivotal moment that the dragon clan seeks to gather this scattered fortune, laying the foundation for the next calamity, heralding an era dominated by the dragons. Tun Tian gradually revealed his colossal true form, a divine dragon of immense size, spanning 1,000,000,000 zhang across the eastern sea. I am the ancestral dragon of the primordial wilderness, the foremost among dragons. Today, I summon all cultivators who possess the dragon bloodline within them. Those who wish to join my clan, come forth and meet me. The resounding voice of the celestial devourer echoed across the 4 seas, resonating throughout the primordial world. Countless beings possessing the bloodline of dragons felt an irresistible call from the depths of their essence, urging them to meet this supreme and magnificent entity. In an instant, the vast waters of the primordial realm began to boil with activity as innumerable aquatic creatures stirred, departing from their respective territories and swimming towards the East Sea along their designated rivers. Among them were many of significant stature, including golden immortals, Tai, and even those of the great Luo realm, their numbers vast enough to evoke feelings of inadequacy in the ferocious beast clan of today. Chapter 88. The Return of the Avatar. Indeed, it is the ferocious beast clan. Over 100,000 years ago, after the primal chaos was entirely assimilated by this clan, the emergence of new beings in the world was devoid of any ferocious beasts. In other words, the primordial chaos essential for the birth of the ferocious beast clan had vanished. Even the heavenly Tao could no longer give rise to such beings. Consequently, throughout the long epochs that followed, The population of the ferocious beast clan remained stagnant, while the numbers of divine beasts, immortal beasts, spiritual beasts, and deities flourished increasingly. Their conflicts with the destructive ferocious beasts led to significant losses for the clan, reducing their numbers to less than half of their former glory. However, during these years, the strength of the ferocious beast clan's formidable members has continuously risen. Though many among them are known for their brutality, once they awaken their intellect, they tend to restrain themselves. Only those lowly ferocious beasts, while ravaging the world, have perished in their battles against the primordial divine clan. The ones that remain are the elite of the beast tribe. Nevertheless, the population of the ferocious beasts remains vast. Presently, in the entirety of the Honghuang world, apart from the ferocious beasts and a few powerful bloodlines capable of resisting the encroachment of the dragon lineage, all other races have succumbed to the invasion of the dragon's bloodline, exhibiting a trend of transformation into dragons. This overwhelming number has rendered the Dragon Clan the most populous race in the present Honghuang. However, quantity does not equate to quality. In the past, the body of the Devourer was not particularly formidable. Races at the Deluo Golden Immortal level still possess the strength to withstand the Dragon Bloodline's invasion. Thus, the races that could be affected by the Dragon's bloodline, even their strongest members, have merely broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal level in recent years, with not a single one achieving the status of a Deluo Dao fruit. As the Devourer began to summon all beings in the Honghuang world possessing the dragon bloodline to converge towards him, hundreds of divine dragon avatars scattered across the four seas suddenly soared into the sky, departing from the sanctified grounds they had not left for over 100,000 years. Where has the master gone? Many sea clan cultivators, drawn together by the teachings, could not help but inquire upon witnessing this spectacle. Although they harbored their own suspicions, they still wished to seek confirmation, to return to the true form. The divine dragon replied slowly, "In the past, my true self divided into numerous avatars to scatter across the seas, intended to guide the cultivation of the Sea Clan and lay the foundation for the emergence of the Dragon Clan. With the advent of the Dragon Clan, our mission is consummated, and it is time to return to our true forms. Those of you who are willing may seek out the ancestral dragon, who will receive you." The divine dragon ascended into the heavens, transforming into a golden ray of light that vanished into the distance. Having fulfilled the task entrusted to him by swallowing heaven, there was no longer any need for him to linger. Elsewhere, with the departure of the preaching divine dragon, numerous marine experts, without hesitation, began to swim towards the direction of swallowing heaven in the East Sea. They had all attained achievements in their cultivation through listening to the Tao from the divine dragon. Now that the divine dragon had departed, many of them naturally followed him, heading towards swallowing heaven. Such scenes unfolded in many places across the four seas, with countless Dragon Clan powerhouses, inspired by the summons, gathering towards the direction of the primordial East Sea. For a time, the East Sea became a convergence of formidable forces. Swallowing heaven's colossal form spanned the East Sea. He gazed calmly at the countless Dragon Clan bloodline-infused powerhouses converging towards him from the East Sea, a faint smile playing upon his lips. After laboring diligently for an extended period, the day of fruition has finally arrived, marking the moment of reaping the rewards of one's efforts. Streams of golden light converge from all corners of the world, and myriad divine dragon avatars manifest before the entity known as Tunshin. Each avatar, meticulously crafted from various celestial materials, carries a fragment of his divine consciousness. As these avatars return to him, a subtle smile graces his lips. Having imparted wisdom across the seas for over 100,000 years, he is astonished to discover that each has accumulated such an immense reservoir of merit, so substantial that it amounts to 70% of the merit he garnered when purifying the chaotic essence of the heavens. Tunshin cannot help but express his surprise. He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. This considerable merit will enable him to ascend to the 5th layer of the great Dao fruit in a significantly shorter time. "Return," he softly commands, and all the divine dragon avatars converge into his mouth. A resplendent golden dragon pearl materializes as the avatars enter its radiant core. with the merit bestowed by these avatars. The golden dragon pearl in Tunshin's mouth is completely suffused with the luminous essence of merit, transforming it into a formidable treasure. Just as Tunshin prepares to consume the dragon pearl for digestion, his gaze sharpens, and his colossal form stretches slightly. He gazes upward towards the vast expanse of the heavens, his voice resonating with a subdued tone. It seems that indulging too much may lead to indigestion. I ought to first stretch my limbs and invigorate my body. Chapter 89. The Alliance of Divine races. The colossal form of the Devourer radiated a brilliant golden light, and a diminutive version of itself surged into the heavens, swiftly breaking through the celestial firmament and entering the cosmic expanse. There, immense figures emerged, their presence overwhelming and formidable. The sheer aura they emanated was sufficient to render even the most powerful of beings, the great Luo Golden Immortals, incapable of standing firm. Each of these entities was a formidable force, possessing the essence of the great Luo Dao fruit, and their numbers exceeded 10. Upon the arrival of the Devourer, all the formidable auras converged upon him, creating a tempestuous wave of energy that caused distant star rivers to tremble. Each one of them was a powerful being of the innate divine races, a supreme ruler from the primordial realm. They hailed from diverse regions and belonged to various races. Some even possessed an aura that compelled the Devourer to tread carefully. In the face of the formidable energies surrounding him, the Devourer exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, his expression remained indifferent as he inquired, "What brings you all to summon me here?" The innate divine beings of the great Luo Dao fruit level exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in contemplation. However, it was the Yin-Yang Daoist, most familiar with the Devourer, who stepped forward first. With a warm smile, he addressed the Devourer. "Esteemed Ancestor Dragon, it is a time of turmoil on the primordial lands as ferocious beasts wreak havoc and countless beings suffer at their hands. We, the many powerful, innate divine beings, have gathered with the intent to invite you to join our alliance of innate divine races, to collectively combat the beastly kin and restore tranquility to the primordial world." "Very well." Tunshin nodded and remarked that after the fierce beasts had exhausted their celestial wrath, they continued to wreak havoc upon the primordial world for nearly 100,000 years. The fortune and merit of the fierce beast clan had nearly dissipated, and the heavenly Tao began to reject them. I am in favor of the heavenly Tao's grand decree to eradicate the fierce beast clan. Upon hearing Tunshin's words, the expressions of many innate divine beings relaxed slightly. They perceived that Tunshin had seemingly regressed under their pressure. However, in reality, they were mistaken. Tunshin cast his gaze upon the numerous powerful beings of the innate divine clans present and continued, "Yet, the fierce beast clan possesses countless formidable warriors. The prowess of Shun and I has advanced over the years, rivaling our own, and his subordinates, the various beast kings, are not to be underestimated. Since we have formed an alliance of innate divine clans, if we were to engage in combat individually, we would likely be picked off one by the fierce beast clan. At that point, it would not be we who eradicate the fierce beast clan, but rather we would find ourselves counterattacked by them. Do you agree with my assessment?" The many powerful beings of the innate divine clans furrowed their brows, uncertain of Tunshin's intentions in making such a statement. Yet, they could not deny the validity of his words. If they fought separately, they risked being exploited by Shun and I and defeated individually. Observing the puzzled expressions of the innate divine beings, Tunshin proposed, "I suggest that within our alliance of innate divine clans, we elect a leader. Under the guidance of this leader, we shall unite all the formidable experts within our innate divine race, consolidating the collective strength of our kind to launch an offensive against the fearsome beast clan, thereby resolving the issues pertaining to them once and for all. What are your thoughts on this, esteemed ones?" Upon hearing these words, many powerful figures of the innate divine race exhibited expressions of intrigue. The prospect of consolidating the entire innate divine race's might to decisively address the threat of the beasts was indeed far more advantageous than their current disjointed efforts. It promised a resolution with minimal losses in the shortest possible time. However, a pressing question loomed. Who would assume the mantle of the leader of the innate divine race alliance? A powerful being at the level of Tao fruit hesitated before voicing this concern. The allure of such a position was undeniable. To occupy it would equate to commanding all the mighty entities of the innate divine race. Such power is a temptation that few could resist. Furthermore, the notion of being commanded by another innate divine race was a difficult pill for anyone to swallow. The crux of the matter lay in the benefits. Whoever ascended to that position would, upon achieving victory in the grand campaign against the fearsome beasts, be rewarded with unimaginable merits and fortunes. Such merits and fortunes would transcend all expectations, potentially allowing one to ascend to greatness, perfect their Tao fruit, or even strive towards the primordial realm. In the present era, the cultivation of spiritual practices is far less arduous than in later generations. The transmission of celestial principles holds immense potential for many of the foremost innate deities. As the consummation of the Tao fruit at the fifth level of the Great Luo is widely acknowledged, it is well known that numerous adept cultivators capable of breaking through to the primordial realm have instead chosen to pursue the path of the Great Luo Tao fruit. Consequently, in this age, not a single individual in the vast wilderness has attained the primordial realm. Rather, they all aspire to achieve greatness atop the Great Luo Tao fruit before striving for the Great Luo itself. Regarding the current alliance of the innate divine clans, if executed properly, the vast merits accrued would facilitate the attainment of the Great Luo Tao fruit's ultimate perfection, making it a relatively uncomplicated endeavor. This prospect naturally incites all cultivators to vie for participation, including the numerous powerful beings of the innate divine clans. Chapter 90, a demonstration of power at this juncture. Tun Tian smiled and asserted that the leader of the innate divine clan alliance must possess formidable strength and must also command a powerful force to uphold the order of the innate divine clans. Now that several have invited me to join the innate divine clan alliance, I humbly propose myself as a candidate for the position of leader. What do you all think? The expressions of the numerous powerful beings of the innate divine clans immediately turned grim. At this moment, Tun Tian's suggestion to assume the role of leader made it abundantly clear that his prior mention of electing a leader for the Divine Clan Alliance was merely a pretext for his own ambitions. Ascending to the position of the Alliance Master would not only resolve his immediate predicament, but also grant him dominion over the entire Primordial God Alliance, elevating him to the pinnacle of fortune in the prehistoric world. Impossible? A grand Tao fruit realm deity immediately retorted. What merit does your ancestral dragon possess to qualify for the position of Alliance Master of the Primordial God Alliance? Who are you? Swallowing Heaven slightly shifted his gaze toward the Grand Tao. Subsequently, he curled his lip in disdain, remarking, "A mere fledgling at the first level of the Grand Tao fruit realm. Do you even have a right to speak here? Fledgling?" The deity of the Grand Tao fruit realm flushed crimson with rage. "I have attained the Grand Tao fruit for tens of thousands of years and am considered a prominent figure within the divine race. This is the first time someone has dared to call me a fledgling. Ancestral dragon, are you attempting to provoke me?" "Provoke?" Swallowing Heaven stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying. "No, this is not a provocation. I simply do not regard you as worthy of my attention." Before the innate deity could erupt in anger, an immensely colossal dragon claw suddenly tore through the void. The terrifying and overwhelming aura instantly rent the fabric of space, descending upon this realm. Just as the other Grand Tao fruits had begun to react and evade, the dragon claw directly struck the innate deity. Bang! A shower of blood splattered across the heavens, obliterating and detonating the nearby stars. Grand Tao fruit-level powerhouses are exceptionally formidable, their very blood imbued with the power of loss. Even a single drop possesses the power to rend space. Yet, in the eyes of the devourer, such power no longer holds even the qualification to merely tickle him. Observing the shattered form of the innate divine being not far away, the devourer showed no inclination to strike again, for the other 9 innate divine beings had already locked their auras upon him. Friend Ancestor Dragon, what do you intend? No matter the circumstances, the Taoist Yuan Yang is a formidable Deluo of our innate divine race. Why do you treat him so harshly? Harshly? The Devourer flicked the bloodstains from his dragon claws, his expression unperturbed. It seems you may have misunderstood. I merely wish to enlighten him on why I refer to him as little fellow. After all, a mere insect at the first level of the Luo Dao fruit dares to speak to me in such a manner. A lesson is in order to instill a sense of reverence for the strong, rather than the arrogance he currently displays. If I truly intended to be ruthless, he would already be beyond any hope of burial. Ancestor Dragon, you dare to insult me. The gaze of Taoist Yuan Yang brimmed with murderous intent. His face flushed with indignation as he roared. He never anticipated that a mere strike from the Devourer could annihilate him. A dignified expert at the Luo Dao fruit level. In his view, this was a sneak attack, leaving him no chance to respond, and was instead a means for the Devourer to mock him. The Devourer cast a cold glance in his direction, noticing the fury etched in Yuan Yang's eyes. A colossal dragon claw materialized behind him, embodying the vast expanse of the cosmos. As it descended, the void seethed, stars shattered, and myriad laws entwined around it, radiating boundless power. Friend Ancestor Dragon, please show mercy. The other 9 divine beings of the Luo realm were visibly taken aback. Although they had felt a twinge of anger at the earlier display by the Devourer, they understood that it was merely a demonstration of strength, a clear indication that someone at the Luo Dao fruit level could be effortlessly obliterated. They were reminded to assess his power with due consideration. However, it was evident that Yuan Yang had allowed his fury to cloud his judgment, brazenly harboring murderous intent against a being far superior to himself. Was this not a provocation towards a formidable adversary? In the next moment, 9 formidable divine powers erupted from the hands of the 9 Luo Dao fruit wielders, each radiating vibrant hues that ascended into the cosmic expanse, collectively meeting the descending claw of the Devourer. A thunderous roar resounded. The cosmic void began to unravel, rivers of stars dimming in the aftermath. In this realm, where the laws of heaven were particularly fragile, the force exhibited by the Luo powerhouses was truly terrifying, especially when 10 entities of such caliber engaged in combat. Their overwhelming aura instantaneously reverberated throughout the primordial expanse, sending forth terrifying shockwaves deep into the fabric of time and space. Subsequently, the tumultuous ripples of time and space spread outward in a colossal concentric circle, emanating from the point of their divine clash, a relentless and grandiose wave extending infinitely. Chapter 91. The Fall of the Luo. In the distant primordial realm, the great Luo powerhouses of the innate divine race furrowed their brows in unison. They gazed skyward, where the overwhelming force unleashed by a dozen great Luo Dao fruit experts stirred the air with a terrifying intensity, naturally alarming them. What troubled their countenance further was the palpable tremor of the innate divine race's fortune, indicating that the combatants were indeed their own skilled practitioners engaged in a fierce internal conflict. Who could be so reckless as to incite turmoil within the divine race at such a critical juncture? Were they seeking to provide an opportunity for the ferocious beast clan? Cursed be the short-sighted fool. Why have so many great Luo Dao fruit powerhouses converged in the cosmos? That direction seems to be the East Sea. Could they be provoking the Ancestor Dragon? How infuriating it is that at this pivotal moment, our divine race should stand united. Yet some dare to commit such a foolish act. On Blood Emperor Mountain, the figure known as Divine Reversal opened his crimson eyes, gazing far into the horizon, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Ancestor Dragon, do you truly believe you can safely gather the Dragon Clan? Even with the looming threat of my ferocious beast clan, there are still those who cannot contain their ambitions. The endeavors you wish to accomplish will not be achieved so easily. In a vast expanse of the outer cosmos, the golden figure of the Devourer remained steadfast in its original position. Conversely, the Yuanyang Taoist, facing him, appeared pallid, his essence having diminished to an alarming degree. His cultivation had plummeted from the pinnacle of the Luo Dao fruit to the mere realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. You have severed my cultivation. The Yuanyang Daoist trembled, desperately suppressing the surging tide of murderous intent within him. He was acutely aware that he had previously been no match for the Devourer. Now, having been cast down from the Luo Dao fruit realm, he was even less capable of contending with him. To reveal any hint of malice now would be tantamount to courting death. Even the 9 Luo Dao fruit beings beside him might not deign to intervene on his behalf. After all, in the primordial wilderness, power is the ultimate arbiter. A Luo golden immortal daring to provoke an entity of the Luo Dao fruit is akin to a mere mortal challenging the divine. It is an act of self-destruction, deserving of no sympathy. I have stripped you of a Luo Dao fruit status, relegating you to the realm of the Luo golden immortal, so you may understand the necessity of respecting the powerful. Today, I spare you the wrath of my fellow Taoists. Depart. With a wave of his hand, the Devourer tore through the fabric of reality and cast the Yuanyang Daoist into the primordial wilderness. The other Luo Dao fruit beings observed this with flickering gazes but chose to remain silent. Clearly, they deemed the fallen Yuanyang Daoist unworthy of standing alongside them to deliberate matters concerning the innate divine race. Daoist Ancestor Dragon, let us return to the matter at hand. A figure shimmering with a cerulean glow spoke. Fellow cultivator, while it is true that you have diminished your own cultivation due to a lack of respect towards the powerful, the position of the leader of the Divine Clan Alliance cannot be yours. You are but a recent addition to our ranks, having achieved no merits whatsoever. Even if you were to ascend to the position of leader, it would surely incite dissent among the other divine clans. It was none other than the esteemed Qing Tian. Tun Tian turned to the speaker, raising an eyebrow slightly, and remarked, in the primordial world, strength reigns supreme. The grievances of the weak hold no relevance for us. The powerful, we are the Luo, among the most formidable beings in the primordial realm, and we do not require the approval of others. What we seek is their absolute submission. Fellow Tun Tian, your words seem excessively domineering, interjected Xian Huang Dao Run, his brow furrowing. The Divine Clan Alliance was established to eradicate the fierce beast tribe, to eliminate this malignant blight upon the primordial world. If you continue to assert your dominance so forcefully, how can you expect the other fellows to submit willingly, thereby enabling you to effectively lead the Divine Clan Alliance and ultimately eradicate the fierce beast tribe? Fellow Xinhuang, may I inquire, is there any cultivator upon this vast primordial land capable of commanding the respect of all innate divine clans? Tun Xian scoffed. Each of us present here is a sovereign in our own right, wielding power and confidence over our respective domains. Yet, who among us wishes to humble themselves before another? None, including myself. In the present day, as the Dragon Clan rises, I, the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan, assert that by uniting our kin, we can emerge as the second most formidable race in the primordial realm, second only to the ferocious beasts. Who then possesses the audacity to compel me to bow my head? Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly of numerous innate divine races, rendering the atmosphere remarkably still. The implication of Tun Tian's proclamation could not be clearer. Under his influence, the Dragon Clan has ascended to become the second most powerful race in the primordial world. Once the ferocious Beast Clan is vanquished by the innate divine races, the Dragon Clan shall undoubtedly surge to prominence as the most powerful race in the primordial realm. At that juncture, who could possibly induce Tun Tian to yield? Some may argue the presence of the innate divine races, yet while the term sounds noble, it merely serves to distinguish between the ferocious beasts and the beings of the primordial realm. Once the ferocious beasts are utterly eradicated, the so-called innate divine races will dissolve into mere entities of the primordial realm, rendering the divine race virtually non-existent. Chapter 92. A resounding presence the Dragon Clan established by Tun Tian is distinct. Only those bearing his bloodline are deemed worthy of the title Dragon Clan, while all others are classified as beings of different races. Alternatively, some beings have obtained the bloodline of the dragon race, yet are reluctant to acknowledge it. Even the Devourer of Worlds cannot exert control over them. However, they too are unable to partake in the fortunes of the dragon race and remain as outsiders. At that juncture, the primordial divine races are destined to fracture, with the dragon race, the black tortoise race, the Chelan race, and other major factions, each claiming dominion over their respective territories, vying for fortune. Yet, can these races truly contend with the current dragon race? It is implausible. Although only the great Luo golden immortals have united, they are fortified by the presence of the formidable Devourer of Worlds, alongside the innate treasure, the primordial quantum measuring ruler, which suppresses fortune. The dragon race is destined to grow ever more powerful, perhaps even reaching the status once held by the ferocious beast clans. Who among them could possibly win over the Devourer of Worlds? Of course, there exists a glimmer of hope. Should someone surpass the Devourer in strength, they could undoubtedly compel his allegiance. The primordial realm has always revered the strong, a truth unwavering through the ages. However, if no one possesses the power to eclipse the Devourer, then naturally they cannot bring him to submission, granting him the right to contend for the position of the alliance leader of the divine races. Devourer of Worlds. This matter pertains to all factions within our primordial divine lineage, and significantly influences the future of the primordial realm. We must return to convene with the formidable beings of the divine races to deliberate and reach a conclusion. Should you desire to become the leader of our divine alliance, it is essential to consider the perspectives of other powerful entities within the divine races. The celestial Taoist spoke with a frigid countenance, his intentions unadorned. Delay. At present, the dragon clan's fortune was exceedingly vast, and Devourer was incessantly amassing more dragons. Should he truly succeed, even if the innate divine clans were disinclined to have him as the divine clan alliance's leader, his very status would preclude him from deferring to the other innate divine clans. The dragon clan had burgeoned to such an extent that it could inspire trepidation in the other innate divine clans. Devourer did not demur, but rather nodded in accord. Indeed, such a matter must needs have the assent of all innate divine clan grand Tao fruit experts, for it concerns the entirety of the divine clan. Subsequently, he surveyed the assembly and said, "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave of you all. I have just begun to summon the dragon clan's numerous powerhouses to convene in the Eastern Sea, and there are a plethora of affairs to attend to. I cannot tarry here any longer, so I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he turned to depart. Naturally, the powerhouses of the various innate divine clans could not permit him to depart, for their purpose in coming here was to impede Devourer's convocation of the Dragon Clan. Once the Dragon Clan was assembled, Devourer alone would monopolize 1/3 of the innate divine clan's fortune, a prospect they could scarcely countenance. "Fellow Taoist ancestral dragon, hold," one of them exclaimed. "Besides inviting you to join the divine clan alliance, we have another matter to discuss with you." The yin-yang Taoist wore a somewhat abashed expression. "Let us hear it," Devourer mused inwardly. After all this superfluous verbiage, we finally arrive at the crux of the matter. We beseech fellow Taoist Devourer to cease the summoning of the Dragon Clan. At this moment, the azure sky spoke, and we were left to ponder how my esteemed companion managed to disseminate his bloodline to every corner of the vast primordial world. However, in doing so, he devoured the lower bloodlines of countless beings, transforming those unable to withstand such a change into members of his dragon clan. If this continues, it will not be long before the entire primordial realm is entirely dominated by your dragon lineage, which is exceedingly unfair to the other innate divine clans. Why should I halt my endeavors? The countenance of the devourer darkened. I possess the means to spread my bloodline throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. This is my own prowess. If you cannot achieve this, do you not think it presumptuous to seek to restrain my actions? Moreover, my ancestral dragon's bloodline is the most exalted in the primordial realm. Among the countless beings in existence, who amongst you dares claim superiority over me in terms of bloodline? With my bloodline within them, every being in the primordial realm will experience a significant enhancement of their potential. They yearn to awaken the bloodline of my dragon clan, for once it is awakened, Their strength will soar to unprecedented heights. The greater the number of powerful dragons, the stronger the innate divine clans will become. Is this not advantageous for the innate divine clans? Furthermore, did you not establish the alliance of innate divine clans to consolidate our powers to vanquish the fearsome beast race, thereby allowing the innate divine clans to truly reign over the primordial land? Everything I do benefits my divine clan, so what right do you have to impede my progress? The voice of Tun Tian rose to a piercing pitch as he stood at the zenith of the interests of the divine race, denouncing the 10 great Luo Dao fruit before him. He deemed them myopic, utterly incapable of comprehending the significance of his actions. Chapter 93. Enraged beyond measure, shameless. The numerous great Luo silently cursed in unison, yet Tun Tian's words cast a shadow of hesitation across their faces. The very reason they had come to invite Tun Tian to join the Divine Alliance was to preemptively seize control over the Dragon Clan, a race with the potential to dominate the primordial world. They aimed to dismantle the Dragon Clan before it could fully form, thus preventing its formidable members from uniting and allowing the ancestral dragon, the progenitor of the Dragon Clan, to become the veritable sovereign of countless dragons, amassing boundless fortune. However, they had never anticipated that Tun Tian would accept their invitation to join the Divine Alliance, nor could they fathom that he would turn the tables, aspiring to become the leader of this divine coalition. Once Tun Tian ascended to the position of leader of the Divine Clan Alliance, they would not only fail in their ambitions, but would instead find themselves subservient to others. At present, Tun Tian stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Clan's interests, condemning them for obstructing his path, asserting that their actions hindered the development of the Divine Clan. Even the great Luo among them sensed a subtle disturbance in the fortunes of the Divine Clan, feeling an ominous shift that seemed to reject their presence. How could these esteemed beings not be alarmed? Observing the hesitance etched upon the faces of the great Luo, Tun Tian showed no signs of mercy and continued, I am well aware of your thoughts. You fear that my Dragon Clan shall soon amass a multitude of formidable warriors, gathering boundless fortunes, thereby shaking your dominion over the innate Divine Clan. Yet, do not forget, the Beast Clan still looms ominously. We, the innate Divine Clan, have not yet claimed our rightful place as the protagonists of this era, while the Beast Clan remains ever vigilant, ready to strike back at any moment. Do you seek to incite internal strife and stifle the growth of my Dragon Clan? Are you to become traitors to the innate Divine Clan? Boom! Tun Tian's words seemed to trigger a profound reaction. Above the cosmic expanse, tumultuous dark clouds churned wildly, and upon the river of destiny, the fortunes of the Divine Clan surged with violent waves. Several figures became enveloped in the aura of the Divine Clan, their terrifying presence causing the countenances of the great Luo scattered across the cosmos to change dramatically. Zulong, how could we possibly be traitors to the Divine Clan? The Taoist of Yin and Yang hastily interjected, asserting that they could never be deemed traitors of the Divine Clan. It was merely that their companion had disseminated the bloodline of the Dragon Clan throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, leading countless beings to be transformed into dragons, which in turn severed the bloodlines of numerous races. Thus, they felt compelled to impede their companion's actions. Indeed, the blood of the ancestral dragon was exceedingly domineering, causing too many races to be assimilated into the Dragon Clan. This would ultimately devastate the rich diversity of the divine civilization and the path of cultivation, posing a significant detriment to the future of the Divine Clan. They urged their companion to reflect upon this matter with due consideration. The many great Luo of the Divine Clan swiftly voiced their concerns, eager to shed the label of traitors that had been unjustly affixed to them by Tun Tian. They sensed an overwhelming threat. Should they be branded as traitors of the Divine Clan, the immense fortune that accompanied the divine lineage would undoubtedly turn against them, revealing the dire consequences that awaited traitors. The currents of fate within the river of destiny seemed to concur with this assessment, as the vast fortune gradually settled, allowing the great Luo to feel the oppressive crisis dissipate. Tun Tian remarked indifferently that the primordial realm operated on the principle of the survival of the fittest. if their bloodlines were feeble and unable to withstand the assimilation by the dragon clan? Could he truly be held accountable? Moreover, he had long ago left behind a will, stating that any race unwilling to be assimilated by the dragon bloodline would see it fade away on its own. He would not impose such a fate upon them when they were already at their limits. He cast a derisive glance at the assembly, questioning whether they truly believed he would irrationally seek to transform all races into dragons. Irrespective of the perspective of the divine clan's powerhouses, would Providence itself remain indifferent? Thunshin coldly retorted, "Do not overestimate your position. Attend to your own affairs. There remain numerous ferocious beasts in the primordial world awaiting your pacification. Cease your incessant meddling, envious of the endeavors of others. Such individuals merely reveal their incompetence, for beyond envy, they possess not even the aspiration to emulate, aptly described by a single term: ineffectual." Thunshin's words caused the faces of the assembled divine clan Grand Luo to flush with shame. They had not anticipated that their attempt to obstruct Thunshin's assembly of the Dragon Clan would not only result in Jinren Yuanyang being chastised, but also in themselves being directly berated by Thunshin, labeled as ineffectual individuals consumed by envy, filling each of these Grand Luo with mortification. Fellow Taoist Zulong, the Yinyang Taoist, his face also flushed with shame, looked at Thunshin and could not help but turn his head away, saying, "Fellow Taoist is indeed remarkable. We ought not to have come today. Farewell." With that, he was the first to turn and depart, the other Grand Luo following suit, cupping their fists and quickly turning to leave. They feared that if they did not depart swiftly, they would be unable to suppress the fire in their hearts and engage in a desperate battle with Thunshin, whose venomous tongue was excessively infuriating. Chapter 94. Gathering of the Dragon Clan. Watching the departing divine clan Grand Luo, Thunshin's figure transformed once more into a stream of light, descending upon the primordial earth, returning to his original form. At this moment, the colossal form of the ancestral dragon, spanning billions of miles across the East Sea, gradually opened its eyes. The cold, golden gaze swept indifferently across the heavens. With a disdainful snort, there was no trace of joy in his eyes at the retreat of the numerous divine clans. Instead, his expression grew grave. He understood well that the formidable beings of these primordial divine races would not easily relinquish their ambitions. Their current withdrawal was evidently a result of the might he had displayed, which left them without the assurance of victory. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have acted to suppress him. Having intervened, he surmised they had gauged his strength and determined they could not triumph over him. Thus, in the future, they would undoubtedly gather even more powerful entities, either to challenge his supremacy or to unite in defeating him. Such a coalition would likely materialize when various divine clans joined forces against the ferocious beast races. Moreover, convening so many powerful beings from the divine clans would not be a trivial endeavor. It appeared that he would have much to occupy himself with in the days to come. Glancing around, he noticed that many of the great Luo golden immortals, possessing his dragon lineage, had arrived. Each stood respectfully at a distance of billions of miles, their expressions filled with reverence as they gazed upon the grand ancestral dragon hovering in the sky. When he had passed down his bloodline, he had also embedded a fragment of information within it, the most crucial of which was the dragon transformation secret. This is a technique that every cultivator awakened with the bloodline of the dragon can practice. This method enhances the dragon blood within the cultivator, and upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one can embody the true form of the divine dragon. The celestial beings before us, the great Luo golden immortals, have all achieved proficiency in the transformation of the dragon technique. When they invoke this technique, they can indeed manifest the true form of the divine dragon. However, the manifestations they produce pale in comparison to the current presence of the Devourer of Heaven, even the most powerful among the great Luo golden immortals, whose divine dragon form merely measures 70 million zhong, falls short when juxtaposed with the Devourer, whose colossal physique, even at the level of the primordial golden immortal, reached an astonishing 1 billion zhong. Now, its enormity is beyond imagination, rendering even the dragon whiskers drifting from its head insignificant by comparison. it is clear how immense the Devourer's form truly is. Any cultivator who has practiced the transformation of the dragon technique, upon witnessing the ancestral dragon's manifestation before them, cannot help but exhibit expressions of reverence, longing, and hope. The ancestral dragon here is of unimaginable size, and its terrifying power undoubtedly surpasses countless formidable beings of the Primordial era, standing atop the pyramid of strength, transcending even the great Luo Golden Immortal. The East Sea is the nearest to this location. Since you have all arrived, come forth. The voice of the Devourer resonated in the ears of the many great Luo Golden Immortals. At that moment, they felt the vast, majestic aura before them dissipate, replaced by a gentle presence enveloping them. Under the influence of this aura, they sensed the dragon blood within them boiling, and one by one, they involuntarily manifested their divine dragon forms, soaring towards the formidable figure of the Devourer. Yet, their divine dragon forms were minuscule compared to the Devourer. Even a single scale of his could effortlessly crush this multitude. However, the Eastern Sea was immensely vast, and nearly 100 dragon lords, imbued with dragon lineage and willing to heed his call, gathered, a number that left him somewhat astonished. After all, post-creation, the lingering primal energy had not yet dissipated, and the beings born once it did were vastly different. Before the primal energy was consumed by the beast tribe, the emergence of any innate divine race required tremendous fortune and destiny, with those able to transcend myriad tribulations to become deities possessing immense potential. Indeed, many, like the Devourer himself, were born as great golden immortals. Yet, after the primal energy was devoured by the beast tribe, the vitality of the world surged dramatically, resulting in an exponential increase in the number of beings birthed. Consequently, the heavenly treasures and fortunes available to these newly formed beings were exceedingly scarce, and many innate beings emerged with cultivation levels below that of a golden immortal, lacking even the qualifications to be deemed an innate divine race. Nevertheless, this time, such a multitude of great golden immortals had convened in the Eastern Sea, a fact that indeed took him by surprise. As he calculated, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. The abundant life forms emerging from the East Sea were largely due to the countless incarnations he had sent forth to preach and impart wisdom over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, culminating in today's achievements. Chapter 95. The Baptism of Dragon Blood. Tunshin gazed at the approaching divine dragons, pondering for a moment. He gently extended his dragon claw, and a droplet of resplendent golden dragon blood, akin to a radiant sun of divine gold, dripped from his claw. Though merely a single droplet, its aura exerted an immense pressure upon all the great Luo, overwhelming them. Tunshin's colossal form towered to unimaginable heights, and even a single drop of his blood possessed a volume comparable to that of the most formidable dragon race powerhouses, measuring several tens of millions of zhong. With a gentle wave of his hand, the golden dragon blood floated gracefully before the many great Luo of the dragon race. You have heeded my call to join the dragon lineage and become a part of my kind. I shall not be remiss in my generosity towards you. This droplet of my blood contains the essence of my numerous teachings. Each of you may refine it according to your own abilities. The gains will be determined by your merit. In that instant, the eyes of the assembled great Luo of the dragon race gleamed with fervor. The moment Tunshin's blood fell, they were seized by a frenzied impulse, an instinctive drive rooted deep within their very beings. To assimilate that solitary droplet of ichor is to undergo a monumental metamorphosis. To absorb it entirely is to evolve into a state of unparalleled perfection. With Devourer stationed here as a bulwark, even as their very cells urged them toward action, their rationality suppressed the throbbing impulse within their bosoms. With the progenitor dragon present, how dare they act presumptuously? Now, with Devourer's pronouncement that this drop of dragon blood was theirs to refine as they saw fit, these grand Luo immortals could no longer restrain themselves. Draconic physiques soared toward the droplet of ichor, and as they drew near, they sensed the draconic lineage within them seething with fervor. Many of these draconic forms fissured, crimson ichor spraying forth, blood not of the dragon, now expelled from their bodies by the surging draconic essence. As those alien essences were purged, the forms of the grand Luo immortals who approached the Ichor began to transmute. Their original forms had not been those of dragons, but through the cultivation of dragon transformation incantations, their shapes had gradually approximated those of the dragon race, though their true forms still retained much of their original aspect. But now, as they neared the progenitor dragon's blood and began to absorb the power it contained, their true forms began to alter. Their original shapes crumbled, and they rapidly metamorphosed in the image of the dragon forms they had manifested, evolving from mere dragon descendants into true dragons. Partake also, and each claim a droplet. Devourer's gaze swept toward the distance, where those of a tier below, the grand Luo immortals, the golden immortals of the supreme unity, awaited. Compared to the over 100 great Luo golden immortals, the number of Tai golden immortals is far greater, reaching up to 50,000. The quantity of golden immortal level dragons is even more unimaginable, likely numbering in the millions. However, despite the vast numbers of golden immortals and Tai golden immortals among the dragon clans, the combined might of these two major tiers of dragons might not suffice to absorb a single drop of ancestral dragon's blood. The blood of Tian is overwhelmingly potent. Even a most ordinary drop from his body contains power that surpasses that of a great Luo golden immortal, far beyond the capacity of those two levels of cultivators to absorb. After a moment of contemplation, Tian pointed downward, and from the depths of the EC, a colossal sphere of azure water, spanning 10,000 jom, rose from the ocean floor. This sphere, radiant and multicolored, was imbued with immense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Known as the Heavenly One Divine Water, a renowned treasure of the EC, it possesses the ability to nurture all living things. A single drop of this water is sufficient to assist a golden immortal in cleansing their marrow and refining their essence. With a gesture, Tian let a drop of ancestral dragon's blood fall into the Heavenly One Divine Water. Instantly, the vast sphere of water, spanning 10,000 jom, was transformed into a dazzling golden hue. The infusion of the ancestral dragon's blood enhanced the efficacy of the Heavenly One Divine Water 1,000-fold. Yet it also meant that the blood was diluted by 1,000,000-fold. Golden immortals and Tai golden immortals of the dragon clans step forward. How much you can absorb depends entirely on your own destiny and fortune. With a wave of his hand, Tian caused countless rays of light to shimmer in the void. A surge of immense power solidified a section of space, transforming it into a colossal pool. Under Tian's manipulation, the Qiani divine water, now tinged with gold, descended into the pool, filling it to the brim. A collective roar of elation erupted from the ranks of golden immortals and grand unity golden immortal level dragon cultivators in the distance. They repeatedly kowtowed to Tian in gratitude. Subsequently, they manifested their true dragon forms and surged toward the golden pool. They could feel their bloodlines surging with vitality, their draconic essence flourishing, as if an ancient divine beast was awakening within them. The grand unity golden immortal level dragon cultivators transformed into their original forms. However, under the influence of the ancestral dragon's blood, their original bloodlines were gradually expelled, initiating their transformation toward the primordial dragon form. However, certain races, though not comparable to the dragon lineage, possess a diluted essence of the ancestral dragon's blood that cannot expel the other bloodlines within them. Instead, the ancestral dragon's blood begins to merge with those indelible bloodlines, giving rise to dragon blood cultivators markedly different from the traditional lineage of the ancestral dragon of devouring heaven. Some sprout twin wings, others lack dragon horns, while some possess only the dragon's head and body, yet are devoid of claws. Among a plethora of diverse dragonkin that begin to emerge at this moment. Chapter 96, striking across the void upon witnessing this, devouring heaven felt no surprise. Among these cultivators, many are innate beings born of the Tao of heaven's creation, though they may not rival the divine races. The innate beings birthed from the Tao naturally possess their own wonders, making it unsurprising that they can withstand the encroachment of the ancestral dragon's blood. Here, Some have even questioned why those of the great Luo Golden Immortal level are able to transform into true members of the divine dragon lineage. The reason lies in the fact that what they have absorbed is the true bloodline of the Devourer, rather than the significantly diluted dragon blood. Furthermore, those who become great Luo Golden Immortals, yet are still infiltrated by the dragon lineage, indicate that these beings are not innate creatures, but rather acquired beings, born from the union of other innate beings or various other causes. Thus, the bloodline within them cannot withstand the assimilation of dragon blood, rendering it weaker than that of the Golden Immortals or the Tai Golden Immortals. Devourer's gaze swept the surroundings, observing the countless dragon kin beneath the realm of Golden Immortals. Their eyes filled with longing. Unable to contain himself, Devourer shook his head and remarked, "Your cultivation is far too feeble to bear the power of the ancestral dragon's blood. Even if it were diluted 1,000,000 times, you would still be unable to absorb it." At this point, Devourer glanced at the golden pool and, after a moment of contemplation, waved his hand. Half of the golden liquid within the pool surged forth, propelled by his command, ascending into the heavens. Boom! The thunderous roar echoed across the firmament as dark, ominous clouds swept in from all directions. Within mere breaths, torrential rain cascaded down, much to the delight of the dragon kin, who sensed the rich aura of the ancestral dragon's blood permeating the downpour. In an instant, the bloodlines of countless dragons began to seethe, compelling them to involuntarily channel the transformation techniques, drawing in the ancestral dragon's blood that filled the air to fortify their own dragon bloodlines. Suddenly, Devourer lifted his gaze to the four corners, a hint of coldness flickering across his countenance. To dare intercept the return of my dragonkin midway is tantamount to seeking death. As the conversation unfolded, a colossal dragon claw reached out towards a certain corner of the void, its unparalleled might tearing through the immeasurable expanse of time, thereby crushing a hidden great Luo Golden Immortal with ease. Such insignificant beings dared to expose their inadequacies. The immense dragon claw transcended the boundaries of time and space, landing towards the direction of the Western Sea. In the Western Sea, the dragon kin, heedful of the call of the ancestral dragon, advanced fervently towards the Eastern Sea. Yet, the vastness of the primordial world rendered their endeavor to traverse the entirety of this realm towards the Eastern Sea a near impossibility. After all, the primordial world teemed with formidable beings who would not permit their passage unchallenged, just as the multitude of dragons in the Western Sea found themselves at a loss. A dragon claw, immense beyond measure, tore through the layers of time and space and thunderously descended before them. The familiar aura emanating from this claw, rooted deep within their bloodline, compelled countless dragons to kneel in reverence, proclaiming their homage to the ancestral dragon. The vastness of the Western Sea rivaled that of the Eastern Sea, boasting nearly 100 great Luo Golden Immortals among its ranks. However, upon witnessing the magnificent dragon claw before them, each was struck with a profound sense of awe. The ancestral dragon was indeed formidable, and it was no wonder that it could manifest its might within the currents of fate, rallying the entire dragon clan to unite. The great Luo Dao fruit, verily, this transcends the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, reaching the zenith of its existence. Those of the dragon kin who have surpassed the Golden Immortal stage, accompany me to the Eastern Sea. Those below the Golden Immortal stage, follow the guidance imprinted within your minds and converge. Ere long, I shall grace the Western Sea, and at that time, I shall assuredly guide ye to attain the divine dragon body. The immensely majestic and resounding voice of Tun Tian echoed in the ears of numerous dragonkin powerhouses, eliciting joyous acclamations from countless dragons. An exceedingly colossal dragon claw gently grasped at the various great Luo Golden Immortals, Grand Unity Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortal level dragons, gathering millions of dragons into its hold. Subsequently, golden radiance illuminated the immense dragon claw, shielding the numerous dragon cultivators within its grasp. The dragon claw then retreated from the spatial rift, which swiftly mended itself. Those of the dragon kin who had not even reached the Golden Immortal stage now began to journey towards a certain location in the Western Sea, guided by the imprint left in their minds by Tun Tian. Chapter 97. Impartiality Above the Eastern Sea. Tun Tian's immense divine dragon form quivered slightly as a dragon claw withdrew from the void. Instantly, over 100 great Luo golden immortals, tens of thousands of grand unity golden immortals, and 1,000,000 golden immortals materialized in the void. This formidable array was only slightly inferior to that of the Eastern Sea. Great Luo dragons from the Western Sea, this is the opportunity one bestow upon you. How much you gain depends on your own capabilities. With a mere flick of his finger, Devourer propelled an immense droplet of blood towards the assembled Grand Luo cultivators. Simultaneously, another droplet, merged with a substantial quantity of primordial divine water, soared towards the myriad golden immortals and Tai golden immortals of the Western Sea. My gratitude to Ancestral Dragon. At this moment, a practitioner of the dragon lineage was filled with exhilaration as the essence emanating from the Ancestral Dragon's blood ignited their dragon bloodline, causing it to surge within them. The dragon transformation art instinctively activated, prompting each of them to alter their forms, revealing their true dragon bodies as they rushed towards the Ancestral Dragon's blood. The stirring from the depths of their bloodlines sent them all into a fervent cheer. Subsequently, the Devourer of Worlds took action, summoning the great Luo Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortals gathered from the South Sea and North Sea. For him, whose physical body had already reached the quasi-saint realm and whose cultivation approached the 5th layer of the great Luo Dao fruit, this task was not overly arduous. The primary reason for this ease lay in the absence of Hunyuan Great Luo, or even Hunyuan saint-level beings within the present primordial world. Their paths had yet to manifest, leaving the primordial realm in a state of void. Thus, the Devourer of Worlds could effortlessly traverse various space-time continuums, transitioning from the East Sea directly to the West Sea with remarkable ease. However, this would not hold true in the future, once Hunyuan-level beings emerged within the primordial world. Each having refined their unique fundamental laws, they would radiate around them, creating diverse obstacles across the primordial lands. In such a scenario, penetrating space-time with one's power would no longer be a simple feat. Only a saint could accomplish it with ease. The beings from the 4 seas were swiftly gathered by the Devourer of Worlds. Likewise, numerous dragon bloodlines from the primordial realm were hastening towards the East Sea. However, fierce beasts and the might of the divine race obstructed many powerful individuals, leaving only a few dragons able to reach the East Sea. The Devourer of Worlds treated all equally, bestowing a drop of ancestral dragon blood upon every great Luo golden immortal, enabling them to purify their bloodlines and transform from descendants of the dragon lineage into true members of the divine dragon clan. The Tai golden immortal, at the realm of the golden immortal, absorbs the diluted blood of the primordial dragon, though most transform into the divine dragon lineage. A small fraction of the dragon clan remains unable to fully metamorphose into the divine dragon form. Observing the many dragons with downcast expressions, the voice of the Devourer resounded softly. There is no need for sorrow. The blood of the primordial dragon I bestow is sufficient for all of you to transform into the divine dragon lineage. However, you are different. It is evident that the bloodlines within you possess the potential to contend with my own. This is not a misfortune for you. Lord Primordial Dragon, do you imply that our inability to fully transform into the divine dragon lineage is due to the presence of other formidable bloodlines within us? What shall we do? A dragon who failed to achieve complete transformation and instead grew dual wings appeared despondent, surprised to learn that his incomplete metamorphosis stemmed from other powerful bloodlines within him. You need not be disheartened. The Devourer's voice echoed. The bloodlines capable of contending with my primordial dragon blood are undoubtedly potent. With your dragon lineage as the foundation, you can absorb the other bloodlines within you. In doing so, while you may not be considered pure-blooded dragons, you will still belong to the dragon clan and acquire abilities that pure-blooded dragons lack. If any of those bloodlines are exceptionally strong through the act of absorption, It is not impossible to give rise to powers surpassing those of pure-blooded dragons. Such a possibility is indeed promising. Numerous hybrid dragon clans also grew elated. In the current primordial world, the notion of bloodlines was non-existent. Power reigned supreme. Anything that could grant them formidable strength was deemed most desirable. Had it not been for the heaven-devouring lineage facilitating their cultivation and expediting their progress, would they have willingly transformed their species to become dragons? As time gradually elapsed, a multitude of dragons absorbed the ancestral dragon blood left by Heaven Devourer. Their physical forms underwent constant alterations, and each breakthrough in the dragon transformation art brought about significant changes in their bloodlines. One after another, pure-blooded divine dragons shed their original lineages, completely metamorphosing into dragons. Heaven Devourer quietly awaited the culmination of the transformation and perfection of all dragon bloodlines. This metamorphosis was personally overseen by him, and naturally, he desired no errors to arise. He vigilantly monitored the situation. This wait lasted a full decade. When the final dragon ceased its transformation, Heaven Devourer waved his hand, scattering the ancestral dragon blood and the dragon blood mixed with heavenly one divine water into the East Sea. Countless other sea creatures frantically vied for it, hoping to acquire the dragon bloodline and gain the eligibility to become members of the dragon clan. Chapter 98. Coping with ferocious beasts above the East Sea. Heaven Devourer gazed upon the pure-blooded divine dragons and the hybrid dragons that had completely transformed into dragons. His heart swelled with pride. This was the grand scheme orchestrated by Tun Tion, utilizing the entire primordial land as a chessboard, with the 4 seas and numerous aquatic domains as pawns, to nurture the present-day dragon clan and elevate them to become the paramount race in the primordial world. With a resounding roar, Tun Tion couldn't help but exult skyward. For over 100,000 years since his genesis, he had finally established his foundation, bringing the dragon clan into existence upon the primordial land and ascending them to the apex of all races. Such an accomplishment filled him with a sense of heroic pride and unparalleled vigor. Resonant dragon roars echoed from the direction of the East Sea, drawing the attention of many powerful races and forces within the primordial world, their gazes tinged with displeasure. At Blood Emperor Mountain, as the faint dragon roars carried over, Shenni's expression grew exceedingly grim. Incompetent fools. The bunch of innate deities couldn't even prevent the emergence of the dragon clan. They pride themselves on their abilities, seeking to defeat me and dominate the primordial world. If they can't even suppress the ancestral dragon, how can they possibly contend with me? If it weren't for those old relics secretly interfering, the innate deities would have long been slaughtered by my hand. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. The beast kings of the ferocious beast clan spoke in unison. Among them, one beast king, with a glint in his eyes, stepped forward and bowed slightly toward Shen and I. Your Majesty, since the dragon clan's emergence is now inevitable, why not disrupt the situation and then watch from the sidelines as the tigers fight? Shen and I regarded him with a smile. Brain Demon Beast King, do you have a viable strategy? The Beast King appeared emaciated, resembling a gaunt skeleton. Notably, his head was disproportionately large, a spherical, egg-shaped cranium devoid of features save for 7 orifices, presenting a bizarre visage. Yet, amidst the naturally grotesque forms of the ferocious beast race, the Brain Demon Beast King's appearance was paradoxically unremarkable. Your Majesty, the Brain Demon Beast King said with a slight bow, my solution is straightforward. Your Majesty could personally visit the dragon clan's ancestral dragon, expressing a sincere interest in forming an alliance to eradicate the innate divine race. Shenny frowned, retorting, how could the dragon clan possibly ally with the ferocious beast race? My ferocious beast race has historically clashed with the innate divine race. Even if I were willing to set aside our differences, the ancestral dragon is no fool. How could he possibly agree to such a proposition? We need not secure his agreement, the Brain Demon Beast King said with a sinister smile. We merely need to disseminate the notion that we are exploring an alliance, thereby alerting the myriad divine races of the primordial world. As it stands, the Dragon Clan commands 1/5 of the vast primordial fortune, while my ferocious beast race holds over 30%. Should our two races unite, we would collectively control more than half of the primordial fortune. Upon learning of our potential alliance, the primordial divine races will undoubtedly view the dragon clan with suspicion. Indeed, the more formidable members of the innate divine race may even seek to instigate conflict with the ancestral dragon. In this manner, a rift is destined to arise between the dragon clan and the primordial divine clan. Given the already tenuous relationship they have displayed, their situation is precarious. Should His Majesty employ such a stratagem, the powerful figures of both clans are bound to harbor mutual suspicions, leading to a schism in their relations. At that juncture, the fortune of the primordial divine clan may fracture, allowing our fierce beast clan to once again overshadow them and ascend as the preeminent race of the primordial realm. The brain demon beast king chuckled with confidence. However, upon hearing this, Shun and I did not acquiesce as he had anticipated. Instead, he donned a contemplative expression. Is it truly wise to instigate a division between the primordial divine clan and the ancestral dragon? While it could indeed serve as a cunning ploy, it also presents significant complications. Should the dragon clan sever ties with the primordial divine clan, although their fortunes may plummet temporarily, given the ancestral dragon time to recuperate, the dragon clan could swiftly rise in strength. Your Majesty, the brain demon beast king interjected with a sardonic smile. If the dragon clan breaks away from the primordial divine clan, would you, as a formidable entity within that clan, be willing to stand idly by while the dragon clan continues to flourish? He continued, the primordial divine clan is far less united than our fierce beast clan. They would incessantly suppress the dragon clan, denying it any opportunity for growth. Indeed, this approach is worth considering. Shin and I nodded slowly, yet suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired, but what if the ancestral dragon is willing to ally with me? Chapter 99. The visit from the divine reversal. The divine reversal proposed an alternative possibility. Given the current strength of the dragon clan, the primordial divine clan would undoubtedly employ every means at their disposal to counterbalance him. If the ancestral dragon, unwilling to endure further humiliation, truly agreed to join forces with me to confront the primordial divine clan, such a scenario would not be out of the question. This would indeed be advantageous. The brain demon beast king reflected momentarily before promptly responding. Although our fierce beast clan currently suffers from the backlash of fortune, we remain the foremost race in the wilderness. Should the dragon clan ally with us, they too would bear a portion of the backlash, which would ultimately benefit us. Furthermore, the dragon clan's immense power means that if your Majesty were to unite with the ancestral dragon, it would be akin to having two innate treasures assisting us. While defeating the divine clan may be a stretch, we could at least stand on equal footing with them. Presently, the various races of the wilderness are unaware that we are, in fact, waiting for them to make their move against us. Should the divine clan initiate an attack, our fierce beast clan could sever our ties to ensure survival and subsequently join forces with the dragon clan. Even if we were to face eventual defeat, our fierce beast clan would not be driven to extinction, as there would still be a glimmer of hope. The brain demon beast king spoke slowly, a glimmer of hope. Indeed, how capricious is the heavenly Tao? In the past, our fierce beast clan reveled in dominance over the wilderness. Yet now we are compelled by the primordial divine clan to resort to self-preservation. With a cryptic smile, Shenny muttered to himself, his form gradually dissolving into nothingness, his presence fading from Blood Emperor Mountain. Meanwhile, upon the eastern sea, the convergence of dragon bloodlines had led to the dominion of the entire region by dragon cultivators. Traversing the western, southern, and northern seas, Tun Tian employed his ancestral dragon blood to sanctify the various dragon clans, causing their numbers to swell exponentially, effectively claiming all four seas. Tun Tian had also long since produced the four seas dragon palaces he had crafted, situating them in the depths of each sea, utilizing the inherent water laws to establish formidable arrays. With the propulsion of the four seas laws, these formations shall operate eternally, capable of withstanding even the assaults of formidable primordial beings without faltering. With such a protective layer in place, Tun Tian establishes his dominion over the eastern sea. The existence of teleportation arrays facilitates seamless travel among the four seas, allowing Tun Tian to effortlessly manage various affairs within this realm and initiate the formal operations of the Dragon Clan. Following the establishment of the Dragon Clan, Tun Tian perceives the immense fortune enveloping him. As the Dragon Clan expands across the four seas, the fortune he can harness grows increasingly potent. Previously, even with the aid of the Creation Jade Disc, it was challenging to comprehend the Tao laws. However, now, with the support of this vast fortune, his understanding progresses resolutely. He believes that given another 10,000 years, he shall attain the fifth layer of the great Tao fruit, achieving a state of consummate perfection. At the fourth layer of the great Tao fruit, he already senses his power transcending the majority of primordial true immortals. Upon reaching the fifth layer, he shall undoubtedly stand on par with the primordial golden immortals. By that time, in the vast wilderness of Hongwang, only the reincarnated forms of the chaotic demon gods may pose a semblance of threat. Otherwise, no being shall rival him. In a span of 10,000 years, he foresees a time when none shall stand against him, when he alone could eradicate the ferocious beast clan and subdue the divine rebels. At that moment, the Dragon Clan will sweep across Hongwang, consolidating the fortune of the entire realm to aid his cultivation. Tun Tian's gaze shimmers with divine light as he contemplates the potential crises that may arise during this journey. Suddenly, Tun Tian furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze to the vast sky above. His form silently vanished within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, only to reappear in the skies above the tranquil waters. Observing the calm expanse of the East Sea, Tun Tian's eyes turned toward a nearby void. In a voice laced with indifference, he called out to Shun Ni, "Since you have come, why hide in the shadows? Reveal yourself." Truly, he was the ancestor dragon, the progenitor of the primordial dragon clan, the apex of all dragons. A faint blood-red luminescence flickered in the void as Shun Ni stepped forth. His expression tinged with nostalgia as he regarded Tun Tian. "Your strength has now surpassed that of all the formidable beings among the innate divine clans. In merely 100,000 years, your rate of advancement is astonishing, truly beyond belief." Shun Ni remarked, his admiration for Tun Tian evident. A being who emerged merely 100,000 years ago from the innate divine clan has, in such a brief span, not only elevated his cultivation to a level unimaginable to other divine clans, but has also established a colossal legacy for the dragon race. Such prowess commands respect from all, even from Shun Ni himself. Tun Tian regarded him with a placid expression, slowly inquiring, "What brings you here, Shun Ni? Surely, it is not merely to congratulate me on the establishment of the Dragon Clan?" A hint of mockery laced his voice, for it was he who had slain the Beast King Qiongqi, causing a significant decline in the fortunes of the Beast Clan. The enmity between them was profound, making it hard to believe that Shun Ni's visit bore any goodwill. Chapter 100. The Invitation of the Divine Reversal. This is merely one reason. If it were only for this matter, it would not merit my personal presence here. The Divine Reversal spoke with an air of tranquility, unfazed by the mocking remarks of the Devourer. The Devourer gazed intently at the Divine Reversal, and after a prolonged silence, finally said, "Speak plainly. There is no need for riddles here." The Divine Reversal cast a glance at him, then surveyed the surroundings before inquiring, "Are you certain you wish for me to speak here? I have heard that you established the Crystal Palace at the bottom of the East Sea, which is regarded as one of the most exquisite locations in the entire primordial realm. I wonder if I might have the honor of visiting as a guest." "Absolutely not." The Devourer rejected without hesitation. "The Crystal Palace is a sanctuary that I have painstakingly built. While I may extend an invitation to you, the Divine Reversal, you shall not be included in that circle. We are adversaries. The Beast Clan and the Primordial Divine Clan have never been allies. Your entry into the Crystal Palace could very well harbor hidden schemes. If you have something to say, do so plainly here." Upon hearing this, the Divine Reversal let out a cold snort, suppressing the anger that simmered within. He spoke slowly, "Dragon friend, my purpose for coming here is quite simple. The Dragon Clan currently occupies 1/5 of the primordial fortune, while my Beast Clan holds 1/3. We, the Beast Clan, are willing to form an alliance with the Dragon Clan to confront the Primordial Divine Clan. Both of us possess treasures that rival the innate divine artifacts. Should we join forces, those inept beings within the Primordial Divine Clan would be utterly powerless against us. What say you? Upon the conclusion of Shun Ni's words, a profound silence enveloped the expanse above the Eastern Sea. Yet, the surrounding void could not suppress its agitation. Ethereal presences traversed the emptiness, hastening from the distant primordial lands toward this very location. Echoes of furious exclamations reverberated through the air. Shun Ni, do you truly believe that your attempt to entice the Dragon Clan to fracture the fortunes of the Primordial Divine Clan is not an exceedingly juvenile ruse? Indeed, the Dragon Clan stands as the foremost race among us, and the Ancestor Dragon is a paragon of strength within the Primordial Divine Clan. Do you presume that you can merely win over the Ancestor Dragon? Your Beast Clan is currently suffering a backlash of fortune, soon to become a target of the Heavenly Tao's wrath. Would an alliance with you not drag the Dragon Clan into the mire? Voices resonated from a void, some reproaching Shun and I, while others urged the Ancestor Dragon. Those who spoke were none other than the most formidable beings in the primordial realm, existing at the pinnacle of Tao attainment, possessing formidable cultivation, enabling them to traverse space and convey their messages. Silence. You are as bothersome as a swarm of flies. Shun Ni's countenance turned frigid, and with a resounding command, he obliterated all transmitted information, severing the channels through which the Primordial Divine Clan's experts communicated, rendering them temporarily incapable of relaying messages. Subsequently, Shun Ni slightly shook his head, casting his gaze toward the Ancestor Dragon of the Devouring Sky. What are your thoughts on my proposed course of action? An alliance with the Beast Clan? A flicker of astonishment crossed the gaze of the Devourer. He then shook his head and said, "How long do you believe the Beast Clan can endure in its current state? Countless ferocious beasts continue to ravage the primordial lands, and the karmic retribution bestowed by the Heavenly Tao has driven the Beast Clan to the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, my Dragon Clan is on the rise. What makes you think I would ally with you at this juncture? Furthermore, how can the Beast Clan possibly compare to the Primordial Divine Clan? As a member of the Primordial Divine Clan myself, why would I not assist them in vanquishing you before claiming my share of the primordial realm? They will not allow your Dragon Clan to grow unchecked." The god of rebellion sneered coldly, casting a sweeping glance around. At this moment, the powerful figures of the Primordial Divine Clan had re-established communication channels and regained control of the situation here. The emergence of the Dragon Clan has indeed greatly enhanced the fortune of your ancestral dragon, yet none of the other beneficiaries among the Primordial Divine Clan have gained anything. Will they simply stand by and watch you monopolize this bounty? How many from the Dragon Clan have come to heed your call? I find it hard to believe you are unaware of the dynamics at play. The Devourer shook his head, responding, "This is an internal matter of the Primordial Divine Clan. If they dare to obstruct my Dragon Clan, they are courting death. The threads of causality have already been woven, and the reckoning will come in due time. However, you are different. You are the leader of the Beast Clan, inherently an adversary of the Divine Clan. I do not see what benefits could arise from collaborating with you, or what gains the Dragon Clan could achieve. No, you could indeed acquire substantial benefits." The divine eyes of Shun Ni glimmered with brilliance. "As long as we collaborate, we can seize a substantial portion of the fortune of the primordial world. Coupled with the two supreme treasures in our possession, vanquishing the innate divine race would be effortless. If we emerge victorious, the Dragon Clan and the ferocious beasts will reign over the entirety of the primordial realm. At that juncture, we shall delineate our territories. You will command the 4 seas and half of the primordial expanse, while the other half and the cosmic firmament shall belong to my ferocious Beast Clan. What do you say?" Chapter 101. A firm refusal. Tunshin slowly raised his head, his expression devoid of the earlier resolution. It was evident that Shun Ni's words had stirred his heart. In the primordial world, if there were individuals capable of sweeping across the entire realm in unison, it would undoubtedly be Tunshin and Shun and I. Their prowess stood at the pinnacle of the current primordial world, and they were on the verge of transcending into the realm of chaos. Of course, although their cultivation was formidable, they were not without rivals. Within the innate divine race, there should be 2 or 3 who could match their level, and many others who were slightly inferior. However, once the 2 individuals wield the primordial treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian, along with the god-slaying spear, the situation will experience a breathtaking reversal. The formidable power of these 2 treasures is immense. With their current cultivation, they are entirely capable of unleashing a third of the treasure's might. It is essential to recognize that a congenital treasure is equivalent to the existence of a Honyuan saint. A treasure exhibiting a third of its power corresponds to the strength of a single hand of a Honyuan saint, which is sufficient to sweep across the present wilderness. In the absence of other treasures, their alliance renders them invincible. Although the congenital divine race possesses a congenital treasure, the Taiji diagram, known for its unparalleled defense, its offensive capabilities are merely adequate. In contrast, the god-slaying spear and the Hongmeng Liangtian are primarily offensive artifacts. To counter these 2 treasures, the congenital divine race would need to endure significant casualties. The likely outcome would be a narrow victory for the ferocious beasts and the dragon clan, while the congenital divine race faces a crushing defeat. Friend Zulong, do not be swayed by the words of Shun and I, echoed voices from the other members of the congenital divine race in the void. The ferocious beast tribe is exceedingly powerful, and your dragon clan is not even half as strong. Should our congenital divine race suffer defeat, do you truly believe that Shun and I would share the wilderness with you? He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to obliterate the dragon clan, allowing the wilderness to fall once more into the hands of the ferocious beasts. Hearing this, Shun and I sneered and retorted, "Do you think I am like your group, resorting to underhanded tactics? What I have promised will surely come pass. If you, Zulong, doubt my sincerity, I can swear an oath, with heaven as my witness. Should I renege, I shall face divine retribution. Thus, you may rest assured." Tunshin cast a glance at Shenny, letting out a profound sigh. "Shenny, your words indeed stir my heart, yet regrettably, I cannot consent to our collaboration." "Why?" Shenny furrowed his brow. "Our alliance holds great promise to vanquish the innate divine clan, and even should those old ones intervene, together we would be more than capable of facing them without fear. The ultimate fate of the fierce beast clan has already been sealed." Tunshin slowly directed his gaze towards the vast sky, his eyes becoming immeasurably profound. "In merely 10,000 years, the immense karma of the fierce beast clan shall truly descend, marking the day of their annihilation. I shall not permit the dragon clan to be drawn into the abyss by you. Depart." Tunshin was well aware that the fierce beast clan merely served as a tool for the heavenly Tao to dissipate the chaos of the primordial world. Now that the chaos has been thoroughly extinguished, the fierce beast clan holds no further value to the Hong Huang. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, they are nothing more than useless detritus occupying space. To align oneself with the ferocious beast clan is tantamount to opposing the very fabric of the celestial order. Despite the dragon clan and the ferocious beast clan currently possessing a significant portion of the primordial world's fortune, contravening the celestial order's operations will inevitably lead to a substantial erosion of the dragon clan's fortune. Swallowing the heavens would never engage in actions that offend the celestial order. Furthermore, the forthcoming cataclysm will undoubtedly herald the ascendancy of his dragon clan. The celestial order will invariably engender other formidable races to counterbalance the dragon clan's power, an emergence that is undeniable. The dragon clan's future will assuredly encompass dominion over the 4 seas, with a distinguished presence on the primordial land. It can be asserted that the dragon clan's future is infinitely promising. Now, as the celestial adversity seeks to drag him into an abyss, how could he possibly consent? Progenitor Dragon, celestial adversity's brow furrowed. Whether my ferocious beast clan will face annihilation is not for others to determine. I possess my own capabilities. Begone. Swallowing the heavens roared impatiently. Celestial adversity. The existence of the ferocious beast clan is utterly devoid of utility to the celestial order. In the eyes of the celestial order, the current ferocious beast clan is naught but refuse, and refuse must be purged. I treat you with respect as the sovereign of the ferocious beasts, and thus I engage in discourse with you. Yet, I never anticipated that you would deem me a fool. depart from the eastern sea immediately, or face the consequences of my displeasure. He emanated a terrifying, overwhelming aura, causing the myriad sea tribes within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles to flee in frantic terror. Even the golden immortal level sea tribes trembled in fear. Progenitor Dragon, how dare you subject me to such humiliation? The crimson light in celestial adversity's eyes flickered, being vehemently rebuked by swallowing the heavens and treated as a subordinate. How could such an act not enrage celestial adversity? Furthermore, with swallowing heaven's rejection of his invitation, divine retribution could no longer contain the mounting fury within his breast. Boom! A boundless crimson aura erupted from divine retribution, colliding fiercely with the energy emanating from swallowing heaven. Bang! The seawater within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles surged towards the firmament, as countless marine creatures struggled amidst the turmoil. In the ensuing moment, an invisible force swept across the waters, quelling the towering waves. This was swallowing heaven employing the dragon clan's mastery over water, forcefully restoring calm to the seas and saving the lives of countless beings in the Eastern Sea. Chapter 102. Formidable physique. Upon witnessing this, swallowing heaven, too, revealed his anger. The Eastern Sea was his domain, and divine retribution's actions had nearly led to the demise of countless lives. Had he succeeded, swallowing heaven, as the overlord of the Eastern Sea, would have suffered a complete loss of face. Divine retribution, if you desire a battle with me, then let us venture into the extraterrestrial starry skies. I await you there. In an instant, his figure vanished from the Eastern Sea, heading directly towards the extraterrestrial starry skies. Seeing this, divine retribution had no intention of continuing the battle in the Eastern Sea. He understood that if a great war were to erupt in the Eastern Sea, the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. However, swallowing heaven would retaliate by targeting the location of his ferocious beast clan, unleashing a massive slaughter upon them. With experts of their caliber engaging in combat, decimating those beneath the great Luo Dao fruit realm would be an effortless feat. The ferocious beast clan would be unable to withstand swallowing heaven's reprisal. He, too, vaulted into the extraterrestrial firmament. This realm, born from the genesis of Pangu, is a distinct void forged between the celestial ether and primordial chaos. Here lie the cosmic membranes, vestiges of Pangu's very skin, and the colossal astral bodies, each a pore upon his being. Yet with Pangu's fall, these pores sealed, and the pent-up energies within coalesced into the celestial spheres. Pangu's physique, of unparalleled fortitude, verges on the apex of chaos treasures. Even the clashes of Hunyuan sages in this realm cannot obliterate it, only inflict fleeting ruin, which time inexorably mends, restoring it to its pristine state. Here, in the extraterrestrial void, swallowing heaven unfurls his form, his ancestral dragon self, immeasurably vast, straddling the cosmos. The sheer magnitude of his presence weighs heavily upon the onlookers, the formidable entities of the innate divine race, each countenance etched with gravity. Such power eclipses their own. His physical form, the ancestral dragon's physique, surpasses ours, one of the innate divine race declared, discerning the core of the matter. Upon attaining the great Luo Dao fruit, our bodies, too, are elevated, yet at most, to a level rivaling a Hunyuan golden immortal. But the ancestral dragon's flesh may well have transcended this boundary, entering a higher echelon. Hiss! Are you suggesting that the ancestral dragon's physical form has reached the realm of the Hunyuan Great Luo? A primordial deity of significant power could not help but inhale sharply, remarking, indeed, only with such a formidable physique could his combat prowess attain such heights. The ancestral dragon's cultivation is now in no way inferior to a genuine golden immortal of the grandest prime. The impassive azure heaven then voiced a matter that cast a pall of silence over the assembled deities. The ancestral dragon is unexpectedly mighty. In obstructing the return of the primordial dragon clan to the Eastern Sea, have we not incurred his displeasure? A grand luo of the primordial deities revealed a wry smile. They had assumed the ancestral dragon's strength, while superior was only marginally so. Yet, Who could have foreseen his silent and seamless ascent to such a level? A power capable of utterly overwhelming them? There is no need for concern, a voice interjected. The Primordial Dragon Clan has commandeered too much of the primordial deity's fortune. As it stands, merely by uniting the dragon clans of the four seas, the ancestral dragon has already seized 1/5 of the primordial world's fortune. Should the Primordial Dragon Clan also enter the Eastern Sea, the ancestral dragon would commandeer at least 1/3 of the primordial world's fortune, establishing a tripartite dominion with our primordial deities and the ferocious beast race. This is a situation unacceptable to all of us. Should the ancestral dragon move against you, powerful figures among the primordial deities will naturally intercede. This unremarkable voice brought a measure of relief to the grand luo of the primordial deities. The ancestral dragon, a resounding voice reverberated through the cosmos as the formidable figure of the divine reversal manifested. It was an immense, blood-red behemoth, a colossal dragon of unfathomable proportions, rivaling even the sky swallower in physical grandeur, dominating a vast expanse of the starry sky. The corporeal form of the divine reversal astonishingly reached the level of the primordial great luo. How could this be possible? Many powerful beings from the innate divine clans could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. In their view, while the strength of the divine reversal surpassed theirs, it was likely that he had merely attained the 5th tier of the great Luo Dao fruit, achieving a state of consummate perfection, without having crossed the threshold in physical prowess. It is crucial to understand that achieving a body of primordial great Luo requires harnessing the true essence of the laws to break through. Without transcending the primordial, one cannot condense the essence of the laws, and thus cannot elevate the body to the realm of the primordial great luo. Yet, both the divine reversal and the ancestral dragon had accomplished this feat, leaving them in a state of shock. This signified that the combat prowess of the two had ascended to the level of the primordial golden immortal, potentially reaching its zenith, surpassing all others gathered there. Fortunately, the ancestral dragon had declined the invitation from the divine reversal. Had they truly formed an alliance with the power they now exhibited, the best we could hope for would be a tenuous resistance. However, if they were to wield those two supreme treasures, even the collective might of the innate divine clan's great luo would find themselves facing certain doom in their presence. A voice among the great luo articulated the unspoken fears of all present. Indeed, their combined might was formidable, surpassing their wildest estimations and inspiring a sense of awe. Chapter 103, Law Fusion, Extraterrestrial Battlefield. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, Shun Ni emanated boundless crimson energy, transforming the vast cosmos into a scarlet realm. Silently enveloping Tun Xian's immense form, countless laws manifested, solidifying the sanguine world into reality, akin to a true domain descending and suppressing Tun Tian. Crimson purgatory. In an instant, an endless expanse of sanguine tides inundated the heavens and the earth. Within the Scarlet World, extraterrestrial stars submerged by the Crimson Sea detonated in succession, revealing the lurking malice within the bloody waters, now transformed into the relentless scythe of death, hurtling toward Tun Tian, poised to strike him down. Petty tricks, Tun Tian scoffed. Are you not aware that the Dragon Clan are the foremost masters of water manipulation? To flaunt your skills before me is an act of sheer folly. He roared, his immense primordial spirit instantly seizing control of the sanguine tides within the Crimson Sea. With a bellow, the sanguine waters erupted in a frenzy, causing the entire Scarlet World to reverberate. Waves of terrifying power incessantly battered the Scarlet Domain as he leveraged the strength of the sanguine tides to assail the Crimson World, causing it to teeter on the brink of collapse. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air as the magnificent creature known as Tun Tian radiated a brilliant golden light. Its colossal form surged towards the Crimson World beyond, a realm birthed from the divine reversal. To Tun Tian, this blood-hued expanse appeared no more substantial than a mere sheet of paper. With its advance, the Crimson World was violently breached, creating a gaping hole as countless fragments of cosmic laws danced through the air. Yet, these shards could scarcely inflict a scratch upon Tun Tian's formidable flesh, leaving only faint, almost imperceptible white marks upon its scales. Upon breaking free, Tun Tian lunged towards the divine reversal, its resplendent golden claws entwined with chains of law, silently rending the void. With a single strike, it pierced the very fabric of reality, aiming a devastating blow at the head of the divine reversal. Should this strike connect, even the mightiest of forms would find it impossible to withstand the force of its claw. Roar! With a resounding roar, Shun Ni's tyrant dragon claw emitted a dazzling radiance. Countless laws intertwined around his claw, subtly forming a nascent world. This strike resembled a grand universe unleashed by Shun Ni, colliding head-on with Tun Tian's dragon claw. Tun Tian remained expressionless as a dreadful sharpness erupted from his dragon claw. Blinding lightning, akin to a celestial condemnation, descended, carrying a terrifying aura that pierced the firmament. Crashing violently upon the tyrant dragon claw, rather than employing other divine abilities, Tun Tian solely used the singular law of lightning to confront the crimson world formed by Shun Ni's myriad laws. Astonishingly, wherever the singular law of lightning passed, it effortlessly shattered the heavens and the earth, causing the crimson world to crumble. The blinding lightning transformed into the progenitor of all thunder, annihilating everything and obliterating all existence. Ultimately, the crimson world dissipated and Shun Ni staggered backward. On his massive right claw, a wound pierced by the grand avenue of lightning was clearly visible. What he found even more unbelievable was that this grand avenue of lightning was not merely a simple law of lightning, but also intermingled with countless other laws. You have actually achieved the fusion of laws, integrating other laws into a single law. A look of incredulity flashed in Divine Retribution's eyes. To fuse multiple laws into one requires mastery of the origin of laws, something only achievable upon becoming a grand primordial expert. Only by controlling the origin of laws can one gain a profound understanding and experience of them, thus enabling the seamless fusion of different laws. Otherwise, the laws would repel each other, making mutual fusion impossible. Have you stepped in the grand primordial realm? Divine Retribution furrowed his brows, but quickly shook his head. No, you haven't condensed the origin of laws, nor have you ever set foot in the grand primordial realm. How did you manage to fuse the laws? His gaze was filled with astonishment because Devour had accomplished something that all the cultivators in the entire primordial world had never achieved. This was perplexing. You don't need to know, Devour replied expressionlessly. Today, allow me to witness just how strong you, who have always sat upon the throne of the number one expert in the primordial world, truly are. Tens of thousands of years ago, when you and I fought, I had just been born and was far inferior to you. But now, I would like to test how much you have improved. Devour's body radiated a dazzling light as his cultivation was pushed to its limit. Combined with his powerful physique, his combat strength soared to an unimaginable level. At this moment, the universe and starry sky trembled, and countless stars exploded, unable to withstand his aura. He transformed into a blazing light, charging towards Divine Retribution. Boom! In the throes of a cosmic upheaval, two paragons of the primordial era unleashed a cataclysmic confrontation. The sheer magnitude of their battle resonated throughout the cosmos, instilling awe and trepidation in countless cultivators across the vast expanse of existence. Those capable of perceiving the dreadful emanations in the heavens trembled, knowing that a mere glance from such beings could obliterate them. Chapter 104. Divine Spear Sunders Flesh, Thunder. With a thunderous roar, the firmament reverberated with deafening peals as bolts of lightning illuminated the starlit expanse. Countless orbs of pure electrical energy coalesced in the heavens, their incandescent, ruinous, and terrifying aura causing the very fabric of space to unravel. Limitless destructive force coalesced into a colossal vortex, threatening to engulf the divine nihility. Annihilation, extinction. Nihility, in turn, invoked his formidable laws, unleashing crimson chains of order into the vortex, tearing it asunder. Yet, As the vortex shattered, the sanguine laws detonated, scattering into motes of light that dissipated into the void. Bloodfiend lightning. With a sweeping gesture, Nihility rent the heavens asunder, summoning a bolt of lightning from the depths of the firmament. Infused with ominous, deathly, and myriad negative energies, it descended with irresistible force upon Devourer. While not overwhelmingly potent, the aura emanating from the lightning stirred unease within Devourer. A peculiar force, indeed, imbued with traces of causality and karmic consequence. Yet, such things hold no sway over me. With a chilling laugh, the Devourer opened his mouth wide, revealing a pitch-black void that emerged from within. An overwhelming force ensnared the blood-fiend thunder, pulling it in with such ferocity that it had no time to unleash its power before being consumed whole. A resounding thud echoed from within the Devourer, and while the radiance surrounding him flickered momentarily, it swiftly regained its brilliance. Godslayer, draw forth your divine weapon. In this moment, your strength pales in comparison to mine, the Devourer proclaimed, throwing his head back in a mighty roar, his colossal ancestral dragon form coiling around him. Surrounding him, chains of cosmic law danced with grace, each movement birthing new worlds amidst the starlit expanse, countless realms manifesting in the blink of an eye, transforming into a dazzling constellation of galaxies. Absolute annihilation of the void. The Devourer lashed his tail, hurling the multitude of worlds toward the Godslayer. As each world surged forth, they detonated with cataclysmic force. The devastation wrought by a single world and its demise was unfathomable, let alone the combined annihilation of innumerable realms, radiating a terrifying light of extinction, as though seeking to obliterate the primordial chaos itself. What formidable prowess! The Godslayer's eyes sparkled with determination. In that instant, he resolved to hold nothing back. A crimson spear silhouette soared from behind him, an unprecedented wave of lethal intent engulfing the entire cosmos. Stars began to extinguish en masse amidst this terrifying aura, as the essence of life within them was utterly extinguished. Godslayer's spear, a harbinger of annihilation across countless realms. The sanguine silhouette wielded by the manipulator of divine rebellion instantaneously transmuted into a beam of crimson effulgence, hurtling towards the Devourer of heavens, where it collided with the terrifying light of annihilation. Thump! The entirety of the primordial world seemed to tremble at that instant, as resplendent light erupted forth. Formidable laws swept across the celestial river, utterly obliterating the region and dimming the firmament. This was an unprecedented cataclysm, a force capable of reverting all existence to primordial chaos, leaving the observing innate deities in a state of dumbfounded awe. Is this the true terror of the most supreme combat within the primordial world? Many innate deities, spectating from afar, murmured to themselves. What would be their fate if they were to engage such power? The reality was harsh. They would be effortlessly crushed. Their strength was insufficient even to qualify them as adversaries, a truth they found difficult to accept. What is that? As the masses were captivated by the dreadful collision, a beam of crimson light pierced through the annihilated region, the space that was no more. Suddenly, a sanguine glow illuminated the area, and the horrifying, chilling intent to kill, after a fleeting abatement, did not entirely succumb to oblivion. Instead, it gestated an even more dreadful destruction. An unimaginable undulation cleaved through the void, seemingly transcending the constraints of time. The instant it materialized, it arrived before the Devourer of heavens, affording him no opportunity to resist. The crimson light instantaneously perforated the Devourer's physique, leaving a gaping hole clear through in his flesh that was comparable to a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Roar! A mournful roar echoed through the galaxy as the formidable power of the laws within the Devourer surged forth, striving to mend the grievous wound. Yet, the scar left by the crimson radiance expanded ominously, as if possessed by a dreadful sorcery, spreading outward to threaten the very essence of his corporeal form. Sydney, you are courting death, the Devourer bellowed, his body suddenly aglow with a resplendent violet light. In an instant, the Devourer's form coalesced into a violet halo, encircling him. Under the illumination of this purple brilliance, the area pierced by the god-slaying spear saw all traces of crimson light rapidly dissipate, as the power capable of annihilating a saint's primordial spirit was extinguished beneath the violet glow. The colossal body of the Devourer, transformed into a purple ring, warped the fabric of space and time, instantaneously propelling itself beyond this realm. In the next moment, a streak of blood-red light swept by once more. Yet despite tearing through countless layers of reality, it could never draw near the violet halo, ultimately fading into nothingness. Chapter 105. The path of creation having wounded my true form, Shun and I shall flay you, alive today, so you may comprehend who stands as the supreme being in this primordial world. The Devourer's voice resonated with a chilling menace, imbued with a thirst for vengeance. Previously, he harbored little ire towards Shun and I. Their enmity was merely a matter of differing standings, a conflict born of necessity. However, now, due to Shun's actions, the Devourer felt an unquenchable desire to eradicate him. The violet halo trembled violently, as if time and space were distorted in that instant. The halo suddenly descended upon a starry expanse of the universe, crashing down with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, the Milky Way was extinguished, and a blood-red figure flickered briefly before vanishing. The next moment, blood splattered from that figure, only to disappear in an instant. Similarly, on the body of the Devourer, a crimson flash flickered. His formidable form also erupted with blood, yet restored itself in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the violet halo seemed omnipresent, continuously shimmering in the galactic expanse, descending time and again, forcing a blood-red radiance to evade repeatedly. A roar of divine rage and disbelief echoed through the galaxy. How could one possibly withstand the brilliance of the god-slaying spear? The spear devours the primordial spirit. Once the flesh is torn apart, even the primordial spirit of a saint of the mixed origin cannot escape its insatiable grasp. How do you resist the might of the god-slaying spear? You shall perish, and I shall enlighten you then. The cold voice of the Devourer resonated, as a mysterious yellow light illuminated the void. At that moment, the primordial measurement ruler was also wielded by the Devourer, transforming into an immeasurable force, resembling a colossal pillar supporting the heavens. Its slight tilt caused the vast cosmos to tremble. Such unparalleled power was utterly terrifying. How could Shun and I know that the god-slaying spear had indeed inflicted a tremendous wound upon swallowing heaven? Yet, each time the spear's intent and its invisible murderous aura were about to erupt, they were devoured by the violet radiance emanating from him, rendering the injuries left by the spear less significant than his rapid recovery. Be still. At that moment, the primordial measuring ruler erupted with a blinding brilliance. Wherever the profound yellow light traversed, the very fabric of space and time seemed to freeze. The purpose of the primordial measuring ruler was to gauge the dimensions of time and space, presenting a starkly different effect from the supreme defense of the heavenly yellow Ling Long Tower. Now, he was unleashing the full potential of the primordial measuring ruler, remeasuring the vastness of the cosmos. Break! Amidst the yellow light, a vivid crimson tore through layers of space, advancing towards swallowing heaven. At this moment, the god-slaying spear and Shun and I appeared to merge into one, unleashing unprecedented might against swallowing heaven. Even the primordial measuring ruler could not completely immobilize another innate treasure. Shun and I, since you dare to come, do not think of leaving. Swallowing heaven raised his hand, seizing the primordial measuring ruler. He then inhaled deeply, causing countless stars in the cosmic expanse to dim as he drained all their power. He infused his power into the primordial measuring rod, subsequently raising it high, striking a pose imbued with the profound mysteries of the Tao. Instantly, an incomprehensibly grand force erupted from the body of the Devourer, a formless momentum capable of shattering all, tearing apart the vastness, obliterating chaos, and reshaping the cosmos with supreme intent. Under this will, chaos itself would be sundered, and the laws of the Tao would retreat, a manifestation of the ultimate path of creation. The entire primordial universe trembled. Countless laws danced across the cosmos. As if in exultation, yet also in trepidation, even the heavenly Tao felt the tremors. A mere posture induced such monumental upheaval within the universe, drawing the attention of all present. Even those who had previously overlooked this spectacle now gazed into the cosmic starry expanse. Upon their gazes settling upon the Devourer, their expressions transformed dramatically, each one gazing in terror at the figure raised against the backdrop of the galaxy. Involuntarily uttering a name they would never forget from birth to demise. Pangu. Meanwhile, the divine adversary charging toward the Devourer also underwent a significant change in countenance. As the Devourer lifted the primordial measuring rod and performed that peculiar gesture, an inexplicable fear surged within him, a terror rooted deep within his very bloodline, reminiscent of the dread that lingered after the chaos demon god had been struck down by the celestial axe, a fear that even death could not erase. No, I am the divine adversary, the sovereign of the fierce beast clan. There is no one in heaven or on earth that I should fear. The divine rage surged forth, and at this moment, the god-slaying spear seemed to sense its master's unwavering resolve, a determination to forge ahead without looking back. The essence of both entities intertwined more profoundly, and a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted once again. Chapter 106. Seizing the first, opening the heavens. Raising the primordial measuring ruler, the Devourer trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that activating the essence of the opening heaven axe would demand such an immense expenditure of energy. Even as one who was on the brink of attaining the ultimate fruition of the Tao, he found his internal power diminished by more than half in an instant. With each passing moment, his strength rapidly waned. Indeed, the divine ability he invoked was none other than the opening heaven Tao, a profound understanding he had gleaned from refining the opening heaven axe and the creation jade disc over the years. The opening heaven Tao signifies calamity, both for adversaries and the cosmos, embodying the tribulations of existence and the chaos within. Divine rage, receive my strike. The first style of opening heaven. With the primordial measuring ruler raised aloft, countless chains of laws danced around him, a myriad of principles converging in a dazzling display. Infinite radiance flickered as myriad laws resonated. All paths bowed in submission, summoned forth by the opening heaven Tao, allowing him to ascend as the sovereign of the great Tao. Buzzing resonated through the air. As the heaven-swallowing wielded the primordial measuring ruler, time seemed to pause in that instant, the order of the vast universe crystallizing into stillness. The divine reversal, which surged forth and fused with the god-slaying spear, was now equally cast down to the mortal realm, its once unyielding speed faltering to a crawl. Only the primordial measuring ruler, wielded by the heaven-swallowing, maintained its unwavering velocity, descending with steadfast resolve. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens, a blinding radiance flashing across the cosmos, akin to a second sun rising between heaven and earth. A dreadful aura swept through the starry expanse, obliterating all in its path. Under such overwhelming power, the observing deities hastily took measures to protect themselves, striving to avoid being annihilated by that terrifying force. Time elapsed, an interval that felt both fleeting and interminable, until the universe returned to its prior visage, marred only by a grotesque fissure, as if the heavens themselves had suffered a grievous wound. This rift extended deep into the starry void, around which one could faintly discern the claw of a severed behemoth, swiftly consumed by the widening chasm. Roar! A golden divine dragon emerged in the celestial realm, standing amidst the cosmic expanse, drawing upon the boundless power of the stars. Its essence began to gradually restore, and its injuries healed. Meanwhile, the heaven-swallowing was imbued with a newfound will, a force that exuded an aura of invincibility. Indeed, the former divine reversal was the foremost being of the primordial era, having triumphed over countless foes and vanquished the powerful of the innate divine race. Acquiring this will only after gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao. This is the will of the foremost individual beneath the heavens, imbued with profound significance and blessed with the unique fortune of celestial order. The devourer of the heavens has vanquished the divine adversary. This extraordinary will and meaning have naturally undergone a transformation, shifting from the divine adversary to the devourer. Such a metamorphosis not only conferred considerable advantages upon the devourer, but also enhanced his fortune, granting him an alternative insight into the realm of complete perfection within the great Tao. The divine adversary, having fled in defeat, has ushered in an era where I, the ancestral dragon, shall henceforth be recognized as the preeminent being in the primordial world. My dragon clan shall ascend above the ferocious beasts, emerging as the new sovereign among all races. The voice of the devourer resounded throughout the cosmos, reverberating across the entire primordial realm, ensuring that all sentient beings are aware of this momentous event. From this day forward, the ancestral dragon is acknowledged as the most formidable existence in the primordial world, while the divine adversary has tumbled from his pedestal, having fallen from the status of the world's greatest. The dragon clan has likewise supplanted the ferocious beasts, establishing itself as the new leader of all races. Boom! As the resounding proclamation of the sky, devourer, reverberated throughout the primeval world, peals of thunder echoed across the firmament, and the river of destiny surged with tumultuous waves. The colossal dragon, encompassing nearly a fifth of the primordial land, opened its maw to seize the fortune of the ferocious beast clan. The beast's fortune, already flagging due to the defeat of their leader, God Rebel, was swiftly devoured. The dragon clan's fortune burgeoned as the beasts waned, until a balance was struck, at which point the dragon receded into the river of destiny. Concurrently, as the beast's fortune diminished, the karmic burden suppressed by their vast fortune retaliated. This karma, accumulated from eons of destruction, was so immense it could dethrone a mixed-origin sage. Fortunately, the beast still possessed a quarter of the primordial fortune, barely offsetting the karma. However, the river of destiny foretold that in 8 millennia, the beast's fortune would be overwhelmed by karma, triggering a cataclysm that would lead to their annihilation. The race that extinguished the most beasts would become the protagonist of the next era. Chapter 107. The era of the 3 clans. The entire primordial world trembled as the powerful innate gods sensed this divine revelation and awakened from their slumber. The demise of the beast clan approaches, heralding the dawn of a new era, an era destined for our innate divine race. The fortunes of the beast clan are finally on the brink of being exhausted by karmic retribution. These detestable creatures are about to face divine punishment. I always knew this day would come. The beasts must be eradicated. As the formidable beings of the divine race sensed this moment, expressions of profound emotion adorned their faces. The primal world is at last poised to welcome an age that belongs to them. However, before that can unfold, the beast clan must be vanquished, completely obliterating this scourge that has plagued the primal world for countless eons, thereby determining which race shall take center stage in the forthcoming epic. At that moment, a resounding cry of a phoenix reverberated through the primal realm. A colossal, resplendent phoenix revealed its magnificent true form, a corporeal embodiment nearly reaching the pinnacle of a primordial golden immortal. Although its overwhelming aura paled in comparison to that of the ancestral dragon and the divine reversal, it surpassed many in the innate divine race, standing as a formidable entity at the 4th level of the great Tao fruit. With the heavens above, I am the progenitor of the phoenix, the celestial phoenix. Today, I shall establish the Phoenix clan, the sovereign of avian beings in the primal realm. A gigantic phantom of the phoenix soared into the sky, instantly merging with the river of fate. This phoenix seemed to be the fated ancestor of all avian creatures. Upon entering the river of fate, all avian races within the primal realm felt their fortunes gravitating towards this immense phoenix. Even the countless avian divine beasts, under the profound pressure emanating from their very bloodlines, found themselves compelled to bow in submission to the phoenix's ethereal image. The ethereal shadow of the phoenix let out a resounding cry, and the fortunes of all avian races across the primordial chaos surged towards the phoenix, merging into the colossal, multicolored phoenix. Empowered by the collective fortune of all avian species in the primordial chaos, the phoenix's form solidified completely. However, its stature was not as grand as that of the current dragon race, and it even fell slightly short compared to the dragons of yore. The phoenix, the sovereign of all birds? At this moment, the expressions of many innate divine beings of the primordial world darkened. Numerous avian innate divine beings, unwilling to bow their heads, gnashed their teeth in frustration. Yet, the phoenix's displayed strength was not only overwhelmingly formidable, but also decreed by the heavens as the leader of all birds. Despite their deep-seated resentment, they dared not provoke the phoenix. After all, challenging the phoenix required immense strength. Without sufficient power, it would be akin to courting death. Not long after the Phoenix clan announced its dominion over the primordial chaos, a burst of earthen yellow light erupted from the primordial earth. A massive black Qilin soared into the sky, stepping into the river of fate. As the enormous black Qilin entered the river of fate, a majestic voice echoed. By the decree of heaven, I am the progenitor of the Qilin. Today, I establish the Qilin clan, the sovereign of all terrestrial beasts in the primordial chaos. The Qilin clan is hereby founded. As the voice of the inked Qilin resonated, an endless cascade of celestial fortune descended from the void. In this moment, the luck of the beastly tribes among the myriad races of the primordial world began to dissipate, with a portion being absorbed by the Qilin clan, causing the figure of the inked Qilin to swell to an immense size, rivaling that of the phoenix from before. In an instant, the entire primordial realm trembled, and many powerful beings from the innate divine clans were left with flushed faces, consumed by an overwhelming fury. The dragon clan's prominence is understandable, given the formidable ancestral dragon's triumph over Sheni, securing nearly a quarter of the Great Desolation's fortune. This was not only a testament to his power, but also occurred before the innate deities could orchestrate any countermeasures against the dragon clan. However, presently, beyond the dragon clan's position, the Phoenix clan has assimilated all the Great Desolation's avian creatures, and the Qilin clan has drawn in all the beasts of the Great Desolation, effectively partitioning the innate divine beasts among the innate deities. This leaves the innate deities each powerful in their own right, but their influence pales in comparison to that of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. At their genesis, the innate deities were divided into two categories. One originated from the bloodline, bones, or other parts of the great god Pangu. In essence, they are descendants of Pangu, bearing his mark. Consequently, their numbers are vast, with nearly 90% of the Great Desolation's races being either innate divine beasts or innate spiritual beasts. Innate deities, conversely, are the diverse origins of heaven and earth that evolved after Pangu cleaved the chaos during creation, such as the Yin-Yang Taoist. They belong to the innate deities, mastering laws and cultivating into beings. Regrettably, the Great Desolation is the world created by Pangu, and his bloodline is the supreme orthodoxy for the entire Great Desolation. Although innate deities are born from heaven and earth, their status is a grade lower than that of innate divine beasts, who are the creator god's bloodline. Therefore, the flourishing of the innate deities after creation inevitably begins with the prosperity of the innate divine beasts, who are destined to become the protagonists of the future Great Desolation. Only after the innate divine beasts flourished and consumed the fortune left behind by Pangu did the innate deities and other races possess the hope of becoming the protagonists of the next era. Chapter 108, The Regression of the Deities. Observing the River of Fate, one could see that the dragon, phoenix, Qilin, and ferocious beast clans collectively occupied nearly 90% of the fortune in the primordial world. How could the many innate deities not realize that their years of effort had merely benefited the innate divine beasts, allowing their powers to expand to unprecedented heights? Alas, such is the will of heaven. The innate divine beast lineage, being descendants of the great Pangu, has inherited his fortune. After vanquishing the ferocious beasts, it is only natural for them to emerge as the protagonists of the new primordial era. Yet, we cannot accept this. Nearly 1,000,000 years of toil have merely clothed the innate divine beasts in finery. Oomph. If the heavenly way is so biased, then let it be known that the rise of the innate divine beasts is not without consequence. What the ferocious beasts lurking nearby? I refuse to believe that the ferocious beasts are mere fruits to be squeezed, easily defeated by the innate divine beasts. In recent years, many powerful warriors have emerged from the innate, ferocious beast lineage. I doubt the innate divine beasts can so easily triumph over them. Once they have exhausted each other, I refuse to believe that the innate deities will not have their day in the sun. At this moment, many powerful members of the innate deity clans turned away from the gathering place, clearly reaching a consensus among themselves. Since the primordial divine beasts have claimed the majority of the fortune in the primordial chaos, the crisis of the primordial ferocious beasts shall be left for them to handle. They will not partake in this. If, after 8,000 years, the primordial divine beasts fail to defeat the primordial ferocious beasts, then the primordial deities will intervene with formidable force at that time, vanquish the primordial ferocious beasts, and seize the boundless fortune of the next era, thereby ushering in the prosperity of the primordial deities. For a time, above the river of destiny, the vast fortune of the primordial divine race, which had once converged and nearly completely suppressed the ferocious beast clan, began to gradually fracture, ultimately splitting into the fortunes of the dragon, phoenix, and Sheelan clans. The lesser fortunes were absorbed by the powerful beings of the primordial divine race, leading to a significant decline in the fortune of the primordial divine race. Above the Eastern Sea, as the primordial divine race fragmented, the fortunes of the dragon, phoenix, and Sheelan clans also diminished. If it were to be said that the primordial divine race once commanded 3/4 of the fortune of the Hong Huang, while the fierce beast clan occupied merely 1/4, then now, with the schism of the primordial divine race, the three great races find themselves in a new equilibrium. The dragon clan possesses 20% of the fortune, while the phoenix and Sheelan clans each hold 15%. The fortune of the primordial divine beasts, compared to the era when the primordial divine race still thrived, has indeed surged to 1/4 of what it once was, all due to the fragmentation of the primordial divine race. Conversely, the primordial fierce beast clan, benefiting from this division, has seen a resurgence of their fortune, rising back to a state reminiscent of their defeat by the Devourer. Near the eye of the Eastern Sea, the colossal form of the Devourer slowly lifted, casting a glance at the shifting currents of fate high above in the 9 heavens. He murmured to himself, "How intriguing! The dragon clan was my creation, while the phoenix and Sheelan clans were birthed by the Tao of Heaven. Upon their emergence, they began to fracture the primordial divine race. Is this the intention of the Tao of Heaven? To precipitate the division of the primordial divine race into primordial deities and primordial divine beasts, thereby sowing the seeds of enmity between the two great powers in anticipation of the cataclysm at the end of the next era?" At that moment, a voice filled with respect resonated from outside the ancestral dragon. As the situation in Hong Huang shifts, the primordial deities have retreated to their respective abodes for seclusion. Only our primordial divine beast clan remains. The phoenix and Sheelan clans have dispatched their strongest to the Eastern Sea, seeking to discuss the matters ahead in preparation for the impending calamity in 8,000 years. The deep voice of Tunshin resonated, "Ao, Sheng. As the elder of our dragon clan, you shall negotiate with them. Inform them that in 8,000 years, I shall descend upon the primordial world to personally intervene. However, after defeating the Shinny and the primordial beasts, our dragon clan must claim all the waters of the primordial world. This condition is non-negotiable. You may propose other terms as you see fit." Great ancestral dragon, Ao Sheng bowed respectfully. "If the phoenix and Sheelan clans renege on their promises after we defeat Shinny, refusing to cede the primordial waters to us, would we not have labored in vain for their benefit? I understand that you may not fear the heavenly phoenix and the Sheelan ancestor, but with the primordial deities by their side, aiding these clans could lead to significant losses for our dragon clan. We must remain vigilant. I am pleased that you consider this, not blinded by mere gains. It confirms that I have chosen wisely in entrusting you with the affairs of our dragon clan. However, There is something you do not know. My strength far surpasses what the heavenly phoenix and the Chilean ancestor can fathom. Even if they unite with all the primordial deities, in my eyes, they are but fragile and easily crushed. Tunshin's voice was calm, yet brimming with confidence. Moreover, soon I shall attain the 5th layer of the great Tao fruit. Reaching its pinnacle, once I break through to the chaos origin, I will cultivate a foundation comparable to the chaos demons, and my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. At this moment, the innate deities, in a fit of rage, relinquish their pursuit of the primordial fortune, an act of utmost folly. Once I transcend the realm of the primordial chaos, the time will be ripe to unleash my true power and govern the entirety of the primordial world. The voice of the devourer echoed softly, calming Ao Shung's restless spirit. Chapter 109. Tranquil Primordial, go forth. Since the Phoenix and Chilean clans have chosen to ally, we shall join forces with them. After finalizing this matter, I require all the Golden Immortals, Tai, and Aluo of the Dragon Clan to assemble here. I shall impart wisdom to you all, enhancing your abilities significantly over the next 8,000 years. The voice of the devourer resonated. Yes, Lord Ancestor Dragon. I'll sing you replied. His voice tinged with excitement. The Ancestor Dragon is the foremost figure in the primordial realm, the being closest to the primordial chaos. His teachings represent an unimaginable boon for any practitioner. The Dragon Clan will undoubtedly experience tremendous advancement through the Devourer's discourse. Azal sangue departed. The Devourer opened his sparkling golden eyes, gazing indifferently at the seabed before him. He murmured to himself, soon, grant me 3,000 more years, and I shall attain the pinnacle of the 5th level of the Luo Dao fruit. In that time, how many will be my equals in this world? The Phoenix clan? The Chilean clan? Merely gestures in the grand scheme. My aspirations have never included them. Qing Tian, Yang Mei, and the other chaotic demon gods. Prepare yourselves for a magnificent surprise. A century hence, at the eye of the East Sea, within the palm of the devouring heavens, an expanse of boundless void has been unveiled by him, where myriad dragons gather, attentively absorbing his profound teachings. Within this ethereal space, the creation jade disk flickers into visibility, cascading numerous enigmatic luminescences that descend into the primordial spirits of the dragon cultivators, allowing them to better comprehend the workings of the celestial principles. Simultaneously, the devouring heavens articulates the profound truths of the Tao, elucidating the myriad mysteries from the Golden Immortal, Tai, to the Great Luo Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Tao fruit, imparting crucial insights into the paths of cultivation to the assembled dragonkin. The reason why the primordial deities of the time of the primordial chaos possessed such formidable powers, often surpassing their later counterparts of the same realm, lies in their genesis following the creation of heaven and earth. Their cultivation, devoid of any external assistance aside from the celestial legacy, instinctively led them to achieve consummation in every tier of existence, thereby safeguarding their foundational essence. In contrast, the subsequent primordial deities experienced a different trajectory. Hongjun, from the Purple Cloud Palace, imparted teachings that illuminated a direct path to the Tao for the beings of the primordial chaos. Although their conditions for cultivation were inferior to those of their predecessors, their progress remained rapid. However, this inevitably compromised their foundational stability in the long run, which elucidates why prior to Hongjun's teachings, the realm was rife with numerous primordial deities. Yet, post-teaching, only a scant few were able to attain enlightenment. For the dragon race, the devouring heavens naturally aspires for their future to be boundless, with the potential to achieve the status of a primal saint. However, the impending Great War is about to unfold. At this juncture, if they do not enhance their strength, they will be unable to withstand the calamities that lie ahead, let alone aspire to the elusive position of the primordial sage. All the formidable beings within the Dragon Clan have been absorbed by the Devourer to augment their prowess, leading to the inexplicable disappearance of powerful entities throughout the 4 seas. Such a bizarre spectacle has inevitably attracted the attention of numerous factions. Although the Dragon, Phoenix, and Chilean clans currently dominate the primordial realm, their true might has yet to fully materialize. Many powerful, innate divine beasts are unwilling to submit to the three clans. They remain aloof, supporting one another and forming a vast alliance intent on resisting the encroachment of the three clans upon the primordial territories. Shortly after the disappearance of the Dragon Clan's elites, it became apparent that the masters from the Phoenix and Chelan clans had also vanished without a trace, rendering the entire primordial world eerily strange. The innate deities have retreated into obscurity, no longer making appearances, while the three clans, which had ambitions of supremacy over the primordial realm, have also similarly disappeared. What remains are the lesser factions among the innate divine beasts and the ferocious beast clan. Following the absence of the three clans' powerful beings, the lesser factions among the innate divine beasts, bereft of the substantial backing from the innate divine races, naturally refrained from provoking the ferocity of the beast clan. The beast clan, having suffered a crushing defeat prior to the divine rebellion, found their morale plummeting to unprecedented lows. Upon learning that they were soon to face an even greater calamity, the entire clan fell into a state of despondency, refraining from stirring up any significant unrest. The vast expanse of the primordial realm descended into an eerily profound silence, a palpable tension reminiscent of the calm before the storm enveloping the land, prompting the leaders of various factions to adopt a more cautious demeanor. Having foreseen the impending calamity that will befall the Beast Clan in 8,000 years, there is naturally concern regarding a potential resurgence of this formidable race prior to that time, regardless of which tribe finds itself under scrutiny. The outcome is unlikely to be favorable. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the Beast Clan has remained remarkably tranquil throughout these final 8 millennia. Ever since the Beast Emperor Shun Ni suffered defeat at the hands of the ancestral dragon, he has gathered all the ferocious beasts from the vast wilderness, uniting an immense army at Blood Emperor Mountain, embodying a resolute determination to fight until the very end. In Chapter 110, The Fruit of the Great Luo, 8,000 years is a span that can be considered neither excessively long nor unduly short. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years have elapsed. During these 5 millennia, in the depths of the Dragon Clan's domain, situated towards the East Sea, an unprecedented and magnificent aura ascended into the celestial cosmos. All beings within the vast wilderness beheld this spectacle. Amid the resounding energy, a resplendent and luminous Tao fruit rose steadily, akin to a great sun sweeping across the universe. Every entity that sensed this powerful aura experienced a profound sense of completeness, as the perfected state of the great Luo Tao fruit represents the pinnacle beneath the chaos. The heavenly Tao of the wilderness trembled and roared, as countless laws of the heavenly Tao manifested in the void, various grand paths resonating and converging towards the East Sea. He was the first to achieve the Tao fruit of the great Luo, resonating with the myriad paths of existence, channeling their essence to empower him. With his eyes tightly shut, the duality of his spirit immersed itself in the profound understanding of celestial laws. Utilizing fragments of the cosmic jade plate and the fortune of the Dragon Clan, he surpassed all innate deities, crossing that threshold to become the first being in the primordial world to attain the ultimate perfection of the great Luo Tao fruit. He contemplated the intricacies of this unparalleled attainment, experiencing a Tao fruit that could rival the essence of the chaos demon god. On that day, the beings of the primordial world became aware that the ancestor of the Dragon Clan from the Eastern Sea, the sovereign of myriad dragons, had ascended as the new foremost entity, eclipsing all innate deities. He was the first to breach that barrier and enter the realm of the great Luo Tao fruit's ultimate perfection, becoming the inaugural harbinger of this extraordinary achievement. The first great Luo Tao fruit-level powerhouse in the primordial realm had been born, heralding the imminent arrival of an unprecedented calamity. A formidable being of the Luo Tao fruit level gazed enviously towards the East Sea, filled with both reverence and astonishment. Truly, the foremost individual of the primordial world had outpaced all others, ascending to that remarkable realm. In the millennia that followed, The southern immortal volcano and the territories of the Qilin clan on the primordial land emanated the essence of perfect Tao fruit, soaring towards the heavens, resonating with the cosmos and the way of heaven. It was evident that the leaders of the Phoenix and Qilin clans had also, before the impending calamity, stepped into the realm of the great perfection of the Daoluo Tao fruit. However, the events did not conclude there. In the subsequent thousands of years, at Blood Emperor Mountain, the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, the Nine Heavens Sacred Realm, Yujing Mountain, and the Western Mount Meru, numerous abodes of mighty primordial deities witnessed the ascent of perfect Tao fruit energies towards the firmament, harmonizing with the way of heaven. Remarkably, within these sacred sites, powerful beings of the great perfection of Daoluo Tao fruit emerged. Beside the Eye of the East Sea, the being known as Tun Tian closed his eyes, murmuring softly about the 49 great perfection Daoluo Tao fruit practitioners. He had not anticipated that beyond the three clans and the innate divine beings, there existed such a plethora of hidden powers within the primordial realm. Or could it be that these formidable chaos demon gods were among them? Their numbers seemed excessively abundant. Did the way of heaven not fear an imbalance of power leading to a complete domination by the chaos demon gods over the primordial realm? No. The way of heaven must have left a contingency plan. Swallowing heaven recalled the later Tao ancestor Hongjun, undoubtedly a quintessential embodiment of the chaotic demonic deity. Yet, in the end, he ascended to the status of the Tao ancestor of the primordial world, and the sole reason for this transformation lay in his allegiance to the heavenly Tao. Moreover, he was not alone in this choice. The azure sky and several other chaotic demonic deities likely aligned themselves with the heavenly Tao as well. Viewed through this lens, the primordial world becomes all the more intriguing. Swallowing heaven once again entered seclusion. He had indeed attained the 5th level of the great Luo Tao fruit, achieving a state of consummate perfection. However, he stood as the first formidable being of the great Luo Tao fruit level in the primordial world. During his breakthrough to the great Luo Tao fruit, the myriad paths of the primordial trembled, imbuing him with an abundance of insights from the heavenly Tao. This influx allowed him to nearly ascend to the pinnacle of the great Luo Tao fruit in a single leap. Yet it also resulted in an excess of laws within his Tao fruit that he had not fully comprehended. Such an imbalance would severely impede his mastery over his own powers. Consequently, following his breakthrough to the great Luo Tao fruit, Swallowing Heaven entered a period of introspective solitude, determined to assimilate and comprehend the heavenly Tao laws embedded within his Tao fruit, thereby elevating his realm to the apex of Tao fruit perfection. He posited that other paragons at the zenith of the grand Tao fruit stage were similarly engrossed, comprehending the force bestowed by the heavenly Tao. As he assiduously assimilated the myriad principles within the grand Tao fruit, an epiphany dawned upon him. The consummation of the grand Tao fruit, while ostensibly its apex, did not signify its culmination. Conversely, it marked merely the inception of this realm. Chapter 111. Eve of the great battle attainment of a single principle sufficed to ascend to the grand Luo golden immortal status. Yet, the principles emanating from singular grand Tao were boundless. Each additional principle of kindred origin apprehended would elevate one's standing as a grand Luo golden immortal. Upon grasping 9 such principles, one would attain the acme of the grand Luo golden immortal stage. Subsequently, one would venture into other principles, grounded in one's primary principle, thereby entering the grand Tao fruit realm. The grand Tao fruit, therefore, represented a realm rooted in one's principal grand Tao, ceaselessly extending towards other principles. When the grand Tao fruit had interfaced with principles from each of the 3,000 grand Taos, it would signify its attainment of a state of consummation. At this moment, the Tao fruit of the great Luo is akin to a miniature heavenly Tao, with its 3,000 laws perfectly harmonized, resembling a diminutive world. However, the great Luo Tao fruit, despite its consummate state, encompasses a rather limited scope of laws. While it possesses the potential to initially rival the chaotic demon gods due to the perfection of its engagement with the 3,000 laws, in reality, It can only compare to those slightly more formidable among the chaotic demon gods, falling significantly short of the likes of the supreme chaotic demon gods such as Yangmei. Moreover, when juxtaposed with the former sovereign of the devouring heaven, Pangu, the disparity becomes even more pronounced. Nevertheless, upon the heavenly Tao bestowing its myriad laws, the devouring heaven felt a remarkable enhancement within the 3,000 laws of his great Luo Tao fruit. Previously, each of the 3,000 laws was singular, akin to the culmination of 3,000 great Luo golden immortals merging into one. Now, with the blessings of the heavenly Tao, all 3,000 laws have astonishingly reached the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal perfection. Each law has attained its ultimate limit, positioning him at the zenith of the great Luo Tao fruit, in a state of true completeness. Presently, he is imbued with formidable confidence, believing that his foundation is no less profound than that of the erstwhile chaotic demon gods like Yangmei. However, the leap from the perfection of the great Luo Tao fruit to its ultimate limit is monumental, far surpassing the transition from the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal to its consummate state. It is akin to his abrupt transition from the initial stage of the primordial golden immortal to the consummate state of the primordial golden immortal, rendering his mastery over the Tao fruit of the great Luo imperfect. Thus, for these past years, he has sequestered himself within the East Sea, striving to fully comprehend the Tao fruit of the great Luo before the impending catastrophe arrives. However, time is relentless. In the blink of an eye, millennia have slipped by. As the fateful day approaches, an ominous sense of oppression envelopes the entire primordial realm, instilling a growing unease among all living beings. Within the Blood Emperor Mountain, in the lair of the Beast Emperor, the cavern is completely submerged in a crimson radiance. Clad in a blood-red robe, the deity sits regally upon his throne, the sanguine glow emanating from his very being. Should the myriad deities of the primordial world venture here, they would undoubtedly be astounded. At this moment, the laws surrounding the deity flow with perfection, and the crimson light subtly crystallizes into a terrifying realm, one that is on the cusp of emerging from the void into reality. Once the deity truly takes that fateful step, he will preliminarily extricate himself from the primordial chaos, enabling him to dwell within the chaos itself, to recreate the heavens and the earth, and to possess power surpassing that of the primordial golden immortal, attaining the status of the great Luo. Boom! The deity's aura surged violently, and the world shaped by the crimson light appeared to respond to this surge, instantaneously tearing through layers of space. Centered on Blood Emperor Mountain, it surged into another realm, expanding wildly as though a new universe was being birthed. Roar! A voice brimming with ferocity emanated from Shun Ni's mouth, carrying within it an arcane message that seemed to alter the very fabric of the primordial world. The river of destiny was suddenly shrouded in a mist, obscuring the once inevitable decline and complete withdrawal of the Beast Clan from the primordial realm. Yet, another vague celestial omen flickered briefly in the void, vanishing before anyone could grasp its meaning. Boom! 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 As the celestial mechanisms shifted, the heavens trembled, and dark clouds gathered over the Blood Emperor Mountain, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. Purple bolts of divine retribution rained down from the sky, each possessing the power to obliterate the fruits of the great Tao, causing countless Beast Clan cultivators to cower in fear, even those at the level of great Luo golden immortals. However, as the bolts of retribution descended upon Shun and I, a terrifying spear intent erupted from within him, instantly tearing through the heavens and obliterating the divine retribution. Shun and I slowly rose to his feet, and behind him, a shadow of immense terror seemed to rise as well, like a demon covering the sky and enveloping the primordial world, threatening to drag the entire world into an unimaginable abyss. With a calm demeanor, Shun and I stepped out of his cave and onto the Blood Emperor Mountain, his presence unleashing a terrifying aura that spread across the primordial land. Upon sensing the aura of the divine adversary, The blood within the countless ferocious beasts of the primordial world surged uncontrollably, igniting a fervor that resonated from the depths of their souls. This exhilarating sensation compelled them to roar, momentarily transforming the entire primordial realm back into the era of fierce beasts, a time that even the innate divine race hesitated to mention. Chapter 112. Purging the primordial world with a resounding roar from the east sea of the primordial realm, as the divine adversary emerged from seclusion, wielding formidable power in an attempt to alter the destiny of the ferocious beast clan. A majestic dragon's roar echoed. A radiant yellowish hue surged into the river of fate, revealing a colossal dragon claw brandishing a yellow jade measuring rod, exuding an infinite aura that struck fiercely against the fortunes of the beast clan. This overwhelming presence triggered a backlash against the beast clan's fate. With a growl, the fortune of the beast clan transformed into the blood-red form of the divine adversary, conjuring a vivid crimson spear that met the immense dragon claw, colliding with the radiant yellow light. On the other side of the river of fate, a colossal five-colored phoenix emerged, accompanied by a gigantic ink-colored Chelan, a crimson banner, and a monumental Chelan treasure seal, all charging towards the fortunes of the beast clan, revealing the three divine beasts confronting the ferocious creatures. As the battle erupted upon the river of fate, a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the skies of the eastern sea. At the moment this roar resounded, all beings possessing the bloodline of dragons within the vast wilderness felt their veins boil uncontrollably, compelling them to bow towards the direction of that sound, submitting to its command. On this day, the boundless waters of the eastern sea surged skyward, as an immensely majestic divine dragon soared through the heavens, an overwhelming pressure sweeping across the primal land. Following this, the thunderous voice of the dragon reverberated across the skies, declaring, "Dragon clan of the wilderness, heed my call. Today marks the onset of great calamity, the eradication of gods and rebellion against the ferocious beasts. Henceforth, the name of the ferocious beast shall be no more. Kill." A voice imbued with coldness and murderous intent resonated throughout the wilderness. Countless dragon bloodlines surged with fervor, responding to the command of the most powerful entity in existence, feeling the presence of that almost towering figure in the sky. All dragons roared with fervent cries, their hearts filled with an ardent admiration for that being, their roars echoing throughout the wilderness. Swallowing heaven gazed upon the vast wilderness, witnessing the multitude of dragon bloodline cultivators extending to the ends of the earth, filling him with an unprecedented sense of pride. This is the true might of his dragon lineage. In the primordial chaos, perhaps only the Beast Clan could rival them. But from this day forth, even the Beast Clan shall be erased from existence, leaving the dragons as the sole sovereigns of the primordial realm. At the southern undying volcano, a colossal five-colored phoenix ascended, its ethereal cry resonating across the vast expanse, stirring the ancient blood within all avian deities. "Creatures of the air, heed my command. Today, we shall eradicate the beasts and restore tranquility to our world." The voice of the celestial phoenix echoed through the chaos, compelling the will of all winged beings. Roar! Upon the Chelan mountain, the Chelan ancestor bellowed towards the heavens, his aura as the monarch of terrestrial beasts sweeping across the land. "Beasts of the earth, heed my command. Today, we shall purge the scourge of chaos and bring peace back to our realm." The voice of Lin Zhu reverberated as his immense form soared towards the Blood Emperor Mountain of the Beast Clan. With the command of three primordial powerhouses, the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Chelan Clan, and all the races under their dominion surged forth towards the vast wilderness. Thus, the great battle commenced without any forewarning. No one could have anticipated such an abrupt upheaval, a calamity unprecedented that would sweep across the entire primordial realm. At Blood Emperor Mountain, after the emergence of Shun and I, numerous formidable beings from the Beast Clan obeyed his orders and entered his lair. Gazing upon the elite core of the Beast Clan before him, Shun Inai spoke little, merely gesturing with his hand as a crimson vortex gradually materialized, swiftly engulfing all those figures. This time, Our Beast Clan is destined to suffer defeat. I had foreseen such a day since the backlash of fortune upon our clan, though I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. You are all newly born entities of the Beast Clan, untainted by the destruction of the world, unburdened by great karma, and untouched by external causation. You're the most likely to survive from our clan. The blood-colored purgatory I have forged shall serve as your training ground. Should you manage to emerge victorious one day, my extensive efforts will not have been in vain. As Shun Ni's voice gradually faded into silence, his figure similarly vanished from sight. Boom! Following Shun Ni's disappearance, the surrounding space suddenly shattered, distorting the fabric of time and space, rendering the area connecting to the blood-colored purgatory utterly untraceable. That realm, initially carved out by Shenny himself, vanished into the cosmos before its true form could be revealed. Shenny's figure materialized atop Mount Blood Emperor, where he slowly lifted his gaze towards the three figures in the firmament, his expression hardening with a palpable murderous intent. Ancestral dragon, heavenly phoenix, Chilan ancestor, he uttered. I did not anticipate their arrival to hasten their demise. Very well, their slaughter shall amplify your gains, shall it not? Chapter 113. The fates of the three tribes indeed. A voice echoed beside Shenny. We initially believed that only the god-slaying spear would be ours, yet it now appears that the Hongmeng measuring ruler is also within our grasp. Precisely, one treasure for each, thus averting a conflict amongst ourselves. Another voice resonated, as two indistinct figures materialized from the undulating void. One radiated with an effulgent light, as though he were the very source of luminescence for the entire primordial world. The other, a figure of profound darkness, seemed capable of devouring all, an unfathomable abyss. The embodiment of darkness itself, master of the tenebrous realms. My esteemed companions have arrived as promised. I am greatly pleased, Shenny remarked, devoid of any superior demeanor befitting a beast emperor. Instead, he addressed them as equals, a designation reserved only for those whose power rivaled his own. Clearly, these two were such beings. The recompense offered by our esteemed Shenny leaves us with no choice but to be moved, or rather, none could remain unmoved. The man, who seemed to embody light, chuckled softly, his smile so gentle that it appeared to purify the soul and illuminate the heart. The god-slaying spear. To exchange such a primordial treasure for the survival of the Beast Clan through this calamity, isn't the price too steep? Shen and I glanced at him expressionlessly and said, Do not worry about me reneging. I have already sworn an oath to the heavens. As long as you two assist my Beast Clan through this disaster, I will personally hand over the god-slaying spear. If you can kill the ancestral dragon, I will not interfere with the primordial ruler. I am a man of my word. The shadowy figure slowly responded. We are not afraid of you breaking your promise. After all, you know our origins. Even if you renege, we can kill you and take the god-slaying spear. Our promise is merely to help the Beast Clan survive the current calamity. Once the disaster is over, we will take the spear. Your fate is of no concern to us. Of course, Shen Ni's lips curled slightly. In this primordial world, the ancestral dragon might surpass me, but there is no one who can kill me. Even now, you cannot achieve that. So, if you do not wish to make an enemy of me, I suggest you fulfill your promises. Otherwise, your deeds will be known throughout the entire primordial realm. Shen and I, are you threatening us? The obscure silhouette deepened into an abyss, while the incarnation of light emanated a chilling luminescence, devoid of its former warmth. Nay, I merely caution both of you not to underestimate your adversary. One chosen by the heavenly Tao to be the protagonist of the forthcoming cataclysm is no simple character. S voice, though tranquil, resonated with a hint of jest. Heavenly Tao? The two figures fell into a momentary silence. We shall render our utmost assistance. However, should the beastly horde be truly ostracized by the heavenly Tao, leaving no path to survival, we cannot be held accountable. Very well. Shun and I nodded slightly, then let out a long howl, transforming into a crimson beam of light that surged skyward, aiming for the vast expanse of the nine heavens, the true battlefield for beings of their caliber. As Shun and I ascended towards the heavens, the formidable figures of Tun Tian, Tian Feng, and Lin Zhu also pivoted, charging towards the celestial dome. The colossal forms of the divine dragon, Phoenix, and Chelan breached the boundaries of the universe. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the imagery within the River of Fate, where three sacred beasts confronted the ferocious creatures. On the primordial earth, as the four great leaders soared towards the heavens, the dragon clan ascended to the wilderness. Under the guidance of numerous dragon bloodlines in the primordial waters, they commenced an unprecedented cleansing of the ferocious beast tribe within this world, leaving countless of these beasts slaughtered in their wake, ensuring not a single one remained alive. This was the decree of Tun Tion from that moment forth. The name of the ferocious beasts would vanish from the annals of the primordial realm, signifying their utter annihilation. Meanwhile, from the immortal volcano in the southern wilderness, the Phoenix clan emerged, renowned as the avian tribe of the primordial world, their speed far surpassing that of the dragon clan. Accompanied by countless divine avian beings, they obliterated vast numbers of ferocious beasts in their path. Even some at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal were thoroughly eradicated by the united efforts of the avian clan. Simultaneously, from the northwest of the primordial realm, the Chelan clan descended from Chelan Mountain. Various types of Chelan, including the golden, wood, water, fire, earth, holy, and ink Chelan, assembled to form a colossal Chelan formation. In that moment, they seemed to embody Lin Zhu, unleashing a myriad of divine powers from their mouths, annihilating the ferocious beasts that crossed their path. While even the mightiest of great Luo Golden Immortals struggled to withstand the overwhelming force of this formation. Chapter 114. The great catastrophe unfolds as the powerful beings of the three clans began their joint effort to cleanse the primordial realm. An intangible, malevolent aura emanated from the fallen, innate, ferocious beasts. This aura was not overtly apparent, far less terrifying than the aura of the primordial chaos, capable of easily corroding the earth and destroying all in its vicinity. Yet, it possessed a peculiar ability, seduction. As this invisible, malevolent aura began to permeate the heavens and the earth, numerous sea tribes under the dominion of the Dragon Clan, avian tribes governed by the Phoenix Clan, and terrestrial beasts ruled by the Chelan Clan were influenced by this ethereal aura, each succumbing to a state of madness. It is astonishing that some individuals have transformed into mindless beasts, instilling fear among numerous races. Their intent in coming here was to eradicate the ferocious beast clan. Yet if they too succumb to becoming irrational beasts, they would face merciless annihilation. Consequently, the powerful beings from the three primary races joined forces to expel this malevolent aura from their ranks. What remains unknown is that as the various races forcefully dispelled this sinister energy, it did not dissipate. Instead, it began to coalesce beneath the nine heavens. This gathering malevolence swelled rapidly, as if drawing upon limitless power. With each passing moment, as more ferocious and divine beasts fell in battle, this ominous energy spread, enveloping the entire primordial world. Countless cultivators felt an inexplicable urge within their hearts, a compelling desire to burst forth and unleash their pent-up frustrations. While some innate divine beasts sensed this strange foreboding and managed to restrain their impulses, others succumbed to this overwhelming urge, rushing out from their abodes and plunging into the primordial chaos. However, these divine beasts were either slain by frenzied, ferocious beasts or succumbed to this notion, transforming into berserk creatures themselves, only to be killed by others. Consequently, the entire prehistoric world descended into a maelstrom of carnage. Many races that had initially intended to remain neutral observers found their subordinate forces drawn into the cataclysm, engulfed by the dreadful battles and reduced to ashes. On another front, the battleground between the three major races and the ferocious beast clan witnessed the Dragon, Phoenix, and Chelan clans, with their numerous great Luo Golden Immortals commanding their subordinates. Forming vast armies that blotted out the sky, they engaged in a frenzied and relentless struggle, resulting in countless lives lost at every moment. Their indiscriminate slaughter and ceaseless warfare led to the demise of hundreds of millions of beings each day. Dreadful indeed. Is this the power of the Great Tribulation? Even great Luo golden immortals are instantly obliterated, their primordial spirits unable to escape, utterly terrifying. A congenital deity gazed at the distant scene, where a powerful figure from the congenital divine race, with whom they had a bond, was overwhelmed by countless attacks in a moment of carelessness. What a great Luo golden immortal! They, too, were reduced to nothingness. The strength of the three races was being depleted rapidly, while the ferocious Beast clan suffered even greater losses. Something was amiss. How had the three races cultivated so many great Luo golden immortals in recent years? Nay, even experts at the great Luo Dao fruit level had emerged. The Dragon clan had produced two such powerhouses, while the Phoenix and Shielan clans had each produced one. The myriad innate divine beings were rendered speechless. It was customary for each faction to possess but a single formidable entity at the level of the Dao fruit of the great Luo. After all, transcending to the Dao fruit of the great Luo necessitates not merely profound cultivation and substantial foundation, but also an element of fortune. Without such auspiciousness, the endeavor to ascend to the Dao fruit of the great Luo would be akin to a jest. Yet, in the current scenario, each of the three clans had unexpectedly produced new powerhouses at the Dao fruit of the great Luo level. Although they had only recently stepped into this realm, the Dao fruit of the great Luo undeniably surpasses that of the golden immortal of the great Luo. Any individual at the Dao fruit of the great Luo could effortlessly vanquish those of the golden immortal status, unless besieged by numerous great Luo entities simultaneously. While such a situation is not implausible on the battlefield, the emergence of these Dao fruit of the great Luo powerhouses indicates that they possess their own trump cards to safeguard their well-being. Whether it be the two from the Dragon clan or the formidable beings from the Phoenix and Shielan clans, each had conjured an exquisite innate spiritual treasure for their protection. Witnessing this scene, the many mighty innate divine beings could not help but twitch their lips. With exquisite innate spiritual treasures at their disposal, it was no wonder they dared to allow those of the Dao fruit of the great Luo level to enter the fray. How many exquisite innate spiritual treasures do we, the innate divine beings, possess collectively? Upon this pronouncement, a greater number of primeval deities exhibited expressions of subdued resentment. Although each of these deities was engendered from the very essence of the cosmos, and each was born with an innate spiritual treasure, these treasures were akin to objects gestated from the separation of their own origins. Save for beings such as Yin and Yang, who were born alongside the Taijutsu, the rank of the innate spiritual treasures possessed by other deities was not particularly high. Those accompanied by supreme grade, innate spiritual treasures were exceedingly rare among the primeval deities. Chapter 115. Divine race infighting. As the gazes of numerous primeval deities converged upon the cleansing of the ferocious beast race by the three tribes on the great desolate land, the roars of dragons, the cries of phoenixes, and the howls of Qilin resounded throughout the cosmic starry sky. Three wrathful roars pierced through the firmament, reaching the ears of all, followed by a terrifying aura that swept in from beyond the heavens like a vast tide, spreading throughout the entire great desolate world. On the battlefields, where frenzied slaughter had been taking place, all living beings revealed expressions of terror. Even the mindless, ferocious beasts trembled in fear. It was as though an unprecedentedly terrifying existence had awakened in the extraterrestrial starry sky. Even the mighty ones who had attained the great Luo Dao fruit sensed a grave peril. Roar, divine adversary, that you would enlist the services of primeval deities is truly remarkable. A resounding voice, filled with fury, echoed from beyond the heavens, shaking the myriad miles of the battlefield. What? To think that primordial deities have intervened in the great calamity and even extended their assistance to the ferocious Beast clan. In an instant, the myriad factions of the vast world, such as the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan, who had not entered the fray, grew increasingly wary of the primordial deities. Numerous formidable beings from the primordial divine beast lineage directly confronted the primordial deities. Why, when it comes to light and darkness, do they choose to aid the divine rebel? They are among the most venerable entities within the primordial deities, embodying the very essence of light and darkness in the vast expanse. and are fundamentally opposed to the destructive ferocity of the beast clan. Why then? Will they offer their support to the feral beasts? A sense of bewilderment arose among the primordial divine clans. The stature of these ancient primordial deities is beyond imagination. Their personal involvement must have come at an unimaginable cost to the divine rebel to compel them to act. One primordial divine beast could not help but sneer. Yet to summon those two ancient beings, there could only be one condition: the god-slaying spear. Upon utterance of this statement, a profound silence enveloped the assembly of primordial divine clans. It must be said that the allure of the god-slaying spear is simply irresistible. Not only would the likes of light and darkness be drawn to it, but even if the divine rebel were to solicit yin and yang, he too would likely be unable to resist the temptation. For the allure of a primordial supreme treasure is nearly comparable to that of a saint's position. It is an offer no one can refuse. Although I, Laozi, disapprove of the arrogant demeanor of the three ancestral dragons. Their actions are ultimately for the sake of the primordial chaos and the future of our primordial deity clan. However, light and darkness are different. They act out of selfish desires, aiding the god of reversal with the god-slaying spear. For this reason alone, I cannot stand idly by. A great primordial beast, at the level of a Deluo Dao fruit, spoke out. Primordial deities, your strongest among you, driven by personal greed, are undermining the foundation of our primordial deity clan's prosperity. What exactly are your intentions? The primordial beast could not help but roar. Primordial deities, you must give us an explanation. Although we, the primordial beasts, have seized the opportunity for prosperity in the primordial chaos, leading to conflicts of interest with you, your aiding of the god of reversal is absolutely unacceptable. You must give us an explanation. Roars echoed across the lands of the primordial chaos. An internal strife arose within the primordial deity clan. At that moment, the roar of the ancestral dragon resounded from beyond the heavens. Light, darkness. Others may not know your origins, but I do. You are nothing but the defeated subordinates of the great Pangu. Those chaos demons who narrowly escaped the jaws of the devouring Tao Lord. Do not think that just because you have transformed into deities of the primordial chaos, I cannot recognize you. Since you have chosen to oppose me, be prepared to face your demise today. Upon the utterance of these words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire primordial realm. All the innate divine clans were momentarily taken aback. What? The beings of light and darkness are, in fact, the ancient chaos demons that once battled the great Pangu? How could this be? Were not the chaos demons of your utterly vanquished? How could any of them possibly survive? Surely, the great Pangu did not annihilate them all? They are not divine beings of innate origin, but rather the reincarnations of the chaos demons? Yet, if they are indeed the reincarnated forms of the chaos demons, how could the heavenly path permit their existence? They are the foes of the great Pangu. Would he allow these chaos demons to enter the primordial realm and wreak havoc upon the world? However, their fleeting hope was swiftly extinguished as the voice of light resonated through the starry expanse. What does it matter if you discern our true identities? The will of Pangu endures, and he has yet to strike against us. It is evident that he tacitly accepts our existence. Furthermore, the reincarnated chaos demons in the primordial world are not limited to just the two of us. Among the 49 formidable beings who have attained the consummation of the great Luo Dao fruit, a significant number are indeed former chaos demons. Even your ancestral dragon is, likewise, a reincarnation of a chaos demon. I merely embody the remnants of the soul of the heavenly path Lord, akin to the beings born from the flesh and blood of the great Pangu. This is not comparable to your true reincarnated forms of the chaos demons. Since you have chosen to stand against me, do not blame me for being ungracious. The voice of the devouring sky resounded powerfully, without the slightest hint of concealment. Chapter 116, Expulsion of the Divine Race. In the vast world of the primordial era, the many innate divine beasts confronting the innate deities now appeared pale with fear, having overheard the conversation between the two formidable figures from beyond the heavens. Among the 49 supreme beings of the great Luo, a considerable portion were reincarnations of chaotic demons. This revelation implies that the primordial realm has, in truth, been under the dominion of numerous chaotic demons all along. Innate deities. It is no wonder you have been forsaken by the heavenly Tao, which has chosen us to become the protagonists of the next era. It turns out that among you lie so many reincarnated chaotic demons. The heavenly Tao, aware of the identities of these chaotic demons, could hardly spare you. The innate divine beasts let out low growls towards the innate deities. Many of the powerful figures on the side of the innate deities turned ashen, realizing that they were surrounded by so many chaotic demons. If their adversaries intended to harm them, would they not be? At this thought, numerous powerful innate deities shuddered involuntarily. Fortunately, the devouring sky and the light had unveiled this scene. Otherwise, how long would it have taken for them to discover this truth? A chilling and ruthless voice reverberated through the void, instilling a sense of calm among the numerous innate deities and beasts. The speaker was none other than the esteemed Qing Tian Daoran, a paramount figure among the innate deities. Renowned for his immense power and believed to be a reincarnation of a wisp of the heavenly Tao's origin. With an icy countenance, he proclaimed, "The chaos demon gods are relics of the past. The primordial world no longer harbors their presence. The heavenly Tao and Pangus will endure. We are aware of the chaos demon gods' existence, and their inaction implies that this matter is of little consequence and warrants no alarm." An indignant voice countered, "Qing